which made it easy to spot from a distance. Since it was midday, the square was filled with people. Street vendors selling food and miscellaneous items could be seen everywhere, and many would-be customers stood, wondering what to buy. Passing them, Lucas headed to the fountain. Being sold next to the fountain were newspapers that showed the various news and rumors circulating the city and surrounding area. That was Lucas' goal. The price of each newspaper was 5 arus. This could be considered fairly expensive for a newspaper, but for Lucas, funds were the least of his problems. After purchasing it without hesitation, he opened the newspaper and began to scan the information contained within. Hilla's twin blades dethroned after keeping his seat for 6 years. Who is the new champion? Relics of an ancient kingdom have been found on Adventure Island. Big match of the century, Tatoran vs Arceus. An expert claims, this fight has already transcended the level of a friendly. It was normal news about champions and rookies who were quickly rising to fame from every city. The analysis of the upcoming championship was also hot news. Among the articles was a ranking list of the championship candidates. It was said that this list was created after dozens of arena experts debated for a very long time. Lee Jong-hak's name was also included in the list. He was ranked 24th. This evaluation was much higher than Lucas expected. Were there really only 23 people stronger than Lee Jong-hak? Maybe they overestimated. Lucas only had this thought in passing. He knew that there was little chance of such a thing happening. Flip. When he turned the page, a large phrase at the top immediately caught his eye. The first dragon hunter in 10 years has appeared. His name is Lucas. Lucas' eyes narrowed slightly. An outsider made an incredible contribution to the subjugation of a black dragon. Could he be a great sorcerer? What is the relationship between the new dragon hunter and Dragon God Island? The value of the ancient dragon's corpse is estimated to be at least a few billion aru. Babylon's fire hammer picks up his hammer for the first time in 6 months after seeing the ancient dragon's corpse. After that, there were several speculative articles written about Lucas' true identity. Rumors are certainly faster than feet. The entirety of Combat Island had already heard Lucas' name before he had even reached Lurua. The story has changed slightly. Instead of being slain by me, they claim that it was a collaboration between several major cities with me as the main contributor. Lucas had become a sorcerer who'd stood out in a major battle against an ancient dragon. The major city lords were probably not the ones who had spread the false rumors. Instead, it was probably the people who found the truth too hard to believe. That was why it wasn't too surprising that the rumors weren't completely accurate. There was a lot of interesting news in the newspaper, but Lucas hadn't bought it to see these things. He found what he was looking for on the very last page. Lurua Arena Match Schedule. The schedule was packed. Small letters filled the entire page with no gaps. There were at least 20 matches per day, and there were even days where 30 or more matches were scheduled. The notable matches were written in larger fonts and different colors. Lucas memorized dates and times for a few matches before putting the newspaper away. Then, he headed towards the arena. The Lurua Arena was truly an amazing place. It was completely different from the one in Harui, which had a bit of a rustic feel. In particular, the lobby area, which had receptionists in charge of various tasks like organizing the spectating areas, receiving applications, or posting projections, was so dazzling that it might even cause you to go blind if you were to come here in the middle of the night. Lucas headed to a free reception desk. Welcome. May I ask what brings you to the Lurua Arena? A young dragonman woman greeted him with a polite smile. Not beating around the bush, Lucas immediately got down to business. I would like to register as a fighter. I see. Do you have any experience working in other arenas? I don't. Which arena are you affiliated with? None. So you are inexperienced and independent. The receptionist continued with a slightly more strained smile. I'm sorry, but since Lurua is classified as a major city, you cannot register to be a fighter here without experience. Lucas' expression shifted slightly. This was not a problem he'd expected to experience. Why hadn't Bargain on Minha Rin told him about this? Just as he was wondering about this, the receptionist continued. Or if you've done anything worth mentioning. Anything worth mentioning, yes. Even if you're not a registered fighter, you can have unique achievements, or a reputation for doing something other than fighting in the arena. Lucas thought for a moment before speaking. I killed an ancient dragon. Huh? The receptionist blinked. What did you just say? I said I killed an ancient dragon. The receptionist froze, her pupils shaking slightly. May I ask your name? It's Lucas. Dr. Dragon Hunter Lucas. The receptionist's exclamation was much louder than expected, and because of the structure of the lobby, it easily resonated throughout the building. In an instant, it became so quiet that one would be able to hear a pin drop. Dragonmen on Combat Island didn't carry around anything like an identification card. This didn't mean that the concept of identification cards didn't exist. However, since the process of obtaining one was tedious and required money, most people chose to live without it. For most, it was not something they needed to have. Of course, there were still cases when it was necessary. The most typical case was when traveling between islands. At that time, strict screening was carried out on both sides, so those who didn't have any form of identification were not allowed to cross over to another island. In addition, identification cards were required for self-employed people, signing important contracts with each other, or having special jobs. Of course, these people were the minority, and most dragonmen went their entire lives without getting one. Perhaps the characteristics of the people living on Combat Island were part of the reason. The dragonmen living here were very against the act of lying, and they would never think about using someone else's name to impersonate them. Because of this, when Lucas revealed his name, no one doubted him. Instead, the fighters beside him all shot sideways glances at him and whispered to each other. Even without listening carefully, it was easy to get a rough idea of what they were saying. The dragon hunter, that man, he certainly didn't look like a dragonman. He looks weaker than I expected. Lucas spoke to the receptionist without paying any attention to their whispers. Is that enough for me to register as a fighter? Ah, yes, of course. The receptionist quickly erased her shocked expression and responded with a professional smile. This is the contract. Please read it carefully and write your name in the blank space at the end. Lucas collected the document and read it through. Deciding to only focus on the important things, he directly ignored the small clauses. The minimum contractual period for a fighter was 3 months. They had to fight at least 5 times a month no matter what, and they had to accept the fact that they could die in a match without complaint. After reading it, Lucas wrote his name in the space provided before handing it back to the receptionist. She received the document and coughed slightly before speaking in a serious voice. Mr. Lucas, you said that you don't belong to any arena, right? That's right. Then how about signing an official contract with the Lurua Arena? Are there any disadvantages for not signing the contract? The receptionist shook her head. There aren't. However, if you do sign the contract, there would be many advantages. Like, for one, you would be able to rent equipment exclusive to our arena at half the price. As your value as a fighter increases, the price will become cheaper and cheaper, and later, you may even be able to borrow the items for free. Naturally, since it was a major city, the weapons and equipment in the Lurua Arena were all high-quality items. In fact, many fighters came to the Lurua Arena specifically for the weapons here. Nevertheless, Lucas, who had no interest in the fighters' weapons or equipment, wasn't the least bit interested. Realizing this, the receptionist dropped for a moment before she began speaking in a slightly more frantic manner. And you would have access to the various amenities of the Lurua Arena at half price. Not just meals, but also blacksmiths, clothing stores, accommodations. You will also receive 3 times your salary as a down payment. Oh, of course, your salary will also increase based on your number of wins. Money. He had already received more than 100 million Arus, so that offer was not appealing either. Lucas decided to voice his thoughts. I will remain independent. Yes, the receptionist's face became a bit pale, but she did not pursue the issue any further. How do I register for a match? You just have to tell me. Then I would like to apply for one immediately. Yes. Do you have any specific date in mind? Lucas thought back to the match schedule that he'd seen before coming, the earliest date possible. Lucas' first match was scheduled 2 days later. The receptionist didn't really want to do that, but it was what Lucas wanted. If you postpone a match because of personal reasons, you will receive a fine. Please note that if you accumulate a certain number of absences in a short time, then you will no longer be allowed to fight in the Lurua Arena. Lucas nodded at the receptionist's reminder. Afterward, he didn't leave the arena right away. Instead, he headed inside. According to the newspaper, there was a big match scheduled for around that time, but Lucas' goal wasn't to appreciate the match. Of course, it is worth it to see the level of my competition in the Lurua Arena, but what he truly wanted to see was something else. Lucas found his seat and sat down. Naturally, the prices varied greatly depending on the location of the seats. The price of one on the sky stand that Bargain had mentioned was 3,000 Arus, while the stand that Lucas was currently sitting in only cost 30 Arus. The prices were 100 times apart. Nevertheless, this didn't mean that the A stand wasn't good. The seats in this stand were clean, and there was little trash strewn about. The only downside was that there wasn't a very clear view of the arena below. This didn't really matter for him, since he would be able to see everything perfectly just by focusing slightly. Murmur. Maybe it was because the seats in this stand were the cheapest, but his surroundings were filled. The spectators were all looking at the arena with eyes filled with anticipation. The fighters hadn't even appeared yet, but the heat in the arena was already beginning to rise. They didn't know that the match they were so enthusiastic about was being thoroughly manipulated. Thinking about it, Bargain's anger was understandable. Suddenly, big match, a loud voice erupted, spreading across the entire arena. It came from the sky. The eyes of everyone in the crowd turned to look in that direction, and some of them had even begun to cheer. There they saw someone standing on a platform floating above the arena, but before anyone could get a better glance at him, he did something completely unexpected. He leapt from the floating platform. Bang, and when he landed, the ground caved and cracked. The dust cloud that rose up was much thicker than Lucas expected. Are you guys ready for the fight? The voice was heard again. It was a simple murmur, but it strangely sounded like it was coming from right beside their ears. Wuoa kang kai. At the same time, the crowd began to go crazy. It felt like the temperature in the arena rose by a few degrees in an instant. As the crowd chanted his name like fanatics, Lucas found out who the owner of the voice was. Whoosh, a huge burst of air erupted, clearing away the dust cloud, and a huge dragonman could be seen in the center of the arena. It was really huge. This wasn't just a simple difference in appearance. For a moment, Lucas wondered if he was a different race. At first glance, he appeared more like a dragonling than a dragonman. Generally, male dragonmen tended to be about 2 meters tall, but this man appeared to be at least 5 meters tall. He was sitting cross-legged on a stone throne, which wasn't there when he jumped. The major city lord of Lurua Kanki. Lucca's eyes narrowed slightly. Ah, you guys are really hot today. Kanki smiled before taking a large wine bottle from his pocket. Then, without even bothering to open it properly, he tore the bottleneck off with his hand and poured the wine into his mouth. Gulp, gulp. Because of his large size, the bottle he took out was as tall as most adult men. Drinking this bottle was no different from a man drinking an entire barrel of wine. Crack. After he was done, Kanki threw the bottle on the ground before shattering it beneath his foot. Then he got up from his throne and roared, maintain his undefeated streak without any signs of stopping. Clank. An iron gate to the left of the arena slowly rose up. Then, a dragonman walked out from it. The current 4th place ranker in the Lurua arena. In order to compete in the championship, he cannot afford a single loss. Papapang, fireworks shot into the sky. At the same time, the crowd's voices became so loud it even shook the ground. Kanki also exclaimed in excitement. Keitai, wah, Keitai, the crowd screamed his name. The dragonman called Keitai swung his large axe a few times before releasing a savage roar. The audience became even more excited by this unrestrained display. The emergence of a super rookie, who said that green skins only have peaceful personalities. In the 15 matches he has fought so far, this fighter has never spared a single opponent, the one with the overwhelming performance, Tuarask. On the right side, a green-skinned dragonman walked out from behind the gate. He looked a bit nervous, but he was certainly a formidable fighter. Lucas turned away from the fighters and looked at Kanki, who was looking appreciatively at the 2 contestants once again. Indeed, Lucas admitted honestly, at his current level, he wasn't Kanki's match. Lucas left the arena without bothering to watch the match. That match would probably be won by the man named Keitai. Although the dragonman called Tuaresk was relatively strong, he hadn't fully matured yet. The place he headed to next was a blacksmith. Of course, there were dozens of blacksmiths in Lurua, but the one he went to was the place that Ashtar had left the ancient dragon's skull earlier that day. Clang, clang. The clanging sound unique to smithies resonated through the entire area. The blacksmiths were all busy with their work. These blacksmiths had appearances closer to humans than to dragonmen, and many of them were old. Lucas approached one of them. This blacksmith was sitting on a chair and wiping sweat from his forehead as though he'd just finished his work. Customer, he asked in a blunt tone. Lucas nodded and said, yeah, I would like to commission an item. Wait a minute. The dragonman looked at Lucas with slightly hazy eyes for a moment. Aren't you the dragon hunter who left the ancient dragon's skull here earlier today? That's right. The blacksmith's face immediately brightened. Ho, I see. Are you thinking of entrusting us with the skull now? His voice was even more excited than his expression. Now that he thought about it, Lucas realized that these blacksmiths had probably been eager to process the skull from the moment he asked them to store it for him. Of course, since he hadn't decided on what he would do with the ancient dragon's skull yet, he refused. No, the scene was a replay of what happened earlier. The dragonman's excited expression rapidly devolved to one of disappointment. Then what kind of commission would you like to order? We have most of the materials that you might need here in our forge, but the quality isn't very good compared to that. And on that subject, the cost would be a bit high too. Didn't I entrust another set of materials with you as well? The dragonman tilted his head in confusion for a while before nodding with an, the impact of the ancient dragon's skull had been so big that he had completely forgotten it. You mean the corpse of the ancient dragon's offspring? Yes, well, it is a mutant, and the strength of its bones and scales are pretty good, so it wouldn't be a problem to use it as materials. The blacksmith nodded. In particular, the long, flexible tail could be used to make a unique piece of equipment, whether it was a weapon or armor. Fine, I'll get started on it right away. Please do. How much will it cost? It'll probably cost around 3,000 Irus. You can pay when I'm done. Understood. How long will it take? Well, I'll have to figure out where to start, but I think it'll take at least a week. At least a week? Lucas rolled this thought around in his head for a while before nodding. It was a bit longer than he would have hoped, but it couldn't be helped. All right, then you can come back to me in a week. After saying that, the blacksmith turned around without hesitation. It seemed that he was preparing to work again, so Lucas decided to leave the smithy. Clang, that was until a clear sound rang out. It was definitely the sound of metal striking against metal. In this environment where the sounds of hammers striking metal came from every direction, it was only this sound that caught Luca's attention. He turned towards the direction the sound was coming from. Clang. The person behind this sound was so eye-catching that Lucas couldn't help but wonder how he hadn't noticed them before. But after thinking about it for a moment, he realized the reason. It was because compared to the large dragon men, her physique was rather small. Right, it was a female dragonman. Even though she wore baggy clothes, was covered in soot, and her face was scrunched in concentration, she could still be considered beautiful. Clang, the sound of the hammering was extremely clear. Lucas grabbed the blacksmith who had turned his back to him and pointed to her. Who is that woman? Is she also a blacksmith? Her don't mind her. The blacksmith replied with a strange expression on his face. Lucas had a feeling that he shouldn't ask any more questions. He turned to look at the woman again. By then, the blue-haired woman had put down her hammer with a slight frown on her face. Was she done with her work? That was probably the case. Her gaze turned to the table beside the anvil she had been working with. Then her eyebrows twitched slightly and her lips parted. Rytal, you son of a bitch. Although it wasn't very loud, her voice strangely resonated through the entire smithy. It reminded Lucas of Kanki's voice back in the arena. The blacksmith in front of Lucas flinched when he heard her shout. It seemed that he was the very same Rytal. With his back hunched, he carefully approached the woman. What do you need? Why was he being so polite? Contrary to Lucas' curiosity, Nektu frowned with an unforgiving expression. What do I need? You little pig-nosed bastard, what did I tell you yesterday? If it's the Hieromental that you mentioned, I put 10 kg below your anvil. Besides that, the towels and water in case I get thirsty while working. I told you to leave them beside me, didn't I? You little bastard. The woman seemed to be less than half Rytal's size. In truth, it wasn't that bad, but when compared to the dragonmen who were usually 2 million tall and extremely muscular, she appeared thin and fragile. Nevertheless, Rytal simply lowered his head, seemingly unable to respond to the woman's cursing. Lucas continued looking at the woman. Maybe. She was a really good blacksmith. He didn't know much about blacksmithing, but he did know a lot about sound, and the sounds she made with her hammer were not normal. But that wasn't the only thing that caught Lucas' attention. Blacksmith of Lava Nektu. Unlike Bargain and Ashtar, she didn't have any loyalty stat. Perhaps it was because she and Lucas were complete strangers. Nevertheless, besides a name and a title, there was one other thing that Lucas could see. Letter 1d4 8 letter 1d4 8 FNR letter 1d4 1 letter 1d6 2 letter 1d4 1d. Difficulty B. It was the B difficulty that he was seeing for the first time. At that moment their eyes met. Nektu opened her mouth. What's with this wimp? It seemed that this was the impression that all dragonmen had upon seeing Lucas for the first time. Rytal hurriedly whispered, That's him. Am I supposed to know this person? I hope he's not some trash sent by Kanki Aga. He's the one who entrusted us with the ancient dragon's skull. Nektu's expression dropped immediately, then she hurriedly changed her words. Now that I take a closer look. She looked at Lucas with an expression that seemed to say she was doing her very best to think of something nice to say. He is a really muscular and handsome guy. Ha ha ha, I must be tired from working all night, which is why I couldn't recognize such a handsome man. Lucas was at a loss for words. Lucas pondered for a moment. Originally, he had just wanted the blacksmiths here to make some equipment for him. That's why he'd said it so bluntly without adding any specifics to his order. He didn't think the blacksmiths here would be able to create the weapons he wanted even if he wanted them to. This wasn't because he was looking down on their skills. Instead, it was because the things he wanted were concepts that the blacksmiths would be unfamiliar with. Even if they had exceptional skills, it would be incredibly difficult for them to make custom equipment that they had never encountered before. In addition, the more skilled a blacksmith was, the more proud, and the more likely that they wouldn't have any curiosity towards new concepts. But Nektu gave him a different feeling compared to the other blacksmiths. He didn't just mean her skills. If it was her, then maybe. With this thought, Lucas opened his mouth. Are you the best blacksmith in this smithy? That's right. Nektu responded casually with a nod. Rytal, who was still beside her, didn't refute it. In fact, his expression didn't even change. This meant that at the very least, the best blacksmiths in the smithy recognized her as their better. Rytal's reaction, or lack thereof, was the best proof of this. There is equipment that I would like to have made. With the ancient dragon's skull, it's not that, but... Then that's fine. Nektu had a hopeful expression at first, but waved her hand carelessly before Lucas could even finish speaking. Nevertheless, Lucas calmly finished what he had to say. It's a weapon that no other blacksmith can make. Really? What is it? Her expression became one of curiosity and anticipation. A staff. A staff, a suspicious yet disappointed glint, appeared in Nektu's eyes. You don't seem to have any problems with your legs, or are you talking about something like a wooden club that you can use as a weapon? It's a similar concept. After saying that, Lucas pointed to a piece of paper on the table. May I use that? Sure, go ahead. Then he picked up the pen beside it and started sketching. At first, Nektu was only watching on indifferently, but the more the image gradually took shape, the more the look in her eyes changed. After seeing the finished product, she couldn't help but ask, "This is a quarterstaff. It's the weapon I would like you to make." She tilted her head to the side for a moment before finally opening her mouth. "By any chance, have you ever worked in a smithy before?" "No." "Ah, right. By the way, why do you always speak informally?" Lucas asked, not because he was offended by the way she spoke, but because he was genuinely curious about the answer. Even Raital, who seemed to be extremely proud, was still polite to customers, but Nektu didn't seem to care at all. "It's because I'm old enough to." "How old are you?" "I stopped counting after reaching 500. While Lucas became speechless for a while, Raital, who had been standing quietly at the side, opened his mouth. "You're an outsider, so I guess it isn't that surprising that you don't know. Blue skins are renowned among dragon men for their longevity. Well, her case is a bit unique even for them, but—" Of course, that wasn't the reason why Lucas was speechless. Nektu hadn't raised her head to look at him at all. Instead, her eyes remained glued to the sketch Lucas had drawn. Then she pointed towards the top of the staff. "There is a groove here. Do you intend to put something in it?" "Yes." Lucas nodded before taking the heart of the young dragonling from his pocket. Of course, it didn't actually have the shape of a heart. To put it into other terms, it was like a jewel that didn't shine. This was because most of its vitality had been exhausted. In all honesty, in its current state, it was already impossible to use it to make some kind of elixir. Or at least, that was the judgment Lucas reached. Nevertheless, this heart was once a storage box that contained an enormous amount of energy. It could still play a similar role. In other words, it was the perfect mana storage device. What main material do you think the body should be made of? I think it would be best to use the tail of the ancient dragons young as the main material. It would be very difficult. It was Rydal who said this. He was also looking at the sketch with a baffled expression. Naturally, Lucas was aware of this as well. It was common for staves to be made of wood. Metal could also be used at times. However, it was extremely unconventional for the tail of a living organism to be used as the main ingredient. As Rydal had said, it would be an incredibly difficult task. That was why he hadn't intended to mention it at first. If he hadn't met Nektu, Lucas would not have brought it up at all. His eyes remained on the blue-haired woman. Her forehead was wrinkled, and it seemed that she was deeply contemplating something. "Give me that." She took the pen out of Lucas' hand as if she was stealing it. Then she began to draw over his sketch. Raital turned to Lucas with a sigh. "You can go now." It seems that she has already started working on it. How long do you think it'll take? If it's short, then within the week. If it's long, it could be 2 or even 3 months. Raital couldn't help but shake his head when he saw Lucas' expression. It's your fault for getting her so interested. Whether that was a mistake or a good deed will only be known once the finished product makes its appearance. Now is your last chance to stop it. It seems that she hasn't become completely immersed in her own world yet, so you might be able to bring her back to her senses. Lucas turned to look at Nektu for a moment. Unlike her low mutterings, her eyes were shining brightly as though they were filled with starlight. He knew people like this. People who were deeply immersed in their own worlds, and who didn't really care about anything unless it was something that interested them, like Nektu, were usually those who became extremely successful in their chosen fields and were often called geniuses. "It's fine. I'll be waiting for the results." This time, Raital was the one to look surprised. Nektu's skills could only be described as amazing, but even among the blacksmiths who were known for their quirks, she was fickle and had a bad temper, so she rarely had customers. She was a woman who had kicked away a customer after a month of hard work and acquiring materials while saying that she'd lost interest. No matter how amazing her skills were, it wasn't very surprising that she wasn't very popular. Nevertheless, it was clear that Lucas had become interested in Nektu. "It seems that you're a weirdo too. I will find out how long it'll take. Come back in a week. What is it? Where can I find a refiner with excellent skills?" A refiner? Rydal tilted his head to the side. "You're looking for a strange person. Why do you want to find a refiner?" "I was wondering how to make use of the ancient dragon's heart." "Aha," Raital chuckled. "I knew you brought that frozen heart to be stored for a reason. So it's because you believe those bullshit rumors too." Bullshit rumors? The rumors that say that highly skilled refiners can transform the hearts of ancient dragons into elixirs. Is that not true? It's something I read about in a book. If everything in books were true, wouldn't this world be a fairy tale? This caused Lucas to fall silent for a while. Rydal continued. "Those rumors are just myths. The ancient dragon's heart is useless. It's not a myth. The one who spoke was Nektu, who seemed to have temporarily awoken from her concentrated state. Her eyes were still locked onto the sketch, but she had an annoyed expression on her face. It's not bullshit. There are refiners who can do that. Do you know any refiners? Yes, but I don't know where they are now. Then before Lucas could ask any more questions, she continued, that's all I know. I'm only telling you that because you showed me something interesting, so I decided to tell you something interesting. Lucas wanted to get more clues, but it seemed that Nektu wouldn't answer any more of his questions. This time her attention was completely focused on the sketch to the point that she had even begun to lean over the table. From her back, he could see her clear desire to not continue the conversation. Therefore, Lucas had no choice but to leave the smithy. At least I can obtain a weapon. The staff, which didn't exist in the heavenly realm, would be a valuable tool that would drastically improve his fighting strength. So for now, he should be satisfied with this result. Shortly after returning to the inn, Lucas called Bargain to his room. Their rooms were right beside each other. In fact, considering the size of the rooms, it wasn't necessary for them to get two, but the stubborn wandering fighter didn't dare to sleep in the same room as his lord. He even forced Lucas to let him pay for his own stay. You called for me. Right, have a seat. Yes. Lucas had an unusually serious expression at that moment. It wasn't just that, it seemed that he was unconsciously releasing his aura. Bargain had encountered many strong people in his life, but whenever he faced Lucas, he couldn't help but feel that his strength was fundamentally different from theirs. With a slightly nervous expression, he went down to one knee and lowered his head. Bargain, yes, I do not gather people casually. Bargain's expression darkened. He hesitated for a while before lowering his head even further, unwilling to open his mouth. If there is anything I lack, I will do my best to fix it. That's not it. I'm sorry. My knowledge is limited, so I don't dare to assume my lord's intentions. I accepted your allegiance because I needed your knowledge. As you know, I am an outsider who knew nothing about the heavenly realm or its culture. Although it might not have seemed that way, Lucas had asked Bargain many questions during their time together. And now, I have enough of an understanding about the culture of the heavenly realm. Even if I have more questions in the future, I have at least adapted enough to be able to find the answers on my own. Are you saying you don't need me anymore? Right. Bargain's heart grew heavy in his chest, but he couldn't refute it. As far as he knew, there were only two people that Lucas was really close to. Rin Summers, the champion of the Harui Arena, and Li Hao, the whirlwind of the Babylon Arena. Compared to Bargain, there was a large gap between them both in terms of strength and standing. It was only natural for Lucas to find him useless. I will become the champion of Lurua. Yes, although he nodded, Bargain was still skeptical about that remark. If Lucas had aimed to become the champion in any other major city, his attitude would certainly have been different. However, this was Lurua. In this city, there were limits to how far one could reach just by fighting. However, that alone isn't enough. What do you mean by not enough? The match fixing. Bargain's body shook. I went around the entire city today, and I could tell with a single glance. Everyone in this city loves fights and loves the arena. You must have two, Bargain. That's why when you found out about the darkness in Lurua, you were unable to accept it and ran away. When he heard those words, Bargain almost burst into tears. Ran away? He did. That's what he'd done when he found out about Lurua. Belatedly, he lowered his head again in order to hide his surging emotions. Under his bowed head, his eyes, which were always steady, rolled around excitedly. You have to do what you should do. What should I do? You once ran away from Lurua. You refused to accept your responsibility and threw it away instead. No matter how much time passes, that fact will never disappear. Therefore, you must find that which you once threw away and pick it up again, in some form or other. That was he telling him to face the darkness in Lurua head-on. If so, then that was no different from telling Bargain to rush to his death. Bargain looked at Lucas with a stiff expression on his face, but Lucas looked back at him with a freezing cold gaze. Then what do you intend to do, my lord? I will also do what I should do, Bargain. Lucas spoke in a calm voice. Don't look for me any longer. Forget about me and think only about what you have to do. There was a lot to think about and a lot to do. Therefore, 2 days flew by in a flash, and now Lucas was standing at one end of the Lurua arena. Wooah, Dragon Hunter, Dragon Hunter. The crowd roared Lucas' title with overwhelming enthusiasm. It was inevitable. For the 2 days after his match was decided, numerous newspapers and articles talked about the upcoming match. This fuss naturally became a form of advertisement, and before long there were few dragonmen in Lurua who didn't know about Lucas. As a result, today's match became so big that it could no longer be seen as the debut of a new fighter. The opponent was also formidable. Lucas looked at the dragonman standing in front of him, Jaham. From what he heard, it was quite unusual for a rookie fighter to compete with a veteran fighter as well known as him in his first appearance. Jaham was a fighter ranked 78th in the Lurua arena, and his recent record was 8 wins and 2 losses. He was someone who was considered to be rising to the top with unstoppable momentum. Good enough. His goal wasn't just to take part in the championship, but also to deal with the match fixing in Lurua, and this opponent was a suitable first step to allow him to break into the darkness of the arena. Crunch. He could feel the roughness of the sand beneath his feet. A hot wind suddenly blew over. Lucas looked at Jaham with a solemn gaze. Begin. The match began following the referee's cry. And so, Dragon Hunter Lucas, the huge rookie fighter that many people had great expectations for, stepped into the Lurua arena for his first match. And suffered a devastating defeat. The Dragon Hunter's shocking record, 12 consecutive losses. Is his hunt of the ancient dragon nothing more than an exaggerated rumor? Hurup Subjugation Squad leader, Butcher Ashstar, says the hunt of the ancient dragon is not a lie, and that Lucas is the strongest sorcerer she has ever seen. Bargain read the article again with a strange expression on his face. He'd already read it 5 times before, and the words in the article hadn't changed, but he still couldn't believe it. Eventually, he put down the newspaper with a sigh. Ah, he has a match today. I'm talking about Lucas. Ah, the Dragon Hunter. The square was the center of the city, and it was also the place where one could easily hear discussions about the hottest news in the city. And at that moment, the topic the people were talking about was none other than Dragon Hunter Lucas. The Dragon Hunter is a fraud. You've never seen one of his matches, have you? That's why I intended to take a look today. Don't bother. I've seen 3 of his fights, and I don't want to see him fight ever again. When the man said those words through gritted teeth, the woman in front of him tilted her head to the side. Is it that bad? That guy lost 12 matches straight in only 2 weeks. Usually, if a fighter loses 5 times in a row, they would begin to consider retirement, but that bastard continues to fight as though he has no shame. Losing 12 times in a row, wow. That must be a record. That's right. SHT, I'm an idiot for going to watch him 3 times. The dragonman crushed the newspaper in his hand as he clicked his tongue. From start to finish, he had continued grinding his teeth so much that it wouldn't be surprising if powder came out of his mouth. Pretending not to see that, Bargain let out a soft sigh. This dragonman wasn't the only one who had such thoughts. Combat Island. True to its name, the biggest entertainment for those living here was to watch fights in the arena. No, for them, the fights in the arena were more than just simple entertainment. Instead, it was an inseparable part of their culture and life, and Lurua was a city that had one of the largest arenas on Combat Island. The citizens of this city always eagerly anticipated the appearance of new fighters, dark horses, and underdogs. Naturally, because of Luca's unique identity as a dragon hunter, the interest in him was unprecedented. In fact, on the day of his first match, all the tickets in the arena had been sold out. If Lucas had won that fight, no, if he had even been able to display a performance equal to his opponent, they would have only let out shouts of disappointment at most. Cuck. Bargain clenched his fists. He knew. He's seen it with his own eyes and felt it with his own body, just how strong Lucas actually was. Of course, he understood that fighting against an ancient dragon in the wild and a fighter in the arena was different. It was also common for sorcerers to be at a disadvantage in head-on combat. Nevertheless, the strength of Lucas, who had been able to deal with an ancient dragon single-handedly, was not that simple, right? If Lucas had lost to the champion of Lurua or even one of the top 5 fighters in the rankings, he wouldn't find it too strange. In the end, Bargain only had one question. Why is he losing on purpose? He wanted to ask him directly, but at that moment he couldn't. You have to do what you should do. Don't look for me any longer. The words Lucas had left behind had become shackles that wrapped around his chest. Do what I should do. What the hell did that mean? Did that mean that he had to pick up and face the responsibilities that had been given to him, the ones that he'd thrown away when he ran? He didn't know, and it was giving him a headache. He was a fighter, rolling around questions in his head until he found the answer had never been a trait he possessed. So instead, he decided to make internal guesses about what Lucas was planning. Does he intend to continue losing for a while before turning it around and getting a winning streak in order to turn the crowd's curses and criticism into cheers and admiration? It was something that would surely make him into a star. However, that couldn't be it. If Lucas planned to do something like that, then he would never succeed. The audience wasn't made up of fools. Many of them were people who had fought in or watched countless arena battles during their lives. Their eyesight was so developed that they could almost be compared to experts. He didn't think that a childish plan like hiding his power before suddenly revealing it would be able to fool them. Instead, it would probably spark outrage because he would be insulting the spectators and fighters. It can't be that. Bargain clenched his fist. Whatever it was that Lucas was planning, he couldn't just stand around and do nothing. So what should he do? His shaky gaze slowly turned to the arena. In the end, he was a fighter, and from the past to now, there was only one way for fighters to prove themselves. 12 straight losses, yes. Kanki remained silent, his chin resting against his knuckles. The person who was currently bowing in front of Kanki waiting for him to speak was someone that anyone in Lurua would be able to recognize with a single glance. It was the 3rd-place fighter in the arena rankings, Pajadu. Of course, it wasn't strange for fighters from the arena to be polite to the city lords. The problem was that Pajadu's current posture was something that went far past simple courtesy. He was currently on his hands and knees on the floor with his head almost touching the ground. This type of posture was something that not even slave fighters would take when expressing their complete surrender. Just because they were called slave fighters didn't mean they were actually slaves. At the very least in Dragonman society, you still had to at least show a certain level of respect to the slaves that followed you. Their pride was the bottom line for all Dragonmen, and their loyalty stemmed from this pride. Therefore, regardless of how the slave owner might feel, they would never touch the pride of their slave. Otherwise, if they were to provoke them carelessly, the slave might stop caring about their own life and death or even kill themselves directly. In other words, one thing was clear. The fact that Pajudu was able to take such a position in front of Kenki meant that he didn't have the slightest shred of pride. Hunting the ancient dragon, didn't he do that on his own? Kenki frowned. It was said that the ancient dragon had been as large as a small mountain. For such a large ancient dragon, he didn't even dare to guess how valuable its corpse would be. Kenki had received the news too late, so he hadn't been able to take part in the race for body parts with the other major city lords. But he became even more upset when he learned that the ancient dragon's corpse had been shared among the major city lords for free. The fact that he couldn't take part in such an opportunity was more painful than anything he'd encountered for a long time. However, the dragon hunter, the main character in the subjugation of the ancient dragon, had actually come to Lurua. Since he'd received this news, Kenki had been paying close attention to Lucas. Lucas had entered the arena. This was something he expected. After all, there were only so many reasons why such a talented person would come to a major city like Lurua. Because of this, he had some expectations. Of course, he didn't have any expectations of Lucas' strength. Instead, what he focused on was how much the title of Dragon Hunter would increase the profits from the arena. With that in mind, he decided to choose a fairly good fighter as his opponent. To put it simply, he was laying the groundwork. If Lucas won, the attention he gained would multiply in an instant. Nevertheless, complete defeat. He never would have expected it. The man who had defeated an ancient dragon was suppressed by a fighter on the level of Jaham. Was he hiding his power? Kenki thought that was likely to be the case. Although he had lost, Lucas hadn't received a single injury. Anyone with eyes could see that he hadn't been trying at all. Similarly, he wasn't hurt in the next battle either. If he had been hurt in the first place, then there was no way he could do something crazy like fighting 14 matches in 2 weeks. Disgusting tricks. Kenki's lips twisted into a cold expression. He felt dirty, like his authority was being violated. He was the only one who could decide who won or lost in the arena. This was something that only he, Kenki, Major City Lord of Lurua, could do. And now an outsider who he didn't know had come to trample all over him with his dirty feet. It would be strange if he wasn't upset. He is Bargain's master. Yes, Bargain. He remembered him. Letter 1D456, letter 1D427, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D4C7, letter 1D65A, letter 1D656D. Bargain appeared in Kenki's thoughts. He was one of the fighters who had persistently stood in his way when he was trying to expand his business. That had been decades ago, but there was a reason why he could still remember him even now. This was because he felt that Bargain's skill and talent would be fairly eye-catching. Therefore, he tried to win him over, but in the end, he failed. Bargain was unable to look at the bigger picture. It was said that fighters were usually ignorant, but Bargain was an extreme case. In any case, the fact that Lucas was Bargain's master meant that there was a very high chance that he knew about the match fixing in the Lurua arena. Even though he came to this realization, Kenki's expression didn't change in the slightest. This is pretty interesting. Even if Lucas had made a great contribution during the subjugation of the ancient dragon, he was just a sorcerer anyway. In front of fighters who could be said to be experts at fighting other people, sorcerers were at a major disadvantage. In addition, this was Lurua. This was the territory that he'd shed blood and sweat for decades in order to develop to its current state. Even if the opponent was another major city lord, they would not act carelessly in his territory. It's said that he left the skull of the ancient dragon at a smithy. He wondered if he should continue to spend money to advertise him, or if he should do something else instead. After thinking for a while, Kenki looked at Pajudu. Call Hubai. The target is hiding his real strength, so be careful. The assassin Hubai thought about the advice Kenki had given him before he left, but he didn't really take it to heart. It wasn't that Kenki's advice had entered one ear and left through the other. It was just that he felt that even if his enemy was strong, it would not impact the completion of his mission. SSS. The window opened with a soft sound. Nevertheless, Hubai didn't immediately enter the room. Instead, he remained in his position and waited for a while. No movements could be felt from the room. This proved that the inhabitant hadn't noticed his intrusion. Even after coming to this conclusion, he still waited a while longer before finally entering the room. His movements were as silent as a shadow. The target, Lucas, was laying on the bed sound asleep. The dim moonlight from the window dimly revealed an outline of his face. Indeed, this wasn't the face of a dragonman, but an outsider from some distant place. Hubai slowly drew his dagger. The dagger seemed to gleam slightly in anticipation of what was to come. Quietly, he took slow, measured steps until he reached Luca's side. Then he covered his mouth with his left hand. It was only at that moment that Lucas opened his eyes. Confusion, urgency, and fear were easily discernible in the man's wide eyes, but Hubai didn't pay any attention to it as he carried out an action that he'd done many times before. Without the slightest hesitation, his dagger skillfully slid between the ribs and penetrated his target's heart in one clean motion. Groan. The convulsions of the man beneath him were enough to cause the bed to creak slightly. This was the final struggle that could only have been seen at the moment before death. It was a bit noisy, but this was an inn that also took the role of a bar. Even now, the shouts of dragon men could be heard from the floor beneath them, as well as the clinking of their glasses being hit against each other. No one would be able to realize what this creaking was. Pushing his dagger deeper, Hubai counted in his head. 1, 2, 3. It was over. After confirming that Luca's eyes had rolled back, he finally took his hand away from his mouth. Thick saliva coated his hand, but he roughly wiped it away on his clothes as he looked down at Luca's body. If he were to leave like this, it would certainly cause a commotion when the body was found. This was something his master didn't want. Fortunately, he knew of a few ways to quietly dispose of a body. Of course, the sudden disappearance of a person would surely attract some attention. But Lucas was an outsider who currently had the lowest reputation in the entirety of Lurua. It was safe to say that there wasn't a single dragonman who looked at him favorably after his streak of consecutive losses. Even if someone were to notice and point out his disappearance, others would simply curse at him. They wouldn't try to look for him. They would loudly declare that he had quietly run away at night out of shame. With that thought, Hubai wrapped Luca's body in his blanket before sliding out of the room again with his cargo in tow. Creak. Unlike when he entered, there was a subtle noise from the window as he left, but that was all. After his figure completely disappeared into the dark night, silence fell in the room once again. You already completed your mission, yes. Kanki looked down at Hubai. The assassin in front of him was the sharpest and truest of all the daggers he had created. Up to that point, the number of people that Hubai had killed for him probably exceeded 20,000, and despite the number being so large, this man had always completed his missions with perfection. Naturally, several of the missions he had been tasked with could be considered difficult, and in Kanki's opinion, this mission should have been similar. He looked at Hubai again. There wasn't a single wound on his body, except for the fact that his clothes were a bit wrinkled. There was basically no difference from when he'd left. Were there any problems? No. He answered shortly then, thinking that an explanation might be necessary. He continued. The target only became aware of my existence after it was too late. He might be a powerful sorcerer, but he is ignorant of the silent dangers of the night. This meant that Lucas had died without even realizing that Hubai had broken into his room. If that was the case, then it could even be said that Lucas was the easiest task Hubai had ever had to complete. The corpse, it has been dealt with. Where is your proof? Yes. Hubai stepped forward and took something from his bag. It was a severed finger, perhaps an index finger. Kanki glanced down at the finger. It was definitely not a dragonman's finger. It also matched the skin color of the target. He touched it, he smelled it, then at the end, he put it in his mouth and chewed it. This was the surest way. The tongue was the most sensitive part of the body. With it, one could easily find a single grain of sand on a piece of meat. The strange thing is, there wasn't anything strange. Frowning, Kanki spat the finger onto his palm. It looked like a chicken bone that had its flesh removed. Seeing this series of actions, Hubai couldn't help but ask in a cautious tone, is something wrong? It ended too easily. Even if it might just be a small doubt, Kanki wouldn't let it go. Even if it was only a feeling that stemmed from his instinct without the slightest bit of proof. No, he believed it even more because it came from his instincts. This kind of warning had saved him many times when he faced dangerous situations. It shouldn't have been completed so easily. After having this thought, Kanki gave Hubai new orders. Think that the thing you killed was just a doppelganger and search the entire inn. Investigate every trace of the dragon hunter, and if you find something strange, no matter how trivial it might seem, make sure to report it right away. As you command. Hubai bowed his head without any complaints. Even if he had absolute confidence in himself and his skills, orders were orders. After taking a step back, he bowed politely once again before his body gradually merged with the darkness of the room and he disappeared completely. Alone now, Kanki slowly lowered his head. He was looking at the bottle of wine he had been drinking just before. I hope it's just a delusion. He muttered those words with sincerity. I letter 1D45B, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D667, letter 1D626, letter 1D68AD. Calm. Kanki was never the type to leave a bottle of wine unfinished, but he was no longer in the mood to drink. After thinking for a while, he decided to call someone. Bargain sat in the stands of the arena and looked down at the field. It was really large. It hadn't been this big when he left. By the looks of it, the arena was at least 10 times larger than when he last saw it. It had probably taken hundreds of architects from Peace Island to build it. Now, the arena had become a symbol that represented Lurua and had become its pride at the same time. 30 years, Bargain suddenly realized that it had been 30 years since he'd left the city. It had clearly been a long time, but even when he thought back to that time, no memory really stood out. All he had were desolate feelings and a body that was steadily growing older. Such was the life of a wanderer. That's why the week or so that he'd spent with Lucas had become a powerful memory for him. Damn it, he still hasn't shown up yet. He really just does whatever he wants. Can we get ticket refunds? There were spectators sitting here and there in the mostly empty stands, and the one sitting behind Bargain constantly muttered in a dissatisfied tone. He understood them. It was already past the time for the fight to start, but only one fighter stood in the arena. Even the fighter's expression showed displeasure and irritation. Anyone in his position would probably have had the same expression if their opponent still hadn't appeared 10 minutes after their fight was supposed to start. Bargain's expression was also not good, but for a different reason. His face didn't show any irritation or impatience with the current time-wasting situation. To put it simply, he didn't look upset, he looked extremely serious. Damn it, if it wasn't for the fact that Pajadu is fighting in the next match, I wouldn't have come to see this one. What are you talking about? Kington's matches are all worth watching. That's only when the opponent is also competent. If the opponent is a loser who lost 12 consecutive matches, then he won't even break a sweat. Most of the spectators usually didn't care which side won as long as they could watch them fight, unless they were a big fan of that fighter. What the spectators were enthusiastic about was a thrilling battle that made their hands sweat. A battle where, after hundreds of clashes, the winner was decided by a paper-thin advantage. Those were the famous matches. And Dragon Hunter Lucas, who was currently the most criticized fighter in the entirety of Lurua, had never shown such a match. Bargain bit his lip as a feeling of anxiety welled up within him. The reason he was sitting in the stands was, of course, to watch Lucas' match. He'd told him to not come to him, but he hadn't said he couldn't watch him fight. But even though he'd used such a cowardly excuse to buy a ticket, Lucas hadn't appeared even after 10 minutes had passed. This had never happened in any of his 12 fights. Did something happen, just as he had this thought? One of the officials entered the arena and walked to the referee before whispering something in his ears. The referee's expression hardened, and he let out a soft sigh, though he tried his best to hide his reaction. Then he raised his hand and shouted, "Kington wins by default due to the absence of Dragon Hunter Lucas." Winning by default was one of the most humiliating ways for a fighter to win a match. In a way, it was much worse than directly losing. Because of this, Kington's expression twisted fiercely, and he simply turned around and left the arena without saying a word. Boo! The crowd booed, but they weren't booing Kington. Instead, they were booing Lucas, who had failed to appear. Is it because he didn't want to take part and directly lose in 13 consecutive matches? He really is creating history in the arena in a different way. Maybe something happened, ha. If something did happen, it was probably that he couldn't walk to the arena because his legs were shaking too much. He's just a disgusting, cowardly bastard. Tway. One of the audience members spat on the ground. That remark caused Bargain to turn around. When his eyes met with that audience member, they flinched back. This was because the fierce look in his eyes was truly frightening. Do you have something to say? No, Bargain realized that he was just childishly venting his anger, so he turned away and got to his feet. What the hell was that? Is he crazy? Bargain heard the voices coming from behind him, but he just ignored them and continued walking to the lobby. Then he headed towards a free receptionist. Looking at her, Bargain spoke in a blunt tone. "Please set the match as soon as possible." Huh, the receptionist blinked. "Yesterday, I registered as a fighter for this arena. I didn't pick a time for a match then, but I've changed my mind." "Ah, I see." It was only then that the receptionist smiled and nodded. Then after Bargain told her his personal information, she checked the schedule and nodded after a while. "A match can be scheduled for tomorrow morning. Would you like to do it then? Can it be sooner? It's not possible to reserve a match for the same day." The receptionist spoke in an embarrassed tone, but Bargain continued without hesitation. Didn't Kington's match end up as invalid? Looking at the schedule, it doesn't seem like he has another match for a while. If it's Sir Kington, yes. He doesn't have any matches scheduled for next week. He's probably pretty heated right now. There is still a while till the next match. What do you think? Bargain pointed to himself. "I'll fight him on behalf of the Dragon Hunter." Letter 1D4B, Letter 1D5FB, Letter 1D4C3, Letter 1D42B, E alpha, Letter 1D68D. In the end, Bargain's coercion worked. A middle manager who seemed to have some authority had taken the place of the disgruntled receptionist. His attitude was pretty lukewarm at first, but it quickly changed after he learned of Bargain's identity. "Headsmasher Bargain, you were originally from Lurua." That's right, this was why dragonmen risked their lives for fame. Even if it was in a major city like Lurua, one was still able to receive a certain degree of recognition with a reputation like Bargain's. If one managed to become the champion of a city, they would be well received no matter what city they went to. Of course, fighters who didn't fight didn't receive the same treatment. Most dragon men didn't have identification cards. This didn't just apply to wanderers like Bargain. So if people were killed or eaten by dragonlings while traveling between cities, no one would remember them. And that was something that the dragon men living on Combat Island feared the most, to be completely forgotten after their death, for no one to remember they'd existed in the first place, because they didn't want that, the fighters fought. They all wanted to become legends that would be remembered for decades and centuries, not forgotten after a year or two. In other words, even after death, they wanted to be talked about by many dragon men. That was the ultimate goal of the fighters who risked their lives in every battle. This is interesting. The return of Bargain, a former Lurua fighter. The manager said this with a bright smile. I'll give you 30 minutes to prepare. No need. If he's ready to fight, we can start immediately. Hoo, you really are a role model for other fighters. He smiled in satisfaction and beckoned to his subordinate. Bargain stood in the arena for the first time in decades. There weren't many spectators in the arena. Since the match had just ended anticlimactically, most of them had left or gone to watch another match. I think you've long passed the age to be running around in the arena. There was a sneer on Kington's lips as he said this. He looked like he was in a much better mood. Perhaps he was happy that he now had someone to vent his anger on. I've heard the rumors about you. 30 years ago, you were pretty famous in the arena. But this place is completely different from back then, so you better be careful. Well, you don't have to worry too much. Since you're my senior, I won't. You talk a lot. Is that tongue of yours your weapon? Kington's expression immediately became hard. Of course not, creak. He squeezed the handle of his mace. His mace, which was covered in ferocious spices, seemed like it would shred Bargain's skinny body to bits in an instant. He spun his mace in his hand. Bargain looked at him for a moment before he slowly raised his club. Nektu put down her hammer as she wiped sweat from her forehead. After finally finishing her work for the day, she looked around for a while. There were no signs of activity in the smithy. This was natural since everyone had already gone home. With a loud yawn, she got up from her seat. She grabbed her coat in preparation to head home before something in the corner caught her eye. It was a cane. No, did he call it a staff? It had been 4 days since she completed it, but the person who had requested its production hadn't shown his face. She didn't mind that, though. In fact, she actually hoped that he wouldn't turn up. That way, she could take the skull of the ancient dragon for herself. That thought caused a laugh to burst from her mouth. Suddenly, she heard a voice from behind her. What the hell? Nektu turned around. There, a man whose entire body was covered by a black robe stood. His body was so covered that she couldn't see anything but his eyes. She was shocked for a while, but it didn't take her very long to recognize the voice and scratch her head. Look who it is. I've heard a lot of rumors about you. Worst fighter in Lurua's arena, coward, fraud, embarrassment. What was the other one? Runaway. Right, that. Nektu snapped her fingers with a nod. Contrary to her exaggerated actions, her voice remained indifferent. I don't care about my public reputation. I'm just dressed like this because this isn't the time for me to make an appearance. Really, even though she asked this, Nektu's voice remained flat as if she wasn't the least bit interested. Then, as if she had just remembered something, she asked, "But what are you thankful for?" The staff Nektu had made was already in his hands. Was it for making that? It couldn't be. She hadn't done him a favor. He paid and Nektu had done the required job. There was nothing for him to be thankful for. You told me that you knew refiners capable of dealing with an ancient dragon's heart. Ah, that's right. Nektu nodded carelessly for a while before suddenly narrowing her eyes as she thought of something. You don't mean? Yes, I listened to your words and decided to search for them, and not so long ago. Nektu realized that the eyes beneath the hood of the robe were shining. I found them, the refiner. His head was hot and his heart was pounding. The blood in his veins was so hot that it felt like it was boiling. No, it felt as though molten iron was flowing through his body. Crunch, Bargain clenched the handle of his club tightly. The loud pulses that seemed to resonate from his heart seemed to flow down to the club in his hand. That was exactly how he felt at that moment. It was probably because of the intense excitement filling him at that moment. Surprisingly, a certain amount of excitement was actually beneficial during fights. This was because it not only enhanced one's instantaneous judgment, but it also pushed one's physical ability to a higher level. That was exactly what was happening at that moment. On the other hand, the expression of the fighter in front of Bargain was extremely sour. Tway, Himba spat on the ground. He was forcibly suppressing his anger as he stared at Bargain. This fucker, when did he become so strong? Maybe it was because he was nervous, but sweat was starting to build upon his palms. Without letting his guard down, he roughly wiped his hands on his leather coat. Just like in an encounter with a dragonling, even a moment's carelessness was not acceptable. He didn't know even when he ran into him at the inn. He didn't know that there would be a time when he was put in such an embarrassing situation by this son of a bitch. In the center of the arena before a full audience of spectators, no less. Do you think that I'm strong? Bargain suddenly spoke. Himba felt as if he had been caught, but instead of showing it, he suppressed his emotions and sharpened his gaze. It's a really pathetic thought. Himba, why don't you put down your flimsy denial and accept the reality? What are you talking about? Bargain sneered coldly. It's not that I've become stronger, it's that you've gotten weaker. What did you just say? You haven't grown at all in these years. You bastard, his pride had been thoroughly bruised this time. Spitting a curse, Himba swung his fist. He was a man who could be called a giant among dragon men. His fists were so large and powerful that he could easily crush boulders with a single punch. However, that was it. Himba's attacks lacked finesse and skill. It was a simple punch that was filled with emotion. Excitement and anger were similar emotions, but they were fundamentally different. Whoosh. Bargain easily avoided the clumsy attack that seemed like it wouldn't hit him even if he stood still, and raised his club. A look of shock appeared on Himba's face, but it was already too late. Himba was extremely tall and had long arms. In other words, it would take longer for him to pull his fist back after he had outstretched it. Pock! Bargain's club hit the back of Himba's head. Himba's eyes instantly rolled back into his head. He staggered a few times like a drunk man before finally collapsing to the ground. He had a hard skull, so he probably wouldn't die, but he would probably be confined to a bed for a few months. Bargain wins. The referee who was overseeing the match declared the outcome. At the same time, cheers erupted from the stands. Woo-wah. Bargain, bargain, bargain. Compared to the lukewarm reaction when he defeated Kington, the crowd was so hot that it didn't seem like he was a returning warrior. I love you. Wanderer, oh, I trusted you. SHT. The audience members who bet on Bargain were particularly pleased, so in the stands some were dancing while others were in tears. This was all familiar and unfamiliar at the same time. Bargain stood quietly in the middle of the arena for a while, the moment when they won and received the crowd's cheers of enthusiasm. Pleasure that was more addictive than any drug rolled down his spine. Unable to suppress it anymore, Bargain began to tremble. Most fighters could never forget this scene and feeling, so they continued to run to the arena until they died. I thought that I would never feel this again, 30 years after leaving Lurua. Bargain, who thought he would reach the end of his life as a wanderer, was once again receiving the enthusiastic cheers of the crowd in his hometown arena. In all honesty, he hadn't expected the crowd to show such a reaction. This was because Bargain thought he wouldn't receive any recognition in this city, but that wasn't the case. At least on this island, there was nothing that couldn't be solved by fighting. As long as one was capable enough, they could even erase their past mistakes. I might be able to make a change. His heart raced. This feeling was different from the excitement of fighting. A faint glimmer of hope began to rise in his heart. On Combat Island, honor was the factor that had the most influence. For example, though it might be limited to Combat Island, former grand champions had greater influence than even major city lords. And naturally, the ripple effect that could come from a single statement of a grand champion was beyond imagination. As a wandering fighter, no one would care about what Bargain said even if he talked about the match fixing till he vomited blood. But what if Bargain became the champion of Lurua? Were Champion Bargain and Wanderer Bargain the same? No, not in the slightest. It had taken him this long to realize something so simple. On Combat Island, one could achieve anything they wanted simply through fighting. It was at that moment that Bargain came to a decision. To climb up from the bottom and deal with the darkness in Lurua with his own hands. Bargain headed back to the lobby to receive his match earnings from the receptionist. Great job, Sir Bargain. That was an amazing match. With a big smile on her face, the receptionist's attitude was completely different from before. On the other hand, Bargain's blunt attitude hadn't changed at all since the beginning. I'm here to collect my earnings. Yes, here it is. Clink. She took out a bag that seemed pretty heavy. It's 1,500 arus. Also, congratulations, Sir Bargain, for winning 4 consecutive matches. Clap, clap. She even gave him a soft clap afterward. Bargain ignored her and looked at the bag. 1,500 arus was by no means a small amount. To be specific, it was twice as much as he'd earned in his previous match. This was natural since the higher the value of the fighter, the higher their earnings. Bargain was gradually increasing his value day by day. If he were to win his next match, his earnings would probably be doubled again. Of course, the higher the ranking, the harder it is to get a match. At least he wouldn't be able to fight multiple times in a few days like he was doing now. Nevertheless, it was fine for now. In all honesty, his 4 consecutive victories were a surprise to him as well. Bargain was well aware of his skill level. He could only be considered among the best of the lower-ranked fighters in the Lurua arena. And yet he had won 4 times in a row. In all honesty, there wasn't that big of a difference between Bargain and Himba, who he'd fought today. Nevertheless, the battle had been one-sided. At first glance, it might have seemed like a rather fierce battle, but Himba's attacks hadn't even caused him any trouble. Of course, it could be said that the result had been influenced by luck and other complex factors that were difficult to calculate, but the most decisive factor was Bargain's momentum. As long as I maintain this form, it would be worth trying even if I meet someone stronger than I am. More importantly, Bargain felt that he was getting stronger the more he fought. Leaving the arena, Bargain began to head to the inn, but he stopped not long after he started. It was just starting to get dark. And a man was standing in front of him, a dragonman with blue scales. "You've got a lot of skill, senior, senior." It was an awkward title and not something he expected to hear from someone he'd met for the first time. Bargain shot back in a cold voice. "I don't remember having a junior like you. That's natural. This is our first meeting." Bargain narrowed his eyes slightly at the sly answer. Just as he started to reach for his club, the man changed his attitude and hurriedly waved his hands. "Ah. Relax, relax, I didn't come here to fight. Do you expect me to believe that? Really, I have something to tell you. Say it then, I'm listening. I can't say it here." Was he messing with him? Just as Bargain's irritation was about to reach another level, the man spoke urgently. "I swear, I have no hostile intentions towards Senior. Rather, it could be said that we are on the same side." "On the same side? Are you saying that you know what I want?" Bargain had a cold sneer on his lips, but the man in front of him just nodded calmly as if he had been waiting for such a question. For more chapters, visit Novelrecap. "Of course I do. Aren't you dissatisfied with the darkness in this city?" "What? The match fixing?" Bargain's expression changed slightly at those words. When he saw that, the man let out a soft sigh of relief. "Are you interested now?" "Who are you?" "You can call me Aram, a fighter who is dissatisfied with the darkness in Lurua just like Senior." Aram looked around for a moment before continuing. "We should change locations first. There are too many eyes and ears around here." In the end, Bargain decided to take Aram to the inn where he was staying. Aram followed him with great caution. Sometimes it seemed like he was checking to see if anyone was tailing them. Click. Even after they entered the room and closed the door, he didn't let his guard down. Instead, he thoroughly checked the room for a few minutes and even opened the window to look around outside. It was only after this that he finally opened his mouth. Fortunately, it doesn't seem like we picked up a tail." Aram wiped some cold sweat from his forehead before casually sitting on the bed. "First off, should I say that it's nice to meet another comrade? Forget about the greeting and get to the point." Aram let out a bitter laugh, but it seemed like he'd gotten used to Bargain's cold tone to an extent. "Fine then, I'll just say it outright, Senior. Please join us." "Us?" Aram nodded. "That's right. Like Senior, I'm one of the fighters who are dissatisfied with Lurua's current state. I think that Kanki and the other leaders in the city are all crazy. However, I only ever had vague thoughts about it. After all, I didn't have the courage to do anything about it. The opponent is a super strong man who managed to make it to the semi-finals of the championship, and the forces supporting him are unfathomable." Those words were things that Bargain could relate to. He had also struggled against the darkness in Lurua and had felt despair when he realized its depth. "But then I met him, Aunter." This was his first time hearing the name. Under his leadership, comrades who all had the same thought were able to come together. "I cannot tell you the exact number, but I can at least say that we have grown enough to be considered an organization." Aram's expression became a bit sad. It took a very long time and a lot of patience. Bargain was speechless for a moment. He never would have expected something like this. He couldn't believe that a man like Kanki didn't know about the existence of an opposing organization in the city he controlled. "I didn't know either." Even after leaving Lurua, Bargain had never even heard rumors about them. This was his first time hearing about Aunter and the organization Aram was a part of. "There's a reason why I came to you, Senior. Isn't it because you want me to join your organization?" "That too, but it's mostly because we would like to borrow Senior's strength for an operation." "Operation?" Aram lowered his voice. "This might be our best chance to kill Kanki." "What? How?" "Once a month, the Lurua arena will be closed for a day. The excuse is that it's for cleaning, but that's not the truth. That's the day that Kanki uses the arena for himself." "Using the arena for himself, that's right. Even now, he never neglects his training. On the day that the arena is closed, he calls some fighters there and makes them his fighting partners. The fighter usually depends on Kanki's mood, but this time we can confirm that the fighter will be Kadai, who is ranked 4th in the arena." "How can you be so sure?" "Because Kadai is one of our comrades." This meant that the 4th-ranked fighter was a part of their organization. Bargain couldn't hide his surprise. It seemed that this organization led by this man named Auntel was larger than he initially thought. Aram continued to speak in a solemn tone, "So we came up with a plan. It's not too complicated. We will all attack Kanki, who will go to the arena with minimal security that day. This month is our best chance. If we miss this opportunity, we might not get another like it for several years." "Why do you say that? Doesn't he use the arena once a month?" "Because this time, 2 of his 3 henchmen have gone missing." 3 henchmen. Even as he said this, Aram trembled slightly. This showed just how terrifying these henchmen were. They are Samesh, the current champion of the Lurua arena, and Hubai, also known as the Midnight Reaper. According to Kadai, they are both currently carrying out special missions for Kanki. Special missions, that's right. After closing his mouth for a while, Aram spoke in a serious voice. "I'm not too sure about the details, but it seems that they are looking for someone." Time flew by in the blink of an eye. Perhaps it was because he couldn't afford to waste even a single second. After all, at the moment, he was shackled by his body, which could only move properly after it had received a certain amount of rest and nutrition. Lucas shook his head for a moment, denying this thought. Even the other absolutes wouldn't consider this body of flesh and blood their bodies. Then he raised his head. In front of him was a huge castle that reached up to the sky. Most of the preparation had been completed, and it was time for the endgame. Of course, if anyone were to see him now, they would see his actions as a way to commit suicide. But his plans were by no means hopeless. You there, halt. It was at that moment that a guard in front of the castle called out to Lucas in a cautious voice. He was dressed in a robe to the extent that not even his hair was visible, so it was natural for them to feel suspicious. Who are you, and why have you come to the city lord's castle? Take off your hood so we can see your face. My name is Lucas. Lucas lowered his hood, revealing his face, and I'm here to see the major city lord. Who is the last henchman? No one knows. Bargain narrowed his eyes slightly as Aram shook his head with a confused expression on his face. His attitude seemed to say that he didn't know anything. It's the truth, but I heard that they're even more secretive than Hubai, who lives in the shadows. No one has ever seen them. Your words don't make sense. If that is true, then you would call them the two henchmen, not three. It could certainly be called caution to sometimes add enemies whose existences you weren't fully certain of, but in this case, it seemed more appropriate to call it a delusion. Nevertheless, Aram didn't back down and instead spoke in a confident voice. No, there are several circumstances that prove that they do, indeed, exist. You don't have to believe me, but at the very least, our organization believes they exist. The fact that they have never been exposed means a few things. One is that they might not be very good at direct battles. Otherwise, there would be no better time to reveal their existence than when two of the three henchmen were not around. As Aram said, this was an opportunity that might not come again for several years, if not several decades. He continued in a serious voice. Senior, we are staking our lives on the success of this plan. We will do our best to kill Kanki by any means necessary. Will killing him make the darkness in Lurua disappear? It won't happen immediately. However, wouldn't it be easier for us to declare war? His words were true. It couldn't be said that Kanki himself was the darkness in Lurua, but he was the leader who held absolute control. Killing him was enough to be considered half of a victory. Aram then spoke in a cautious tone. By chance, are there any fighters in Lurua that you are acquainted with? No fighters, just ordinary citizens. Of course, there were some whose strength they could make use of, but Bargain shook his head decisively. He didn't intend to ask them for help. Unlike him, who could easily give up his life if the plan failed, they were all people with families. Aram scratched his cheek for a moment. Well, is there anyone that you can ask to assist us? It doesn't necessarily have to be a fighter. Anyone with the capacity to help would be most welcome. There is Lucas. Bargain said this while thinking about his lord. Are they strong? Yeah, very. He didn't say who it was. He knew the kind of evaluation dragon hunter Lucas had in the city. He was certain that Aram had at least heard the negative rumors about him. Fortunately, Aram didn't ask him any more questions about his helper's identity. If it's someone that Senior suggested, then I'm sure they can be trusted. Where are they now? I lost contact with him for a while. But I believe that we will meet again very soon. Lucas had told him that he would become the champion of Lurua and that he would clear up the darkness in the city. Bargain had firm belief in Lucas. I'll look for him when I have time. When is the operation scheduled for? 2 weeks from now. There was plenty of time. He was sure that Lucas would show up before then. Don't mention it. Hoo-hoo, you don't know how nice it is to have someone as strong as Senior join us at such an important time. Aram smiled before rising to his feet. I will take my leave now. I will contact you again when it's time. Understood. After saying those words, Aram left the room. Bargain didn't see him off and instead fell into deep thought as the door of the room closed. He couldn't trust Aram's words right away. If his story was true, then it certainly would be one of the best chances to kill Kanki, but the question was whether they would even be able to kill Kanki or not. More importantly, Bargain didn't actually know how strong the organization behind Aram or this Auntal was. That's why he needed Lucas' help. Of course, he wouldn't just sit still and ask for help. I will also do everything I can, even if it meant risking his life. It was about 4 days after investigating in earnest that Hubai, who was thoroughly searching the surroundings, finally felt that something was strange. The scope of his investigation, which stemmed from the inn Lucas stayed at, continued to expand day by day until it had reached tens of blocks away. Nevertheless, Hubai's attitude towards the investigation had remained unchanged since the beginning. He was calm, cautious, and above all, he maintained his focus. In a way, he was the perfect example of a good assassin. It was about time for the sun to start peeking from below the horizon. Although he was underground, Hubai instantly realized this fact. This was because this was usually around the time when he would be preparing to go to work, but he couldn't do that today. Hubai was currently looking around a general store. He'd heard that Lucas had been poking around this place a few weeks ago. However, this general store was currently not in operation. And Hubai even knew where the owner of the general store was at that very moment. That was the reason why Hubai felt strange. This store had not received any customers for a long time, but now, someone had been seen coming and going even when the owner wasn't around. That was more than enough to make him suspicious. Because of that, Hubai had come to carry out a thorough search of this general store. After searching almost every corner of the three-story building, the only place left was the underground warehouse. In fact, he had chosen this place for last on purpose. In this dark, dank space filled with cobwebs, there were countless piles of dust-covered junk strewn everywhere. Searching a place like this would require fairly high levels of concentration and patience. If he were to relax his focus even a little bit, it was possible for him to miss something without realizing it. It was a place where several boxes had been piled to form large towers, but on the floor, there were traces of someone moving those box towers. There was a thinner layer of dust in the path of the box which allowed Hubai to notice it. Creak, creak. Hubai carefully moved the box tower aside. What was revealed was the same floor that looked no different from the rest. If 10 people were to look at it, at least 9 would have this thought. Hubai's gaze turned. It said that he is a sorcerer. This meant that it was possible for him to use strange or incomprehensible methods. His dagger struck the ground like lightning. Puck, it didn't feel like stabbing the ground. Instead, it felt softer, like piercing flesh. At the same time, the soft thing that was disguised as the ground collapsed. In other words, the hidden space beneath it was revealed. Thud. It took a while for the sound of it landing to reach his ears, followed by what sounded like flowing water. This gave him an idea of the depth of the hidden passage. Even so, Hubai wasn't scared. Instead, feeling joyful that he'd finally found some clues about Lucas, he threw himself into the hole without hesitation. His body was quickly swallowed by the darkness. Splash. A perfect landing. He immediately raised his 5 senses and scanned his surroundings. He was ankle-deep in what should be water. It was a culvert. The secret passage below the general store led to a culvert. The air in the tunnel was stale and humid, sticking to his skin in an uncomfortable way. Nevertheless, Hubai didn't pay any attention to the discomfort. Shuck. His pupils dilated and he was able to clearly see despite his dark surroundings. There were no signs of people nearby. It wasn't until he was certain of this that Hubai began to slowly move forward. For a while, only the sound of the flowing water could be heard, but soon after, Hubai stopped walking. This was because he found something piled in front of him. It was a pile of corpses. Finding a pile of corpses in a gloomy underground waterway was bizarre enough to shake even someone with nerves of steel, but Hubai only looked at it with curiosity and a bit of confusion. Were these really corpses? It doesn't smell. He knew how horrible the stench of rotting corpses could be, and in such a warm and wet environment, it would be strange if they didn't rot. Nevertheless, the pile of corpses in front of him didn't stink at all. That wasn't the only strange thing. Noticing that something wasn't right, Hubai slowly approached in order to identify the corpses, but his face gradually grew pale. There was a hint of fear in his stuttering voice. This was because all of the corpses piled there had the same face. More importantly, it was the face of the person Hubai had been looking for so intently. In front of him were more than 10 corpses with Lucas' face. Did I also kill a corpse like this? However, it had really struggled like someone who was alive. With a gulp, Hubai took a step backward, but he suddenly stopped moving. His pupils shook violently. He felt as though his entire body had frozen into a block of ice. It was an underground tunnel, so he was able to feel it immediately. A moment ago, the airflow had suddenly changed. Cold sweat slowly rolled down his cheek. Someone was standing behind him. Without moving the rest of his body, Hubai slowly turned his neck and looked behind him. A man was standing there, a man with the same face as the corpses in front of him. Non-stop victories. As Bargain had predicted, he continued to ride his momentum. He fought 3 more consecutive matches and won all 3 of them. Of course, the fight steadily became more difficult as he progressed. He hadn't received any major injuries today, but Bargain had only won by a paper-thin margin. Nevertheless, he was happy. I'm growing stronger at an explosive rate. The more he fought, the more certain he became of this fact. 7 straight victories. Aram let out a hearty laugh. It seems that you are in your best condition, but can you maintain this form until that day? I can't say for sure. There was about a week left. As he had this thought, Bargain looked out at the street. He was currently sitting with Aram at a table in an open-air restaurant. Aram held a large piece of roasted meat in one hand and was biting into it with his sharp teeth. In front of him was a large pile of bones without a hint of flesh remaining. Seeing his casual appearance, Bargain muttered softly, "You don't seem that worried. There isn't much time left. Haha, well." Aram, who ate the rest of the meat in one go, wiped his oily mouth with his hand. "Nothing will change even if I'm worried about it, will it? It's much more productive to fill my stomach." His words were right. Nevertheless, Bargain still couldn't bring himself to eat. Instead, he took sips from a glass of beer as he spoke. By the way, Aram, what is it? Have you really never met the man named Auntel? Aram's expression became embarrassed when he heard this question. It's because he's always busy dealing with our situation. The rest of our comrades are also extremely busy. How many are in your group exactly? Including me, there are 15 of us. This was less than Bargain had expected. He'd already heard about the plan, but it wasn't detailed or elaborate enough to be called a proper operation. Early on that day, they would enter the arena and hide in a safe spot until their target arrived. They had chosen the stands. Although the arena was large, most of it was empty space, so there weren't many places to hide. Then they would stay hidden until Kanki came to fight Kadai and attack him all at once. That was a rough breakdown of their Operation 15. It was a number that had no chance of winning an all-out battle. There wasn't just Kanki, there was also his group of bodyguards. In other words, the first surprise attack was extremely important. Even if they couldn't kill him in the first attack, they had to at least land 1 or 2 lethal attacks that would help their chances of achieving victory. By the way, what about your helper? Aram suddenly asked this question as if he just remembered it, but Bargain shook his head. I couldn't find him. That's too bad. Aram drank the rest of his beer in one gulp before standing to his feet. It's become pretty cold, so I'll see you later, senior. Since I called you to hang out with me, I'll pick up the tab. I owe you one. No need for that. Aram smiled broadly and after paying the bill, left with his hands swinging at his sides. Bargain calmly watched him leave for a while before finally getting to his feet as well. Thuck. Then he started following Aram. He knew how skilled Aram was. He'd seen him fight a few times in the arena. Aram was a fighter whose level was considered around the mid-levels of the Lurua arena, and his ranking was similar to Bargain, who had won several consecutive matches. Nevertheless, this didn't mean that his true skills matched his ranking. In fact, Bargain's experience and intuition told him that Aram was actually hiding his true skills. Of course, this meant that there was no logical basis or proof for this guess. So to sum it all up, Bargain simply didn't trust Aram completely. In fact, his current evaluation of him was currently bordering between complete distrust and suspicion. Of course, it felt nice when he met him at first. When heard that there was an organization rebelling against Kanki from the shadows, he had great expectations, and he even felt admiration for Auntel, who had managed to find these like-minded people and unite them. But after thinking about it a bit more deeply, he noticed a few discrepancies. Even so, Bargain awoke from his thoughts for a moment and checked his surroundings. The number of people walking around had been steadily decreasing. This meant that from now on, he had to be a bit more careful as he followed him. Aram walked along the empty street with his unique swagger. Then he turned into an alley on the side of the street. Bargain stopped. An alley. From here on, his chances of getting caught would be much higher. In such a cramped and deserted alleyway, he would have no excuse for his tailing if he were to be discovered. If things didn't go like he wanted them to, the relationship of trust that he'd built up with Aram would be destroyed. After having this thought, Bargain snorted slightly. What relationship of trust? They had only known each other for a week. The organization had no choice but to stay hidden from Kanki's eyes. In other words, it was perfectly understandable for them to set up a hideout in a deserted area like this one. The same could be said for why Aram was hiding his strength. If he showed his true skill, he would attract attention. There was nothing strange about that. Nevertheless, the feeling of discomfort in his chest didn't disappear. Bargain quietly ducked into the alley. Bargain felt that he could not get any closer without being found. Then he would have to use something that he couldn't when there were more people around. Rely on his hearing. Tuck, tuck. The sound of footsteps came from not so far away. Aram was the only person who entered the alley, so naturally, these footsteps belonged to him. Taking a deep breath, Bargain slowly followed the footsteps. Tuck, tuck. Focusing on his hearing was more frustrating and tiring than he expected. Perhaps because the distance between them was too far, the sound of the footsteps was faint, and it would even cut off at times. He was nervous. He was also tense. Nevertheless, Bargain didn't stop following. Then, tuck, the footsteps stopped. Bargain also stopped moving, his expression stiff with tension. The footsteps could have only stopped for 2 reasons. One was that he had arrived at his destination, and the second was that he had noticed him. What should I do? To confirm that, he would have to get closer. If it was the former, then his shadowing was a success, but if it was the latter. Bargain decided to stop thinking about it and move. He couldn't back down after already coming this far. After approaching the corner that Aram had turned down, he carefully poked his head around. There, Aram was standing. With his back straight, he stood at a dead end where not even a mouse hole could be seen. Come on out, senior. It seems he had heard him too. With a barely audible sigh, Bargain slowly walked around the corner. Aram turned around to look at Bargain. Then he spoke with a hint of confusion in his voice. Because I still have doubts. About me? Why, your organization. While looking at Aram's confused expression, Bargain couldn't help but think. If that expression was all an act, then this man had the darkest heart of anyone he'd ever encountered. You never introduced any of the other members to me. Didn't I already tell you that everyone was busy? Aram's expression seemed to say that he didn't understand the problem, but Bargain wasn't satisfied with that. Are they so busy that they can't even show their faces after an entire week? That's right, it's the truth. Who? Aram pressed his hand to his forehead. No, this is all my mistake. We're about to risk our lives together for this operation, but I didn't even tell you their names. Aram seemed to ponder about something for a while before finally nodding. I guess it can't be helped. Come in first, Senior. I'll explain everything about the group in detail. Come in, we're here. After saying that, Bargain pushed his hand into the wall. When he saw Bargain's startled expression, he spoke in a slightly smug tone. It's just a simple technique. It's not that big of a deal. It's also very efficient. Unless you reveal it yourself, it's very hard to get caught. Come quickly, the window for you to enter is limited. Aram stepped into the wall first. Bargain hesitated for a while, but when he saw Aram's defenseless appearance as he stepped into the wall, he couldn't help but follow him. It was a very unsettling experience to walk through what should have been a solid wall. As soon as he walked in, his vision became black. It was so dark that he couldn't see his surroundings at all, but he could feel the change in the air current. It seemed that they had entered a completely different space. He had no choice but to rely on Aram's footsteps to move in the darkness, but there were things that he couldn't help but notice. This didn't seem to be a place where people lived. It smelled stale and disgusting. There was a constant cloud of dust as if it had been left unattended for over a decade. It doesn't seem like there's anyone here. He must have heard Bargain's murmur, but Aram didn't answer. He just continued looking around as he walked as if he was looking for something. Then his eyes caught a flag that was hanging from a wall. Ah, I remember now. Remember what? The name of this group. What was he talking about? Aram sat on an old chair nearby. As he slowly curled the corner of his lips in this situation, it gave an entirely different impression from before. The Fangs of Kamish, that was the name. What are you talking about? Senior is really smart. I like that about you. By this time, Bargain's hand was already on the handle of his club. Aram smiled and shrugged, seemingly not caring at all. Come on, Senior, I didn't lie. There really was a group who wanted to kill Kanki, and there really was a man named Auntel. About 10 years ago, right. I annihilated them 10 years ago. Aram looked down at the ground. There were bloodstains there, very old bloodstains. Those guys really were a huge rebel force that was the most annoying to deal with, so it took some time for me to hunt them down. Nevertheless, 10 years is a long time. I couldn't remember their name until I saw that flag. In the end, you really work for Kanki. Aram's smile widened. He showed his bright white teeth. I told you that Kanki has 3 henchmen. Remember, so you're the last henchman. As expected, Senior is really quick-witted and easy to talk to. Maybe it's because you're a wanderer, so your thinking is much more flexible than those other stone-like fighters. Bargain immediately looked around. Could he escape? No, it was difficult to escape this place when he didn't know where he was, and even if he did manage to escape, there was a high chance that he would be caught soon anyway. As for the passage that they'd used to enter this place, it was better to think that it was blocked already. He could tell from Aram's attitude. It was as though he was dealing with a fish trapped in a net. Why does Senior think I approached you while acting like this? Probably to find the dragon hunter. Kukuku. Aram seemed genuinely happy. It was as though he was sincerely praising Bargain's brain. He didn't have to repeat anything he said before, and they could even progress the conversation without him having to go into any lengthy explanations. That's my goal. In other words, if I catch him, I won't need to kill Senior. Do you understand what I'm saying? It might sound strange, but I've grown fond of you, Senior. If we combine Senior's potential and star quality, it would create an amazing synergy in Lurua. That's the only reason why I'm suggesting this. He reached out to Bargain. How about starting over? What? Restart your life as a fighter here in Lurua that you abandoned before, Senior. You were born to be a fighter and you can't escape that fate. You tried to change your essence after decades of wandering, but it was impossible, and I'm sure Senior realized that too. While standing in the arena, you remembered where you really belong. Creak. The old chair squeaked loudly as Aram got to his feet. The arena is the place where Senior truly belongs. Are you trying to entice me? If you refuse, then I will have no choice but to kill you, like the Fangs of Kamish and all the other cockroaches that infest Lurua. It wasn't a bad offer. Bargain had seen the Lurua arena and had even participated in a few matches. Through his repeated victories, he knew just what he had to gain. I refuse. Aram's heated expression immediately became stiff when he heard Bargain's answer. Can I ask why? You said that it's the Lurua arena, but that's wrong. That huge building in this city is not an arena. It is a tower of deception that was built out of disgust. That's all it is. Bargain then smiled coldly. But regardless of that, I never had any intention of betraying my lord. That's unfortunate, Senior, and I take back what I said before. Senior isn't flexible at all. All fighters are the same. As he responded coldly, Bargain measured the distance between them. About 5 steps. This was something he could cross in a single bound. This is my chance. One of Kanki's henchmen was standing in front of him, by himself without any other subordinates nearby. If he wanted to kill him, this was his best chance. Aram couldn't have known that he would choose to follow him today, so he wouldn't have had the time to call for reinforcements. You ignored my offer, but you don't need to worry. I have no intention of killing you. That changes nothing. I'm going to kill you. Hoo-hoo. Then I'll say it again more clearly. At that moment, Bargain's body shook heavily. To be precise, I don't intend to kill you here. His mind became fuzzy. He felt so sleepy that he couldn't even stand properly. The fingers holding his club lost their strength. I'm sorry, Senior, but please serve as bait for a little while longer. I have my orders, so I have no choice but to think of a way to force Lucas out. Splash, he was awakened by a bucket of freezing cold water. Cough, cough, Bargain coughed. His mind was awake, but his body still felt weak. Where am I? Before he even had the chance to look around, he heard a voice. It seems you're still not fully awake yet. I guess the water wasn't cold enough. The voice spoke in a mocking tone. It was a voice he knew. It was Aram. He was looking down at him with an empty bucket in his hand. Did you sleep well, Kekek? Aram wasn't alone. There were about 10 fighters around him. Swaying slightly, Bargain got to his feet. What do you intend to do? Why haven't you killed me? I told you already. I intend to use you to lure Lucas out. Lord Kanki is very angry. We have to catch him and kill him no matter what. So you plan to use me as bait. That's right. That's a childish plan. Didn't you know? Sometimes the most simple and childish plan is the most effective. It was sophistry. Rage practically flowed from Bargain's eyes. Now that he had regained some of his strength, he should be able to bite through his tongue. It was at that moment that Aram smiled and opened his mouth. Well, even if I say that I don't think Lucas will reveal himself that easily. That's why I'd like to make an offer. Please listen to what I have to say. It won't be bad for you either. Do I look like a man who would negotiate with trash? I know that Senior is one of the wisest fighters on Combat Island. That's why I decided to bring you here. Bargain finally looked around at his surroundings. They were in the arena, but there was no one in the audience. Bargain and the fighters were the only ones in the large, desolate arena. Then Aram threw something over. Clatter. It was Bargain's weapon, a club. The rules are simple: as long as Senior wins, then I'll listen to whatever Senior has to say. Bargain sneered coldly, but Aram frowned in displeasure. I still have a conscience. The matches will be completely 11. This is our last bit of pride. Please show us that you can get what you want through fighting. I'll go first. One of the fighters stepped forward with a determined expression. Bargain recognized him immediately. Jaham. He was the fighter who had defeated Lucas in the first match. To be honest, I still don't understand what Lord Kanki is thinking. I can't see why he would consider that scammer as a formidable enemy. I fought him before, so I could tell. He's nothing but a coward and trash. I hope that you, his slave fighter, are strong enough to satisfy me. Bargain looked down. To put it simply, his physical condition was the worst. He didn't even know how he'd fainted in the first place, and the cold water made it feel like he was freezing. He couldn't put much force in his fingers. In fact, it wasn't just his fingers. His entire body seemed to be filled with a sense of exhaustion and weakness. It didn't matter if it was the muddy ground beneath his feet. He just wanted to lay down and sleep. But he couldn't do that. Crunch, gripping the handle of the club, Bargain glared at Jaham. Even if he was in perfect condition, this was an opponent he wasn't sure he could defeat. Nevertheless, this wasn't a situation that would allow him to make excuses. He should be thankful that it would only be one-on-one, like Aram said. Take it easy, Jaham. It won't be fun if you finish it too quickly. The fighter laughed and jeered, but Bargain didn't let himself be swept away by the atmosphere. He gathered himself before charging forward. Jaham, who had been standing relaxedly in front of him, hurriedly raised his axe to block his attack. Fast, it was strong too. His axe creaked slightly. Everyone was surprised. Where did this power come from? SHT, clang, clang. Bargain continued his quick attacks. He smacked the axe endlessly. The biggest strength of the weapon called a club was its durability. Because it was blunt and thick, it would not be badly damaged even if he struck it against rocks or metal. An axe, on the other hand, was different. It lacked the sharpness of a sword, but it had the advantage of having instantaneous destructive power. Nevertheless, it was, surprisingly, not that durable. Clang, clang, the melee battle in which the weapons constantly clashed against each other continued. Jaham was desperate to stop his attack. It's too late to stop it. From the moment the fight began, he had been on the defensive, and as time passed, he knew he wouldn't be able to build his momentum easily. If he had handled this seriously from the start, it wouldn't have become like this. It was true that he had looked down on him, but it wasn't entirely Jaham's fault. Who would have thought that this man, who had been showing such a weak appearance before, could have such an explosive performance? Keika, unable to endure Bargain's rising momentum any longer, Jaham took a step back. In fact, at first glance, it might seem that Bargain had an overwhelming advantage, but that wasn't necessarily the case. It was just that, because of his poor condition, he was trying to end the fight as soon as possible. If I don't take advantage of this opportunity, I might lose. Perhaps Bargain's desperate desire had an effect. Crack. Eventually, cracks began to form on the axe. Jahem's expression became solemn, just as Bargain was prepared to deal the final blow. Puck, he was forced to halt his swing and step back. Bargain turned and glared at the fighters standing at the side. What are you doing? His gaze was locked onto Aram. It was this man who had just thrown his sword and interfered with the fight. Didn't you say that it would be one-on-one? He was breathing so heavily that it was hard for him to speak fluently. Nevertheless, the cold gleam in his eyes didn't waver. It might have intimidated others who saw it, but Aram simply smiled. I did say that, but I didn't intervene, senior. What the hell are you talking about? It's player substitution. What? Aram pointed to another fighter. We intend to swap our fighter. Did I not explain the substitution rule? I apologize for that, but please don't be angry. This rule can be used fairly by both sides. If you're having a hard time, why don't you take a break and swap? He said those shameless words with a straight face. Bargain couldn't take it anymore and grit his teeth fiercely. You son of a bitch, now then. Aram ignored him and continued with a smirk. Let's start round 2. How many had it been? Huff huff. He panted heavily, even breathing hurt as it felt as though his lungs and airways had been torn. He had already exceeded his limits a long time ago. It felt like he could faint at any moment. Nevertheless, Bargain didn't give up. How could he even move at that moment? Amazing. Aram was genuinely amazed. He had already replaced 6 fighters, and yet they were still unable to take down Bargain. It looked like he could collapse at any moment, but he never did. Instead, it seemed that his concentration had become focused solely on taking his opponent's life. It was clear that Bargain was a fighter worthy of fighting to the death in the arena. However, this was the end. When Aram turned to look at a man, he nodded and stepped forward. I'll be your opponent this time. Bargain wiped the sweat from his eyes as he looked at his next opponent, and thought that he would not be able to win this time. It wasn't that he was giving up before the fight even began. He knew that anything could happen in battle, and the outcome could sometimes only be seen at the last moment. However, this opponent was different from the others. It was the 4th-ranked fighter of the Lurua Arena, Keitai. Right, it seemed that this guy had also submitted to Kanki. From the start, there probably wasn't anyone who dared to rebel against Kanki. Keitai didn't attack immediately. Instead, he stuck his sword into the ground and opened his mouth. Why do you choose to walk down this thorny path? I can't tell what you're after. Instead of that, I'd like to ask you, do you think that Lurua's current appearance is right? Bargain. Keitai spoke with an expression of pity. Are we killing anyone? Are we persecuting them or harassing them? We're not. Lord Kanki simply has a natural sense for commerce. He knows what moments the audience are most excited about. With that perspective, he balanced the entire system and created countless outstanding matches. In fact, Lurua was able to become a major city in only a few decades because of his guidance. Did anyone lose anything in the process? The spectators gained a lot, and so did the fighters. The fear of losing their lives disappeared and their profits soared tremendously. I think it's a happy sight for everyone. It's false happiness. It is falsehood in good faith. In this world, there was truth that shined brighter only when it was hidden, and this was an example of that. The simple and barbaric fighting in the arena has become a smooth and wonderful system. All of the fighters in Lurua have accepted it. You are the only one who still refuses to. Everyone is saying that you are wrong, so why can't you accept it? Because my heart can't understand it. If there was a reason, then that was the reason. Keitai, a lie is a lie. No matter how much you try to cover up your actions, it doesn't change the fact that you are deceiving the spectators. No, there was something far more important than the audience, and there was something Bargain really wanted to ask. He wanted to ask not only Keitai in front of him, but the other fighters as well. Are you really fine with it? What are you talking about? Are you really happy participating in matches when the result is already set? After going silent for a moment, Keitai smiled. Do you know how much I can earn just by fighting one match now? Letter 1d4 F2 letter 1d4 5b letter 1d5 FB letter 1d5 FF letter 1d6 26 letter 1d4 B6 NBSB letter 1d04 O letter 1d5 FA. At least a few million arus. Kyuhuhu, it's an amount that a wanderer like you might never see in their entire life. You can't even imagine the things you can do with that much money. What can you do? That question left Keitai speechless for a moment. He never expected him to ask in such a direct manner. You can do anything you want, whether it's buying a grand mansion, drinking the best wine, or buying pieces of art that you can admire just by looking at them. Kyukuku, Bargain's chuckle interrupted him. It was clear that he was mocking him. Keitai's expression became cold. Why are you laughing? I'm laughing because of how disgusting you are. You really are a slimy bastard. What did you just say? It's not like that. Right, it wasn't like that. Many people living on other islands scorned fighting as vulgar scuffles. They exalted the studies that they buried themselves into as noble and downgraded fighting to lowly fist fights. But Bargain didn't agree. Why did they risk their lives while fighting? Fighting is a desire to be recognized, a desire to leave a name behind. Those with such a desire gather together and fight against each other in tacit agreement with the opponent they respect. It is a desire to show the world that they are the stronger fighter and to prove that the resolve they have held for their entire lives isn't wrong. True pride could only be achieved after fighting for your life and your belief. Was it a bad thing to risk your life for a sense of accomplishment, or was it wrong to have such a desire in the first place? Bullshit. Do you feel like you're doing something great? No, isn't the only thing a fighter does at best is take another fighter's life, fighting for your lives, wanting to prove that you're stronger. Those are just vulgar and barbaric ideas, no different from the thoughts of beasts. If you die, then it's all over. That's why we fight, to be remembered. Kadai, you must have been a fighter once too. Do you want to close your eyes quietly on a hospital bed with a fat stomach? Do you think people will remember such a fighter? Why do you want to die as a fighter? Do you know how other dragonmen view us here on Combat Island? They see us as simple savages. They curse at us and call us ignorant and uneducated fools. Their curses don't matter. What? It doesn't matter what those bastards who know nothing say. They look down on us. But I don't care about them either. I don't care about their pointing fingers, insults, or contempt. At the very least, I am proud of myself. Is that the case for you, brothers? Bargain's voice cracked a little as he said this. He wasn't just speaking to Kadai, but to all the fighters around him. Are you proud of yourselves right now? Bargain looked back at himself. One eyeball had burst, his left arm was numb, his right leg was sprained, his ribs pressed uncomfortably against his lungs. He was no different from someone who had one foot in the grave. However, even more because of that, I am proud. He continued to fight. Even if he lost the fight and died, he did not regret even a single drop of blood spilled. He had been prepared from the moment he picked up his weapon, because he knew. Even if they were to kill him here today and no one else knew about it, they would never forget him. It was ironic. The enemies whom he was risking his life to defeat would end up becoming the only ones to remember him in the end. Great fighters would feel much comfort from that fact. Bargain was no different. He remembered all of those who had fallen and left their bloodstains on his club. There was a sublime sensation that came with fighting to the death. What did it matter if other people pointed their fingers? His body, his heart, his soul. He could say with perfect honesty that he was proud of himself. Those words don't make any sense. Kadai raised his sword with a stiff expression on his face. Seeing that, Bargain quietly made his decision. SSSS. A deep breath, he swallowed what might very well be his last breath before slowly exhaling. He was ready to accept his death. Then he realized. It was only now that he was able to truly see. All of a sudden, it felt like all of his senses had been enhanced. His body felt light. It was light as if something had been removed. It was a strange, contradictory feeling. Something had obviously disappeared, but now instead of feeling a sense of loss, he had a sense of fulfillment. At that moment, the pain that came from every part of his body seemed distant. The world seemed to have lost its color and faded to nothing but black and white. And in the midst of this, Bargain's concentration seemed to soar to the limit. This, sometimes in a single battle, one might gain experience that they couldn't obtain after decades of training. No, it wasn't just an experience. This phenomenon wasn't something that could have been obtained simply by training. It was a miracle that only occurred when fate and fortune intersected with each other. Bargain was currently experiencing only the very tip. Kadai started running. He was neither fast nor slow, but he seemed to be rushing forward with overwhelming momentum. And it was coming, an attack that could never be avoided with a limp leg. Drip. Kadai's eyes widened. On the other hand, Bargain's expression was extremely calm. He slowly lifted his club. Every time before this, he would always swing at his opponent. But this time he didn't do that. Instead, he thrust it forward. Puck, cuck, Bargain's outstretched club pierced Kadai's solar plexus. The stab was so deep that almost half of the club was buried. Kadai groaned painfully. He felt a great deal of pain in his abdomen. It felt like all of his organs had done a flip. You son of a bitch. A spark appeared in Kadai's eyes and he made a diagonal slash with his sword. This attack was so fast and strong that it was difficult to see. Nevertheless, he could avoid it. It might be too much for him to block it, but he could avoid it. Bargain's figure blurred slightly as he avoided the attack like a wraith. After that, he appeared behind Kadai as if it was natural. Kadai ranked fourth in the Lurua arena. In preparation to defeat him, Bargain took a step forward. But suddenly, Pock. It felt like thunder in his head. Bargain fell to his knees. He felt warmth flowing from the back of his head. This proved that his skull was cracked and blood was leaking out. It wasn't Kadai. Someone else had attacked him. It really is such a waste, Senior. Then he heard Aram's voice. It seems that your fatigue has accumulated, which caused you to collapse so suddenly. Bargain didn't respond. It would be more accurate to say that he didn't have the strength to even open his mouth. He could feel exhaustion fill his entire body. All he could do was stare at Aram with a subdued gaze. Why are you staring at me like that? It's almost as if someone attacked you from behind. I swear nothing like that ever happened. Look, we are all witnesses here. No one interfered with Senior's match. Naturally, there's no trash here that would interfere with a fighter's fight. Kikiki. Looking at them, Bargain felt more like laughing than swearing at them. But now his tongue couldn't move at all, as if it had hardened. You impudent bastard. Keitai strode towards him with an angry expression. I'm going to kill you. I'm going to tear you into little pieces and feed you to a sky dragon. He had lost all his reason due to anger. He lifted his sword high. With Bargain's current weakened state, his body would be split in two by this attack. Bargain forcibly lifted his head to look at the oncoming sword. At the very least, he wanted to face his death without shying away from it. How unfortunate. He had just realized this fight, that he could go higher, that his growth hadn't ended yet. There, it felt like I was almost grabbing a hold of something. In the end, it couldn't be helped. He closed his eyes. Maybe they wouldn't remember him in the end. He could tell by looking at Aram. He had completely forgotten about the Fangs of Kainish, a group that he had annihilated with his own hands. But that didn't matter. Bargain felt that it was fortunate that he was able to at least have a satisfactory experience at the end of his life. He decided to calmly accept his death, but his death was delayed a bit further. Clatter. Because something rolled over. It was a miraculous moment. Not only the other fighters, but even Keitai, who was about to swing his sword, froze. At first, they thought it was a ball. It wasn't. Huck Aram subconsciously drew in a breath. What had flown over was a dragonman's head, and the face on the head was someone Aram knew, someone who'd gone missing a few days before. At the same time, their disappearance was the decisive cause for Kanki's discomfort. It was the head of a man. One of Kanki's 3 henchmen was given the moniker Midnight Reaper. It was Hubai's head. A cold voice slowly floated into their ears. If you kill that man. It came from the same direction Hubai's head had flown in from. The voice was low and quiet as a whisper, but for some strange reason, it was clearly heard by all of those in the arena. It penetrated their ears almost as if it had been spoken right beside them. Bargain, who had just been ready to accept his death, opened his eyes wide. You will all die too. From the entrance of the arena, a single man slowly walked in. It was Lucas. In the frozen atmosphere, it was Aram who regained his composure first. I didn't expect. He slowly fixed his hardened expression and spoke in a calm tone. You to come here with your own 2 feet. And what's this? He looked down at Hubai's head, which was still rocking slightly on the ground. A hint of fear was visible in his wide eyes. He couldn't help but be shocked. After all, this was the head of Hubai, a man who was given the moniker Midnight Reaper. Hubai. He had a relatively good relationship with Aram. In fact, this was the case for all of Kanki's henchmen. This was because they were clearly aware of each other's strengths and weaknesses. They acknowledged each other, and they would willingly lend a hand whenever difficult situations arose. There was never any conflict between them because their areas of activity differed from each other. Nevertheless, Aram wasn't that affected by Hubai's death, and if their positions had been reversed, he was sure Hubai would be the same. He put his foot on Hubai's head. Crunch. The stench was more disgusting than the sliminess he felt beneath his feet. Aram pretended to pinch his nose in disgust. How disgusting. From the smell, you must have killed him and left his corpse unattended for a while. Were you carrying his head around this entire time? Haha, I didn't know you had a fetish like that. Is there more to your performance? Or did you think we'd be scared after seeing Hubai's head? It was just a warning, but I'll admit that it was different from my original plan. Ho, what was your original plan? I was going to hang it on top of Kanki's castle. Those words were effective. Not only Aram's, but also the other fighters' expressions became cold. These were people who had already lost their pride as fighters. For them, there was nothing more appropriate to hurt them than to insult the master they happily wagged their tails for. At the very least, you're a champion of running your mouth. It wasn't Aram. It was Jaham who opened his mouth with an angry expression on his face. I'm so annoyed I can't take it anymore. Hey, coward, how dare you show up in front of us with a brave expression like that? I really can't understand why Lord Kanki cares so much about a piece of trash like you know. A sneer spread across Jaham's lips. Actually, this might be a good thing. If I were to rip you apart here, I'd be able to prove my worth to Lord Kanki and help him relieve his worries a bit. Don't go, Jaham. You're not his match, It's the other way around. I have experience fighting him. Despite Aram's warning, Jaham's expression didn't change. When Lucas first appeared in the arena, it was Jaham who faced him first. Jaham recalled the match at that time. No, there was nothing to recall because it couldn't even be called a match. Pop, pop. After cracking his neck and rolling his shoulders, Jaham started walking towards Lucas, and Aram stopped trying to hold him back. There were 2 reasons for this. I letter 1 D4 F7, letter 1 D697, letter 1 D4 FB, letter 1 D486, letter 1 D4 EA, letter 1 D485. Com. The first was that it would be good to observe Luca's overall skill level, and the second was to buy some time. He's a sorcerer, and Aram was well aware of the weakness of sorcerers. In fact, it was nothing special since even a snot-nosed brat knew that sorcerers were exceptionally vulnerable in close combat situations. A sorcerer's true value could only be revealed after they were given enough time to prepare. The same goes for Lucas. He must have appeared here because he thinks he can take care of himself. He probably thought that he was sufficiently prepared. Nevertheless, Aram wasn't worried. It was true that, with adequate preparation time and materials, a sorcerer would be capable of dealing with dozens of dragonmen fighters at the same time with large, devastating attacks. But that wouldn't be the case for Lucas. There were a few reasons for this. One of them was the presence of bargain, and the other was a fatal flaw of sorcerers. It was difficult for them to adjust the range of their attacks. If they were to mess up even a single calculation, the sorcerer could not only destroy themselves, but they could also destroy much more than the expected range. Top-class sorcerers were no exception to this rule. It went without saying that the sharper the blade, the more difficult it was to wield, and the sorcery that sorcerers wielded were at least dozens of times as risky. In other words, unlike when hunting an ancient dragon, large-scale techniques would not be possible, and they didn't fear small and medium-sized techniques. It's obvious that Lucas was hiding his power, so the most important thing now was to figure out just how much power Lucas was actually hiding. Aram stopped thinking about it and gestured to the fighters around him. Crunch. The fighters nodded and started spreading out. They moved so quietly and secretly that it was hard to imagine there were 10 people moving at the same time. In that same moment, Lucas also began making his move. Ha, Jaham smirked widely. This was because Lucas was walking towards him. His steps fell at the time as Jaham's as if they were in sync. Jaham never would have expected a sorcerer to voluntarily narrow the distance between them. I really don't know what's wrong with your he. He wasn't able to finish his sentence. Cuck instead, he felt an unimaginable pain in his stomach. It felt like his bones, muscles, and internal organs had all been destroyed. His bulging eyes slowly looked down, and he found Luca's arm buried into his stomach. How did he move so fast? What was this power? Didn't they say that he was a sorcerer? These questions appeared in his head one after the other before they eventually disappeared. To be more precise, they had no choice but to disappear. Puck. This was because Lucas raised his palm and struck Jaham's chin. He was fortunate that his tongue wasn't bitten off as his upper and lower jaws clashed violently together. In his head, it felt like lightning flashed and thunder rolled. Then, as he felt the pain of dozens of teeth being smashed at the same time, Jaham's eyes rolled into the back of his head and he passed out. Silence fell in the arena. The scattered fighters were all shocked by Lucas' sudden approach and his even faster dispatch of Jaham. Pock! Lucas kicked Jaham's body as it collapsed to the ground. His unconscious body flew in the sky on a parabolic path, and Aram stood at the end of that path. Katai appeared in front of him. Pock! Katai also kicked him to the side as if he were a piece of garbage. Jaham's unconscious body rolled across the ground of the arena. You're pretty strong. Aram muttered these words in a low voice. He had kicked Jaham's body away like a used soda can. Aram looked at Lucas with a wary gaze. Although he had made kicking him away look easy, Jaham weighed at least 150 kg. More importantly, he was wearing heavy armor. Lucas' ability to kick him so far caused a question to arise in his heart. Was this guy really a sorcerer? I couldn't figure out his abilities from the rumors. It wasn't unreasonable for Aram to be wary at that moment. He had investigated Lucas as much as he was able to. He knew that it had been about a month since he'd first appeared, that he first appeared in the vicinity of Harui City, and that Bargain was his slave fighter. However, he could not obtain any detailed information about his ancient dragon hunt. All he knew was that the major city lords had appeared with their armies after everything was already over. Therefore, only a few people had actually witnessed Lucas fight with the ancient dragon. Perhaps Lucas wasn't a sorcerer. With that thought in mind, he nodded towards Katai. Katai was the fourth strongest fighter in the arena, while Aram was only in the middle of the rankings at best. Normally, this would mean that he wouldn't dare to give orders to someone like Katai, but in truth, Aram was the one in charge, and the subordinate he could trust the most at that moment was Katai. Suddenly, Lucas spoke up. There are only 10 of you. Do you think you can surround me with only this many? There were currently 10 fighters, including Katai, surrounding him. Because Jaham wasn't able to buy as much time as they expected, they weren't able to get closer. There were still a dozen or so steps between them and Lucas. Did you show up here because you were confident that you could deal with 10 fighters? A smirk crept across Aram's lips. If so, then that was a big miscalculation on your part, to be honest. I didn't think we could lure you out with just Bargain. So I was worried that I'd prepared too much. Shuck. As he spoke, fighters began appearing all over the arena. Seems I was worried for nothing. Bargain's expression became stiff. It wasn't just one or two fighters. There were so many of them that one couldn't help but wonder where they had all hidden. This matter was by no means a joke. He hadn't noticed them until they had finally made an appearance. This meant that every one of these fighters was talented enough to deceive Bargain's senses. I really admire Lord Kanki's insight. He advised us to use our full strength to catch a rat bastard. Subjugating an ancient dragon is certainly a great and all-worthy achievement, but for a skilled sorcerer, it's nothing more than taking down a slightly strong dragonling. You seem to know quite a bit about sorcerers. That's natural. I'm also a sorcerer. Bargain, who was laying on the ground, couldn't help but stare at Aram in surprise. However, now that he thought about it, it wasn't that strange. He had easily passed through the wall when he led Bargain into the old hideout of the Fangs of Kamish, and he had caused him to fall asleep with some strange trick. Instead, now that he learned that he was a sorcerer, many things began to make sense. That's why I can do things like this. Aram began to make strange movements with his hands. It seemed like he was doing some kind of hand ritual. Omnidirectional annihilation of Kai. Wu-woon. With a soft hum, a whitish film that seemed to cover the entire arena appeared. Hoo! Aram panted as if he'd consumed a large amount of vital energy, but a smile of satisfaction spread across his lips. I've destroyed all the natural Kai in the arena. That should be enough of an explanation. Bargain's eyes grew wide when he heard this. The near infinite amount of natural Kai was the driving force that enabled the use of sorcery. The absence of it would mean that Lucas could no longer use any sorcery. This is one of the most talked about techniques among sorcerers. If even a single mistake is made, then the seed of life in the area would dry up completely. But everything should be fine since I already obtained Lord Kanki's permission. Of course, by using annihilation, it means that I can't use sorcery either. But that doesn't matter. There are 100 fighters here. Aram's voice was filled with confidence. 100 men, dragon hunter. Even a grand champion couldn't guarantee victory against 100 fighters. I'm not a grand champion. After a long while, Lucas finally opened his mouth. That's right, you're nothing but a sorcerer. No, he shook his head. Aram. No, none of them knew anything about him. Outsider, sorcerer, dragon hunter. There was nothing wrong with calling Lucas these things. But that wasn't all. Someone who can't use sorcery when all of the Kai in an area is destroyed. Is that what you call a sorcerer? That's right. Many restrictions come with borrowing the power of nature, and a limit to what sorcerers can do, borrowing the power of nature. Lucas closed his eyes as he muttered those words, then he slowly opened them again. Even that is different. What are you? Hot, bright blue light erupted from Lucas' body. What? Aram's expression became incredibly stiff. Energy was being released from Lucas' body, but he didn't know what it was. It felt different, but also similar to the power of nature. How? The natural Kai didn't all the natural Kai in the arena disappear. It's true that you destroyed the natural Kai in the arena. However, your actions don't affect me. What? It doesn't. Aram stuttered, not fully comprehending what Lucas was saying. Is this concept difficult for even a sorcerer to understand? Collecting natural Kai, purifying it, and storing it in the body so that it can easily be used at any time. What the hell are you talking about? Mana. Lucas spoke in a deep voice. It's the name for natural Kai that is stored in the body. If sorcerers borrow the power of nature, we calculate the laws of nature. We dig into the mysteries of nature, create a connection, adjust the laws, and in the end, we control them. We're different from you all, who only know how to fear nature. Aram took a step back in disbelief and fear as if he was hearing the description of a fearsome monster that he'd never heard of before. I have never heard of such a thing in my life. Who the hell are you? If he had to introduce himself in one word. Then Lucas couldn't help but repeat the answer he'd always given in the past. I'm a wizard. Crackle. Storms of fire and ice appeared from his hands. The spells manifested violently as if to display Lucas' inner feelings at that moment. Wizards and mana. These were probably a strange name and concept for them, but Lucas was certain. None of the people here would ever forget the existence of a wizard. Of course, that was if any of them managed to survive in the first place. The first one to get the strange feeling was Aram. He was shocked by the sight in front of him, but at the same time he was at least able to come to one conclusion. No, he looked around. Instead of looking at the two storms that were spreading from Lucas' hands, he looked at the faces of those who were facing these storms. He looked at the fighters who were struggling fiercely without knowing what to do. Why? All the fighters gathered here were elites who had undergone countless hardships. The Lurua Arena was one of the largest and most popular among the major cities. Even if they had lost their true sense of battle because of the match fixing, the strength that they had honed was not false. More than half of the fighters he'd gathered had experience fighting against sorcerers, and the other half knew how to handle their sorcery. D. Dodge, SB spare me, P. please spare me. And yet, without even the chance to fight back, they were now being swept away like insects in a hurricane. This isn't sorcery. Letter 1D4B, N letter 1D62F, letter 1D493, letter 1D65A, A letter 1D451. Calm. With his eyes wide open, Aram came to that conclusion. This guy, he only watched on as if all of this was natural. What had he said earlier? Wizard, mana, storing the natural Kai in the body, calculating the laws of nature. What exactly did that mean? He didn't know, he couldn't understand any of it. Nevertheless, one thing was clear. Everything that was happening now far surpassed Aram's scope of understanding. Shik. Aram bit his lip harshly. The pain and taste of blood from his torn lip seemed to help him clear his mind a bit. Spread out as far as you can. Don't stick together. Then. What should they do next? He instinctively tried to use a technique before realizing it was pointless. The omnidirectional annihilation of Kai was still active. Unexpectedly, the technique he'd prepared to suppress the opponent was suppressing Aram instead. Keitai, capture Bargain. In this situation, they had no choice but to use Bargain. After all, Luca's goal must be to rescue Bargain. Since that was the case, they would attempt to negotiate using that guy's life. Otherwise, they would have no other way out. Keitai nodded and began to approach Bargain. Bargain, who was staring at Luca's spells in a daze, finally came back to his senses. He hadn't fully comprehended the situation at first, but now, as he saw more than 100 fighters being easily tossed around by Lucas, he realized, I cannot become a burden. He'd already been saved by his lord twice, once when he'd lost in his fight against him, and the other time when the ancient dragon appeared. And now it seemed that Bargain owed Lucas his life once again. Even if I die, reincarnate, and die again, I won't be able to pay off this debt. So at the very least, he couldn't become Luca's burden, or at least that was his desire. However, despite his wishes, his body, devoid of even the slightest ounce of energy, remained motionless. The more he tried to force himself to move, the more it felt like his entire body was being torn apart piece by piece. He couldn't even move a single finger. Please move one last time. If he could move his body at that moment, he wouldn't care if it meant being crippled for the rest of his life. Was he still unwilling to give up in this situation? Kate let out a cold snort as he rushed towards Bargain. It was at that moment. Crack, crack, the ground around Bargain rose up to cover him. The raised ground joined together to create a solid barrier as if it was protecting him. Your wall is useless. Kate swung his greatsword towards the barrier. Cack, he'd swung with the intention of destroying it with one blow, but his sword ended up stuck in the barrier like a fork in a cake. This swing had contained enough force to destroy the wall of a fortress, but it was stopped by this small barrier. Is this not an ordinary wall? If he kept swinging, he would probably be able to break it eventually, but he didn't know how long that would take. Keitai turned to glare at Lucas with a blazing gaze. He looked into the glowing blue eyes of the wizard, who was controlling the two storms as easily as taking a stroll. I should have warned you, you can't touch Bargain. Right, I guess you want to die first. Keitai grit his teeth before pulling his sword out. I don't care if you're a wizard or whatever, but do you really think these ice and fire storms can stop me? Do you think a fighter is that easy to deal with? He took a step forward. A reddish glow began to rise up from Keitai's body. His muscles began to swell. The leather armor that covered his body began to stretch as if it was going to burst apart. The skin that was visible under the armor became red and his veins protruded. This is nothing. Keitai raised his greatsword into the air. Boom, and as he brought it down, a storm appeared. Keitai's sword cut the arena ground in half. The crack in the ground quickly spread to Lucas like a snake moving beneath the earth, but Lucas simply rose into the air. Aram was shocked when he saw this. This wasn't floating instead, it seemed to be an ability close to true flight, but Keitai was determined to not be surprised by anything he saw anymore. Without paying attention to it, he tightened his grip on his sword and kicked off from the ground, quickly narrowing the distance towards Lucas. His large figure leapt 10 meters into the air in an instant. His muscles ached like they had been torn by his actions. Because he was making many forceful movements one after the other, he was putting great strain on his body, but Keitai chose to ignore the pain. The grip on his sword was firm, and after stretching his back to the limit, he swung it forward. Clang, his wrist throbbed. This was unbelievable. With the power that he'd put behind his sword just now, Luca's body should have already turned into a pile of meat, and even if it didn't, he should have at last been cut into 2 pieces. But he hadn't been. Something blocked it. A round, invisible membrane was surrounding Luca's barrier. Lucas murmured in a soft tone, "You have all kinds of tricks up your sleeves, however." Lucas interrupted him. At that moment, Keitai felt that Lucas was looking at him for the first time. Why are you mad? What the hell are you? Do you think you have the right to be mad right now? What the fuck are you talking about, you bastard? I don't understand. The one who has the biggest right to be angry here is Bargain, not you. Lucas' voice reached the ears of Bargain, who was groaning on the ground below. At that moment, Bargain's chest felt stuffy and his throat became tight. In the 30 or so years after he'd left Lurua, he had never felt this way before. It was a feeling of pleasure, as if there was finally someone who understood him. Moreover, the person who understood him was the man he admired the most. And after him, I'm the one who is most angry. Anger flickered deep within Luca's eyes. He looked at Keitai. Then he turned to look at Aram. He looked at the 100 fighters and looked into the distance to where he knew Kanki was. What was it that separated humans that should be saved from humans that shouldn't? This was one of the first concerns Lucas had when he became an absolute. That's why he saved many races. There were humans, and there were also non-humans. Years went by. He wandered through countless universes, repeatedly saving and destroying. And after a long time, Lucas came to a conclusion. Humans were beings who were shaped according to the journey they walked, the teachings they accepted, and the bonds they created. Some said that they were beings of choice and possibility. Throughout the entirety of the multiverse, it was rare to find a race in which good and evil could collide so violently. There was no human who didn't have any evil in their hearts. No matter how good a human might appear on the surface, there was at least one time in their life when they had a bad heart. There was no human who didn't get a little dirty after walking near the dust. Therefore, the thing that Lucas considered the most important was their attitude towards their inner evil. They couldn't turn a blind eye to it, nor could they give in to the darkness wriggling in their heart. Accepting inner evil meant the loss of the soul and the death of the possibility to become a better being. And that's exactly what these fighters reminded him of. They had been devoured by their inner darkness. They had given up the path of fighting beautifully and had tarnished their pride. Not only that, but they also insulted those who continued to fight. Disgusting. Lucas looked around at Aram and the others. Their behavior reminded him of those he hated the most, those who had chosen to be sheep, those who had lowered their heads, those who had given up their pride, those who had chosen to be livestock instead of humans. They might have wrapped their actions in a different type of packaging, but in the end, they were no different. They had been enticed by the overwhelming sweetness of the idleness and wealth that Kanki had given them. Therefore, Bargain, who didn't back down till the very end, was a human that should be saved. You call yourself fighters. That's strange. In my eyes, there is only one person in this arena who can be called a fighter. An outsider like you doesn't know anything. I don't need to know. Clang. Icicles that appeared in the air without warning, stabbed into Keitai. The force behind these icicles were so great that it caused Keitai, who hadn't been able to contain his anger and shouted, to fall heavily to the ground with his eyes rolled back. It all happened so fast that he didn't even get the chance to scream. Damn it. When he saw this, Aram couldn't help but swear. Who the hell was this guy? While he had been paying attention to Keitai and venting his anger, he hadn't shown even a single opening. It was unbelievable. While half of the fighters had been swept away by the storm, Aram had been paying close attention to Lucas. All of his focus had been on finding Lucas' weaknesses, but in the end, he couldn't find a single one, and at the same time, goosebumps appeared all over his skin as if someone was staring at him. It was only then that he realized something was wrong. Is this guy's field of view really that large? It was almost as if Lucas was looking down at the arena as though it was in the palm of his hand. Was that even possible? What the hell was wrong with this guy's brain? For Aram, Lucas was no longer just an outsider. Instead, he was an incomprehensible monster. It was at that moment. Boom, something came crashing down from the sky. The falling object instantly dispersed the storms of ice and fire. A huge being slowly straightened up within the billowing clouds of dust, the Lurua arena. Bang, following the voice, a huge boulder flew out of the dust cloud. It was accompanied by a loud sound as if a cannon had been fired. Lucas tried to dodge, but the large projectile was much faster than he anticipated. Boom, in an instant, the barrier in front of him, which hadn't so much as cracked when Keitai attacked with his full strength, shattered. Lucas wasn't able to dodge completely. Pock. The boulder struck his left arm, tearing his cloak. His arm, which was now exposed, was swollen and bleeding. Is my territory. F-whoosh. The dust cloud, which covered a large area, was cleared in an instant. Lo, Lord Kanki. The surviving fighters cried out with joy at the sight of Kanki. Kanki's eyes, which were finally revealed, were red with rage. He slowly looked around the arena. More than half of the 100 fighters are dead. Did you know, outsider? The championship will be held soon. Naturally, in this period, the attention and interest the arena receives will be at their peak. Do you understand what this means? His voice was soft, but the anger overflowing within it was like a volcano that was about to erupt. It means that I, Kanki, who has only received profits until now, will instead suffer from immense losses in this great event which only occurs once every 10 years. The momentum in his blazing eyes as he looked at Lucas would have turned him into ashes if it could. All because of you. I don't even want to calculate just how much damage Lurua has suffered. Kanki's roar rang throughout the arena. It was so powerful that some of the exhausted fighters directly fainted with pale faces. I don't care. Kanki closed his mouth at Lucca's calm dismissal. His killing intent, which had seemed to rise into the sky, disappeared like a bonfire that had been doused with cold water. This drastic change was many times more terrifying. I won't kill you now. Instead, there is a place beneath this city that is perfect for you. It's a place filled with screams and pain. You will wish I'd killed you. Ignoring his words, Lucas looked down at his throbbing left arm. It had only been grazed slightly, but his entire arm had swelled up as though it had been broken. This wound showed that Kanki's strength had long surpassed the scope of common sense. And now that he thought about it, Lucas realized that this was the first injury he'd suffered since coming to the heavenly realm. Whether it was in the fight against Bargain, or when he hunted the ancient dragon, Lucas hadn't received a single scratch. As for the wounds that had been received during his 12 losses in the arena, those weren't him, but doppelgangers. He'd always known that Kanki wouldn't be an easy opponent. Therefore, he'd made sure to prepare sufficiently before facing him. I wanted to annihilate all 100 fighters. As expected, things in the world didn't always go the way we expected them to. In addition, his opponents weren't just Kanki and the surviving fighters. 3 more dragonmen appeared. With blazing momentum, they surrounded Lucas. Only 3 more fighters had been added, but they put more pressure on Lucas than when he had been surrounded by 100 fighters. This was because they were the 3 fighters who represented the Lurua arena. The 3rd-ranked fighter, Pajadu, the 2nd-ranked fighter, USA, and the number 1 fighter and current champion of the Lurua arena, Samash. On top of that was Kanki, who had once reached the semi-finals of the championship and was the current Lord of Lurua. 1. Major City Lord Kanki, you must have been a fighter who once aimed to be the grand champion, so I'd like to make a proposal. 1+. Proposal: if you have even a handful of pride as a fighter left, then tell your men to stand down. At those words, Kanki's expression became one of confusion. Are you saying you want to fight me one-on-one? Right. Ha 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 q ha ha ha. Kanki couldn't help but burst into laughter. You're actually saying something like, let's have a fair one-on-one contest when you're already in this situation. I'm sorry, but I have none of the pride you speak of. I reached this position only by being thorough. Of course, this doesn't mean I'd lose to you if I were to fight you on my own, but I don't want to put in that much effort. I thought you'd say something like that. A smile crept across Luca's face, so I called for reinforcements of my own. A commotion erupted from the entrance of the arena. Boom! Following the sound of an explosion, 5 fighters were sent flying at the same time. Looking at their rolled eyes, it was clear that they were all unconscious. 5 fighters had been incapacitated by one attack. What the hell? Aram turned to look at Lucas in disbelief. He was an outsider, and it had only been about a month since he'd come to the Heavenly Realm. And yet, in such a short amount of time, he was able to establish a relationship with someone so powerful. This guy is insane. He didn't know who it was that had chosen to help Lucas, but attacking the fighters here meant going against the major city, Lurua, and its lord Kanki. Any sane person would probably understand what it meant to make an enemy of a major city, right? Cuck. Aram pushed through the fighters until he saw what Lucas called his reinforcements. And he became speechless for a while, that guy. It was someone he recognized, not because they knew each other, but because the other party was fairly famous. His untrimmed black hair billowed in the wind. Black hair. It was a very rare color among dragon men. In addition, this man's facial features were different from those of most dragon men. Letter 1d4 AT, letter 1d4 C3, letter 1d5 FB, letter 1d6 3 letter 1d6 26, letter 1d4 1A, com. There was only one reason for this. As Aram knew, this man was an outsider, the whirlwind of the arena. He knew him. How could he not know him? He was a fighter from Babylon who was almost certain to be a strong contender in the upcoming championship. Kanki's gaze also swept across the arena and headed to Lee Jong-hak, who was sweeping fighters away with his sword. One of Ishuda's people. Her possessiveness is insane. How did you manage to get her to agree? Well. Kanki looked at Lucas with a raised eyebrow. Right, now I get it. Was this the reason you made the doppelgangers? To avoid my watch and head to Babylon to persuade Li Hao to come help you. That must mean that Li Hao is the trump card you prepared. Trump card. The term assurance would be a better answer, but Lucas didn't bother correcting Kanki. Nevertheless, Kanki continued to speculate. Now that I think about it, Li Hao is an outsider. And you're also an outsider, so I can assume that you knew each other before you came to the Heavenly Realm, which is why you reached out to him for help. If that's the case, then. After finishing his calculation, Kanki looked at Lucas with a cold sneer on his lips. It was widely known that the whirlwind of the arena was one of Ishuda's favorite fighters. If he were to capture him without killing him and offer to return him to her in one piece, Ishuda would have no choice but to accept it. What if I asked for the body parts of the ancient dragon that you sold to her? I think that would be enough to make up for the damages I suffered today to an extent. You're quite delusional. Do you think your men are enough to subdue him? Haha. On one side is a man who ranks 3rd in the Babylon arena, while on the other side are 50 of my best fighters together with my champion Samash. Kanki's voice became cold. Which one of us is the delusional one? You don't know. What kind of man Lee Jong-hak was? Lucas swallowed the rest of his words. The man who was wielding his sword in the arena was a genius. A genius who had fought against beings like the demons who were inherently stronger, and had even created a technique to help him hunt them more efficiently. The evil vanquishing sword technique. This was the sword technique Lee Jong-hak had created at a young age. Even if one were to only look at that fact, it meant that he had long entered the realm of martial arts grandmaster. In addition, the evil vanquishing sword technique was created by combining dozens of existing sword techniques. In a sense, creating a sword technique by combining several sword techniques which had different forms, styles, and foundations was much harder than creating a sword technique from scratch. And if Lucas' predictions were right, then Li Jonghak had probably already created a sword technique with which to use against Dragonman fighters. That was why he wasn't worried about him. Let's put aside the small talk and get started, shall we? Since I'm aiming to be the grand champion, it shouldn't be difficult to defeat someone like you who only made it to the semi-finals. Grand champion, that's not a title that outsiders who don't know anything should mention lightly. Kanki narrowed his eyes. Fine then, since you want it, I will show you the power I have gained. Dragon Hunter Lucas. He was already aware of the fact that he wasn't a sorcerer, but something else. There was no need for him to hear any reports from Aram. The omnidirectional annihilation of Kai that he'd used was still active even at that moment. Nevertheless, Lucas was clearly displaying the powers of nature, which looked similar to sorcery. In other words, Lucas wasn't actually using sorcery, but something else. It doesn't matter what it is. He didn't care a single bit. Kanki slowly increased his fighting spirit. This was similar to the process where warriors would calm their minds in order to bring out their best condition before battle. However, in the case of fighters, instead of calming down, they increased their fighting spirit, thirst and hunger, and extreme hostility towards their opponent. All of these combined to create a state of intentional agitation. Ku, gu, gu. In a way, the immense fighting spirit that erupted was, in its own way, a form of pressure for the opponent. Kanki's surroundings began to distort. This was because of the immense heat that was beginning to rise off of his body because of his scorching hot fighting spirit. Bang! Following that loud sound, Kanki's giant figure seemed to disappear from the arena, and the place that he eventually appeared was behind Lucas. Crackle. He stretched forward a fist filled with explosive power so potent it seemed to warp the space around it. To Kanki, it didn't matter if Lucas tried to block this attack with the invisible barrier he'd used earlier. No matter how many shields he tried to erect around himself, his fist would definitely crush all of them. Swoosh. Perhaps Lucas also realized that, because he narrowly avoided the attack by a small margin. Moreover, the way he avoided the attack was strange. Even with Kanki's dynamic vision, he failed to follow Lucas' movement. He didn't move to avoid it, but disappeared instead. This must be another one of his tricks. He was certainly better than any sorcerer he'd faced before, but he didn't panic. Kanki's burning figure didn't budge from that spot. Instead, his red eyes swept across the entire arena in an instant, and he was able to find Lucas not that far away. Woo-woo. However, his attention was immediately drawn to the strange rod in Lucas' hand. A stick, no, was it a cane? It had a shape that he had never seen before. A dark red jewel sat at the top of it, and it seemed to glow softly as though it was filled with molten lava. Pot. At the same time, dozens of spells suddenly appeared behind Lucas. Kanki didn't move. Instead, he narrowed his eyes. Fire, ice, electricity, rock, wind. He couldn't recognize most of the other attacks. Was this just a massive attack? Or was he planning something else? How interesting. Kanki let out a loud roar. I'll let you attack this once. Without bothering to respond, Lucas pointed his finger towards Kanki. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. And dozens of spells shot towards Kanki at the same time. Kanki didn't try to dodge. Instead, he looked at the incoming attack and opened his mouth. Woon. Something began to light up within Kanki's throat. This was similar to something Lucas had witnessed before. No way. Ruar. With a loud roar, a breath attack shot out of Kanki's throat. When he saw this, Lucas couldn't help but be surprised. After all, he never would have expected a dragonman, not a dragonling or an ancient dragon, to use a breath attack. Crash. Moreover, the power of this attack was overwhelming. Although most of them were weak, the power that the dozens of spells had when combined was nothing to scoff at. Nevertheless, they disappeared in an instant in the face of the breath attack. And even after that, the power of the breath attack didn't diminish at all. Without the slightest decrease in speed, the breath attack shot towards Lucas. Lucas looked at the attack shooting towards him. The range of the attack was so wide that he wouldn't be able to avoid it even if he used blink. It was also too powerful to block with a barrier. I have no choice but to cancel it out. As he quickly came to this decision, Lucas roused his mana. Woo-woon. And as a result, the black staff in his hand began to vibrate. Staff of the distant night sky. A staff created by an eccentric but extremely skilled blacksmith. The tail of a mutated dragonling was used as the main material, while an artificial gem created by processing the heart of the same dragonling was embedded into the top. It can efficiently absorb and convert the Kai of Mother Nature, but the required method is not something that ordinary people can learn. Although it is in the shape of a staff, it is incomparably sturdy, and it won't break even if the user were to swing it around recklessly. As he expected, Nektu's skills were reliable. Although he knew that it was because he'd embedded the heart of the dragonling into it, the part that caught Lucas' attention the most was the fact that it could efficiently convert the Kai of Mother Nature, or in other words, mana. I have about a third of my mana left. Since he'd been continuously using his mana even before he arrived here, he couldn't afford to use the rest recklessly. Nevertheless, he decided to use all of his remaining mana in this spell. This is because he knew that he wouldn't be able to hurt Kanki with just any spell. Lava blast, rumble, lava that erupted from nowhere shot towards the breath attack like a tsunami. In an instant, the temperature in the arena soared exponentially. Starting from 7-star spells, all spells reached a level where they would affect the surrounding environment to some extent. In Luca's case, he was able to use his superb control to reduce the damage to an extent, but that didn't mean that the power of his spell was reduced. Kanki couldn't help but flinch in surprise when he saw this spell. Lucas thought that Kanki would try to dodge the lava blast. After all, the torrent of lava had already devoured most of the breath attack. Nevertheless, it didn't seem satisfied and continued to rush forward as though it was searching for its next victim. But contrary to his expectations, Kanki instead took a big step forward, and the lava blast swallowed Kanki without hesitation. Did he really take that attack head-on? A 7-star spell that contained all of Luca's remaining mana. Why? He didn't think Kanki had underestimated the strength of his lava blast. And it also didn't look like his scales were stronger than an ancient dragon's. In other words, this meant that he had something else to rely on. Shuck! A huge fist popped out of the river of soaring flames. He didn't have time to react properly. The fist hit Luca's body with a violent crash. Crunch! The arm and leg that he raised to block the attack were smashed in an instant. The pain of so many bones breaking at the same time was so terrible that even the strongest-willed men would scream in pain, but Lucas didn't even frown. If he hadn't reduced some of the momentum by stacking several barriers, that attack might have actually killed him in one hit. This was the way a wizard's fight always was. A single mistake or moment of carelessness could lead to an irreversible situation. Thud! The force of the attack buried Luca's body into the ground of the arena. After lying motionlessly for a while, he staggered to his feet. His forehead felt hot. Had his head been injured? Wiping the blood out of his eyes with his good hand, he glared into the flames. This is the power of wealth. A deep murmur broke the silence. Kanki slowly stepped out of the lava blast. Scratches and burn marks were certainly present on his red-hot scales, but considering the power of the lava blast and the fact that he took it on directly, this damage was far from enough. Nevertheless, he seemed a bit surprised. I never expected you to hurt me in this state, I see. Was that technique just now your secret weapon? Lucas ignored his question and asked. What are you wearing? Kanki chuckled softly. The Creed of Kamish, TSSS. The red-hot scales cooled rapidly. Clank, clank, and a strange sound came from inside his body. As long as I am wearing this armor, no attacks can reach me. Armor, but Lucas realized that it wasn't the conventional use of the word. I always thought that you were overwhelmingly large among dragon men, as if you were a different species altogether. Now I understand why. Ho, what's the reason? That huge body isn't your real body, it's a puppet. Your real body is hidden within it. To put it simply, it was a concept similar to the golems from Luca's home universe. But this puppet was more like a mechanical device that the user could attach or detach, rather than an artificial being that could move independently. With that understanding, everything began to make more sense. Why he was several times larger than other dragon men, and why he could even let out breath attacks. Huhahaha, Kanki roared with laughter. He then turned to look at Lucas' staff with a sneer. That's right, the Creed of Kamish is a machine armor. You have a good eye. Or did she tell you? It seems that you also used her power to make that cane of yours, but your opponent was just a bad match for you. Even if it was made by the same Hammer of Babylon, my equipment works better against you. Hammer of Babylon. Lucas shook his head slowly. You're mistaken. I asked Nektu to make this staff for me. Kanki just tilted his head to the side when he heard Lucas' rebuttal. You're joking, right? Did you really ask her to make something for you without knowing her real identity? What are you talking about? Haha, I really didn't expect this. Kanki shook his head as if he'd encountered something strange. But it doesn't matter anyway. Quit yapping and accept your fate. We both know that attack was your last. You can't launch any more attacks. After a moment of silence, Lucas finally nodded. Right, you're right, ho. Kanki watched on with slight interest at Lucas' sudden acceptance. I've already used up all of my mana, and it's hard to stand with my arm and leg smashed. Even if I had more mana, I think it would be hard to break through your armor. So. By the way, Kanki, about the place beneath the city that you mentioned earlier, I've already been there. Kanki's eyes narrowed slightly. There were a lot of skilled persons who were being enslaved by you and your men there, and among them were the refiners that I'd been looking for. You know about them? You're really making it hard for me to let you live. Lucas ignored his words. Everyone there hates you. Initially, I wanted to strike a deal with them in exchange for rescuing them, but I didn't have to. They fully cooperated with me and helped me refine the heart of the ancient dragon. The heart of the ancient dragon. Did you know? Taking the elixir doesn't mean that it will go into effect immediately. Because of how much energy there is, it takes a long while to dissolve. It's called the digestion process. What are you trying to say? Lucas sneered slightly. The digestion process is accelerated the more you use your body and mana. By the time Kanki had finally realized what he was trying to say, Luca's gaze lowered slightly. He was looking at the status window that hadn't disappeared since he'd taken the Ancient Dragon Heart Elixir. Heart of the Ancient Dragon, current digestion rate 99.8. When the digestion is complete, some of the user's skills will be unlocked. Then, beep, digestion has reached 100. Some of the user's skills have been unlocked. Boom. An explosion of bright blue light erupted from Luca's body. This was different from before. This time when the blue light appeared, the ground around him sank. This showed that Luca's mana was now interfering with the physical world. Kanki couldn't know just what this eruption of blue light which shot into the sky like a beam really meant. Skill, Magic LV, 7 Magic LV, 8. Only the mana of an 8-star wizard could have such an effect. Lucas slowly opened his eyes. Let's continue, Kanki. The continuation of their battle, here in the arena. Let's start the second round. Aram's eyes widened. This was because he was able to sense the subtle change in the arena's atmosphere. My technique is about to break. Crack, crack, crack. With a loud noise, the invisible barrier that was covering the entire arena shattered. Aram couldn't tell what happened. According to his calculations, the barrier should have persisted for a while longer. Nevertheless, a glint appeared in Aram's eyes. Since the omnidirectional annihilation of Kai had been broken, it meant that he could use sorcery again. This was proven by the huge amount of natural Kai that came rushing into the arena like a raging river. The arena, which had been like a desert just a moment ago, was slowly being filled once again. Although the amount of natural Kai in the environment was still a bit lacking, Aram knew several techniques that he could make use of. He quickly began to do the required hand seals for the technique. He had to do something to hinder that monster, Li Hao, even a little. But to his surprise, his technique didn't trigger. Was it because he was too agitated? Thinking that this was the case, Aram calmed himself down before doing the hand seals once again. This time, he made sure to be more precise and certain with his movements. Nevertheless, his technique still failed to appear. A slight look of disbelief spread across Aram's face. This. What the hell was going on? There was definitely natural Kai present in the surroundings. It was present, but it wasn't obeying his commands. This was the first time he'd ever experienced such a phenomenon since he'd started learning sorcery. You seem pretty relaxed. Suddenly, the voice of the death god sounded from right beside him. It was Li Jonghak. He was standing beside Aram, his face covered in blood that didn't appear to be his own. Only their gazes met, but Aram became so afraid that he accidentally hiccuped. A fighter cannot afford to lose focus within the arena. The sword in Li Jonghak's hand flashed, and another scream echoed in the arena. He could only feel an overwhelming sense of fulfillment at that moment. His mana, which had been emptied to the last drop, became full in an instant, and even overflowed to the extent that it had to be released through his skin. Crackle, the released mana shot into the sky like a beam of light, easily shattering the Kai annihilation barrier that had covered the entire arena. It cracked and fell to the ground like a broken window. Lucas stood in the middle of the arena, slowly calming his raging mana. Kanki, who had been quietly watching this scene, finally opened his mouth. Refining the heart of an ancient dragon. That's a rumor that most dragon men don't believe. It was only recently that I learned the truth about refiners, but you seem to have believed in it for a while. The fact that you can use an ancient dragon's heart to make an unprecedented elixir. Tell me, who did you hear it from? If I were you, I wouldn't be asking such trivial questions, Kanki. What did you say? Luca's indifferent gaze scanned across Kanki's large body. His eyes seemed to contain an entirely different glow from before. Now I understand, Kanki. That armor of yours. HMPH. Kanki snorted derisively. Don't be ridiculous, the Creed of Kamish is one of the greatest feats of engineering in the entire heavenly realm. It wasn't just made by the hand of the hammer of Babylon. It was also made with the help of most of the talents you found in the underground space below. Those are all geniuses that you would be hard-pressed to find equals to even if you were to search the entirety of Combat Island. Do you understand what I'm saying? It was only after countless talented people put their heads together and revised the blueprints hundreds and thousands of times that the Hammer of Babylon finally gave it shape. And even after that, it was modified hundreds and thousands of times before it was finally completed. A cold glint flickered in his eyes. And you're saying that you can see through this armor with just a glance. There was nothing wrong with what Kanki said. It was true that the Creed of Kamish was created after many top-tier talents who all dominated in their respective fields toiled away for several years. And it was true that no matter how much Lucas had changed, he wouldn't be able to see through it with just a single glance. But that wasn't what Lucas was talking about. The heavenly realm really is a blessed land. What? I've never seen a place this rich with natural Kai and mana as this place. What the hell are you talking about? The reason that armor can move so freely is because of the natural Kai. Kanki's expression showed that he didn't understand what Lucas was talking about, but there was no need for him to understand. This Creed of Kamish. If they had been in Luca's homeworld, a suit of mechanical armor that large would have needed at least 100,000 mi just to move. And when considering its other abilities like the breath attack he had launched before or the sudden increase in defense, that number would need to be multiplied several times. However, the Creed of Kamish had no power source. In other words, it was like a horseless carriage that was moving on its own. To put it simply, it would be impossible. If this weren't the heavenly realm, some of the geniuses you trapped must have been sorcerers. The runes engraved on the scales are techniques carved by them, and they are probably responsible for attracting the natural kai in the surroundings. Kanki forced himself to not look down at his body. No runes were visible on his scales. This was natural. After all, they had been coated with a special paint so that they couldn't be found easily. And yet Lucas was able to recognize them with a single glance. Did he see them when my scales got affected by that lava attack? Even so, that had been fixed in an instant. Unlike Kanki, who was growing increasingly anxious, Lucas continued with a flat tone and blank expression. You're probably storing the mana you attract within the body. That's why you could still move within the field of the omnidirectional annihilation of Kai. In other words, there was something within that armor that played a role similar to the mana room in a wizard's body. Kanki furrowed his eyebrows. Fine, I'll admit that you're skilled at analyzing. But so what? Do you think that's the weakness of this armor? Weakness. He would continue trying to find it, and he never would. Because there was no such thing as a weakness in the Creed of Kamish. Didn't you say that this was the second round? Why are you just running your mouth? Or are you trying to waste my time? I'm not trying to waste your time, Kanki. Instead, the result of this match has already been decided. You lost. Ha ha ha. Kanki couldn't help but burst into laughter when he heard that ridiculous statement. I think I've heard enough of your bullshit tea since it seems you don't want to come to me. I'll come to you. He increased the output of the armor even more than before. Lucas seemed to have grown stronger after consuming the ancient dragon heart elixir, so he couldn't afford to hide his strength any longer. But Kanki didn't move at a speed, nearly invisible to the eye as he did before. Bang. Letter 1d6-2a, letter 1d5fb, n letter 1d45f, e letter 1d44e, letter 1d485. Far from it, instead he couldn't even take a single step before falling heavily to the ground. What? Creak, creak. He tried his best to move the armor, but it refused to move no matter what he did. A look of shock pasted itself on Kanki's face. Has he ever experienced a situation like this before? Lucas just quietly watched him struggle. The greatest proof to distinguish the difference between a 7-star and an 8-star wizard was the fact that 8-star wizards could materialize an embodiment of their mana rooms, which were located inside of them, on the outside. This ability gave them absolute dominion over all the mana in a specific area around their bodies. For this reason, a single 8-star wizard could theoretically nullify the powers of dozens of 7-star wizards. The interesting part was the fact that the Creed of Kamish actually had an internal structure similar to that of a wizard. This was something Lucas realized immediately after returning to 8 stars, and upon finding that, his next decision was easy to make. He would simply neutralize Kanki's mana, just like he would neutralize a wizard. Suddenly, green energy shot towards Lucas, forming a ball above his palm. This wasn't the natural kai, nor was it the mana from inside him. This is all the mana that was stored in your armor. It's less than I thought. That's impossible. It's possible for a wizard. Lucas shook his hand as he spoke in an indifferent tone. Clatter. Then Kanki's body began to tremble on the ground with a terrible rattling noise. Stop, L, let go of me. What are you trying to do? Kanki's voice came out in parts, almost like a broken radio, but Lucas didn't pay any attention to it. Crunch, and soon after, Kanki's body was ripped open. Kanki, the powerful major city lord of Lurua. Lucas slowly opened his mouth, a fighter who never neglected his training. That was what I heard. He looked down with a cold gaze. Before him was a skinny old man, with shifty eyes and a frail body that seemed like it could break apart at any moment. He had few scales left on his body instead. He was covered in various scars and wrinkles like an old toy that had been eaten by insects. This disgusting, decrepit old body was the true appearance of the man named Kanki. My armor, how dare you. If I had a mirror, I'd really like to show you your current appearance. Kanki, who was struggling and shouting on the ground, suddenly flinched. Don't look at me. He didn't have many teeth left, so when he shouted, his voice carried a lisp. Kanki continued to struggle on the ground. For Lucas, Kanki's appearance was so disgusting that it made him want to vomit. You laughed at those fighters who risked their lives in the arena, but look at you now. Is this the true appearance of the major city lord Kanki who is admired by many? What's the point of living such a life? What do you know? You know nothing. Kanki shook. There are limits to physical training. Those monsters on Dragon God Island. No fighter can defeat those monsters living on Dragon God Island, not even a grand champion. That's why I decided to choose a different path with my mechanical armor, the Creed of Kamish. I was certain that I would be able to reach a level that would allow me to face those monsters. That is the power of the armor and those who made it. That is not something that you created yourself. It is not your power. If this man was a blacksmith, engineer, alchemist, or even a sorcerer, then Lucas wouldn't have felt such a deep disgust towards him. But Kanki was once a fighter. He was once a fighter who had fought continuously with the goal of becoming the grand champion. So he knew all about the struggle. He knew what fighters valued the most, and he knew what made them the most pitiful. He knew it, but he still chose to insult them. He strayed away from the path he once walked. He trampled upon his own achievements, and he laughed at those who continued to walk on the straight, yet thorny path. That was more than enough reason for him to die. Crunch. Lucas walked towards Kanki. Most of the fights in the arena took the form of matches. While it was true that they could easily become life or death battles, it was also true that these matches didn't have to end in death. But the fight that was currently taking place in the arena was not a simple match. It would only be decided when one of the two sides died. Huff, huff. Letter 1d4 to 2n, letter 1d4 5br, letter 2n 2f, letter 1d4 b6, letter 1d6 8d. Calm. Kanki knew that too. He struggled to breathe. Nevertheless, he had to say something. If he didn't, he would really die. If you kill me here, do you know what the aftermath will be? Lucas didn't stop walking. Seeing this, Kanki continued in a more urgent tone. All the major cities have noticed and ignored my manipulation. Do you know what that means? It means that they have tacitly acknowledged my actions. If you were to kill me, cough, cough. Following a painful coughing, Kanki spat out a mouthful of blood. It would mean going against all the major cities. Lucas finally came to a stop and responded. Issued a lent Li Hao to me. It took a bit of persuasion, but she didn't seem particularly reluctant to help me kill you. Do you still think the major cities will get revenge for you? Despite Lucas' words, a faint glimmer appeared in Kanki's eyes. He had stopped and responded. At the very least, this meant that the conditions to have a conversation had been met. This didn't mean his situation had turned around, but at the least it was several times better than before. Ishuda is different. That girl has always been greedy. I'm sure she tried to rip you off in some way while using the pretext of helping you. For the other major city lords, the thing that they care about the most is the value of the title, Major City Lord. The value of the title, that's right. What do you think the response would be if it was found that a major city lord was killed by an outsider who appeared out of nowhere? Their prestige would fall to the ground. Not just mine, but the reputation of all 7 of the major city lords would be dragged through the mud. It sounded like sophistry, but it made sense to some extent. In fact, when Lucas had considered the fact that Kanki would become his enemy, that was one of his biggest concerns. Kanki quickly continued talking. Do you understand now? Killing me would do you more harm than good. Kanki, Lucas interrupted him in a quiet tone. There is something that the major city lords care about more than their prestige. Although those words made him feel anxious, Kanki couldn't help but ask, what is that? Benefits. What? In the first place, the major city lords never got along with each other, and you have the worst reputation among them. Unlike the other major cities which grew steadily over time, Lurua grew explosively in only a few decades. A nail that stuck out would surely catch many eyes regardless of where it was. In Kanki's case, it was even worse. As he'd said, all the major city lords knew that he'd made his city flourish using despicable means. I managed to convince 5 of the major city lords. The other 2 major city lords didn't agree, but they didn't seem to have any intention of protesting for your sake. What are you talking about? No. How? Suddenly, a thought flashed in Kanki's mind like a bolt of lightning. Lucas had disappeared from the city for a long time. At best, finding the underground space, refining the ancient dragon heart elixir, and going to Babylon to get Li Hao were all things that could be done within a single week. However, Lucas hadn't appeared for several weeks. I went to visit 5 of the major city lords, and I collected the debt for giving them the ancient dragon's corpse for free. That. Kanki's eyes became so wide that it seemed they would tear at the sides. Did you just say that you gave them the ancient dragon's corpse for free? Well, not exactly. I just decided that in order to completely clear away the darkness in Lurua, I would need to form connections with other powerful people. And what connection could be thicker and stronger than the connection called debt? Lucas had intentionally made them indebted to him. Hundreds of their subordinates were present, so they couldn't do anything about it even if they knew what he was doing. Nevertheless, Lucas thought that the major city lords would oppose his plan. At the very least, he thought that there would be 1 or 2 who opposed. However, it seemed that the relationship between Kanki and the other major city lords was even worse than he thought. That's impossible. Kanki stared at Lucas in disbelief for a while before scurrying backward. Did you prepare any more rat holes? I hope not, and if you have no means left then. Whoosh, fire appeared on Lucas' outstretched palm. You and the Lurua arena will become ashes tonight. I've heard many rumors that the fighters in Lurua are much weaker than they are thought to be. As he said this, Lee Jong-hak ran his fingers through his blood-soaked hair. But this makes me feel something beyond disappointment. He had killed many people here even though they weren't demons. It made him feel dirty, not because he committed murder. This was Combat Island, and taking the life of another was considered relatively common here. It was hard to understand with the common sense of an earthling, but the fighters here wouldn't be upset even if their opponent was to kill them. Of course, this death was usually a condition that came at the end of a life or death battle. If it was an enemy they acknowledged, then they would gracefully accept the sword in their heart and pray that their opponent's path would be paved with blessings. They didn't want the person who defeated and killed them to remain on an insignificant level. That way, if that fighter managed to one day become a powerful person after overcoming countless tribulations, they could be proud of the fact that they were in that fighter's memories. The thing fighters feared the most was being forgotten, and the thing they longed for the most was for their names to remain as legends even thousands of years later. In a way, it could be said that they were a race who risked their lives for honor, but Lee Jong-hak actually liked their mindset. This was because it was impossible to foster such a mindset without pride. Over the past 2 years, Lee Jong-hak had adapted to living on Combat Island to an extent. That's why he didn't hesitate to take another's life, and that's why he didn't feel bitter after basically committing murder. But this was different. The more he swung his sword, the dirtier he felt, and the more a foreign feeling grew in his heart. This was probably because the people he was fighting and killing now were those who had already lost their pride as fighters. Samash, the champion of Lurua, glared at Lee Jong-hak with wide eyes. Have you been hiding your strength? What? Otherwise, how can a man like you not be a champion? Samash shouted in disbelief. He knew Lee Jong-hak. He had appeared in the Babylon arena like a comet and quickly shot up the rankings to take 3rd place. He was a strong contender who was almost guaranteed to take part in the championship. Samash had heard that he was an outsider, but it wasn't that strange for outsiders to participate in the championship on Combat Island. You are weak. Samash, cut the crap. Do you not see this weapon, this armor? Samash pointed to his equipment and shouted, it's not just our equipment. We also receive systematic training that maximizes our physical ability. The efficiency of our training program is different from those losers who only exhaust themselves in useless fights. The important part of training isn't just the quantifiable data. Your physical ability might have improved, but I cannot sense any tension from you. Tension. Lee Jong-hak didn't feel like saying anything more. Even if he were to explain it in his current state, Samash would never be able to understand. He couldn't stop himself from letting out a soft sigh. The loss of tension due to the match fixing and years of indulgence had caused these fighters, who were once skilled, to become rusty. Tightening his grip on his sword, Lee Jong-hak rushed in. Samash reacted hastily, but it was too late. Letter 1d4 F2NN, letter 1d4 5F, letter 1d6 AT, letter 1d6 56, letter 1d6 25. Crack cuck. They only had 2 exchanges, but Samash felt his sword slip out of his hand following the pain of his wrist breaking. The lost sword flew high into the sky. Lee Jong-hak glared at the now defenseless Samash. Wait, shuck. His sword rose from beneath Samash's left armpit until it swept past his ear. Samash screamed as his blood gushed out. Kuak. He staggered back a few times, unable to withstand the pain. However, Lee Jong-hak had no intention of being satisfied after taking one arm. He fiercely pursued Samash, whose body was full of openings, and pierced his heart with his sword. Gurgle. Samash coughed up a mouthful of blood and grabbed Lee Jong-hak's arm with a wronged expression on his face. I didn't do anything, Wr. But his head lowered before he could finish his sentence. Lee Jong-hak withdrew his sword, then he shook the blood off of his sword as he let out an uncomfortable sigh. As expected, it didn't feel good at all. You have killed the tyrant of Lurua, Kanki. The darkness enshrouding the major city Lurua has dissipated greatly. Special achievement. Obtain the title Major City Lord Slayer. Revealing the title Major City Lord Slayer can lead to the hostility and fear of most dragon men. It is advised that the participant doesn't reveal this title until the evil deeds of Kanki have been completely unveiled. Lucas ignored the voice as he walked over to Lee Jong-hak. Looks like it's all over. Lee Jong-hak's head was lowered as he polished his sword with smooth, disciplined movements. Did you kill all of them? Some of them are still alive, I see. After looking around the arena for a moment, Lucas turned to Lee Jong-hak again. To be precise, he looked at Lee Jong-hak's arm. It seems your right arm was injured badly. At Lucas' words, Lee Jong-hak looked down at his arm. The flesh was torn. The wound was much deeper than he thought, so deep in fact that his bones were visible. Of course, there were many small wounds all over his body, but this one was the most severe. He must be in terrible pain from having his flesh cut out, but Lee Jong-hak simply nodded with a slight frown on his face. I'm fine. Rather than that, Kanki. His gaze went behind Lucas. There, a raging fire blazed, and the shape of whatever was being burned was no longer visible. He's been dealt with, I see. After being silent for a while, Lee Jong-hak finally opened his mouth again. What are you going to do now? As he said this, he looked around the Lurua arena. Even if the other major city lords successfully suppress any rebellion, the citizens of this land won't easily accept Kanki's death. That wasn't all. It wasn't just Kanki, but also most of the powerful fighters who supported the Lurua arena who had died. Among them was the champion, Samesh, as well as USA and Pajudu, who ranked second and third. On Combat Island, where the strength of a city was determined by the number and skills of its fighters, Lurua had suffered a blow that could not be healed in a short time. I will announce the match fixing and Kanki's death. Then it will be up to the citizens of Lurua. When he heard Luca's words, Lee Jong-hak smiled wryly. You're being irresponsible, because it's not my responsibility. This might have sounded cold at first, but Lucas continued. Most of the citizens in this city were not aware of the match fixing. I did an investigation before deciding what to do. Although most of them were unaware, at least 1 in 5 citizens realized what was happening, and even if they didn't know exactly what was happening, they should have had some suspicions. Nevertheless, they didn't think about investigating it or digging into it. Instead, they pretended that they didn't notice anything. He shook his head. I'm not saying that they are wrong for doing that. Of course, those who chose to fight back were deserving of praise, but that didn't mean that they should curse those who chose to bow down in the face of power, especially because this matter was not directly linked to their survival. However, nevertheless, they still have to take responsibility. The benefits of being citizens of a major city that they've enjoyed so far were all byproducts of lies and deceit. Many would probably leave Lurua because they were unable to accept this. Nevertheless, that was also the fate of this city. Suddenly, someone staggered to their feet. The momentum of Lee Jong-hak, who had never let down his guard, quickly rose once again, but he soon calmed down. This was because the person who was slowly stumbling towards them was not an enemy. Please wait a moment. Lucas turned towards this person. Bargain, yes, your body has already reached its limit. You need to rest and receive treatment as soon as possible. Otherwise, there will be aftereffects. In fact, it was amazing that he was still conscious at that moment. He was probably moving his body through sheer willpower rather than physical strength. However, Bargain slowly shook his head when he heard Luca's words. Lucas looked at Bargain for a moment. What is it? Bargain knelt on both knees and pounded his forehead against the ground. In that instant, the voice sounded in Luca's ears again. The loyalty of wandering dragonman warrior Bargain has greatly increased because of your overwhelming achievements. Bargain's loyalty has reached the maximum. His very soul now regards you as his true master. This dragonman is willing to carry out any order you give him, even if it means risking life and limb. You have perfectly completed the quest related to Bargain. From now on, you can partially view a target's status window regardless of the target's favorability, loyalty, or hostility. Versus points VP have been unlocked. VP can be obtained by accomplishing great achievements, making special discoveries, or completing high-level quests. You have earned 5 VP. VP, Lucas turned back to Bargain. Wandering dragonman fighter Bargain. Feelings towards participant, trust more than that of family, admiration as if seeing a hero of legend, loyalty to the point of giving up his soul. The difficulty level had disappeared, and instead it was replaced by the word clear. In addition, his level and skill levels had increased from the last time he'd viewed the window, and his feelings had become more detailed. Lucas looked down at him and said, "You can thank me later. For now, I think there is something else that you want to tell me." Yes, Bargain's voice was hoarse as he spoke. I think it is too early to announce Kanki's death. Why? Even though he was visibly shaking from fatigue, Bargain's voice remained calm. He was skilled at capturing the hearts of the people. That is part of the reason why he frequently appeared in the arena to host exhibition matches or to be the referee. Lucas nodded at that. Kanki didn't focus on just governing the city or dealing with internal matters like the other major city lords. Instead, he often appeared in the arena during the most crowded events, imprinting his face into the minds of his citizens and giving them the showmanship that they were extremely enthusiastic about. You can make use of the influence Kanki had while he was alive. How? Fortunately, very few people know who Kanki really is. As he said this, Bargain turned to look at Kanki. No, he turned to look at the Creed of Kamish. An arena located in the major city Kisara, located in the northern part of Combat Island. At that moment, this super-sized arena, which was much larger than the one in Lurua which had grown explosively in a short time, was so quiet that one could hear a pin drop. This wasn't because it was empty, far from it in fact. Every seat in the arena was filled and there were even some spectators who were standing. And yet no one made a single sound. Even Hanker, the major city lord, was the same. No one could believe the scene that had just unfolded before their eyes. Shivar, the proud champion of Kisara, who was ranked second on the championship ranking list that had been created after dozens of arena experts debated for weeks, had died. It wasn't even a close match. From the start, he didn't even have a chance. As soon as the fight began, his head was blown off. Shivar hadn't even realized how he'd died. What's more, his opponent wasn't even a famous fighter with a reputation similar to his own. Instead, he was just a raw rookie who had entered the arena only a few weeks before. Of course, even if he had achieved a monstrous win rate and showed off skills that allowed him to have a match with Shivar. I can't believe it even though I saw it with my own eyes. Hanker muttered softly before letting out a sigh that was a mixture of dejection and excitement. It was certainly painful that Shakar had died, but more than that, he was glad that the man who defeated him so easily was also a part of the Kisara arena. They were on completely different levels. Just where had such a monster come from? An outsider. On Combat Island, there was a strong tendency to look down on outsiders, and Hanker was no different. But at that moment, Hanker's prejudice against outsiders had completely disappeared. Hanker let out a laugh. Grand Champion Cran. Hanker was sure that this title would soon spread across the entire island. The next day, there was an incident that completely overturned the major city, Lurua. Newspapers sold all over the city, including the large Pagwem Square, all had a special article that covered both sides of the first page. Upheaval in the Lurua arena, a massive rearrangement of the ranked fighters, including the champion. Naturally, when they saw this, the Dragon Men's first reaction was confusion. What's going on? Is this some kind of joke? Although they said this, their eyes continued to scan the article. However, the more they read, the more confused they became. To briefly summarize what it said, according to the article, hidden tests had been held over the past month or so, and in the process, the ranking in the arena, including that of the champion Samash, had been rearranged. In addition, it was written that the matches were all fair and were carried out with the consent of both sides. What is this bullshit? Samash, USA, and Pajadu were all changed. Naturally, it was hard for people to understand. They knew how strong the fighters at the top of the rankings in the arena were. They had the firm belief that even if they were to compete in other arenas, they wouldn't be lacking, but would instead be at an advantage. This belief in their fighters was something the citizens in most cities had. Nevertheless, that wasn't the reason for their dissatisfaction. Their dissatisfaction came from the fact that they were not able to see the tests with their own eyes. Even if there were hundreds of test matches, there was no reason for them to be completely hidden. But most of all, they would not be convinced by a new champion without seeing him defeat the current champion. That was when they saw the name of the new champion. The new champion of the Lurua arena. Dragon Hunter Lucas crushes Samash with overwhelming momentum. Lucas? What Lucas? Are they talking about that coward from before? How could that bastard become the champion? Fighter who had never won a match and had even disappeared after setting an unprecedented record of 12 straight losses. No, it was too embarrassing to call Lucas, that outsider, a fighter. Naturally, the people's complaints reached the sky. Most of them spat out curses, and some even went so far as to say that they wouldn't go close to the arena until they got their rankers back. About a month before the championship, the city of Lurua was heating up, and not in a good way. Kenki's office. Well, although it was called an office, there weren't any tables or chairs, or even documents or writing utensils. Instead, the only thing that filled this large space was a huge stone throne. The sorcerer Aram, one of Kenki's 3 henchmen, looked towards this large throne with a distraught expression. Please let me take a break, senior. In just a few days, Aram's face had become thin and pale, looking like someone who had one foot in the grave. There were large bags under his once exuberant eyes, and his glossy blue scales were now dry and cracked. This sight would draw some pity from anyone who saw it, but Kenki. No Bargain, who was wearing Kenki's disguise, responded coldly. Don't make a fuss out of nothing. I think I've given you more than enough time to rest. See, can you call it enough rest when I'm able to sleep about 3 hours a day? That's because you enjoyed enough rest in the past. Think of this as payment for your crimes. Aram's head dropped slightly, a dissatisfied expression on his face. Bargain's eyebrows furrowed for a while, but soon his face relaxed and he spoke in a calm voice. You're right, you do need to rest more. That's right. Then I'll personally tell the Lord for you. Shocked, Aram quickly began to shake his head. And no, it's fine, no. Now that I think about it, we have been overworking you quite a bit. Don't worry, you should know what kind of personality the Lord has. Bargain smiled coldly and added, because it's proven by the fact that your head is still attached. Aram's body shook like a tree in a hurricane. Then he quickly stood to his feet and said, and now that I think about it, I haven't finished organizing the proceeds from the arena for this week. And I also have to pay close attention to the match schedule. We need to organize matches that are as interesting as possible. But that will be hard since most of the top-ranked fighters are gone. Please pretend I didn't say anything. I'll be taking my leave. After saying that, Aram practically ran out of the office without waiting for a response. Click. It was only after the door closed, and he could no longer hear Aram's footsteps in the hallway that Bargain leaned comfortably against the stone throne. Sitting on this throne and receiving hundreds of reports a day without being able to move was much more mentally exhausting than he thought. No, To be precise, it was more that it didn't suit Bargain's personality and ability. He thought that it would be better for him to run around in the arena all day than to sit in this office. Nevertheless, he couldn't entrust this role to anyone else. This was because there was no one else he could trust in the current Lurua. There is only one, Lucas. Bargain was certain that his lord would be able to handle things much more easily and flexibly than he could. But he didn't even think about asking him to do so. Lucas had said that the citizens of Lurua should take responsibility for their actions. Bargain couldn't help but agree with that statement. In fact, when he first heard that the citizens of Lurua knew about the match fixing in the arena, but still chose to turn a blind eye to it, he felt betrayed. Nevertheless, Bargain decided that it would be better to conceal Kanki's misdeeds and death for now. Kanki's influence and prestige were in no way lesser than that of the other major city lords, and for the time being, it was necessary to make use of that prestige to block the threat of other cities. The major cities were fine. Lucas had been able to personally negotiate with most of the major city lords. They already knew about Kanki's death, and if they had a conscience, then they wouldn't try to swallow Lurua, for now at least. Real danger came from those cities that were too small to be called major cities, but were also too large to really be called medium cities. The lords of these cities were constantly looking for opportunities to expand their territory. If Lurua's weakness was exposed, then they would immediately set their greedy eyes upon it. In the end, the entirety of Lurua would be devoured like a weakened wildebeest set upon by a pack of hyenas. That's why he chose to use Kanki's armor in order to keep his death hidden. This was an idea Bargain came up with, so naturally, Bargain had to take responsibility for it. This was also why he asked Lucas to spare Aram. In this situation, what was needed the most wasn't the strength of the fighter, but business acumen and insight. Of course, it was pure luck that he'd managed to survive before that, since Li Jonghak hadn't been merciful with his sword. To tell the truth, Bargain had yet to forgive Aram for what he'd done. He'd personally destroyed several groups and individuals who might have had rebellious thoughts against the arena, like the Fangs of Kamish. This meant that his hands were stained with blood and sin. Nevertheless, his talents were useful in this situation, and Bargain had no choice but to admit it. It was only a small exaggeration to say that without Aram, Lurua's system as a city would have collapsed by now. It's still a bit shaky, though. Most of the stars who had supported the Lurua arena were no longer around, and because of this, the profits of the arena fell sharply to less than half of before the incident. This was a fatal blow that caused one emergency after another. In order to recover their losses, it was necessary to have someone competent at the helm, and Aram was a perfect fit for this role. Tuck tuck. Then he heard a knock on the door. Bargain could feel a headache slowly brewing. Although he had studied management, negotiation, and politics in his own time, those were not things that could be learned in a short time. Nevertheless, it couldn't be helped. Bargain imitated Kanki's voice and spoke in a low tone. "Come in." Click. The door opened and one of Kanki's men entered. He was a low-level minion who hadn't even realized Bargain had become Kanki. This was proven by the fact that he entered the room with a terrified expression on his face and quickly knelt to the floor. "I greet the city lord. That's enough. Why are you here?" Bargain spoke in a cold voice, but this wasn't targeted at the minion. This was simply the tone he found that was most similar to Kanki's regular voice, but because he didn't want to risk exposing himself, he only said a few words at a time. The minion trembled and said, "Why, you have a visitor, my lord. Did you forget that I said that I wouldn't be seeing any guests for the time being?" This was also one of the special measures taken by Bargain until he had completely become Kanki. He still needed time to understand Kanki's connections more thoroughly. The minion's expression was wrought with fear. "Oh, of course not. But this is a guest that cannot be refused." "A guest that cannot be refused? Yes, sir." The minion gulped a mouthful of saliva. "It is a messenger from Dragon God Island." After the series of commotions in Lurua subsided a bit, Lucas found himself standing before a familiar blacksmith. To be precise, it was a dragonman with bright blue hair who was said to be one of, if not the best blacksmith in the entirety of the heavenly realm. When Lucas first arrived, this female dragonman, Nektu, didn't seem to be very busy. In fact, she wasn't even wearing work clothes. Instead, she was dressed neatly, as though she had been waiting for Lucas to arrive. Nektu looked at Lucas with her aqua blue eyes and said, "You took longer than I expected. The cleanup was a bit long, right?" Nektu stood up from her seat and continued, "Let's go someplace quieter." Nodding, Lucas followed her. They headed to the second floor of the smithy. That was where the rooms the blacksmiths lived in were. Nektu's goal was a door at the end of the hallway. Click. When she opened the door, a cloud of dust flew out. It seemed that this room had not been used for a long time. The entire room was covered in dust, but Nektu didn't seem to care, as she stuck her butt on a chair, the original color of which was indiscernible due to the layer of dust, without any signs of discomfort. "It seems that you really went wild." "I know everything. I heard about it from the craftsman that you saved from Kanki's little dungeon." It seemed she had her sources of information. Lucas simply nodded. "What about Kanki? Dead, I see." There was no change to Nektu's expression. However, unlocked hidden title, Major City Lord Slayer. The lava blacksmith, Nektu, is surprised by the participants' great achievement. Nektu's favorability has increased. Lave blacksmith Nektu. Level 64. Title, Fire Hammer of Babylon, blessed by the god of blacksmiths, descendant of iron and fire. Occupation, blacksmith. Race, dragonman. Favorability, 45. Difficulty, B. Saw more information than he had previously. This allowed him to notice two things. First was her level. Lucas realized that Nektu's level was much higher than he'd initially expected. At level 64, she was even higher than Bargain. Next was favorability. He figured that this was probably similar to the loyalty stat that Bargain and Ashtar had. This means that someone else is using the creed of Kamish now. Right. After thinking for a while, Nektu looked at Lucas before bowing her head. Were you also trapped here by Kanki? It's not that. To put it bluntly, he used collateral. Collateral? Right. Nektu nodded. Did you learn of my identity from Kanki? He called you the Hammer of Babylon. Right. Then the person in Babylon now is my disciple. Lucas tilted his head slightly at those words. I know the major city lord of Babylon. She seems to me like a thorough person. At the very least, I don't believe she wouldn't be able to tell that a famous craftsman in her city was a fake. The nickname, Fire Hammer, is something that is given to the best blacksmith in Babylon. In my case, I left the city around 100 years ago, so in truth, I can no longer go by the title Fire Hammer of Babylon. Lucas nodded. So that's how it was. Besides, this generation of Fire Hammer isn't bad at all. They aren't much worse than I am. Nektu's words still implied that she was better. This was probably a remark that came from her pride as a craftsman. After saying that, however, Nektu let out a long sigh. Anyway, I wandered around for a while in order to polish my skills. My biggest mistake was coming to Lurua about 25 years ago because I managed to catch the eye of that bastard, Kanki. At that time, Kanki was kidnapping various craftsmen around the world, and among them were several of my acquaintances and disciples. He forced me to help him make a few things by threatening to kill them. Is the creed of Kamish one of those things? Right. Compared to the others, that one took a bit of effort. From her tone, it didn't seem that Nektu considered the creed of Kamish to be one of her masterpieces. Judging from the techniques used in the staff of the distant night sky, it seemed that Nektu was more comfortable making weapons. Nevertheless, she was so talented that there weren't any problems when she made the armor. In any case, I owe you one, so tell me if you ever want me to make something for you in the future. I'll do my best and make 3 things for you. 3 items were made by the Hammer of Babylon, Nedku. It seemed that his gains this time would be much greater than he'd imagined. Don't worry about it. What else did you come to me for? Luca's expression changed slightly, and he immediately brought up the main point for his visit. Have you ever been to Dragon God Island? Why that? I have a question about the sculpture of the dragon god that is placed there. Nektu couldn't help but tilt her head to the side. Letter 1D65E, letter 1D697, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D5FF, letter 1D68T, AD. Sculpting is not my field, I thought so. Nevertheless, I couldn't help but feel that a blacksmith like you would know more about it than others. This was evidenced by the fact that Nektu knew refiners capable of refining an ancient dragon's heart. But most of all, it was proven by her reaction when he first mentioned Dragon God Island, that. Just as Nektu stopped hesitating and opened her mouth, click, the door opened and someone entered the room. It was one of the blacksmiths that Lucas had met before, Rytal. Nektu frowned. What is it? Can't you see I'm talking right now? I'm sorry. But this matter is urgent, so there's nothing I could do about it. As he said that, Rytal turned away from Nektu and instead looked at Lucas. Seeing this, Nektu looked back and forth between Rytal and Lucas for a moment before opening her mouth. It seems like you have something to do. Why don't you go deal with that first? In any case, I need some time to think, sure. Lucas nodded and got to his feet. Then he followed Rytal to the first floor where he saw an unexpected face. Bargain, Lucas knew that he had been fairly busy these past few days. He hadn't even had the chance to meet him properly. Instead, he could only send his subordinates over to give reports on his behalf. At that moment, Bargain's expression was much more serious than usual. I'm sorry to disturb you, my lord. It's no problem. What's the matter? An envoy from Dragon God Island came. From Dragon God Island. Yes, they said they would like to meet you, my lord. Me. Lucas narrowed his eyes slightly. It wasn't very surprising that an envoy had come from Dragon God Island. After all, it was the entity that practically ruled over the heavenly realm. If they had found out about the recent purge of the arena, it wouldn't be strange for them to send someone to find the reason. However, Lucas had kept a tight leash on all the fighters who had been involved that night. They feared him greatly, so at least for the time being, he was certain that they would never reveal anything even if their lives were put on the line. Even though he expected leaks to happen eventually, this was way too fast. More importantly, Lucas wasn't convinced that the delegate from Dragon God Island wanted to meet him specifically. Are you sure that I am the one they asked to meet? He thought that they might have used a simple title. For example, it was possible that they'd seen through Bargain's impersonation of Kanki and had asked him to bring his superior. But contrary to his beliefs, Bargain shook his head. That's not it. The envoy clearly stated that they would like to meet Lucas Troman. Lucas couldn't help but pause when he heard those words. Troman, did they really say that? Yes. Now that I think about it. Bargain tilted his head slightly. This is my first time hearing your last name, my lord. That was to be expected. After all, ever since he'd come to the heavenly realm, Lucas had only introduced himself as Lucas. Even if you counted the widely used title that was associated with his name, Dragon Hunter, or the titles commonly used by the spectators of the Lurua arena like Coward and Runaway, there was never any mention of a surname. This fact naturally brought a question to mind. Who was this envoy from Dragon God Island, and how did they know that his surname was Troman? Bargain glanced behind him. Lucas was following him with a hood tightly wrapped around his face. This was to avoid causing a commotion. Currently, Lucas' reputation in the city was at its worst. It had already reached its lowest after he had lost 12 fights consecutively, but now it had somehow dropped even lower. It was for this reason that Bargain had initially not wanted Lucas to take the position as champion. Of course, this wasn't because he doubted Lucas' strength or because he didn't think he was fit to be the champion. Instead, it was because he felt that the timing was not good. The citizens of Lurua had never seen Lucas' true power. Far from it, in fact. They all thought that Lucas was a fraud, a runaway, and a coward. The citizens of the city were not big-hearted or foolish enough to cheer him on just because he was currently sitting in the champion's seat. Instead, they regarded him as a target to point their growing dissatisfaction at. Damn it, I don't even feel like going to the arena anymore. Why is that cowardly son of a bitch still holding on to the champion title? We want to see his skills. Since he got the position through cowardly means, he naturally wants to avoid fighting. We should just move to another city. I heard the Babylon arena is pretty good. I doubt there are any houses left. The square was the center of the city. Even if you didn't try to actively listen for it, you could easily hear gossip about Lucas while walking by. For Dragonmen on Combat Island, moving from one city to another wasn't that big of a deal. They were the type who thirsted after high-quality matches in the arena, and people would always flock to cities with large arenas. Of course, as a result of this, the population of the major cities was always saturated. So even if they wanted to go, they couldn't just pack their things and leave. Because of that, very few Dragonmen actually chose to leave Lurua, however. This is only temporary. If the issues in the arena weren't solved urgently, then within a short period of time, Lurua would become an empty city. And in Bargain's opinion, the easiest way to solve these issues was for Lucas to go forward and show his abilities. If he were to show the overwhelming power he displayed while overpowering Kanki, the citizens would definitely be left speechless. Nevertheless, he had no intention of forcing the issue. Bargain knew his position well. It's not just about relying on the Lord. He had to take responsibility for his own choices. With that thought in mind, he continued to walk quietly. After a short while, Lucas spoke to him. How's the city operation going? Not bad. Aram is a big help. Aram. Lucas mumbled his name for a moment before continuing in a soft tone. It's natural that he'd be like that. Aram is a fox. It might seem like he's lowering his head to you now, but he will betray you without hesitation if the chance ever presents itself. You'd better be careful not to get hit in the back of the head. Yes, I will keep that in mind. In truth, when it came to Aram, Bargain's thoughts were the same, but in the current situation, he had no choice but to use him even with the risk. Seeing that he understood what he was saying, Lucas didn't say anything else and instead changed the subject. How is your body? I see. That's good. Lucas nodded and continued. The Creed of Kamish will become a major weapon for you. As long as you use it well, it will be of great assistance. And Lucas was about to say something more, but he closed his mouth. Realizing something, Bargain also turned his head to look to the front once again. Before they knew it, they had already arrived at their destination. They were now in front of Kanki's castle, which was so tall it seemed to pierce the sky. This is the room. Kanki stood in front of the room that the envoys were staying in before asking again. Are you really fine with doing this alone? His expression was filled with worry, and the reason was simple. He couldn't figure out the purpose behind the visit of the envoys from Dragon God Island. Although it was unlikely and he didn't dare to think about it, there was still a possibility that Lucas was in danger. Nevertheless, Lucas' expression didn't change at all because of this. It's fine. Just wait outside. They said they didn't want a third party joining in. That's true, but... After hesitating for a while, Bargain sighed and he had no choice but to say, if anything happens, give me a signal. I will join you immediately. Right. Lucas knocked on the door and opened it after hearing an answer from within. Click. The interior of the room was quiet, so it didn't feel like anyone was there. Nevertheless, in the dim light, the figures of the envoys were barely visible. Both of them were wearing hoods, so he couldn't see their faces. Without any hesitation, Lucas took a few steps towards them. Then, after he was about 2 steps away, he opened his mouth first. "I am Lucas. Why don't you take your hood off first?" He complied. As the hood lifted and revealed Lucas' face, he felt one of the envoys take a deep breath. "What kind of business does Dragon God Island have with me?" Oh, one of the envoys let out a soft exclamation of admiration. It was the envoy on the left. His voice sounded older than Lucas expected. From his small stature and the curve of his back, it was clear that this was probably a fairly old man. "You certainly do have some skill since you managed to kill Kanki." He knew about him killing Kanki. It didn't seem like someone had leaked the secret, so Lucas didn't show any external reaction as he replied. "I showed my face. It would be polite of you to do the same." Hoo-hoo, this kid who can't tell the difference between heaven and earth is really talking to us about courtesy. "If you wish." When he heard the tone in the man's voice, Lucas' voice became cold. "I can say something even worse. Would you like to hear it?" Impudent. This time it was the one on the right who spoke. He also seemed to be an old man, but the vigor behind his voice was formidable. His short shout was like a clap of thunder. "Do you know who we are to talk to us like that?" "I don't know." "Did you introduce yourselves to me?" "What did you say?" "If this is all you called me for, then I'll be taking my leave. I'm a very busy person, and I have a lot of work to do." A rough breath was heard. It seemed that the old man on the right was at the end of his patience, just as the momentum in his body was beginning to seep out. "Priests of East and West, please contain yourselves." He was interrupted by a sudden voice which was as refreshing as a stream flowing in a forest. The moment he heard this voice, Luca's eyebrows twitched slightly. He turned to look at the envoy in the middle. When the two heard the words of the man in the middle, they quickly restrained their auras and lowered their heads. "I'm sorry. Please forgive me. The one you should be apologizing to isn't me, it's him." These two who were called priests mumbled softly at that, clearly not intending to comply. From their attitudes, Lucas could tell that they weren't completely submissive to the person in the middle. As they continued to hesitate and procrastinate, the man in the middle spoke coldly. "Would you like me to tell the goddess about this?" That. "Of course not." Startled, the two old priests immediately turned and lowered their heads to Lucas. They even went as far as to take off their hoods, allowing him to see their old, wrinkled faces. It was only then that Lucas realized they were a man and a woman. The one with the particularly heavy voice was the man, and the other was the old woman. "Apologize for your rude behavior. East Priest." "Sorry." The old man shut his eyes tightly and said what was likely the best apology he could give. Surprisingly, the old woman bowed her head calmly and spoke clearly. "Please excuse my rudeness." Lucas nodded slightly. Seeing this, they quickly regained their posture after completing what they were told to do. "The priests have shown you something embarrassing. Please don't take it to heart. It's fine." Then first off, the man turned to the two at his sides. "Priest of East and West, please excuse us for a moment." That could be dangerous, young dragon. This is an order." His firm tone showed that there was no room for discussion. The two old priests looked uncomfortable, but they didn't try to argue. Instead, they turned their eyes to Lucas. Though they remained silent, their eyes told 1,000 words. If he was to do anything to this person, they would grind his bones to dust. Lucas ignored them. They grit their teeth for a moment before reluctantly standing, bowing to the young dragon. "Please be careful. If he tries to do anything, give us a signal immediately." Lucas found this amusing since he'd heard something similar before entering the room. While he was thinking this, the priests had left the room. Click. Now Lucas and the young dragon were the only ones left in the room. Nevertheless, the atmosphere wasn't awkward or tense. Lucas spoke in a calm voice. "I almost didn't recognize you." "You know who I am." A soft smile appeared on Lucas' lips. "Right." The young dragon fell silent for a moment. Ahaha. Then they burst into joyful laughter. The sound of his laughter was pleasant and familiar. The young dragon slowly lowered his hood, revealing features so beautiful it was easy to mistake him for a woman, the Saint of Salvation. Arid, who had been called by that title in the past, looked at Lucas with a teary gaze. "Master, should I say it's been a while?" "Yeah, it has." Arid nodded, wiping the moisture that had settled in the corners of his eyes. His tender and pure demeanor seemed the same, but he also appeared bolder and more mature than before. Most importantly, the charisma that he displayed when dealing with the old priests not so long ago was nothing to scoff at. I finally managed to meet you." However, it seemed that charisma had disappeared now that he was alone in front of Lucas. "I master." "Say it, can I hug you, that?" Unsurprisingly, when Lucas, who was not fond of direct contact, trailed off without finishing his sentence, Arid's expression became one of disappointment. It was an expression that would make anyone who saw it feel guilty, causing them to reluctantly go along with whatever request was made. Although Lucas could resist this, in the end, he chose not to. Just a light hug, yay. Arid ran to Lucas with quick steps and stuck to him like a cicada. Lucas patted him on the back a few times with an awkward expression. Ah, it's been so long, Master's voice. Right, Master's body temperature, Master's heartbeat. Master's scent. I think that's enough. Lucas had a feeling that if he let this continue, Arid might say something stranger, so he gently but forcibly removed him. Arid, I think that's enough for the reunion. There are many things I want to ask you. Yes, first off, how long have you been in this world? It's been about 10 years. 10 years, in other words. You didn't even clear the first stage of the tutorial. That's right. Arid nodded without any signs of embarrassment. Instead, Lucas was the one who stared at him with a puzzled expression and asked, did you know that your time of entry would be delayed for every tutorial stage you cleared? Yeah, how? Because I was able to figure out when the other participants would enter. Lucas narrowed his eyes slightly. That means your power of communication can also be used in the heavenly realm. Yep, before meeting you, I've already met Minha Rin and Lee Jong-hak. It should have been quite a while since they entered the heavenly realm, but I haven't been able to find the others yet. Since you can use your power of communication, we should be able to find where the others are. That's right, I know where they are. When he heard Arid's confirmation, Lucas' expression became quite bizarre. You know where they are, but you didn't search for them. Arid's expression changed slightly when he heard that. It's not something I could decide on my own. What do you mean? Master, I can't leave Dragon God Island without permission from the goddess. Goddess. Once again, this name had appeared in front of him. Lucas looked at Arid. The envoys from Dragon God Island had mentioned his surname, Troman. When he first heard that, his first thought was that it could be Leo, Arid, or Seti. This was natural, because no one in the heavenly realm, apart from those who came from Earth, knew his full name. And as he expected, the envoy from Dragon God Island turned out to be Arid. But now the situation seemed to be more complicated than he'd originally thought. I came to Lurua today for many reasons, but the most important one was to convey the goddess will. The goddess will? Yes, ahem. Arid cleared his throat for a moment, and when he opened his mouth again, his attitude was completely different from before. Come to Dragon God Island as soon as possible. Lucas waited for the rest of the message, but Arid just continued staring at him with a solemn gaze. In the end, he couldn't help but ask. Is that it? Yes, seeing him nod innocently, Lucas couldn't help but feel a bit strange. What did she mean by come to Dragon God Island? Even if she hadn't told him that was his goal, or was there some kind of hidden meaning behind it? With that thought in mind, Lucas turned to Arid. Arid, do you know what my current goal is? Yes, I heard that you were looking for special statues. Heard. From who? Lucas had this question in mind, but he refrained from asking it for now. There were already quite a few things that he wanted to ask Arid, and they were likely to increase as their conversation progressed. If he were to cut the flow every time he wanted to sate his curiosity, their conversation would never progress. Right, there's something I want to ask. Is the Dragon God statue on Dragon God Island one of the special statues I'm looking for? It was a straightforward question, but Arid's reaction was unexpected. His expression was strange, and it neither confirmed nor denied his question. He licked his lips for a moment before looking Lucas in the eyes and taking a deep breath as if he'd come to a decision about something. That actually. Crackle, a white spark suddenly ran across Arid's chest. Immediately afterward, his face became pale and he stumbled backward. Lucas quickly rushed forward and caught Arid, who was about to fall over. Then he looked at his chest with a slightly strained expression. There was a rune on his chest. It seemed to have the function of preventing Arid from saying certain things. It looked like sorcery, but there also seemed to be a different kind of power added to it, something that Lucas hadn't encountered before. His face became cold. Did the goddess do this to you? Yes. But seeing his expression, Arid hurriedly added, this isn't because she doesn't trust me, or she doesn't like me, or she wants to abuse me. Then what is it? Arid didn't seem to hold any resentment towards the goddess who had put this rune on him. His reaction was something that Lucas couldn't readily understand. I'm sorry, Master. I don't think I can tell you anything about Dragon God Island without permission. That's fine. It was a pity that he wouldn't be able to obtain the information he wanted right away, but that didn't mean that it was a major obstacle. Lucas had already made all of his preparations to enter Dragon God Island. Now all he needed to do was compete in the championship and win. This meant that it was only a matter of time before he met the goddess for himself. Rather than that, there is something else that I want to ask you. Are you sure the goddess is not an enemy? Yes, it's impossible. Arid denied it in a firm voice. Lucas looked at his expression for a while. This was because it was also possible that he had been manipulated and brainwashed in order to make such a denial. If he was being manipulated or forced to say those words, then there would be a subtle sense of awkwardness when he said it. And at Lucas' level, it wouldn't be difficult to find that sense of awkwardness. But he didn't find any such signs. It seemed that Arid hadn't been brainwashed. From his tone and expression, Arid's remarks were his own thoughts and feelings. But when he saw this, Lucas realized this situation might be more complicated than he initially thought. Letter 1d4b, letter 1d4c3, letter 1d4f7, letter 1d633, letter 1d5e, letter 1d485. C0m, she's not an enemy, but she put restrictions on Arid's actions. At first glance, this behavior seemed contradictory, but it wasn't. It wasn't Arid that the goddess didn't trust, it was Lucas. She probably knew how Arid thought of Lucas. If it wasn't for her rune, it was clear that Arid would have already told Lucas everything he'd seen and heard on Dragon God Island. This was probably the situation that the goddess wanted to avoid. After thinking about this, two questions appeared in Lucas' mind. First, what exactly was the goddess' goal? And second, was the goddess an enemy or an ally? He looked at Arid. Arid was currently looking at Lucas with a slightly anxious expression. When he saw that, Lucas realized that there was something else that he should prioritize instead of urging him to answer his question. Before that, tell me about you. You said you arrived in the heavenly realm 10 years ago, didn't you? Many things must have happened in that time, and you must have experienced all kinds of hardships on your own. Tell me about them. I'd like to hear everything that's happened till now. When he heard those words, Arid began to tremble. As he stared at Lucas, tears began forming in his eyes once again. He sniffled and nodded. Yes, I should probably get going now. Arid said these words with a sad expression on his face. Seeing this, Lucas decided to ease his disciples' worries a bit. I will come see you as soon as possible. Like a light being turned on in a dark room, Arid's expression became bright in an instant. Is that a promise? Yes. He slightly restrained Arid, who was coming in for another hug, patted him on the shoulder, and hurriedly left the room. Lucas then witnessed the situation he had expected. The East and West priests and Bargain were glaring at each other. When the door opened, they all turned their heads at the same time. My lord, young dragon. As Lucas and Arid approached them, they greeted them with similar expressions. Young dragon, did this guy do anything rude to you? I told you that it would be fine. Unlike before, Arid answered in a sharp voice, but the East priest's words touched Bargain's reverse scale. This guy, he glared at the East priest with a fierce expression. East priest, please watch your words. That is not a person you can treat lightly. The East priest chuckled. Then what kind of person is he? He is my lord, but that doesn't make him my lord. At best, he is just a fighter, and even if he does well in the arena, he would just be a champion. For a moment, Bargain couldn't think of anything to refute the East priest's words. You are the same, fighter Bargain. You are receiving the treatment of a major city lord now because you are impersonating Kanki, but do not think that such treatment will last forever. East priest. This time it was a cold voice that called out to him. It was Arid. His face was twisted in an expression of anger that Lucas had never seen before. I have advised you over and over to not be rude. Young dragon, it seems that the East priest doesn't acknowledge me as the young dragon. How could that be possible? The young dragon knows how loyal I am, don't you? Even though I said something many times, you refused to heed my words. Is that how the East priest shows me his loyalty? That's not. The East priest was so nervous that his wrinkled face became pale. Bargain looked at Arid in surprise. He didn't know what kind of conversation they'd had inside, but the young dragon seemed to be more polite than the two old priests. Fighter Bargain, will you please excuse the rudeness of the priests? And no, it's fine. Bargain quickly bowed his head as he stuttered a response. Seeing this, Arid smiled gently before turning back to Lucas. Then I look forward to seeing you again. I hope you have a safe and smooth trip back. Lucas used a different tone when seeing Arid off. It was fine when it was just the two of them, but it wouldn't be good to speak informally to Arid in front of members of Dragon God Island. Because they had spoken a lot beforehand, Arid bowed his head and left Lurua with light steps. Bargain glanced at Lucas and said, by chance, did the young dragon express any concerns about the current situation in Lurua? The thing Bargain mentioned now was probably the thing he was most worried about. Major City Lord was a position that was originally meant to be obtained through bloody efforts, and after fulfilling several tricky conditions. One needed to obtain the position of champion and maintain it for a year in at least 5 cities, and most importantly, they had to have reached the semifinals in the championship. But what about Bargain? He had failed to become the champion in even a single arena. It was for that reason that Bargain had tried to hide his identity with the creed of Kamish, but the young dragon had been able to see through him from the very start. Lucas shook his head at Bargain's worries. No, if not, maybe he proposed some kind of condition to you in order to keep it a secret. There's no need to worry, Bargain. The young dragon is on our side. Although his anxiety didn't disappear completely, Bargain nodded because his trust and confidence in Lucas far exceeded his fear. After thinking for a while, Lucas opened his mouth again. There is only a bit over a month left before the championship begins. That's right, it's just around the corner. There's some place I need to go first. Where? Death Island. Bargain was shocked. That. It's a very dangerous place. I know, but I'll be fine. I plan to head there in order to prepare thoroughly. Lucas continued in a low voice. Bargain, before I leave, there's something I need to tell you. The next day, as the day dawned and he prepared to visit Nektu, Lucas welcomed an unexpected visitor. Long time no see, master. It was none other than Min-Ha-rin. The young woman tried hard to not display her joy on her face. It has been a long time. Yes, are you feeling better now? Lucas tilted his head at Min-Ha-rin's concern. Who told you I was hurt? And no, it's not that. I just kept hearing a lot about Master in Lurua, and I thought that you went through a lot of hardships here. Before coming here, Min-Ha-rin had wandered the streets of Lurua for a while. Letter 1D4B, Letter 1D5FB, Letter 1D4C3, Letter 1D42B, E Alpha, Letter 1D68D. She heard the citizens of Lurua swearing at Lucas, calling him a coward, a fraud, and a runaway. Just thinking about it made her puff up in rage. Min-Ha-rin really wanted to throw a couple wide-range spells in their faces, but she forcibly endured it with superhuman will. I'm fine. Everything is all right. I'm glad. And Min-Ha-rin bowed her head and apologized. I'm sorry. What for? I was the one who recommended Lurua. I think that made things more complicated. She wasn't wrong. Had he headed to another city, Lucas could have won the title of champion easily. But Lucas shook his head. You reached 8 stars. Right. It's a bit of a long story, so I think I'll put it off until next time. By the way, you're the champion. Is it okay for you to wander around like this? Min-Ha-rin smiled awkwardly. I've been having a lot of matches lately, so I'll have to go back tonight. The championship is just around the corner, so the arena is at its fiercest. Considering the time it took to travel there and back, it was clear that Min-Ha-rin had only just managed to squeeze a bit of time to come. Lucas nodded. That's why you came so early in the morning. Yes, I don't think you came here just to see me. Did something happen? Actually, that was my first reason. Fortunately, it seems that you're okay, so I'll tell you the rest right away. Min-Ha-rin paused for a moment, her expression changing. Do you read the news, master? I paid attention to it in the past, but I haven't in the past few days. It was necessary to collect information in order to bring down Kanki, so he'd taken the time to read the various newspapers in the city every day. Then you probably didn't see these articles. After saying that, she reached into her pocket and pulled out 2 pieces of paper. She held the first one out to Lucas. There was no need to unfold it. The article was so large that it filled the entire page. The words written in those large letters were as follows. The Kisara arena completely dominated. The greatest upset. Super strong champion Shivar killed. What is the true identity of this super rookie who shot up like a comet, Cran? Lucas was silent for a moment before finally speaking. Cran, yeah, Min-Ha-rin nodded. Over the past few days, his name has spread across the entirety of Combat Island. I heard that he displayed an amazing performance, so it's natural that they'd be enthusiastic. The fighter he faced was no joke. In fact, he was one of the strongest contenders for this championship. Champion Shivar. He'd seen that name before. It had been on the ranking list of champions that had been made by dozens of experts. If it's Cran, that wouldn't be too difficult. A man who stood at the very edge of mortality. It was for that reason that Lucas had wanted him to be his ally in the great game. The fact that Cran had appeared in the Heavenly Realm, Kassajan, was he also somewhere in the Heavenly Realm? Was the identity of the Absolute on Death Island none other than Kassajan? Deciding to not express his doubts and worries for now, Lucas opened his mouth. There is another article. Is that one also about Cran? No, but... Min-Ha-rin's expression became very serious at that moment. It might be something even more serious than that. Then she showed him the second article, and Lucas' eyes went wide when he saw it. The article was much longer than Lucas expected. He wasn't able to immediately understand why Min-Ha-rin wanted him to see this article, unlike the other article about Cran from which he grasped her intentions just from the headline. It seemed that she wanted him to read the entire article. Considering Min-Ha-rin's meticulous personality, she must have gone over the content several times and cut off the unimportant part, but it was still quite long. Fortunately, Lucas could read through it quickly. As he read the article, he categorized the important components and keywords that he found and separated them in his head. After reading for a while, he realized something. This wasn't a single article. Instead, it was a compilation of at least a dozen or more articles that had been cut and pasted onto a new piece of paper. They were probably articles Min-Ha-rin had collected. All the articles spoke about a murderer. The murderer seemed to have first appeared on Desire Island about 3 to 4 years ago. So far, about 131 people have been killed by them, or at least that was how many had been found. Nevertheless, their notoriety had spread even to Combat Island, which was almost on the other side of the Heavenly Realm. This was because most of the people he killed were big shots who dominated the island. Lucas knew about Desire Island. It could be said that the entire island was like a giant red light district. It was a place where rights claims, confrontations, and territorial disputes were more severe than anywhere else, and where murder, drug abuse, and human trafficking were common occurrences. It was a thorn in the eyes of Dragon God Island, but they couldn't do anything about it openly. The rulers of Desire Island were crafty. They learned their lesson from the island of adventure of the past and made sure not to go past the goddess bottom line. They carried out their debauchery in the shadows without directly violating the rules set by the goddess. The ones the murderer had killed one after the other were all leaders of the underworld. Perhaps because he had been active for quite some time, there was a lot more information about the murderer than would be expected. Meticulous and ruthless skills, presumed to be an outsider. According to eyewitness testimony, he is a young man with features so beautiful he could be mistaken for a woman. It is assumed that he doesn't use weapons. Minha-rin slowly opened her mouth. I was focusing on any news about outsiders in the heavenly realm. Before we came, outsiders were pretty rare in the heavenly realm. That's an efficient approach. Since all the participants were outsiders, the scope of Minha-rin's information collection method could be narrowed significantly. In addition, it was worthwhile since she would be able to passively gain information about Lucas and the other members of their team, as well as the other absolutes and their teams. It's said that the murderer is so famous that there is no one in and around Desire Island who doesn't know of him. The communication media in this world isn't very developed, so I was only able to gain this information recently. Lucas was silent for a moment before speaking. Is it Leo? I think the odds of that are very high. The time of his first appearance and the fact that he was an outsider, coupled with the fact that he didn't use any weapons and had a dazzling appearance, all hinted to this fact. As Lucas expected, Leo had entered this world about 4 to 5 years ago. In that amount of time, it was enough for a young boy to become a young man. Nevertheless, he couldn't understand why he was committing murder. I heard that all the leaders of the underworld in Desire Island are trash. In truth, trash was a vulgar word that she wouldn't normally say in front of her master, but Minha-rin couldn't find a more suitable word. But the Leo I know wouldn't kill hundreds of people. Right, because Leo's hatred was always directed at the demons. Should I go search for Junior Brother as soon as possible? Minha-rin asked this question in a serious voice. If Lucas was to nod his head at that moment, it seemed that she would give up her champion position and immediately leave for Desire Island. But Lucas shook his head. No, you don't have to. May I ask why? I met Arid yesterday. Minha-rin blinked. Arid, right. Lucas then briefly told her about his meeting with Arid the day before adding, it's a pity. If you had come a day sooner, you would have been able to meet him. Ah, it's fine. At least I know he's okay. Minha-rin let out a sigh of relief. Although it was a bit disappointing that she hadn't been able to meet Arid, she was more pleased to know that he was safe. Lucas continued, and I also met Lee Jong-hak. This time her expression had none of the enthusiasm of before. Realizing this, Minha-rin quickly changed her expression and looked up at Lucas. I see. Lucas couldn't help but smile slightly. It seemed that although she had matured a bit, she was still immature on the inside. Is something wrong? Knowing that lying wouldn't work in front of her wise teacher, Minha-rin reluctantly spoke the truth. To be honest, I don't like him. Why? Because he insulted Master, and he doesn't know anything. That's exactly why he said that. He said it because he didn't know anything. Of course, that doesn't mean one should say whatever they feel like without thinking, but you shouldn't feel too prejudiced towards Lee Jong-hak. He will take responsibility for his own actions. And more than that, he is a man with impeccable character. He is a necessary talent for us. Yes, although she didn't completely agree with him, Minha-rin hid her dissatisfaction and nodded at her master's words. Back to what we were talking about before, Arid told me that Leo has changed a lot, but he also said that he would be able to go back to his former self. If it's Arid, Minha-rin also knew about Arid's abilities, so she nodded. It's the other side that's more serious. Lucas then told her about the situation on Seti's side. This time, Minha-rin's eyes widened when she heard his words. Seti is on Death Island. Right, there is also an absolute there. She's in a very dangerous situation. Minha-rin narrowed her eyes. She knew Seti's strength, but her opponent wouldn't be a slouch either. We'll have to go save her first. I plan to head to Death Island after my preparations are complete. Alone? Right, Minha-rin's eyes lit up. I can. No, Lucas interrupted Minha-rin, something that rarely happened. I will go alone. His expression was serious, and it was clear that he would not allow any counter-arguments. This was her first time seeing her teacher so determined, so Minha-rin couldn't help but flinch subconsciously. Are you afraid that I'll be a burden? It's not that. First of all, I only have one dragon plaque which was given to me by Arid. Lucas took out the plaque and showed it to her before putting it back in his pocket and continuing. He shook his head. The place Lucas headed was the smithy that Nektu used, and as he'd said before, he took Minha-rin with him. In truth, he would have had to meet her before he left for Death Island anyway, so he decided to save her some trouble. Nektu wasn't in the workshop, so Lucas went directly to the room she'd taken him to the day before yesterday. Knock, knock. Come in, a slightly strained voice was heard from inside the room. When Lucas opened the door, he found Nektu half buried in the dusty sofa. Minha-rin asked in a small voice, Who is this woman? The best blacksmith I know. At the same time that Lucas was giving her this answer, Nektu slowly rose up while rubbing her eyes. Is it dawn already? It's already midday. Have you had enough time to think? Yeah, Nektu rubbed the back of her neck and sat in a better position on the couch. Then, after washing her face with a bottle of water that was laying on the desk beside her, she looked at Lucas with bloodshot eyes. I think I know about the statue you're looking for. But I don't think I can tell you about it. Is it because you're also from Dragon God Island? Nektu couldn't help but let out a short laugh. I'm surprised. Who told you that? Yesterday I met with envoys from Dragon God Island. That's not something that simple errand boys would know. The young dragon was among them. Is it the young dragon of this generation? We don't know each other, but I guess they must be interested in stories of the past, or someone with way too much free time. Instead of adding that last piece, Nektu spoke with an attitude as if she had nothing to hide. That's right. I was born and raised on Dragon God Island. There was a time when I even made some sculptures there too. I see. Lucas nodded. Then I won't ask you anything more about the statue. Seeing him back down so easily, Nektu narrowed her eyes slightly. Is there something else you'd like to ask then? You said before that you would make 3 items for me. I did. Have you already thought of one? As long as it was making equipment, then she had nothing to be afraid of. With a much more relaxed attitude, Nektu said, What do you want me to make? I'll be heading to Death Island soon. That place, that's crazy. Haha, but I got it. You want me to make you some equipment that would block the death energy, right? Lucas nodded. That's easy. Anything else? Make armor and weapons out of the ancient dragon's skull. This time, Nektu tilted her head to the side. I made a weapon for you not so long ago. As for armor, you are a sorcerer. I can't make light armor with those bones. It's not for me. Lucas put his hand on the shoulder of Manhwaedit, who was standing behind him, and gently pushed her forward. It's for this child. A shocked Manhwaedit couldn't help but ask dumbly. In the meantime, Nektu looked at Manhwaedit with a sharp gaze. Under her skilled eyes, the fact that Manhwaedit was a fighter couldn't be concealed. It wouldn't be difficult, but it would take some time. The bones of an ancient dragon aren't things that can be manipulated after tapping them for a day or two, as long as it's finished before the championship begins. Can you do it? That means I have little more than a month left. If it's that long, I think I can make it work somehow. While the two of them chatted as though she wasn't in the room, Manhwaedit was unable to stand it anymore. She turned to Lucas and opened her mouth. Wah, wait a minute, master. I don't really need armor or... Before I killed Kanki, I went to all the other major cities. And when I was there, I saw the champions who dominated their arenas. Lucas looked down at Manhwaedit and continued. They are all difficult enemies for you to defeat at your current level. There is still a month left, and you seem to be making steady progress with your training, but that alone isn't enough. So you want me to make up for it with good equipment? Manhwaedit tried not to show it, but Lucas was easily able to spot her dissatisfaction. What is it? Do you not want to depend on equipment? I know what you're thinking. In the long run, it's not good to depend on equipment, but you're thinking too rigidly. You need to be able to bend flexibly depending on the situation. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can understand Master's meaning. Can I ask why? Manhwaedit's attitude was humble and respectful. Letter 1d4b, letter 1d427, letter 1d697, letter 1d667, letter 1d65a, letter 1d41ad. Calm. It was good that she knew where she was lacking and sought guidance. Lucas smiled softly. You'll be fighting in more than one match, and in the championship, there will be many fighters who are either on your level or stronger than you. Battles like those which will force you to risk your life are both great perils and rare opportunities. If you are lucky, you will be able to gain experience comparable to several years of training. Manhwaedit finally understood what Lucas was trying to say. He was saying that the championship could become a great opportunity for her to experience explosive growth. That's why I'm telling you to use whatever means you can to hold out for as long as possible and gain as much experience as possible. Manhwaedit realized that Lucas was about to reveal the second reason he'd mentioned before. Nodding, Lucas continued, because after this qualifier is over, I believe there is a high chance that we will have to return to your homeworld. When she heard that, Manhwaedit couldn't help but turn to look at Nektu. After all, she wasn't sure if they could say such things in front of this unrelated woman. Of course, Lucas wasn't the type of person to act without thinking. He spoke so easily and openly because he had long understood Nektu's nature. Even now, her expression remained one of indifference, as if she didn't care what they were talking about. In fact, she was probably thinking about what kind of equipment she should make with the ancient dragon's bones. And it won't just be like the small qualifier. Instead, the great game will begin in earnest. At that time, you will need to be much stronger than you are now. Manhwaedit initially nodded at Lucca's words, but then he said something that was much more shocking. To put it simply, you will have to at least be strong enough to deal with the 5 dukes. The 5 dukes, not a count, not a marquis, or even a normal duke. Min-ha-rin began to sweat slightly, but Lucas didn't stop his bold words. If we were to use the unit called level that is used in the status window, it would probably be around 200. Of course, level is just an objective indicator. You should not trust it blindly. Even if your opponent is lower level than you, that doesn't mean you are guaranteed to win. However, Min-ha-rin was still focused on the first part of Lucas' statement, TW 200. This was an incredibly distant number for Min-ha-rin, who hadn't even reached level 100 yet, now that she thought about it. From the very first time she saw her level, there was something she'd always been curious about. Master, there's something I'd been meaning to ask you for a long time. Ah, but you don't have to answer. What is it? What is your level, Master? She asked this in a cautious tone, but Lucas responded indifferently. I believe it's currently at 143, somewhere around that. Currently, right, because my powers were restricted. Then what is your original level? Lucas didn't remember seeing this even when he'd briefly checked his status window after the tutorial. He directly opened his status window to check before reading it out. 4,362. F4, cough, cough, cough. Min-ha-rin coughed heavily as she choked on her own saliva. After a while, Nektu, who seemed to have finally awoken from her thoughts, turned to Lucas and asked, Do you intend to go to Dragon God Island? When he nodded his head without denying, she then turned to look at Min-ha-rin, who was quietly standing to the side before speaking in a soft tone. There's something I want to tell you. Is that all right? She wanted to talk to him alone. Lucas glanced at Min-ha-rin, who was standing beside him. Realizing what he meant, Min-ha-rin nodded without any complaints. I'll wait outside. Even after Min-ha-rin left the room, Nektu hesitated. She appeared a bit conflicted. It was only after twirling her hair around her finger for a while that she finally opened her mouth. What exactly are you going there for? Now that he thought about it, Lucas realized he'd never told Nektu just what his goal was. The same was true even when he'd asked her about the dragon god statue. He'd only said that it might be something he was looking for, the 4 most special statues in this world. Although he said it, Lucas didn't have any expectations. Of all the people that he'd met so far, none of them had any reaction when he mentioned the term. That's the first time I've heard that term. Nektu responded as he expected, but the words that she spoke next were surprising. It's the number 4 that bothers me the most. What do you mean by that? Nektu seemed to think seriously about something, but in the end she could only shake her head. I'm sorry, but I don't think I can tell you more than that, because it's related to Dragon God Island. No, it's much larger and more complicated than that. I know it's a bit sudden and inappropriate to say it now, but can I ask you a favor? The timing was definitely not appropriate. After all, Nektu had just avoided answering Lucas' question. Of course, it's up to you whether you agree to it or not. Although she added that, there was a hint of desperation in Nektu's voice. Lucas simply nodded without changing his expression. When she saw this, Nektu spoke with a much brighter expression. The most peculiar statue on Dragon God Island. Perhaps it is the statue that you're looking for, but even if it isn't, I'd like you to check if it's safe. The most peculiar statue. Lucas couldn't help but frown at her puzzling words. What is the name of the statue? I can't tell you that. Then what does it look like? I can't tell you that either. When Lucas turned to look at her, Nektu grimaced and said, I know I'm saying a lot of nonsense. That's why I'll leave it up to you whether you do me the favor or not. After that part of their conversation, Nektu finally promised to make the best weapons and armor she could. She seemed guilty for not being able to answer so many of Lucas' questions. Seeing that she even swore on her pride as a craftsman, he couldn't help but wonder how amazing those items would be. Nevertheless, Lucas wouldn't be able to see the finished products for a while, because he intended to head to Death Island as soon as possible. Lucas walked up to Min-ha-rin, who had been waiting outside, and spoke. The armor will be sent to Harui as soon as it's completed, so I don't think there's a need for you to come back here. The sky was still bright, but it was already past 4 in the afternoon. Min-ha-rin was scheduled to head directly to Harui by sky carriage that very evening. In other words, it meant that she had to prepare to leave in about 2 to 3 hours. Lucas had wanted to use the warp spell, but he couldn't. The Heavenly Realm was an ultra-large continent that floated about the ocean, but it wasn't just floating. Instead, it was constantly moving at a slow speed, and in order to properly use the warp spell, he would have to know the exact coordinates of the destination. This made it difficult because the coordinates of the floating islands were changing constantly. Of course, given enough time, it was possible to derive the answer by calculating the exact value of the change between coordinates, but in order to do that, it would be necessary to first calculate the rotation of the planet. Even for Lucas, it was a task that would take too much time. This wouldn't be a problem if he were to use space-time movement, but unfortunately, that wasn't a power that could be used by a mortal. And even if he could use it, Min-ha-rin's fragile body would never be able to withstand it. It's fine. I'm just sorry I couldn't be of more help to you, Master. Don't think like that. Lucas looked around before pointing towards a nearby restaurant and saying, Since we have a little more time left, would you like to have a meal together? Yeah, Min-ha-rin smiled and nodded. Now that she thought about it, she didn't think there had ever been a time when she'd been able to leisurely sit and enjoy a meal alone with Lucas. It wasn't evening yet, so there weren't many customers in the restaurant. Thankfully, this also meant that the food was served quickly. Their meal consisted of crispy bacon, grilled sausages, and salad with dressing along with mugs of stout one. Min-ha-rin's palate seemed to have changed after living in the heavenly realm for a long time, so without hesitation, she comfortably ate the meat and drank the cold stout without caring about the calories. She pretended to take polite bites and sips since she was in front of her master, but Lucas couldn't help but feel that she might have become a heavy drinker. Lucas almost only sipped the beer and touched the salad from time to time. After their meal, they ordered a plate of beef jerky and 2 more mugs of beer before having a nice conversation about relatively trivial things. Soon enough, Min-ha-rin's expression became exuberant. She was probably drunk, as there was a subtle flush on her face and she spoke in an excited voice. Then in this championship, I might be able to fight Master. It's possible. Perhaps we'll meet each other in the finals. I won't lose so easily this time. Don't get your hopes up too much. It's possible that both of us will get knocked out in the first round. Although he said this in a mischievous voice, Lucas didn't actually rule out the possibility of that happening. At the present time, Cran was probably stronger than him, and the champions of the other arenas were no slouches either. It was always good to prepare for any unexpected situation. Nevertheless, Min-ha-rin tilted her head to the side as if she couldn't imagine Lucas losing to anyone. Ha-rin, yes. Luca's voice became a bit serious. I always think of the worst outcome. Yes, Min-ha-rin's expression also became a bit serious, and she slowly nodded her head to show that she understood. There's an absolute on Death Island. Since Arid said it himself, then the odds are at least 9 out of 10. It won't be easy to protect Seti from that absolute. Now that Min-ha-rin also had an idea of how ridiculous in existence absolutes were, she listened to Lucas with a solemn expression. There is little more than a month before the championship begins. In all honesty, time is a bit tight. That means that we have to consider the possibility that I wouldn't be able to make it back in time for the championship. If that happens, then I'll leave it to you to become the grand champion. Rather than me, doesn't Li Jonghak have a better chance? She didn't doubt her master's words, but she couldn't help but ask. Min-ha-rin had also heard a lot about Li Jonghak, no, Li Hao. Unlike her, who reigned as the champion in a small town, Li Hao was a major sensation in the Babylon arena, and many people had high expectations of him. That's only the case for right now. This was something he'd told her before, but he didn't want her to think that he was simply affirming that. After all, he wasn't trying to comfort her. Lucas added, if you look at pure potential, you are far superior. Of course, luck will also be a factor. After all, if you happen to meet Cran as your first opponent, you would be eliminated before you're even given the chance to grow. Ahaha. In simpler terms, she would be crushed. No. Was it possible for her to defeat Cran even if she had the time to grow? She couldn't even imagine defeating Li Jonghak, who was much weaker than him. After thinking that, Min-ha-rin couldn't help but speak in a low voice. That might be difficult for the current me. I think you were better when we first met. You were filled with so much confidence back then. Of course, it was none other than Lucas who had trampled that rising confidence until it became impossible to find. Lucas laughed and poured some of the stouts into his mouth. As I said, that's only the worst-case scenario. I will do my best to return to Lurua no matter what. Yes, I'll wait for you. Right, the sun is beginning to set. He turned to look at the sky. Min-ha-rin also turned her head to follow his gaze. The sky was slowly being painted with the colors of sunset. It was time to part ways. Min-ha-rin left Lurua that evening. When she left, she had a conflicted expression. This was because she had faith that Lucas would return safely, but she was still worried about him. Lucas noticed her inner turmoil, but he still quietly sent her away without mentioning it. This was because he believed she would solve her inner issues more easily if she were alone. Now, the only thing he was waiting for were the clothes that he'd requested from Nektu. According to her, clothing that could block the demonic energy on Death Island took about 3 days to make. It had only been a day, so Lucas still had to wait 2 more days. During that time, there were still things for him to do. First, he had to find the quickest route to the Temple Island that Arid had mentioned. According to the map that Arid had given him, the fastest way to get there was to go through the largest port in the north of Combat Island called Port Akkad. It was said that at least one ship passed from there to Temple Island every day. However, there was a large distance between Lurua and Akkad. Even if he were to use a sky carriage, it would take about 2 weeks. If the round trip in itself was 4 weeks, then even if Lucas moved like lightning, he wouldn't be able to save Seti and return in time for the championship. That's why Lucas decided to abuse one of the privileges that only major city lords had, the sun carriage. He decided to use the super large mode of transport that only major cities built for private use. With the sun carriage, it was possible to reach Akkad in 3 or 4 days. In fact, when he'd slain the ancient dragon, Spira, the major city lord of Akkad, was able to arrive at almost the same time as the other major city lords. After deciding on his mode of transport, Lucas then spent the rest of his time making preparations and detailed plans for the long journey. The size is about right. Nektu nodded and commented. Lucas stood in front of her, dressed in robes that were made exclusively for Death Island. I thought you preferred to wear robes, so I made something similar. Although it's a bit plain since it doesn't have any patterns or designs, there won't be any problems in terms of practicality. Lucas nodded. There isn't even a need for you to raise the hood since I had it engraved with sorcery runes. It's basically waterproof and the durability isn't bad, but it won't stand up to a dragonling's claws or teeth, so be careful. Don't worry about it. It's the least I could do. Nektu waved her hand as she said that. I heard that you're planning to use the sun carriage, is that true? Yeah, a slight smile spread across her lips. If you use it properly, that's a round trip that will cost you a few million arus. It's because it's urgent. I see well. I wish you all the best. Good luck. Lucas also said words of farewell to Nektu. Afterward, the two of them went their separate ways without saying anything else. Nektu didn't show the lost expression that she had the last time they met. Maybe she was intentionally hiding her feelings, or maybe she had already cleared her mind, he couldn't tell. After all, Nektu had always been good at hiding her inner thoughts. If he tried, he could probably figure it out, but that wouldn't be polite. With the sun carriage parked out front, Bargain walked out of the castle to see him off. I'll wait for your safe return. Lucas smiled faintly at his characteristic heavy tone of voice. Bargain, yes, I'm sure you remember the request I made to you last time. When he heard this, Bargain's expression became solemn. Yes, but I'm sure that won't happen. My lord will return safely and in time. Of course, that would be best, but there is nothing wrong with assuming the worst in a situation. If that truly comes to pass, please. Bargain hesitated for a moment before bowing his head. Letter 1D4B, letter 1D4C3, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D633, letter 1D5E, letter 1D485. C0M yes. After hearing his confirmation, Lucas' heart also became a bit lighter. Then, with equally light steps, he got onto the sun carriage. Roar. With a roar of the giant flying dragon, the sun carriage floated into the air. That alone caused the trees in the vicinity to bend dangerously. Dust flew in every direction, and heavy winds pulled at Bargain's clothes. Nevertheless, he didn't take his eyes off of the rising carriage. Before long, the carriage rose high in the sky and shot towards the north at a high speed. It only took a few short minutes for it to completely disappear from his sight. Nevertheless, Bargain continued to look at the sky. If I fail to come back in time. And remembered the request Lucas had made before he left. Please enter the championship as the champion of Lurua. He refused to accept Lucas' words. That won't happen. Lucas would definitely come back safe. He mumbled to himself as he recalled the conversation they had just had. Please return home safely, my lord. Bargain prayed sincerely. And a month later, the opening ceremony of the championship that everyone had been waiting for finally began. And at this place where dozens of champions from Combat Island had gathered, Lucas, the champion of Lurua, was nowhere to be found. Manhwaedit gulped slightly while looking at the armor in front of her. Her first armor. Its appearance showed that it had been molded into the shape of armor, while maintaining the original shape of the bones as much as possible. It looked like it had been created by the entire skeleton of a dragonling, but it had actually been created from one bone. The bone that Lucas had given Nektu was none other than the skull of the ancient dragon. Even if they wanted to maintain the shape of the skull, such gracefully curved armor couldn't be made. After all, the finished product didn't just consist of chest and leg armor, but also shoes and a helmet. Manhwaedit had a bit of knowledge with armors, but for this set that wasn't necessary. Even a complete novice would easily be able to tell with a glance that this armor was not simple. But only Manhwaedit knew the true worth of this armor. Explosive dragon armor. A masterpiece created by an eccentric but extremely talented blacksmith. Crafted from the skull of Bultasi, ruler of the Sama's great forest. Its durability is so high that it won't be scratched by most weapons, and it has a strong resistance to attacks of most attributes because of the runes that were engraved on it. However, it is vulnerable to attacks of the ice element, so special attention should be paid. Allows the user to cast Dragon Fury once per day, but it is not advised as the skill puts great strain on the body. It wasn't just armor. A red club, thinner than most swords, lay beside it. The dragon stick of overflowing fighting spirit note these names. A masterpiece created by an eccentric but extremely talented blacksmith. Crafted from the skull of Bultasi, ruler of the Sama's great forest. Allows the wielder to gather natural energy, and if you swing it with this energy, it will release an attack comparable to that of the most famous swords. In other words, this dragon stick was a weapon that could play the roles of both a staff and a sword. There was nothing more suitable for Manhwaedit, who was aspiring to be a magical swordsman. A note beside them contained explanations about the armor and staff, presumably written by Nektu. Although she was able to receive a description from the status window, she wouldn't dare to neglect any advice given by the creator of the items. Min-Ha-rin read the note carefully a few times before placing it in her pocket. But her gaze then turned to the man who had delivered the items to her. "Where is master?" Bargain responded with a heavy expression. "He hasn't returned yet." Yet there were only 2 days left before the championship began. "Did he not tell you anything at all?" "He did, but—" Bargain's face was stiff as he responded in a more hesitant manner than before. He said that if there was no news from him 4 days before the championship began, I must participate in his place. "I see." This time the championship was being hosted by Uruk, one of the major cities, and draws and matches would happen here, but the entire championship wouldn't be held in Uruk. After a certain number of matches were fought, they would move to another major city and host matches there instead. If you don't attend the opening ceremony, you will be automatically eliminated from the championship. There were 2 days left. As far as Min-Ha-rin knew, the majority of champions had already gathered in Uruk, but it still wasn't too late. Although the position of champion of Lurua was currently being held by Bargain, he'd still reserved a spot on the top 3, which was a privilege only afforded to major cities, in preparation for Luca's late return. But this arrangement would be useless if Luca's didn't arrive in time. Min-Ha-rin felt the excitement she'd felt at receiving her armor and weapons slowly cool down as if water had been poured on it. He won't be late tomorrow. No, Min-Ha-rin prayed that she would see Luca's face by the morning of the last day at the latest. Then I hereby declare the opening of the championship. Woo. The Uruk Arena. Min-Ha-rin stood in the center of this arena, receiving the enthusiastic cheers and applause of the audience. She wasn't alone. All of the champions and fighters from all over the world who had come to participate in the championship were gathered in the arena, but Luca's wasn't among them. In the end, the championship had started before he could arrive. Min-Ha-rin was worried about her master's safety, but she eventually shook her head and forced herself to calm down. This was a situation that Luca's had already imagined from the start. He had already mentioned the possibility that he wouldn't return in time for the opening ceremony. What he went to do wasn't something easy. Nevertheless, she was sure that he would be fine. It was still many years too soon for a disciple like her to worry about Luca's. Rather, she should be more worried about herself at that moment. She looked around. Luca's was right. The champions, no. None of the fighters in the arena were easy opponents. It wasn't just those from the major cities. Even fighters from small and medium cities were overflowing with fighting spirit and the desire to win. Among them, there were a few fighters who were particularly fierce. Li Jonghak of the Babylon Arena was one of them. So that's the guy, probably. He looks pretty weak on the outside. Shambar is the same, well, and so was Kran. In fact, he was the center of attention not only for the spectators, but for the other fighters as well. This couldn't be helped. After all, he was the one who killed the previous champion of Kisara and one of the top 3 contenders for the title of Grand Champion Shivar with a single blow. Min-Ha-rin also looked at him. Kran stood there with a blank expression on his face. He didn't release his fighting spirit or aura like the other fighters. It was like standing naked on a battlefield as bullets rained down. No, he probably didn't consider the hostility and killing intent of the others to be a threat at all. Then we will commence the draw. While the fighters observed their competition, the host completed the ceremonial greetings. In the middle of the stands was a place where large, colorful chairs were placed. This area had a lot more space compared to the other parts of the stands. This was the place where the city lords and aides of the major cities who had sponsored the championship, as well as the powerful people from the other islands, sat. Without exception, all of the other seats in the arena were filled. Whether they were expensive or cheap, all of the tickets had been sold out in an instant. This clearly showed the public's interest and enthusiasm in the championship. Then, champions. As I call your names, please come up to the stage. In addition to creating a match list, the drawing ceremony also served the purpose of briefly introducing the various fighters. Nantu Arena's Pog. The crowd cheered as the various fighters were called to the stage. The degree of their cheering showed the level of interest they had in that specific fighter. Naturally, the host also made the effort of introducing the strong fighters in a more dramatic manner. Babylon's Whirlwind, Li Yihao. Wah. When his name was called, the crowd erupted. Min-Ha-rin also turned to look at Li Jonghak. He climbed the steps of the stage with his characteristic calm expression and proceeded with his draw. C15. The championship had been divided into 4 groups. They were groups A, B, C, and D, and each group had a total of 16 people. It only took a simple calculation to determine that one would need to win 4 matches in order to advance. Even if one were to fail after advancing from the group stage, they would have still made it to the semi-finals. However, none of the fighters there would be satisfied with such an ending. Since they joined the championship, they naturally wanted to win. The eyes of the fighters burned with fighting spirit. Suddenly, the host began speaking in a more heated voice than usual. Attention everyone, I will now introduce the top contender for the position of Grand Champion. His voice, which was amplified by sorcery, was loud enough to shake the arena. As they looked at him with anticipation, everyone in the crowd could even feel the tips of their fingers tingling with excitement. The fighter king of Spira, the undefeated champion, Shambar. Wah! An incomparable cheer swept through the arena. It was as though dozens of explosives had been detonated at the same time. More than half of the audience members leapt out of their seats and shouted at the top of their lungs, Shambar, 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 Shambar. Then they began to chant his name like crazy. The entire arena shook. Nevertheless, this reaction was to be expected. The man who walked towards the stage had a subtle smile on his lips. He was called the undisputed favorite to win the championship, the fighter king Shambar. His official record was 491 wins and 3 losses. He was the holder of the insane win rate of nearly 99. Even the 3 losses he suffered were only a small blemish that he'd acquired when he was still a rookie. Ever since he'd reached the top of the arena, he has continuously held on to his winning streak. This is a man who is at the peak of mortality. This was a stage that Lucas often talked about, a stage that he hoped Min-Ha-Rin would reach someday. The fighters looked at Shambar with tense expressions. Their eyes were affixed to his fingers that were slowly going into the lottery box to draw his number. Soon the host shouted, "A 2." Some of the fighters' expressions became sullen, while others let out sighs of relief. None of the fighters gathered had any intentions of avoiding a fight, but they still didn't want to fight the strongest candidate in the championship from the very start. Perhaps Min-Ha-Rin couldn't help but wonder who was stronger between Cran and Shambar. Harry Arena's Rin Summers. Suddenly, Min-Ha-Rin heard her name. There was restrained applause from the stands. Although this kind of reaction was common for champions from small cities, her pride was still bruised a bit. This proved that she had the blood of a fighter. As she walked up to the stage, she felt several eyes focus on her. Some of the fighters whispered to each other about her dragon armor. They were able to realize with a glance that it was not simple. As its name suggested, the draw involved each fighter placing their hand in a box filled with rocks of the same size and made from the same materials. Each stone was engraved with letters and numbers, so the results would be known as soon as they pulled them out. Min-Ha-Rin put her hand in the box and immediately pulled out the first stone she touched. B8. She wondered if she should be happy that she wasn't in the same group as Shambar or even Lee Jonghak. Min-Ha-Rin let out a small sigh of relief before walking off the stage. I think a lot of people will pay attention to this one too. The host smiled mysteriously for a moment before continuing. The greatest dark horse in this championship. No, I should call him another contender who is being compared to Shambar. I'm talking about none other than the conqueror of Kisra, the one-shot killer, Cran. Once again, the heat of anticipation could be felt by the audience, but unlike before, the arena remained as quiet as a cemetery. Crunch. And within this strange state of silent excitement, the sound of Cran's footsteps was exceptionally loud. All of the fighters, including Shambar, were looking at Cran. After walking up to the stage without a single change in expression, Cran reached into the box in an uncaring manner, and he picked up a stone without any signs of hesitation. C7. When she heard that, Min-Ha-Rin turned to look at Lee Jonghak. Group C was the group that Lee Jonghak had been assigned to. In other words, Cran and Lee Jonghak were in the same group. Lee Jonghak's expression remained calm, but his heart was pounding so loudly in his chest that it was almost impossible to hear his thoughts. His clenched fists were covered in cold sweat as his eyes remained locked on Cran. Cran also turned to look at Lee Jonghak at that moment. "If you don't want to die." Then, for the first time, he opened his mouth. His voice sounded weak and came out in a broken manner, but it was still able to reach Lee Jonghak's ears. "Then give up." "Don't be ridiculous. How can you say that before you've even fought?" It wasn't Lee Jonghak, but a dragonman standing beside him who spoke in a cold voice. This was Shintz, the champion of Babylon and a fighter who ranked higher than Lee Jonghak. He was a man who had a small physique for a dragonman, but his gaze was fierce. If you were a fighter, then there's no way that you wouldn't know how insulting it is to tell someone to give up. Nevertheless, Cran didn't even spare Shintz a glance, as though he wasn't the least bit interested in him. This naturally caused Shintz to bristle even more because of his rude behavior. "It's fine, Shintz," Lee Jonghak calmly called out to him. "It's fine. That man is completely tarnishing your pride. That's true, but it's not something that can be solved by discussing it here. A fighter does not prove themselves with their tongue, but with their fists in the arena. He and I will cross swords there." After saying that, Lee Jonghak's eyes met Cran's. "It'll be fine to repay the insult then." I guess you're right." Shintz didn't seem to have let go of his displeasure, but he nodded his head in acceptance. With his eyes still on Cran, Lee Jonghak continued, "I will not give up." Cran seemed to pause for a moment after hearing those words, but it was only for an instant. Without saying another word, he immediately turned his head and walked away as if he'd lost interest. All the groups had been decided. To summarize the persons that Min Ha-rin had been paying attention to, it was Bargain and Shambar in Group A1. Herself and Shintz in Group B and Cran and Lee Jong-hak in Group C. The matches would begin the next day, but that didn't mean that day's events were over. This was because there were a few novelty events left. One of them was announcing the results of the popularity vote. This vote was held a few months before the championship, and there were no restrictions on participation. Anyone staying on Combat Island had the right to vote. Because of this, it usually took around a month to count the votes. Thus, one by one, the 10 champions with the most votes, the current most popular heroes, all walked onto the stage, and it was none other than Lee Jong-hak who stood at the end of the line in 10th place. He was a fighter who was known for his calm attitude, and he often displayed unique fighting skills. Many people felt that these traits brought a sense of freshness to the arena, and his fanbase was so large that it was strange for an outsider. In 7th place was Cran. It could be said that his ranking was a bit lackluster compared to his skills, but it could also be considered an amazing rise since it had only been a few months since he'd first made an appearance. In 3rd place was Shintz, a champion of the Babylon arena like Lee Jong-hak. Contrary to his small size, he was often compared to a rabid dog in the arena since hardly anyone could stop him after he got going. It was no wonder that the mere sight of him was enough to make the crowd go wild. And finally, the long-awaited 1st place was Shambar. This was a natural result that everyone expected. Shambar had an absolute influence not only when it came to his skill, but also his popularity. Standing at the highest point on the stage, he looked at the crowd. I, Shambar, fighter from Akkad, hereby swear on behalf of the 64 warriors gathered here. Those who sat in the stands and the fighters standing in the arena all looked at him. With all of their attention on himself, he continued, that no shame shall be brought to the souls and prides of every fighter, and that not one single drop of shed blood shall be forgotten. The champions below repeated Shambar's words under their breaths, and quiet applause filled the arena. At that moment, Min Ha-rin realized that the championship had officially begun. By the time the schedule for the day had ended, the sun had already begun to set. Mr. Bargain. Min Ha-rin called out to Bargain, who was mixed among the champions. You're looking for me. Turning around, Bargain replied. He had changed. No, it wasn't just that he'd changed. He'd become an entirely different person. Of course, this wasn't to say that he had undergone drastic changes over the course of a month. It was because Bargain was wearing armor. It was Kanki's creed of Kamish. However, it wasn't so large that he could look down on the surrounding dragon men. Bargain didn't intend to stop using the creed of Kamish for the time being. 2. This was especially because it was necessary to maintain Kanki's persona for certain activities. You're in Group B, right? That's right. And you're in Group A? Yes. Luckily, we won't encounter each other for a while. After saying that, they both let out a soft chuckle, but it was forced. Shintz was in Group B, and Shambar was in Group A. Both of them had excellent equipment, but they still weren't sure whether they could defeat them or not. The only fortunate thing was that the matches wouldn't occur until the next day. At that moment, Min Ha-rin's eyes turned to a man that was walking past them. Lee Jong, Mr. Lee Hao. I'd like to talk to you for a moment. Lee Jong-hak, who was about to leave the arena with the other Babylon fighters, stopped. He looked at Min Ha-rin for a moment before turning back to his party. Something has come up, so you guys go ahead. Someone you know? Yes, got it. Shintz nodded and left the arena first. Then Lee Jong-hak spoke. I don't think our conversation will end soon. Yeah, let's go to a quiet place first. Sure. With that, Min Ha-rin took Lee Jong-hak to her room. The champions were all given large, extravagant rooms for free. They would be able to talk comfortably there. The door closed. It was Min Ha-rin who had brought up talking to Lee Jong-hak, but it was Lee Jong-hak who opened his mouth first. I heard about you. You came to this world 5 years ago. Yes, you have experienced amazing growth. I can tell with just a glance. Mr. Lee Jong-hak is the same. They traded polite words. Their conversation seemed to contain a sense of closeness, but she couldn't erase the feeling that she was just pretending. Min Ha-rin's heart was a bit unsettled. In all honesty, she felt a certain amount of joy from meeting someone else from her world other than her master. But more than that. Is something wrong? When she thought back to her conversation with Lucas, she sighed inwardly. Although he had forgiven him, Min Ha-rin still felt a bit uncomfortable when she thought about Lee Jong-hak. She desperately tried to hide this feeling. By the way, where is Sir Lucas? He didn't seem to be the armored man in the arena. He was talking about Bargain. He was covered completely by his armor to the point that not even a single bit of skin was exposed, but Lee Jong-hak was able to infer that it wasn't Lucas by his movements and aura. Letter 1D5 F6, letter 1D5 FB, letter 1D6 6-3R, letter 1D4 5-2, letter 1D4 4, letter 1D6 8D. Com. He's a fighter by the name of Bargain. Master hasn't arrived yet. Did something happen? Yes. Min Ha-rin nodded and briefly explained the situation. about Luca's meeting Arid, learning where Seti was, and the fact that an absolute was there as well. After hearing all of this, Lee Jong-hak nodded. The fact that he hasn't returned yet means that things aren't going too smoothly. It's possible. Lee Jong-hak seemed to be deep in thought for a moment. Min Ha-rin waited for a while to let him organize his thoughts before she continued. Then, after about 5 minutes had passed, she asked, "Are you really going to fight Cran?" Looking at Lee Jong-hak, who remained silent, she softly continued, "I know that he had been kidnapped by the Demon King, so it's highly likely that he entered the qualifiers as a member of his team." At this point, it was clear that Cran was probably their enemy. She had also heard Cran telling Lee Jong-hak to give up. Min Ha-rin didn't think it was an insult. Instead, she felt that he was sending a warning. Lee Jong-hak was strong, but not as much as Cran. If he really fought without any intention of giving up, she felt that Lee Jong-hak might really die. "This is unexpected. Huh, you don't hate me." Min Ha-rin's eyes widened in surprise. Has it been that obvious? Or was it that Lee Jong-hak's eyes were similar to Luca's in how discerning they were? Hiding her suspicions, Min Ha-rin softly made an excuse. "I don't hate you." No, it wasn't an excuse, it was the truth. After listening to Luca's advice, the bad feelings she had towards him had dissipated on their own. All she felt now was a bit of discomfort and awkwardness. As she thought this, Min Ha-rin lowered her head, but Lee Jong-hak smiled. "I see, I'm glad." By saying that, it meant that he intended to give up. However, as Min Ha-rin looked at Lee Jong-hak's softly smiling face, she had a very ominous feeling. The door closed with a click. Cran looked around for a while before walking towards the window and drawing the curtains. The room, which didn't even have a single candle in it, was immediately engulfed in darkness. Without any change of expression, he then walked towards the bed where he immediately collapsed as though he'd fainted. His breath was barely audible, and not even a single one of his fingers twitched. He looked like a puppet whose strings had been cut. If someone saw this scene from a distance, they might even think he'd suddenly died. Shuck. Fog suddenly began to appear in the dark room. Like clay, it clumped together piece by piece until it created the shapes of two figures. One had the shape of a gracefully curved woman. The other was shaped like a demon. It seems the adjustments haven't been completed. The figure of the woman fluttered like a candle in the wind. He still managed to keep some of his consciousness. At this stage, it should be simple to completely erase his ego. "Is there a reason why you haven't made him into a complete puppet yet?" the demonic figure replied. Letter 1D65E, N letter 1D427, letter 1D69B, E letter 1D6 letter 1D451. Com. He needs to have at least his basic thoughts in order to showcase his full power in battle. It would be much too wasteful to delete the experience Cran has accumulated thus far. HMPH. Is that really all there is to it? Are you sure you're not planning something else? As if seducing him, the female figure spoke in a soft tone. Don't push it. You should be able to distinguish those you can't run your mouth recklessly around, and you should know exactly who is standing in front of you. Of course, I know you better than anyone else in this world, Great King. The demon remained silent for a moment before speaking. Finding the statue in the Black Lands is taking more time than I expected. Ledip is probably also having a hard time, and in the case of Notisop, he seems to be doing something interesting. What about the other one? You mean Lucas? The cold voice rang out in the room. At least for the rest of the qualifiers, he will no longer be a threat. Whoosh, it was a place filled with smoke and flames. Lee Jong-hak was the only one who was recognizable in this place, where everything was on fire. He didn't display any discomfort. There were 3 reasons for this. First, the flames surrounding his body weren't hot at all. It burned everything around him, but it wasn't hot enough to actually harm Lee Jong-hak's body. Second, the flames burning around him were not illuminating the surroundings at all. Even the sky glowed a dull orange as though it was also being burned. And finally, and this was the most crucial point, Lee Jong-hak already knew this was a dream. It was a dream that he'd seen so many times, he had already lost count. Kaya, he heard a horrific scream. The figure of a woman could be seen struggling in the fire. She cried and squirmed desperately as though she was experiencing the greatest pain in the world. She was Lee Jong-hak's mother. With a bitter look in her eyes, she glared at Lee Jong-hak, her half-melted eyeballs filled with hostility and resentment. He knew that this place was a dream. He knew that his mother would never direct such a gaze towards him. Nevertheless, he still felt stifled. He felt cold sweat cover his entire body, and he felt his hands and feet go numb. Still, he got to his feet. In this dream that he had entered hundreds of thousands of times, Lee Jong-hak's actions were always the same. He threw himself into the flames and swung his hands until those oozing orbs burst. Kaya, and once again, just like every time before, the screams scratched Lee Jong-hak's heart. It was a great match. Min Ha-rin raised her head at the sudden voice. It was Lee Jong-hak. Smiling slightly, she touched the bandages that had already become stiff because of the blood. so Mr. Lee Jong-hak also knows how to say empty words. Empty words. Lee Jong-hak's expression darkened. Why do you say that? Because I already know that the word great is not something that should be associated with my match. Min Ha-rin's first match had been held the day after the opening ceremony. She hadn't been nervous. It was her first match of the championship, but her heart had been tranquil like a lake. Her condition was the best. Nevertheless, even though she gave it her all, it hadn't been easy for her to win the fight. She and her opponent fought neck and neck for more than 3 hours before she finally managed to win by taking advantage of a paper-thin opening. She felt like she'd poured out every single ounce of energy she had stored in her body. After that match, she collapsed almost as if she had fainted and subsequently slept for 2 whole days afterward. Fortunately, despite the fierceness of the fight, she hadn't suffered any significant injuries. This was because the match was more of a stamina contest than a bloody life and death battle. Even at that moment, Min Ha-rin couldn't help but think. If she had been even a bit weaker, or if she had made even a single questionable judgment during the match, the positions of winner and loser would definitely have been changed. While it wasn't the cleanest, you shouldn't look down on your own victory, because that would be an insult to your opponent who used their all against you. Min Ha-rin's eyes widened slightly. Seeing this, Lee Jong-hak's expression changed. No, I'm being too presumptuous. Forget what I said. No, Min Ha-rin shook her head. You're right, it was my mistake. Lee Jong-hak was right. It was an insult not only to herself, but to the opponent who had given their all and probably felt even worse than she did. In addition, Min Ha-rin had gained a lot in the fight. Lucas was right. It was the type of battle that would be impossible to replicate, and because of it, Min Ha-rin was able to gain an enormous amount of experience and even a bit of enlightenment. I saw your match today. It seems that Mr. Lee Jong-hak has grown a bit stronger too. It's only a slight improvement. Min Ha-rin felt silent. For a while, the only sound that could be heard was that of her fiddling with her bandages. Finally, after retying the knot on her right arm's bandage for the 3rd or 4th time, Min Ha-rin spoke in a hesitant voice. Cran had a match today. Right, did you see it? This time he took a bit longer to answer. I saw it. Then you know what happened to his opponent. Right, Cran had perfectly displayed the reason for his title to the crowd. 1 hit, 1 kill. When the match began, there was a flash, then his opponent's head flew into the air. Within seconds, the match had already come to an end. When she'd seen this scene, Min Ha-rin had been so stunned that she'd even forgotten the pain of her injuries for a second. This was because she'd put herself in the shoes of Cran's opponent. If she was the one standing in front of Cran in the arena, would the result have changed? It didn't take very long for her to come up with an answer. Nothing would have changed. Just like the fighter in the arena, Min Ha-rin would have died with her head flying into the air before she even realized what was happening. That was why Min Ha-rin really wanted to recommend that Lee Jong-hak give up. Not yet, but it wasn't yet the right time. Cran and Lee Jong-hak still had to fight 2 more matches before they would meet each other. From the schedule, there were still about 2 weeks left. It was impossible to know what would happen at that time. Lee Jong-hak could become stronger, or they could figure out a way to deal with Cran, or perhaps Lucas might even return. Therefore, Min Ha-rin decided to suppress her innermost thoughts for the time being. Lee Jong-hak was Lee Jong-hak. For now, she had to worry about herself. How are your injuries? They throb a bit here and there, but they've gotten much better. I think I'll be fine before my next match. As she said this, Min Ha-rin looked at her bandaged arm. The wound there was the worst one she'd suffered, as she'd received a cut that managed to reach her bones. Although she had received some treatment, it was naturally not something that could be healed in a short time. In truth, it would be better for her to refrain from moving in order to better help the healing process, but she couldn't. Even if she was hurt more severely than this, she would not give up as long as she could still hold a weapon. This was the same for all the fighters who were going through consecutive fights. Because of that, the championship would become more desperate as time passed. In fact, in a championship finals held a few hundred years ago, it was said that the finalists only had 2 limbs remaining when they fought. Would you like to fight me later when your condition improves? Huh, Mr. Lee Jong-hak and me. Right. Lee Jong-hak nodded in a cautious manner. It doesn't have to be anything special, just something like a small spar. Sure, Min Ha-rin answered without needing to think about it. But I have one condition. What is it? Instead of waiting till later, let's do it now. The championship had begun, but Min Ha-rin only really paid attention to 2 days at a time, the day of preparation before her match and the day of her match. Because of this, time flew by in a flash. A blade flowed smoothly as though it was dancing, the uniquely gentle movements drawing the eyes of any who saw it. This was the plum blossom sword technique, and it was usually hard to predict the next movements of those who used this technique, or at least that is what Min Ha-rin would have thought only a short while ago. Swoosh, the blade, which had seemed to be flowing, suddenly changed direction and accelerated, but she wasn't flustered. She maintained her composure, but her eyes grew more focused. She could see the sword's path, and she responded with a familiar movement. Clang. It was impossible for her to win direct clashes of strength. Therefore, Minha-rin half focused on swinging her sword and half focused on casting a fire spell. F-whoosh. They had been battling for more than an hour, and she was certain that her opponent's concentration was reaching its limit. Seeing an opening, she decisively swung at it, expecting to hit it, but she didn't. Instead, he stepped back, escaping her unexpected fire attack. Minha-rin clicked her tongue upon seeing this, and just as she was about to follow up, she heard a voice. "I think that's enough for today." After saying this, he lowered his sword so that Minha-rin couldn't attack further. All right, she felt a bit regretful since her body was just starting to warm up, but she knew it couldn't be helped. Unlike her, Lee Jong-hak had a match scheduled for the next day, so it would be best for him to not push himself too far. After all, it was an important match, to be honest. After a moment of silence, Lee Jong-hak spoke with a slightly emotional expression. "I don't think I can guarantee my victory against you anymore." It took her a while to realize that was a compliment. Minha-rin also felt a bit emotional. She never thought the day would come when she heard those words from Lee Jong-hak, a hero that all hunters looked up to. Unable to respond immediately, she pursed her lips for a moment to suppress her building emotions and said, it had been about 2 weeks since the championship had started, and her relationship with Lee Jong-hak had gotten closer. This was because she felt that he took care of her in many ways. Just like the spar they just had. After their spars, Lee Jong-hak never spared any advice and gave Minha-rin many tips on how to improve. This allowed her to win her next 3 championship matches. Of course, this wasn't to say that any of them were easy matches. In all of those matches, she had to fight tooth and nail without any guarantee of victory or defeat. Nevertheless, Minha-rin didn't lose. The biggest reason. In truth, it was luck. It was almost as if someone had manipulated Minha-rin's match draw. None of her opponents were easy, but on the flip side, none of them were so hard that she didn't have any hope of winning. In addition, it was also a great advantage that all of her opponents somehow managed to be placed in a position so that the next one was always stronger. If the order of her matches had been somehow twisted, for example, if her third opponent had been swapped with her first or even her second, the results would have changed drastically. It was possible that Minha-rin would have already been eliminated by now. Nevertheless, there was no use speculating about things that weren't possible. In the end, she won and she survived, and as a result, she grew explosively. Now there was one left. If she won just one more time, she would be able to advance to the semi-finals of the championship. It was the same for Lee Jong-hak, tomorrow's match. How about giving up? It was very difficult for Minha-rin to say this. For the past 2 weeks, she'd watched Cran and Lee Jong-hak closely, and she devised countless strategies until it felt like her head would explode. But in the end, "I told you that I would give up if my life was in danger. I think it's better to not compete at all." It was only then that Lee Jong-hak understood what Minha-rin was trying to say. "Are you saying that you think I'll die without being able to withstand a single blow?" He'd read her inner feelings perfectly. Minha-rin sighed and said, "Are you confident that you can survive?" She had watched and carefully analyzed all of the matches in the arena, but when she watched Cran's matches, she made sure to push her concentration to the max. She did this in order to find a possible weakness. But in the end, there was none. Every time she watched Cran's match, all she could feel was shock, admiration, and astonishment, and among them, the most shocking match. In yesterday's match, Cran's opponent was the champion of the major city, Tikrit. Junable was an excellent fighter. Yeah, but his entire body was still crushed by Cran's attack. At the end, Junable's body looked like he'd been stepped on by a giant. His blood, flesh, and organs were so entangled that it was impossible to see their original shape. Junable was by no means a weak fighter. He was a strong fighter who was not inferior to Minha-rin or Lee Jong-hak, and he certainly had skill since he was able to become the champion of a major city's arena. In fact, the spectators all expected Junable to be able to block Cran's first attack, but in the end he became a pile of flesh before he could even realize how he died, just like the others. "I'll be honest, I have no intention of surrendering." "Why?" "He told me to give up too." A strange glimmer appeared in Minha-rin's eyes. "I did. That's why." "Because Cran looked down on you. Are you saying that you will risk your life because he hurt your pride?" Her tone showed that she clearly found the thought to be ridiculous. Lee Jong-hak knew that she was acting this way because she cared about him, so he explained in a calm voice, "It's not because of a foolish reason like that. Cran is being manipulated, but he still told me to surrender. Don't you understand what that means?" Minha-rin tilted her head at the strange revelation. "He's being manipulated." Lee Jong-hak nodded and continued. Letter 1d4 to letter 1d6 2f letter 1d4 5b letter 1d4 fb letter 1d6 at letter 1d6 5 6 letter 1d0 4 letter 1d5 fcm. That's not the only strange thing. I've seen Cran fight before. He was strong in the past, but not this strong. And there is something strange about his current power. He could have grown stronger like us. He should have cleared all 10 stages of the tutorial. In other words, he only appeared in this world a few months ago. Counting the time he first appeared in the arena, it is impossible for him to have grown this much. So that leads me to an assumption. What if the first attack he displays at the beginning is actually an all-out attack? Min-Ha-rin blinked a couple times before opening her mouth dumbly. It literally means that he pours every ounce of his energy into the first blow. His first priority is to finish the opponent off as quickly as possible because his body will become strained if he overdoes it. If that assumption is correct, then it would mean that as long as he doesn't kill me with his first attack, defeating him is not an impossibility. But it also can't be said that it's a possibility. Why do you think he would resist killing you in the first attack? This is also an assumption, but I don't think the control over him is perfect. If the fight goes on for long enough, he might even be able to break free of the control. Assuming that's true, everything will be fine. To an extent, that was a reasonable assumption. No, in fact, the probability of it being true was fairly high. However, in the end, it was still only an assumption. If the assumption was wrong, if Cran's first attack wasn't an all-out attack, but a normal one if the Demon King had somehow made him much stronger after kidnapping him. You asked me earlier if I'm confident I can survive the first attack. Of course I am. Li Jonghak smiled faintly. You don't have to worry, I don't want to die. So if I think that anything isn't going as I expected, I'll give up immediately. Wah! Screams of excitement filled the air. Today the arena was much more heated than usual. This was natural, after all. This was the day that the Group C's semi-final candidate would be decided. Cran stood in the center of the arena. Damn it, Cran cursed inwardly. At that moment, he was so annoyed that he couldn't help but swear. His current state could only be described as comical frustration. He could still feel the feedback from his senses, just like at that moment. He could hear the loud roars of the crowd and feel the hot wind brushing against his skin. He could feel the dryness of his mouth and smell the acrid sand. And he could see the face of the man that he was about to fight. No, of the man he was about to kill, Li Jonghak. He didn't listen to his advice. Cran wanted to grit his teeth, but he couldn't. My freedom is only limited to two things. One was the fact that he was able to even have thoughts like this in the first place, and the other was the few times he had been able to gain some control of his body. Nevertheless, that control had its limits. In the beginning, he could only blink his eyes or wiggle his toes a bit, but just recently, he'd been able to open his mouth and move his tongue. He'd used the precious time he had to advise Li Jonghak to give up, but he had ignored it, and now he was standing before him. No, he hadn't ignored it. He could tell just from looking at his eyes. Li Jonghak seemed to have a reason for standing in front of him at that moment, something he believed in. Did he have the confidence to defeat or even kill him? That wouldn't be bad either. At the very least, it was better to die than to continue living like this. But Cran knew Li Jonghak. Even if he put his life on the line, there was no way he'd be able to kill him. My sword techniques aren't enough to defeat him. At that moment, while standing across from him, Li Jonghak had the same thought. He looked at Cran. An old sword hung loosely at his waist. Other than that, he didn't have any weapons. This wasn't like Cran. This man, who was called the strongest demon hunter in the past, always had at least a dozen or so weapons on his person. It would be better to consider him a walking weapon of mass destruction than a human. Nevertheless, the fact that he only had one weapon didn't mean that he could let his guard down. Cran had already killed 3 champions with that old blade. His palms were moist with cold sweat. How long had it been since he was this nervous? He was feeling more pressure now than in the battle to slay the Duke. Li Jonghak suddenly turned to his right and looked at the stands. This was a place that was isolated from the rest of the stands, and the seats there were much larger and more comfortable than the regular seats. Naturally, this was the place where the other champions sat. Min-Ha-rin was also sitting there. Their eyes met. Don't overdo it. She mouthed those words to him. Somehow, seeing that made him relax a bit. The pressure on his shoulders also seemed to become a bit weaker. Turning, his eyes locked onto Cran once again. SSNG, he drew his sword. Most of the swords in this world were thick and heavy. Depending on the user, usually when they were swung, they would smash the opponent more than cut them. Li Jonghak's sword, on the other hand, was thin and sharp. Compared to the large, heavy swords, this sword required more finesse. If it was swung poorly, it was possible for it to get stuck without even being able to reach bone, and then the user would die an embarrassing death without being able to retrieve it. It was a sword that wasn't suited for the fighter's regular fighting style. Despite knowing that, Li Jonghak didn't change his weapon. He stood there, looking at Cran. By this time, the cheers in the arena had gradually begun to calm down, and the referee finally made his appearance. Thuk, thuk. Tens of thousands of people concentrated on the sound of the referee's footsteps, which were neither fast nor slow. Soon, the referee stopped walking. He was now standing on a platform that allowed him to see the entire arena with a single glance. Now that everyone was paying attention to him, the referee didn't make any unnecessary introductions. After all, everyone in the crowd already knew who the men standing in the arena were. There was only one word that he needed to say. Bi Clang, Gi-in. There were less than 5 people out of the entire audience of tens of thousands who could tell what had just happened. Before the referee's voice could even fade, Lee Jong-hak's body had been sent flying in a straight line and struck the wall like a cannonball. Boom! The audience in that section of the stands felt like they were experiencing an earthquake. Letter 1D5 F6, letter 1D4 C3, letter 1D4 F7, letter 1D4 9-3, letter 1D6 2-6, a letter 1D4 1D. Com. Mage ho. WH, what was that? The crowd was in a daze for a while. Finally, some people let out soft chuckles. What do you mean, it's over? Is this your first time watching him fight? Damn it. I thought this time would be different. Even though they knew of Kran's prowess, they still thought that Lee Jong-hak would be able to withstand Kran's first attack. There were many people who cheered for Kran's overwhelming performance, but there were even more of them who expressed dissatisfaction. Even if he was strong, they felt that he was too strong since he could easily defeat all of his opponents, which wasn't fun to watch. Originally, it was the desperation that appeared in the matches held in the arena that drew their excitement. The way the fighters still rushed towards each other just to add another injury to their opponent despite the blood gushing from their bodies. Those savage exchanges were the true attraction of the arena. It was probably for that reason that more than half of the audience in the stands were cheering for Lee Jong-hak, and that was probably why they felt even more bitter at that moment. The crowd looked down at the arena while filled with a deep sense of disappointment. Some of them were even wondering when the next match would begin. Bang! Suddenly, Lee Jong-hak shot out of the dust cloud that had been created when he hit the wall. He kicked off the wall of the arena and rapidly closed the distance to Kran. It took less than a second for him to charge, reach him, and attack. Clang! Nevertheless, his sword was blocked. Creak, creak. Their swords cried out as they were pressed together. This level of defense was expected. Lee Jong-hak let go of the sword with one hand. Holding Kran back with one hand was easier than he expected. Then he slammed his elbow towards Kran's forehead. Crack! Kran didn't dodge. Lee Jong-hak frowned. If he had been wearing a helmet, that attack would have been enough to crush it, but it only left a small red mark on Kran's forehead. Nevertheless, this much should be expected from an opponent like Kran. However, by landing this attack, he realized that Kran couldn't use his full strength. Lee Jong-hak knew the difference between the two of them. If Kran were using his true skills, then it would have been impossible for him to gain the advantage, even if it was a surprise attack. Whoosh. Lee Jong-hak twisted his body in the air. This was a high-level movement that required flexible joints and abdominal muscles, but Lee Jong-hak performed this move easily. Pak! A roundhouse kick whipped around to the back of Kran's head. This was a natural follow-up to the elbow attack, but it didn't have much of an effect either. It seemed the back of his head was even harder. Sword. Only his sword would be able to hurt him. Since he had the momentum, he didn't plan to give it up easily. Lee Jong-hak realized instinctively, to win this match, he would have to take advantage of this opportunity. He once again grabbed his sword with both hands. Suddenly, Kran's eyes shone with a bright red light. Black energy exploded from within his body. Lee Jong-hak felt a chill down his spine. It was a dark, disgusting power, something he was familiar with, this power. Whoosh! Black fog enveloped Kran's body. It was like steam, but it had no heat. Instead, it was like a physical force that pushed Lee Jong-hak away. Unable to withstand the force, his body flew through the air. After tumbling in the air for a while, Lee Jong-hak finally managed to land in a fairly clumsy manner. Huff, huff. Their engagement had lasted for no more than 10 seconds, but he had poured all of his energy into it. It felt like he had been sprinting for hours. Naturally, he was exhausted, but Lee Jong-hak managed to calm his breathing. How can a human use demonic energy? Kran didn't answer. Lee Jong-hak didn't know that he was a hybrid. Because of this, he could only make his own guesses. Did the Demon King do something to his body after he kidnapped him? If he had been forcefully injected with demonic energy, then his recent explosive growth would make sense. Wow! At that moment, explosive screams shook the arena. The audience, who were just feeling disappointed at the match, was going crazy. This reaction was natural. After all, Lee Jong-hak had managed to withstand Kran's attack and was now fighting a real match with him. Lee Hao, Lee Hao, Lee Hao, whirlwind, whirlwind, whirlwind. Like fanatics, the crowd screamed his pseudonym and title. Lee Jong-hak took a deep breath. Kran stood in the center of the arena with demonic energy billowing around him. I can't win. Lee Jong-hak honestly admitted this fact in his head. He couldn't win. His assumptions had been right to an extent, but there were still some things that he'd guessed incorrectly. First of all, it seemed impossible to break the mind control just by having a long fight. The power that was hidden in Kran's body was much stronger than Lee Jong-hak expected. Lee Jong-hak turned to the referee and lifted his left hand. It was a move that meant a timeout in the arena. The referee turned to look at him. It was a pity since the audience's excitement was reaching its peak, but it couldn't be helped. I give you. At that moment, Lee Jong-hak felt a strange sensation. The referee also looked at him in confusion. No, he seemed to be saying something, but Lee Jong-hak couldn't hear him at all. That wasn't all. Even the sounds of the audience in the stands felt more distant. As if he was submerged in water, their voices gradually grew fainter until they were cut off completely. It was a terrifying feeling. He was obviously in the center of the arena with tens of thousands of people looking at him, but he felt a sense of loneliness and isolation that he had never experienced before. It was as though he had been separated from the world. "Hi, nice to meet you." A whisper-like voice sounded at that moment. It was Cran's voice, but he was certain that Cran wasn't the one speaking. Their manner of speech were completely different. He spoke with a soft, gentle voice that wasn't really suitable for a man. It was strange to say it, but it felt like there was a bit of coquettishness mixed into his voice. That wasn't all. Juk. Beads of cold sweat rolled down his face. It was hard to breathe, and it felt like a hand was tightly gripping his heart. It was pressure and fear that he had never felt before. It made him want to turn around and run away without looking back. He suddenly had a thought. He would definitely die there. Lee Jong-hak clenched his fist so hard that blood dripped from between his fingers. Pushing through his fear, he forced his mouth to open. "Who are you? Is that all you want to know?" Cran spoke in a sultry manner. "Who I am isn't important, and I can't maintain this state for a long time. It is really annoying in its own way, but I wanted to meet you no matter what. I would like to make you an offer. Just know that regardless of your decision, I will gladly accept it." He couldn't respond to such a one-sided statement, so he licked his chapped lips instead. Cran continued without caring about Lee Jong-hak's reaction. "The first is for you to give up like you originally wanted to. If you do that, I will kill everyone in this arena in the most painful way I can think of and leave them all without complete corpses." What the hell? Did it sound like I was joking? Maybe I should prove myself. Joke, it wasn't like that at all. It was because her words sounded like an unstoppable disaster. Lee Jong-hak remained silent with an extremely pale face. The second option is the opposite. Continue fighting without giving up. The difference is that the final outcome won't be decided until one party dies. Lee Jong-hak couldn't beat Cran. This was a fact that this being had to know. Nevertheless, they still chose to propose this death match. "Why are you even giving me a choice? If you wanted to, you could just kill me along with everyone else in this arena." He didn't know who this being was, or even how powerful they were. However, he was certain that this being was one of the strongest that he'd ever encountered. This was something Lee Jong-hak realized the moment he felt this being's aura. Ahaha, Cran let out a laugh. At that moment, Lee Jong-hak couldn't help but feel that the being controlling him was a woman. Of course I can. Cran is a very powerful and versatile puppet. By the way, do you have any hobbies? I guess not. How surprising. No, actually, I knew you would be a boring guy. She giggled and continued. This is just my personal opinion, but I don't think it's necessary to care about others while enjoying your hobby. No matter who looks at you, it's better to just have your fun. Lee Jong-hak just stared at his opponent without answering. The more they talked, the more he felt that this being was insane. Right, my hobby is a bit strange. I like looking at the expressions a person has while thinking. It's even better when they have a limited amount of time or options. Do you understand? At that time, a person's expression would shift from various emotions like joy, sorrow, and anger. The more deeply they think, the clearer those emotions are. Ahaha, I really do like looking at those kinds of eyes. It's like appreciating jewels that change color depending on the intensity of light and the direction in which it shines. That's what I'm saying. So. She looked at Lee Jong-hak with an expression of anticipation. Please think about it. SSRNG. Lee Jong-hak didn't need to think about it. He drew his sword without the slightest hesitation or pause. Although he hadn't intended to, he could see the disappointment in Cran's expression. Of course, she knew he would choose the latter in the end. She thought that he would at least agonize over it for a while. Human dragon Lee Jong-hak. He certainly wasn't a hypocrite. He was a good man, a true hero that only appeared in fairy tales, something like that. But that didn't matter. The small interest she had in him faded. If she knew this would happen, she wouldn't have wasted the energy to fully take over Cran's body. She classified this man as the least interesting human in the world. Then see ya, he knew he shouldn't. But Lee Jong-hak couldn't help but turn his head to look at the stands once again. Min Ha-rin's face easily caught his gaze. You were right after all. Blood splattered and flesh fell. It was a scene that she had witnessed many times, but Min Ha-rin knew that she would never forget this sight. It was something she wished she never had to see, but also something that she didn't want to forget. The sight of a close friend, not a stranger, dying in front of her very eyes. Thunk. One fighter fell and one corpse was made. No, it wasn't just a fighter. Lee Jong-hak was dead. Her hair stood up straight. It felt like electricity was coursing through her body. Babump. The sound of a heart beating pounding in her ears. It was her own, but it was strange. Has her heartbeat always been that loud? She was certain that it used to be quieter. No, what was she even thinking about? She didn't know. She didn't want to know. Min Ha-rin stared at Cran. With an expressionless face, he sheathed his sword and walked away. But she kept staring at him. Rumble, letter 1D456, letter 1D5FB, letter 1D5FB, letter 1D45F, letter 1D4B6, letter 1D5F1. And deep within her, something moved. About a month before the championship, Akkad Port City, you want to go to Temple Island? That's correct. An old man looked at him with a dull expression before saying, You an outsider? Yes. What does an outsider want with Temple Island? Do I have to answer that first? Normally, you wouldn't have to, but the situation here has changed a bit recently. I can't discuss information about our sea route to someone suspicious. The man standing in front of the old man thought for a while before slowly opening his mouth. I can tell you about my personal circumstances, which would be long and boring. Then he flicked a silver coin into the air with his finger. Letter 1D4F2, letter 1D4C3, letter 1D427, letter 1D4C7, letter 1D5F2, letter 1D482D. With agility that belied his age, the old man snatched the coin out of the air. It was a silver 10 Eru coin, or I can cover seniors' drinks for the night. Which one would you like to choose? The old man scratched his chin with one hand while pocketing the silver coin with the next. Then he gave a bright smile, showing off his yellow teeth. The price of alcohol has risen a lot these past few days. The man didn't answer, and instead directly flipped another 2 coins over. Like their predecessor, they were similarly snatched from the air before they could reach the peak of their flight. The old man licked his lips. Before following him, the man Lucas turned back. He was looking in the direction of Lurua. It would be a lie to say that he wasn't worried at all, but Lucas shook his head. I just need to rescue Seti and return home as soon as possible. Then he heard a voice. What's going on? Are you coming or not? Lucas stared for a few more moments before turning and following the old man. Vessels that seemed to focus more on beauty than practicality were moored at the pier. In a way, this hinted at the level of the Dragonman shipbuilding industry. The man slowly walked along the spacious pier. Following him, Lucas felt his surroundings become quieter and quieter. Not just ships, even the people in the area were few. It's best to not do something like that next time. The old man continued to speak in his slow drawl, and he continued without even waiting for a response. Trying to shut someone up with money. There are a lot of idiots like you who think this city is a safe place. Isn't it? This was chosen as the best city to live in the entirety of Combat Island. When Lucas said that, a loud, wheezing laugh erupted. Did you read that in a newspaper? Those publishing houses really won't go bankrupt as long as there are idiots like you around. You want to know what's the most disgusting thing about those publishing houses? They can write articles about their own opinions as though it's the truth. The man spoke in a cynical tone, but it didn't seem like he was criticizing Lucas. Instead, his tone was closer to self-deprecation. Of course, since you're an outsider, you wouldn't know the truth about anything. However, the major city lord of this city. After speaking up there, the old man shook his head. Forget I said anything. When we open our eyes and see the world, old men like me sometimes talk to ourselves about foolish things. Lucas knew the major city lord of Akkad. Not long ago, before killing Kanki, he'd even met him face to face. Spira, a dragonman with the appearance of a young boy. Of course, he didn't actually think he was young, and after a few conversations, he learned that he was actually a few hundred years old. Understood, I'll be careful. By the time Lucas said those words, the old man stopped walking. They were now standing in front of a small boat that was moored to the pier in a rather lonely spot. It was an old boat. The man looked up at the sky. Since there were no clouds, it was easy to see the position of the sun. He's probably still asleep. The captain of this ship has probably passed out in it right now. Tell him that Grandpa Marco sent you. You really came to the right person this time. Although his tone didn't change, it was obvious that he was showing off. The old man continued. I don't know who told you about this old man, but I definitely found the right guy for you. Don't worry if he appears a bit unreliable. As far as I know, he's the best sailor in this city. After saying that, he turned around to leave as though he'd already completed his task. His attitude was truly heartless, but Lucas wasn't too upset about it. His eyes turned away from the old man's back and once again returned to the old boat. Then he stepped onto it. Creak! The deck screamed shrilly the moment he stepped onto it. Lucas wasn't being careless. Instead, he remembered the old man saying that the captain was probably asleep. Although this ship looked old on the outside, he thought that it might be better on the inside. Since it was a small ship, there weren't many places that the captain would sleep. He decided to head to the cabin first. Knock, knock. Knock, knock. He knocked several times on the door, but there was no answer. Lucas pondered for a while, and instead of just knocking louder, he decided to just directly go inside. Creak, tuck. But immediately after opening the door, his foot hit something. He looked down and saw a middle-aged man. The first thing Lucas noticed was his unique appearance. To be precise, his appearance was quite familiar to him, but rare in the heavenly realm. He didn't have sharp claws, and the teeth that he could see through his open mouth weren't sharp. He didn't even have scales. This man was an outsider. It seemed that the tip of his shoe had hit the man's thigh. Although he didn't hit him hard, it was still enough for the man to wake up and look around with a blurry gaze. After looking around for a while, seemingly to figure out where he was, the man's eyes found Lucas. "Hooray you, Grandpa Marco sent me here." "So you're a customer." The man said this with a hoarse voice and a wrinkled face. If a timid person had been there instead, they might feel guilty for waking him. Staggering, the man stood up before beckoning to Lucas. "Get out of the way." When Lucas complied, he went outside, spat out some phlegm and returned. "Then first things first, do you have money? How much? Depends on where you're going." "I'm headed to Temple Island. That's a rare destination. Can you do it or not?" "I can, but it'll cost you." They once again returned to the original question. The middle-aged man, who was probably the captain, continued. 3,000 Eru for a round trip. That was pretty expensive. Before searching for a ship, Lucas had scouted the market prices to an extent. Even if he wanted a round trip to one of the 7 islands, it wouldn't be as expensive. Moreover, Temple Island wasn't that far away. "I'm telling you in advance, I'm not gonna give you a discount. If you don't like my price, you can just go find someone else." He froze as Lucas pulled out 30 gold coins. Each gold coin was worth 100 Eru. The captain frowned. Apparently, he hadn't expected Lucas to be so rich. "This is the perfect time for a nap." After saying that, he sighed. "Only people with special qualifications can enter Temple Island." I know, he didn't need to worry about that. The dragon plaque that he'd received from Arid should be enough to prove his qualifications. What he was more concerned about was finding a ship. Lucas looked around the cabin. It seemed that the cabin also served as the wheelhouse one, and there were no other rooms on the ship. There was a small space under the deck that seemed to be for cargo, but there weren't many signs of use. "Are there any other sailors?" "It's just me. It's not that big of a ship." Lucas wasn't very knowledgeable about the sea and sailing, but he knew that it wouldn't be easy to sail alone, even if the boat was as small as this one. For a moment, he couldn't help but wonder if this man was just bluffing, or if he was a scammer who had good control over his expressions. Lucas looked at the man in front of him, wondering if he was working together with the old man from earlier to scam him. But after thinking that, he felt that his attitude was a bit strange. Instead of enticing him, it felt like the man wanted Lucas to go find someone else to take him to his destination. Temple Island. The captain muttered in a soft voice and went out to the deck once more. Then he stared out at the endless ocean for a while. After a few minutes, the captain returned to the cabin and spoke in a blunt tone. "We'll leave in 3 days." It really seemed like an arbitrary decision. This was especially so for Lucas, who was currently in an urgent situation. The captain continued. "If you don't like it, you can find someone else. I'll be back in 3 days." The captain frowned before walking to the end of the cabin. Then, as if he was telling him to leave, he said, "I'll collect your money then. Enjoy your rest." With those words, Lucas got off the boat. Click, the sound of the door closing followed him. That evening, Lucas was having dinner at an inn in Akkad. Perhaps it was because it was a port city. Most of the dishes available were seafood. This meant that there was marine life in this strange ocean that existed above the clouds. Tuduk, tuduk. Suddenly, he heard the sound of rain from the outside. This gave Lucas an incongruous feeling. The sound of rain. With a strange expression on his face, he turned to look out of the window. And sure enough, a stream of water was hitting the window hard. Of course, it wasn't strange that it was raining. What was strange was that it was raining in this place. This was the heavenly realm, a world that floated above the clouds. How could there be rain in this place? Bang. At that moment, the door to the inn swung open roughly, and a group of people rushed in. They were all soaked as though they had just come out of the shower. "Damn it, my luck is so bad." The man in the lead shook his body while cursing loudly. The innkeeper, who was covered by the water flying off his body, scowled. "Do you want me to kick you back outside?" "I'm sorry, boss. I was only thinking about going back to my room and getting a change of clothes. I'll wipe up all the water I scattered, so please forgive me." The innkeeper's expression softened a bit. "I'll let it go this time. Rather than that, would you like to have some hot stew? I'm a bit hungry, so please add plenty of meat." The innkeeper then asked the chef to make 10 portions of stew. "By the way, what's going on? Is it a sky storm? The worst one this year? What's the damage like? Our departure has been delayed. We managed to notice it earlier and turn back, but it wasn't enough. Those ships that departed earlier in the morning are basically done for. 2 ships sank, and most of the cargo on them had been swept away. If I was to estimate the damage to property and personnel as well as the compensation, we're almost bankrupt. Your luck really is bad." The innkeeper let out a soft sigh. This isn't the first or second time that sailors have been lost while traversing the vast ocean, but this time is different. It can't be helped. There are no more than 5 flying captains in Akkad who can foresee the coming of the sky storm. The man spoke with a troubled expression. No one can even dream about leaving the island for at least 3 days. There were a lot of customers who were intending to come to the island for the championship. I'll be scolded. 3 days later, Lucas headed to the place where the small boat was moored. As if the ship had been separate from everything that happened the past few days, there seemed to be nothing different about the boat or its surroundings. No, there was one thing different. Unlike the last time, the captain was standing on the deck. He was smoking a pipe while looking out at the horizon. Lucas stepped onto the deck. Creak, like a bell, the deck of the ship announced his arrival. The captain, who spat out a puff of smoke, looked back and said, "It'll take about 4 days for us to get to Temple Island. That's longer than I expected." The captain seemed to be thinking about something. Lucas felt like he had an idea of what the captain was thinking about. He was probably thinking about whether he should recommend him to another boat or not. Of course, now that he had confidence in the captain's skills, he didn't intend to take any other boat. The waters in that area are particularly dangerous. Seeing that Lucas didn't intend to change his mind, the captain explained in a weak voice, "As far as I know, there is only one risk-free route to the island. Understood. Ships cannot remain anchored outside of Temple Island for more than 2 days. If you think you'll take longer than that, then please tell me in advance. As long as there isn't any unusual weather, I'll find a way to wait for you until then." Nevertheless, Lucas' business was not on Temple Island. Instead, his goal was to access Death Island from it. Death Island was one of the largest of the 7 islands that made up the Heavenly Realm. However, because most of the land was polluted with death energy, it was difficult for dragonmen to live there. Naturally, there was no one he could ask for Seti's whereabouts, so it was impossible for him to know how long it would take for him to find her. "I'll find my own way back." So Lucas had no choice but to answer in that way. "I won't lower the price even if it's one way." That had never been a problem in the first place. He didn't intend to brag, but money was the least of Lucas' worries. Without saying anything, he simply held out the money bag he'd prepared. Contrary to his seemingly unyielding attitude, the captain didn't check the money before putting it away. "Meals will be served twice a day, but don't expect them to taste good. I brought my own food. You're well prepared." As he said that, the captain sucked on his pipe. "Then let's set sail." It was at that moment, warning. Death Island is an incredibly dangerous place. Entry is not recommended. He'd heard this message hundreds or even thousands of times since he had decided to go to Death Island. The contents of the warnings were slightly different every time, but the general meaning was always the same. And like before, Lucas ignored the voice ringing in his ears. He already knew it was dangerous, and he already knew that he might die. The captain was a blunt person, and Lucas was not the type to initiate a conversation. So naturally, this meant that there was little to no conversation between them. Lucas found a place for himself in a corner of the cabin. This spot was filled with dust and miscellaneous items, but after the captain rearranged it a little, he was able to make enough space for one person to lay down. Of course, such a place wouldn't be very pleasant. If someone were to sleep there for even a few hours, they would probably wake up with their noses clogged. Nevertheless, Lucas managed to find something there that interested him. "Do you mind if I read these books?" He asked this while looking at a pile of old books that were strewn haphazardly across the dusty space. He could tell the condition of the books without even opening them. Some of them had crushed corners, and some of them were discolored, as if they had been soaked in a suspicious liquid before being left to dry. "You can help yourself, but where are you from?" When he heard this question, Lucas realized that they hadn't actually had a real conversation yet. "You wouldn't know even if I told you." This wasn't a lie, since there was only one person in the world who knew exactly where he was from. Lucas also realized that he didn't know the captain's name. This was partly because of the captain's attitude, since, from the start, he hadn't gotten the chance to introduce himself. It seemed that the captain didn't care about Lucas' identity at all. He just closed his eyes for a while, then spoke in passing. "As you can tell from my appearance, I'm an outsider. I hail from one of the countless kingdoms on Gaia 1. I didn't mean to bring up my boring past. It's just that those books are all written in the official language of Gaia. This was natural since he brought them from there." With a bit of emotion, the captain added this last sentence inwardly. When Lucas picked up the book and looked at the cover, he saw that it wasn't written in the language of the Heavenly Realm. Nevertheless, fortunately, it seems I can read it. Seriously, 17 reckless ways to enter the sky continent. When Lucas even read out the title of the book, the captain no longer had any doubts. This Gaia official language was actually Hanya 1. He might not be able to fully interpret them since most of them were ancient texts, but he would at least be able to get a general gist of their contents. "Are you also from Gaia?" "I'm not." Perhaps he felt like Lucas was not speaking the truth, but the captain didn't ask any more questions. "Do as you please." After saying that, the captain turned his attention away. Lucas decided to read the first book he'd picked up, 17 Reckless Ways to Enter the Sky Continent. The book was about the views the civilized persons living on the Gaia continent had towards the heavenly realm. For the most part, it's a mystery. Few people have traveled back and forth between the heavenly realm and Gaia. This was because there was a huge risk involved. What Lucas was curious about was how other people came to the heavenly realm. This was because, as far as he could see, there was no easy way to enter this continent that floated above the clouds. Nevertheless, while relatively rare, outsiders were not something dragon men were unfamiliar with, and as its title indicated, there truly were few methods written in the book. However, the success rates of these methods were low, and the risk of death for each of them was high. To be frank, most of them were only possible in theory. It feels like they were forcibly added to get the number 17. It was only after about halfway through the book that truly feasible methods began to appear. Among them, the method that seemed to have the highest rate of success was called the Giant's Crown. This referred to the tallest mountain in the world, which stood proudly in the giant field, the territory of the giants. The peak of this mountain was only 1,000 meters or so away from Heavenly Realm. The Heavenly Realm didn't reject the entry of outsiders. In fact, they even welcomed them, since they were interested in the cultures of the other continents. This was because it was impossible for a group of people large enough to be considered an army to actually enter the Heavenly Realm, no matter what method they used. This meant that outsiders could never be a threat to the Heavenly Realm. On average, the Heavenly Realm passed the Giant's Crown once every 10 years. In other words, this was an opportunity that only appeared once every 10 years, and usually only about 100 people were able to make it. Even if they used every method available, the number of outsiders who gained entry would not exceed a few hundred, and that many people could never start an invasion into the Heavenly Realm. Tack. Lucas closed the book. It had probably taken about an hour for him to read from cover to cover. Whoosh. The sounds of the ocean filled the air. The hull bobbed gently with the waves, and the boards creaked from time to time. He could feel the ship steadily moving to its destination. Lucas found quite a few interesting books in his little corner. In addition to books from Gaia, there were also a few books from the Heavenly Realm. First of all, he learned that storms were uncommon, which was a good thing for sailors, but that didn't mean the ocean waters were without danger. Instead, there were quite a few threats that those traversing between islands could encounter. One of them was the sky storm, which had recently swept past Akkad. That was an ocean disaster that sucked up everything around it. There was a mega whirlpool that started off as a tiny vortex but would quickly grow to hundreds of times its size in only a few hours. Unless one was an excellent sailor, the moment they encountered the whirlpool, they had no choice but to accept death. That wasn't all. There was a phenomenon called dead point. It was literally a hole of death, and it was a natural phenomenon that was worthy of its grand name. It was an unpredictable disaster that occurred frequently in random parts of the ocean. This phenomenon was simple. Certain parts of the ocean would become black as if they had been sprayed with ink. Then, a few minutes later, all the black water would disappear. It was as though a hole had formed. The sea of the Heavenly Realm wasn't very deep, but it didn't have a bottom. Most of the ships that sank usually weren't able to handle the force exerted on them and would be ground into dust. But even if they managed to somehow survive that, all that was left for them was a 10,000-foot drop. Some scholars speculated that this phenomenon occurred when there was an excess amount of water. So a hole was created, which was slowly filled by the surrounding water. The oceans and seas on the continent were different. To put it simply, they were very large, stagnant puddles. On the other hand, the Heavenly Realm's ocean was different. Water seems to be coming from somewhere, but where? He couldn't seem to find any information about it in the book. I'm glad I didn't use magic. While staying in Akkad for those 3 days, Lucas had contemplated simply using the fly spell to go directly to Temple Island. Now that he was 8 stars, even if he were to fly for 10 days and 10 nights, he wouldn't run out. But in the end, he held himself back. Lucas did this because he had little to no knowledge about the Heavenly Realm's ocean. If he were to act arbitrarily without consulting an expert, it was possible for him to cause an accident. Skystorm, it should be possible to freeze it with blizzard, but if he were to do that, he would also freeze all the nearby water. On top of that, Lucas knew that doing so would affect the natural order. Even if he forcefully suppressed it, it was still possible for the ice to affect the livelihood of the sailors of Akkad. As a result, Lucas decided to stick with his current method. Although it would take a bit more time, at least he didn't have any regrets about it now. Tack. He closed the book. He'd read everything in it. They were now on the 4th day of their voyage, and according to the captain, they would soon see Temple Island. Lifting his stiff body, Lucas headed out to the deck. It was a very pleasant journey. It even felt like the word cruise would be a good descriptor for this voyage. There was no crisis, no danger, and no accidents. Lucas felt that the 3,000 arus the captain had demanded was a reasonable amount for his work. There were many dead points around Temple Island, so the more experienced sailors usually wouldn't go near that area. After all, no matter how good the pay was, you needed to be alive to enjoy it. They understood that no amount of money could take priority over their lives. Do you only accept outsiders as customers? The captain took an ashtray from his pocket and tapped the ashes from his pipe onto it. If that was the case, I would have died from starvation a long time ago. It wasn't like he was in a position to be picky about such things. He suddenly asked in a curious tone, "Are you curious about my situation?" No. Lucas shook his head. The captain chuckled for the first time. I wish I had more customers like you." Lucas knew that there were people who wanted to live without forming bonds and relationships with others, and clearly, the captain was one of them. Perhaps, if he had the ability to be self-sufficient, he might have secluded himself deep in the mountains until he died. I letter 1D4A-TEF, letter 1D427, letter 1D493, a letter 1D68D, NBSB-COM. The captain also didn't seem to have the ability to be polite to his customers. That's why Lucas didn't bother to ask anything. The captain pressed some more of what appeared to be tobacco leaves into his pipe before suddenly raising his head and looking in front of him. In the distance, a small island started to crest the horizon. It's slowly coming into view. Prepare to disembark. I don't know anything about the situation on Temple Island. The captain spoke these words to Lucas as he disembarked. So I wish you the best of luck. After saying that, the captain headed in a different direction from Lucas. He was probably going to restock food and other supplies for the journey back. Lucas turned his attention away and looked at Temple Island. Before stepping off of the ship, he'd already gotten a full view of the island. It was just his speculation, but he didn't think the population of this small island was more than a few dozen. Because of this, it felt like a small island village that could be found anywhere else. However, it was the scenery beyond the island that proved it was anything but. Death Island was visible in the distance. The sea around it was badly polluted, and the sky above was black. Like poisonous gas, clouds of purple energy rose up from the ground. As Lucas stood on the pier looking at Death Island, several men approached Lucas. The man in the lead spoke up first. "Are you Mr. Lucas?" "Yes, you are." "You probably received something from Lord Young Dragon. Please show it to us." Lucas took out the dragon plaque. After receiving it, the man took out a stone slab from his pocket. There was a groove in it, and Lucas realized with a glance that it matched the size and shape of the plaque. Click. As he expected, the dragon plaque fit perfectly into the stone slab, after which the stone slab began to glow. After performing this check, the man took the plaque out of the stone slab and handed it back to Lucas. "I apologize for the delay. Lord Young Dragon has given us a rough explanation already. Welcome to Temple Island. I'm Mars, the island guide." Lucas nodded. After saying that, Mars turned around and nodded. Taking this signal, the people who had come with him scattered. It seemed that they had come because they were wary of the newcomer. "I know that your situation is urgent, and I wish I could take you to Death Island immediately, but before that, you will need to prove your qualifications to the Temple Master." Temple Master. He is the person in charge of managing Temple Island. "Isn't the dragon plaque enough to prove my qualifications?" Mars' expression became a bit shameful at those words. Well, originally, that would be enough, but his expression seemed to say that he couldn't say more than that. Lucas glanced at him. "Where is the Temple Master?" There was only one temple on Temple Island, and that was where the Temple Master was. He was an elderly man with a rather stern temperament. Lucas could tell with just a glance that he was no ordinary person. At the very least, he was on the same level as the East and West priests that had accompanied Arid last time, and yet such a talent had been assigned to this small island. This showed just how much importance Dragon God Island placed on Death Island. "Are you the dragon hunter?" Lucas could immediately tell from his attitude and tone. For some reason or the other, this man was not pleased to meet him. "You must be the Temple Master." When he heard his tone, Mars, who was standing beside him, couldn't help but turn to look at Lucas with a confused expression. A subtle light shined in the Temple Master's eyes. "Quite the temper you have. Or do you think you can do what you want just because you received the dragon plaque from the young dragon? Is it wrong to return what I receive? If you want me to be polite, then you should do the same." This time, there was a hint of anger in the Temple Master's voice. "Watch your mouth, boy. Regardless of whether you are the young dragon's guest or not, I am the one who decides things on this island. Do you think it would be hard for me to bury you here and deliver a false report?" Knowing that it wasn't a bluff, Mars couldn't help but gulp slightly. He knew what the outcome of foolishly offending the Temple Master would be. "Am I supposed to prove my qualifications by fighting you? Fortunately, that won't take too long." Letter 1D62, letter 1D45B, letter 1D4C3, letter 1D493, letter 1D41, letter 1D656D. Letter 1D04, letter 1D490, letter 1D45A. "While I praise your confidence, it isn't necessary for me to personally check your skills." The Temple Master gestured with his chin. Then, a man who was standing behind him walked forward. He was a young, muscular man, and he also looked at Lucas with a nasty expression. "This is one of the chief warriors of our temple. He is qualified to enter Death Island, and in some missions, he has even had to endure the harsh environment for more than 2 months, if you can knock him down. Before he could even finish, Lucas tapped his staff to the ground, thud, and in that same instant, a highly condensed hyperbolt appeared. However, it was much smaller than a normal hyperbolt. In fact, it was so small that it was almost invisible. Soon after appearing, the hyperbolt shot towards the chief warrior with incredible speed. The warrior instinctively realized that Lucas had done something, so he pulled out his sword and held it in front of him. Nevertheless, although he had responded in time, he made the wrong choice. He should have dodged. Crack, the sword shattered like a pane of glass. The warrior only had enough time to widen his eyes in surprise before he felt a sharp pain in his stomach. It felt like he was being ripped in two. Bang! Nevertheless, he wasn't even given the time to scream. As if he'd been hit by a huge invisible being, the man shot backwards like a cannonball and crashed into the wall so hard that he became embedded in it. Mars forgot how to close his mouth for a moment, and the temple master was similarly speechless. Lucas spoke a phrase that carried many mixed meanings. I've wasted enough time. It had taken 4 days to get to Akkad with the sun carriage. The skystorm had forced him to wait 3 days, and it had taken 4 days after that to finally reach Temple Island by boat. He knew that he had already used the fastest method available, but knowing that didn't rid him of his impatience. It had already been more than 10 days, and Lucas still had yet to set foot on Death Island. The time spent traveling couldn't be helped. Being in a hurry didn't mean he could make the sun carriage or the boat go faster, nor did it solve the weather problems. But this was different, convincing them or subduing them. Depending on how Lucas acted, he could shorten the time he spent on Temple Island as much as he wanted. After that, Lucas fought 3 more times. Every warrior he fought was stronger than the ones before them, but from Lucas' perspective, it was all the same. This could be seen from the fact that he used the same method to deal with all of them. He simply cast Hyper Bolt 3 more times. After experiencing a series of emotions ranging from astonishment and anger to worry and disappointment, the Temple Master now sat silently in his seat. Lucas simply stared at him. He couldn't help but wonder if the Temple Master was contemplating whether to step forward or not. In all honesty, he knew that it wouldn't be possible to win so easily if the Temple Master came forward to test him personally. However, after a brief silence, the words that the Temple Master said next were surprising. Those clothes. They were made by the hands of a master. With them, you could probably survive on Death Island for an entire month. They can only last a month. Of course, Lucas intended to return with Seti much sooner than that, but it was still a bit unpleasant to know that he had a time limit. The Temple Master snorted when he heard that. The clothes made by the craftsmen on Dragon God Island tend to last no more than 2 weeks. I don't know who made those clothes for you, but you should appreciate their work a little more. As for your qualifications, you have proven yourself capable enough. The Temple Master spoke in a voice as if he wanted to get rid of him quickly. I will have a boat prepared immediately. Mars, take him to the dock in 30 minutes. Yes, sir. Mars quickly came to his senses and bowed, but the Temple Master had already gotten up from his seat and left the room with a blank expression. Somehow, I think you gained his recognition. Lucas didn't respond. Gulping slightly, Mars observed the man beside him. He knew that this person couldn't be ordinary since he was acquainted with the young dragon, but he didn't think he'd be able to gain the Temple Master's approval by force, not to mention the fact that he defeated 4 chief warriors in an instant. Then for the next half hour, recalling something, Mars reached into his pocket and pulled out a few items. Lord Young Dragon asked me to give this to you. Please accept it. In Mars' hands were a black ring and a folded piece of paper which appeared to be a note. After receiving them, Lucas decided to put the ring aside for now and read the note first. Master, hello, it's Arid. Lucas could almost hear Arid talking to him as he read the letter. I left Master this letter because there are a few things I need to tell you. Firstly, I'll tell you about the goddess. I don't think the goddess wants Master to go to Death Island. She seemed very angry that I told you to go to Temple Island and gave you the dragon plaque without asking her first. I got scolded a lot, but I don't regret it. The goddess, Lucas didn't understand her intentions, but he chose not to think about it for now and continued to read the note. I think the Temple Master who manages Temple Island received secret orders from the goddess. He may try to use some tricks to prevent you from going to Death Island. The Temple Master is not someone to take lightly, so I'm warning you in advance. Lucas was finally able to understand the reason for the Temple Master's unexpectedly sharp attitude. Nevertheless, from the contents of the note, it seemed that he was supposed to read it before meeting the Temple Master. The ring is my gift to Master. As I said before, my control over my power has improved a lot. With the ring, it would be a little easier for you to find Seti. Besides that, I also added a few other functions for Master. I don't mean to brag, but it took me 5 years to make, so I'd be happy if you wore it all the time. I pray that Master will be able to find Miss Seti quickly and return safely. I miss you, Master. Lucas could feel Arid's emotions in the note. Not wanting to throw it away, he folded it once more and placed it in his pocket. Then he put the black ring on his index finger. A cool sensation filled him as soon as he put it on. Now that he thought about it, this was the first time he'd received a gift from one of his disciples. The boat the temple master prepared for him was by no means an ordinary boat. The wood that the keel and hull were made of had a deep, earthy color. They're made of black beech wood. That wood is the only one capable of sailing across the polluted water. This comment was from Mars. The temple master was already on board the boat. He didn't seem to have any intentions of making trouble for Lucas anymore. Maybe it was because he wasn't as loyal to the goddess as he thought. Or maybe he had his own opinions on the matter. Lucas felt that it was probably the latter. The temple master seemed to be a prideful person, but he seemed to be more straightforward than that. Take this. Mars handed him a small canteen. What's this? It contains purification liquid. It can purify any polluted water into drinkable water, 1 drop per liter. On Death Island, finding drinking water and food was as difficult as picking stars out of the sky. So the top priority was always securing enough of the two. Mars said that when Temple Island sent scouts into the island, they all carried purification liquid without fail. If you use it sparingly, it should be enough to last you a month. Isn't this a precious item? It usually takes about a year to make that much. Of course, various precious materials are also essential ingredients. Mars smiled humbly. You don't have to thank me. This was also part of Lord Young Dragon's arrangements. Lucas realized that he owed Arid a huge favor. Without his help, his journey on Death Island would have been many times more difficult. It didn't take very long for them to get to Death Island. This was natural since the island was close enough to see from Temple Island with the naked eye. After about half a day of sailing, he was able to set foot on Death Island. Swoosh! Lucas stood on the dead but unpolluted ground beneath him and listened to the sounds of the ocean. The temple master, who was looking at him with his arms folded, said, "Remember this location well. It is one of the few safe zones we manage here on Death Island." As if encircling the shoreline, stone statues were placed in a line not far away from them. The ground around the statues was many times darker than where they were. It was as if the stone statues were guarding this area. Lucas realized that there were semi-permanent runes on every stone statue. These runes allowed the statues to absorb the demonic energy, pollution, and death energy in the area. If the protective function of your clothes is ever impaired because of unavoidable circumstances, evacuate to this place immediately. At the very least, you would be able to prevent your body from being contaminated with demonic energy. What unavoidable circumstances? For example, being exposed to too much demonic energy, you will have to use your discernment in order to avoid entering places with high concentrations of it, but unexpected and unavoidable situations can occur at any time. After saying that, the temple master shook his head. That's enough of that. When do you plan to finish your task? It seemed that the temple master was performing his duties as the manager of Temple Island. Lucas answered briefly, I plan to complete it within a week. If he took longer than that, then he wouldn't return in time for the championship. I see. Come back to this place when you're done. You see that flying dragon statue over there with 1 wing. When Kai is injected into it, a signal flare will be fired into the sky. Personnel of Temple Island are always monitoring Death Island, so unless there are any unforeseen circumstances, a boat will be sent within half a day. In other words, to get off of Death Island, he would have to return here after completing his task. Lucas nodded, and with that, the temple master left Death Island. Then I'll be going. Take care. Mars gave Lucas a slight bow before he left. Lucas nodded. He wanted to see the boat off until it faded into the distance, but he couldn't afford to. So with those words of farewell, he turned around and took the map out of his bag. He'd read it in several books before, but at that moment it really struck home. It wasn't just large, it was the largest. Death Island was the largest of the 7 islands of the Heavenly Realm, surpassing even Untamed Island. It was millions of square kilometers wide, and its population was so low that it would be difficult to find anyone to ask about Seti's whereabouts. In fact, it could even be said that more people were living in one of the major cities on Combat Island than in this vast land. Moreover, it was still unclear whether he'd be able to communicate or not if he did manage to encounter someone. He'd been told that the dragonmen who lived here were all barbaric and violent. Even if they could communicate, the probability that they wouldn't be hostile towards him was extremely low. It might be possible to track Seti's demonic energy. The environment on this island had already been heavily corroded by death energy and demonic energy. These things wouldn't affect Seti, but for Lucas, who was looking for her, it made the situation many times more difficult. It was like searching for a beehive in a dark room filled with the scent of honey. Of course, there were differences in the energy signatures of Seti and the demonic energy in the environment, but she would need to be relatively close for him to tell them apart. Moreover, Lucas looked down at his hands. There was practically no mana on Death Island. This was something that he'd expected to an extent. It would be almost impossible to find the energy of nature in such a dead land. The coast which bordered the ocean was a bit better, but as he went deeper into the island, the mana in the air would gradually disappear. In the end, his decision to not use flight magic to fly over from Akkad was a wise one. From now on, he would have to save every single drop of mana, because he had no way to replenish it. It was truly fortunate that he'd managed to reach 8 stars before coming here. It would be nice if I could quantify my remaining mana. Just as he had this thought, the participant's request will be applied immediately. MP mana points has been activated. From now on, the participant will be able to check their remaining mana. Current mana 10,000, 10,000. As he heard this voice, Lucas couldn't help but wonder if the voice was truly automated, or if it had an ego of its own. Shaking the thought from his head, Lucas injected mana into the ring Arid had gifted him. F-whoosh. Immediately, a faint ray of light flew out of the ring. The flying streak of light shot out in a certain direction. This meant that Seti was in that direction. At best, it would only show him the specific direction, but in his current situation, even that alone was a great help. Lucas unfolded his map as he looked at the direction the beam of light had pointed out. The faintness of the beam meant that Seti was far away. It was even possible that she was in the heart of the island. The ray of light will get brighter the closer I get to Seti. It was a bit basic, but he could still use it as a detector of sorts. This land was too large for him to just walk blindly, so he decided to use the fly spell. This would inevitably consume his mana, but it had the advantage of being able to quickly cope with any unexpected or dangerous situations. I should hurry. With that thought, Lucas threw himself into the black sky. 3 days passed, or at least he believed it had been that long. The reason he was unsure was that there was no distinction between night and day in this land. The demonic energy that rose from the ground and the poisonous energy that formed clouds in the air combined and dyed the sky black. Naturally, there was no sunshine either. This made it difficult for him to estimate how much time had passed with just his body. The further inland he went, the thicker the demonic energy in the environment became. Now it has reached a point where ordinary animals would struggle to even breathe. Perhaps as proof of this, the land around him was so desolate that it was hard to find even a single blade of grass. Except for the rocky mountain range that he was currently flying over, the scenery had not changed at all during his entire journey, and it was in this place that Lucas encountered the first creature. Not far from him, a flying dragon flapped its wings. No. This creature's size was too abnormal for it to be a regular flying dragon. Although it was incredibly thin, it was so large that it easily dwarfed normal flying dragons. Moreover, all kinds of dark and negative energies swirled in its dead eyes. Ancient dragon. Suddenly, the ancient dragon turned to look at Lucas. Their eyes met. Did it think he was prey? Whoosh. I letter 1d6-2f, letter 1d6-9-7, letter 1d5ff, letter 1d5f2, alpha letter 1d6-5-9, NBSB. With a heavy flap of its wings, the ancient dragon flew towards him at an incredible speed. Since he was flying in the open, there was no place for Lucas to hide. No, hiding would be pointless. Lucas could tell just from looking at its eyes. The ancient dragon was staring at him with a demented gaze that one would only see in those who had already lost their minds to hunger. Even if he tried to run away, it was clear that this beast would follow him even to the depths of hell. And since a battle was inevitable, he had no choice but to handle it quickly. Lucas gripped his staff tighter. The ancient dragon let out a low moan, but that soon faded as its body stopped moving entirely. Lucas looked down at it. The battle itself hadn't been difficult. The difficult part was trying to end the battle as quickly as possible while also conserving as much mana as possible. Moreover, in the rich lands of the heavenly realm, his spells would be enhanced even if he used less mana, but it was different in this place. In this dead, desolate land, the same spells required twice as much mana. It went without saying that the power of the spells was also reduced. This place is the worst for wizards in many ways. On the other hand, the ancient dragon, which had adapted, survived, and evolved in this environment, was countless times stronger than the black dragon he'd fought before. Nothing was more dangerous than a beast that was driven by hunger. Moreover, an ancient dragon was a being that could not be compared to a wild beast. Lucas checked his remaining mana. Current mana 8,741, 10,000. I used about 1,300. Of course, it wasn't like his mana didn't refill at all. However, in this dead land, the amount of mana he could obtain was about 100 points per day. Suddenly a thought crossed his mind. The ancient dragon's heart. It might not be possible to refine it here, but it should at least be possible for him to extract mana from it. With such hopes, Lucas used a spell to cut open the ancient dragon's chest. But he couldn't help but frown when he saw the mess that was revealed. The ancient dragon's heart was black. This wasn't because it had decomposed after it died. After all, not that much time had passed. Instead, Lucas was certain that it had been like that from the start. This cursed land had even caused its heart to become twisted. He couldn't absorb it. Instead of replenishing his mana, he would be lucky if he didn't do any harm to his body. With a soft, dejected sigh, Lucas turned away and injected his mana into the black ring once again. Whoosh. The beam of light shot in the direction he had to go, but the light was still dim. Another 3 days passed. Lucas filled a canteen with contaminated water before putting a drop of purifying liquid in as well. Whoosh. As soon as the droplet touched the water in the canteen, it began to flash, and before long the contaminated water was purified into drinking water. Lucas only observed it for a moment before drinking it. He once again felt a hint of frustration with having a body. He was forced to take care of his physiological needs now and then. In his 6 days of travel, he covered a large distance. This was natural since he'd been using flight magic day and night. Surprisingly, the fact that this land was so desolate had become an advantage. There were no obstacles to block him, allowing him to fly uninterrupted. He hadn't even seen another ancient dragon since his previous encounter. Or, to be precise, he had avoided them. If he found a location that he thought had a high chance of having an ancient dragon, then he took detours to avoid them. He calculated the time and mana it would take to fight an ancient dragon and compared them to avoid it, which led to this decision. And on the 6th day of his journey, there was finally a different reaction from the ring. Whoosh. This time the light was brighter than before. This was proof that he was close to Seti. He couldn't tell exactly how far away she was, but he was certainly closer. Although he had this thought, Lucas knew that with Seti's personality, such a thing was next to impossible. The worst possible scenario would be if she were to head in the same direction as Lucas. If that was the case, it would take twice as long for them to meet. Lucas looked back in the direction from which he came. It had taken him 6 days to get there, and it would take about 4 days to return, assuming that he used his maximum speed. In other words, he had to find Seti today or tomorrow at the latest. Nevertheless, although it would be a bit close, he would still be able to make it in time for the championship. Lucas got up from the rock he'd been resting on and continued to move, but just a few hours later he stopped again. Seti's demonic energy. It wasn't an illusion. Although it was faint, he was certain he'd felt Seti's signature. Without hesitation, he followed the trail, and soon he arrived before a large mountain range. The terrain in the region was a bit more treacherous when compared to the other places he'd seen, but that wasn't the thing that stood out the most. Keek. Kek, kek, kek. Creatures with twisted appearances were crawling all over the mountain range. They all looked horrendous, as though they were beings who had crawled out of the pits of hell. There weren't just 1 or 2 of these beings there. It had been 6 days since Lucas had entered Death Island, but this was his first time seeing so many creatures at once, and he soon found the reason why. Strewn across the mountains were the corpses of ancient dragons, 5 of them. Their bodies were all terribly decomposed, as though it had been a while since they had died. Nevertheless, these bizarre creatures didn't seem to care about that. Like maggots, they covered the corpses of the ancient dragons, consuming their rotten blood and flesh. Lucas looked carefully at the ancient dragons' corpses. Each of them was extremely large and looked very powerful. With just a glance, it was easy to tell that they were all stronger than the ancient dragon he'd encountered when he first entered the island. Nevertheless, all 5 of them were dead, and from the gaping wounds on their bodies, it was clear they had all been killed by the same person, Seti. Her distinct demonic energy signature still lingered on the wounds. He couldn't tell when, but Seti had definitely been here and killed these 5 ancient dragons. This gave Lucas a hint about Seti's strength, and one thing was immediately clear. At least at the current stage, Seti was much stronger than him. Lucas opened his map. He had entered the southern part of Death Island and was heading north. From his current location, it wouldn't take him very long to reach the center of the large island. This map had been prepared for him by Arid. On the map, the central area had been painted black, and there was even a large skull drawn beside it. Extreme danger zone, probability of survival 0. The central part of Death Island was a place that even the aerial scout unit of Dragon God Island did not dare to enter. This was because everyone who stepped into even its outer edge died without exception. Even the reason for their deaths could not be found. However, there was one thing they were able to find out. The demonic energy and death energy in the central region was at least 10 times stronger than the surroundings. In such a place, the clothes he'd received from Nektu would probably not last very long. Is Seti in the center? The demonic energy was an extreme threat even for Lucas, but for Seti, it would be more comfortable than returning to her homeworld. It was possible that it could help her regain her lost power, so the odds were that she'd instinctively head to the place with the densest and most terrifying demonic energy. As he looked at the map while having this thought, he noticed a symbol. It was the drawing of a hut. This signified that there was a settlement of dragon men in that area. It wasn't very far from him. Lucas injected some mana into the ring. Whoosh. The light was pointing in the same direction as the dragon men settlement. Until now, he had never encountered the dragonmen living on Death Island. This was partly because there had not been any settlements along his route, and partly because he'd intentionally avoided them. Should I contact them and ask for help, he might be able to get accurate information about Seti's whereabouts, and maybe some information about the central region as well. However, there was also some risk. If they were to attack him out of nowhere, he would have to use his mana to defend himself. And at this point, mana was an extremely scarce and valuable resource. Current mana 6,014 10,000. He only had about 6,000 mana remaining. Although it was a bit over half, it was still far from enough. As Lucas pondered his next actions, he felt a commotion nearby. Roar, roar. Then he heard the roar of an ancient dragon. The creatures of Death Island never used their energy for no reason. They usually stored their energy to the limit before explosively releasing it when they found prey. In other words, there was no way that it would roar for no reason. There was only one reason for them to act so violently. When they were fighting someone, thinking it could be Seti, Lucas decided to head to the scene of the battle. He was right that it was an ancient dragon. It wasn't that large, but an unusual amount of demonic energy flowed from its body. Nevertheless, it wasn't a threat. It was dying. By the time Lucas had arrived, the battle had already reached its final stage. Roar. The ancient dragon let out one final roar. The ground shook heavily, but the intimidation factor had already been lost. There were more than 100 deep wounds all over its body. Blood the color of ink flowed down from these wounds, forming a large puddle beneath its feet. Thud, with the last bit of its energy poured into that roar, the ancient dragon soon collapsed to the ground, and Lucas finally turned to look at the ones who had slain it. Unfortunately, it wasn't Seti. Dragon men from Death Island. None of them had human-like features like Bargain or Nektu. Instead, all of these dragonmen had the appearance of bipedal lizards. They weren't wearing clothes. However, sharp and tough-looking scales covered their bodies, so they didn't give a primitive feeling. Instead, it almost looked like they were wearing sophisticated armor. Their scales were either black or dark red, and all of them were around 1.5 to 2 times larger than the average dragonman. Nevertheless, the biggest difference was the huge wings on their backs. Those aren't for decoration. Unlike chickens and other flightless birds, those wings weren't useless. Lucas realized that these dragonmen could actually fly. Was that the reason they were able to hunt an ancient dragon so flawlessly? Seeing that they were talking to each other, it was clear that these dragonmen had intelligence. Lucas realized that this was a turning point. Was he going to talk to them, or would he continue his search on his own? Suddenly, the smallest dragonman in the group turned its head and looked towards Lucas. How did he sense him? Lucas tried to hide behind a rock, but it was already too late. Who's there? Who's there? These words were spoken in a clear voice. Even the pronunciation was perfect. It seemed that the language here was the same as on the other islands. Come out, if you don't reveal yourself. Lucas clicked his tongue inwardly before revealing himself. The eyes of the rest of the dragonmen group widened in surprise, but their auras changed in an instant. They all glared at Lucas with killing intent in their eyes. KRRR. It was at that moment that the smaller dragonman who had called Lucas out growled at them. It looked like a leader exerting his dominance over his subordinates. The dragonmen all flinched and lowered their heads. The dragonman then turned back to Lucas before chuckling. I was wondering if it was a spy from another group, but it turns out it's just another small fry from Dragon God Island. Although I've never seen one in so deep before. Crack. As he said that, the dragonman's claws began to grow at an alarming rate. Black blood visibly dripped from those elongated claws. This meant that those claws were strong and sharp enough to pierce the ancient dragon's tough scales, something which even the swords crafted by some of the greatest blacksmiths were unable to do. Realizing that the dragonman was preparing for battle, Lucas decided to clear up the misunderstanding. I'm not from Dragon God Island. If you're going to say nonsense like that, why don't you take that stupid robe off first? Letter 1d4 F2N letter 1d4 5F letter 1d6 AT letter 1d6 56 letter 1d6 25. Com. Lucas didn't take off the robe. Instead, he simply lowered the hood. A human face was not something common in the heavenly realm. The dragonman went silent when he saw the unfamiliar face before finally opening his mouth. What a weird-looking guy. So what? Why have you come here? I'm looking for someone. Someone? Right, a young girl that looks like me. Young girl? Do you mean a female that's not fully grown? That was an extreme way to put it, but Lucas nodded since he couldn't find a better way to describe it. Right. The dragonman went silent again for a while as if he was thinking about something. Those around him were also silent as they waited for his response. It seemed that his earlier thought was correct. This smaller dragonman was the leader of this group. After a short while, the dragonman muttered in a low voice, I think I might have heard some reports that a group had picked up an unfamiliar creature not long ago. It seems that it is under their protection for now. Under their protection, from what I recall, it was badly hurt. Badly hurt, said he. Lucas was a bit skeptical at first, but considering the direction the light beam from the ring had pointed to, and the fact that there was an absolute somewhere on this land, it wasn't absolutely impossible. Of course, it might not be the young female you are looking for, but why do you look so surprised? You are different from what Dragon God Island described to me. They were willing to rescue and protect an unfamiliar being that had been seriously injured. Such behavior was impossible without morality. The dragonman chuckled cynically when he heard those words. Since you managed to come here, I'm assuming you entered this place from Temple Island. Did those fools call us savage barbarians? There is life and civilization here. Can you really trust the words of cowards who only observe from afar? The words of those who know nothing about this island? It certainly wasn't good to wholeheartedly trust the words of one side. At that moment, Lucas spotted a few dragonmen carrying corpses not far away from him. They appeared to be those who had died during the fight against the ancient dragon. Did they respect their dead? If that was the case, then it would truly be as the man said. They weren't as barbaric as they were said to be. But shortly after thinking this, Lucas was made witness to a shocking sight. Crunch, crunch. One of the dragonmen began eating one of the corpses. If it were the corpse of the ancient dragon, he wouldn't have been surprised. It wasn't strange for those who lived in a land where even firewood to make a fire was a rare commodity to eat raw meat. However, what they were eating were the corpses of other dragonmen, those who had fought valiantly beside them not so long ago. They were devouring their own species. Are you okay with that? Lucas pointed towards the incident in question while he turned to look at the leader of the group. The dragonman tilted his head to the side as he looked over. Is there something wrong? They're eating your own kind. The dragonman's expression became strange, as though he couldn't understand what Lucas was saying. Our own kind. Isn't that just a corpse? That doesn't change the fact that they were fighting the ancient dragon with you just a moment ago. That was when they were alive. Now that they are dead, they have become nothing but piles of meat. I don't understand the problem. Are you saying that we should just throw away such precious meat? As he said that, the dragonman approached a nearby corpse and poked at it with his claw. Look here. Dragonman meat is softer and easier to digest than that of an ancient dragon. It's especially good for feeding younglings who have relatively weak stomachs. All of the dragonmen that are being eaten now are those without family. It is a rule that all the corpses collected should be given to their families, especially their young. Once they get them, what would they do with them? The dragonman looked at Lucas like he had asked a very foolish question, but he answered nonetheless. Eat them. It was at that moment that Lucas finally realized why those on Dragon God Island considered these people to be savages. The name of the small dragonman was Panata. For now, Lucas decided to follow them. He didn't believe anything Panata had told him so far. In fact, his words only made his doubts worse. Nevertheless, the ring was pointed in the same direction as their settlement, and Lucas had a feeling that he could learn something by going with them. They have no intention of letting me go anyway. He wasn't sure whether it was because they wanted to eat him or if they had another goal. However, Lucas also had his own plans. He glanced down at the ring. We're here. The dragonman's settlement, where they arrived after a short while, was a desolate place. There were no buildings. It would be too difficult to gather enough materials for that in the first place. Instead, the dragonmen dug several large pits, which they used as houses. The settlement was roughly the size of a small village, and the population appeared to be less than 100. Lucas looked at these pits for a moment before opening his mouth. Panata, I would like to ask you a question. What is it, my companion that you're protecting? Did she tell you her name? She didn't. She was unconscious. Then what does she look like? Panata frowned and replied. Didn't you say she was a young female? That's what she looks like. Right, then I'll ask in more detail. What color were her eyes? I don't know. She never opened her eyes. I see. Then I'll ask one last question. By this time, all the dragonmen that had come with him, as well as the others from the village, had completely surrounded Lucas. Even the young dragonmen were among them. Lucas realized that he was surrounded, but he continued speaking without a change of expression. What color was her hair? Seems you can't answer this. Why is that? Could it be that all her hair was gone? Panata finally turned to look at Lucas. Then he looked at Lucas' hair and said, gold, PFTT. A small scoff escaped Lucas' lips. Panata chuckled softly as well. He didn't show any embarrassment even when his lies were finally exposed. As expected, it's really difficult to trick others. Well, I guess it could be considered a success since I managed to bring you to the village. Was everything you said a lie, right? If we found a wounded outsider, we would just eat them on the spot. That's what he thought. They were savages who considered even their own dead as meat, so he didn't think they would go out of their way to rescue and protect an injured outsider. Nevertheless, there was a reason that Lucas followed Panata so easily. I would like to ask you something. Do you think I'll give you an answer? I will soon be eaten by you guys anyway, so you can at least show a bit of generosity. Panata's eyes narrowed slightly. This guy really was different from those shrimps from Dragon God Island. He wasn't sure if he should call it bravery or disregard. Nevertheless, he was curious about what this guy would say next, so he decided to play along. Ask your question. Why didn't you guys kill and eat me on the spot? You're probably fairly strong. Panada muttered softly before shaking his head. If we tried to capture you on the spot, we'd probably receive heavy losses. After all, we were all exhausted from hunting the ancient dragon. Capture? Right, you weren't intending to eat me on the spot. You're an offering. We have no intention of eating you. Offering. It was a rather strange word for a savage to use. That's not something you need to know. What do you intend to do now? It doesn't matter if you fight back, but you can give up the thought of dying comfortably if you do. The first thing we do is make it so you can't even lift a single finger. To be precise, they would cut off his hands and legs before cutting his neck and draining most of his blood. They would only stop the bleeding when he was close to death. Of course, if they did do that, he would no longer be considered a fresh offering, but he would still be just enough. Lucas thought for a while before saying, "If I give in, will you tell me the things I'm curious about?" "What did you say?" "I have a few questions about this island." As expected, this fellow was really strange. Panada couldn't contain his shock when he saw this man using his own life to make bargains. "Do you understand what it means to be an offering? Doesn't it mean you're going to sacrifice me?" "Right, you will die." Of course, Lucas didn't intend to die, but he still nodded. "When is the offering ceremony?" "A few hours from now." "Then that means you'll have to keep me alive till then." "In other words, you cannot hurt me arbitrarily, since it would be bad to damage the offering. Am I wrong?" "You're not wrong, but..." "So before I die, I would like you to answer my questions." "I can't." "You refuse, I will fight back with everything I have. You just said it yourself that I seem to be fairly strong. You weren't wrong. I am confident that I can take down at least half of your village before you manage to defeat me." Of course, the truth was that it wouldn't be too difficult for him to wipe them all out, but he needed to emphasize his threat level without pushing them too far. In any case, he estimated that it would take about 2,000 mana to deal with all of them, which was too wasteful. Wondering what he was up to, Panada stared at him for a while before sighing and pointing at one of the pits. "Get in there first." Lucas did just that. The pit he jumped into was much deeper than the others, and its structure made it so that it was easy to get in but difficult to get out of. Panada followed him in, while another 5 dragon men immediately surrounded the pit. It seemed that they would not tolerate any nonsense. Lucas decided to not waste any time. The demonic energy in the central region is much stronger than anywhere else on the island. I would like to know why. Even the bravest ancient dragon wouldn't dare to set foot in the central region, because that's the ruler of the island's territory. The ruler of the island. There was such a thing, right? He knows everything that happens on the island. Was it someone like the priestess? Lucas knew that the heavenly realm didn't have a ruling class. At best, the priestess from Dragon God Island could only be seen as the authoritative figure for that island. When it came to other islands, she could only intervene if the conflicts or chaos were things that couldn't be left alone. Of course, some beings wielded great power in the shadows, like Kanki and the leaders of the underworld on Desire Island, but there were no rulers in the true sense of the name. What's his name? Dragon King Kazu. Dragon King. Lucas narrowed his eyes slightly before muttering, "Is that who you intend to offer me to?" "No, you will be sacrificed to the goddess." "Goddess." Lucas looked at Panada in surprise. Panada continued to speak with a slightly fanatical expression. "Right, she's the greatest, strongest, and most beautiful being on the entire island. Dragon King and Goddess." He was thinking that this was something to pay attention to, but he couldn't help but pause when he heard Panada's next words. She suddenly appeared on the island one day and wiped out all the ancient dragons around her. After hearing that, he couldn't help but wonder. Half confident in his conjecture, Lucas decided to throw out some bait. "I found the corpses of 5 ancient dragons when I was passing through a nearby mountain range." "So you saw it?" Panada smirked. Those 5 monsters were the rulers of that mountain range, but even those fearsome beings who had ruled over their territory for hundreds of years could only become cold corpses after meeting the goddess. Lucas recalled the wounds he'd seen on those ancient dragon corpses. He also recalled the faint energy signature he'd felt from them. It was only at that moment that he was certain of the goddess' identity. The name goddess didn't suit her at all, but he decided to put that aside for now. "I think the goddess might be my companion." "What? Ha ha ha." It wasn't just Panada. Even the dragon men guarding the hole above let out loud laughs. "That's enough of your bullshit. If the goddess is your companion, then I'm the Dragon King's older brother." "No, I'm serious. Does your goddess have black hair and red eyes?" "Shut up. If you insult the goddess one more time, I will kill you on the spot." He looked really angry, so Lucas decided to not continue. Panada glared at Lucas with an expression of annoyance. "I think I cleared up enough of your doubts, so stay put." With those words, Panada headed up on his own. Lucas did as he was told. This was because there was no reason for him to run in the first place. Without another word, he walked to a corner of the pit and sat down. Then he closed his eyes and began to meditate. So she became a goddess. What had Seti been doing on Death Island? Few hours passed. Now that he thought about it, Lucas realized that this was the first time since coming to Death Island that he'd stayed in one place for so long. During this time, he managed to increase his mana regeneration a bit by increasing his concentration. It was a harder task than collecting moisture in a desert, but it was still better than nothing. From the movements above him, he could tell that it was around the time for Seti to arrive, but there were still no signs of her yet. Lucas looked at the black ring and injected his mana into it. Whoosh. However, instead, the beam of light acted strangely this time. Instead of shooting out to one of the sides, it shot straight up. In other words, it was pointing at the sky. Just as Lucas lifted his head to look up, a strange sound came from the sky. Gugugugugu. It sounded as though the air was vibrating. Even the ground began to shake a bit. Hey, come up. When one of the dragonmen who was guarding the pit called out to him in a slightly urgent voice, Lucas easily leaped out of the pit before looking up at the sky once again. All the dragonmen in the village also began rushing out of their pits. She's here. Oh, Panada walked out from the group of cheering dragonmen and looked at Lucas. Now you can get rid of any thought of escaping. It won't be possible anyway, but if you quietly accept your faith, you might be granted a quick and painless death. Now get on your knees. All the dragonmen, including Panada, got on their knees and bowed. Their attitudes were reverent as though they were actually meeting God. They looked completely different from the savages who would even eat their own kin. Bang! Suddenly something fell from the sky like a meteor, throwing dirt and pieces of stone into the air and creating a cloud of dust. A figure stood up from within the dust cloud. This blurry silhouette was rather small, even smaller than Lucas, who was dwarfed by most beings on the island. Soon after, the dirt cloud dissipated, and the goddess was finally revealed. Hair darker than the night sky and bright red eyes that created a stark contrast. Her bored expression and heavy aura didn't quite suit her small stature. Unlike Lucas, who was unable to remain at his peak in this environment, she appeared to be thriving. Her hair was glossy and her face was bright. Seti patted dust from her shoulders before speaking in her uniquely disinterested tone. Food, we greet the goddess. Yeah, whatever, food. Yes, we prepared an excellent delicacy for you today. Panada spoke with an extremely subservient attitude. Seti looked around and even met Lucas' gaze, but she didn't seem to recognize him. After all, he was still wearing the hood. Is this the delicacy you were talking about? Her frown was the expression that Lucas was most familiar with. Her expression made it look like she was whining to him, but it caused Panada to tremble fiercely at the thought of angering his god. It's meat from outside. We captured him without a single casualty. Do you not like it? Of course I don't. Do you think I'm like you? I told you before that I only eat ancient dragon hearts, those that have been completely saturated in demonic energy. When she said that, the dragonmen prostrated around her began to tremble, shrinking into themselves and doing their best to become unnoticeable. Seti snorted at them before turning to look at Lucas once more. But this is the first time I've seen anyone wearing clothes on this island. Take off the hood. Yes. Panada hurriedly removed the hood that was covering Lucas' face. Their eyes met. Those bright red eyes that were similar to a rabbit's widened. At the same time, Seti's expression became indescribable. It was a mixture of shock, disbelief, doubt, and finally, joy. Then, ha 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 ha, Seti burst into laughter. She laughed so hard that she doubled over and held her stomach. The dragonmen, who were still nervous, also began to laugh as Seti laughed. They didn't know what was going on, but the goddess seemed to be happy. This convinced them that their sacrifice was actually the right choice. Hukuku, you there? Yes. After laughing for a while, Seti wiped tears from the corners of her eyes. Who captured this person? I did, Panada replied with a proud expression on his face. Unfortunately, he didn't realize that Seti, who he revered as his goddess, had addressed Lucas as this person instead of this guy or that guy like she usually did. He's actually really slow and stupid for an outsider, so we were able to capture him easily. Ho. Seti mumbled under her breath before smiling. Right, I suppose I should commend you, then. With a beautiful smile on her face that made her look like a real goddess, Seti beckoned to Panada with her finger. Come here. With a bright smile on his face, Panada walked to Seti. Why do you look so thin? The journey to get here wasn't easy. I forgot that your strength was restricted. Right, Seti. You should have entered this world at the same time I did, but you've already grown much stronger than you were before. Why are you saying it so weirdly? Didn't the others come into this world with us too? They did, but at different times. You completed all 10 stages of the tutorial, didn't you? Of course I did. The timing of your entry coincided with the number of stages you completed. You and I are among the last. The others entered this world many years before we did. I see well then. After nodding with a slightly uncaring expression, Seti then turned to look at the trembling Panada who was kneeling beside her. A mischievous smile stretched across her lips. Hey you, yes. When he heard her call out to him, Panada lifted his head and answered, only for his face to immediately twist to the right. Seti didn't hit him too hard. All she did was lightly tap his face with her fist. The amount of strength she used in her blow could be seen from the fact that Panada's head was still attached to his shoulder, and his face was only slightly distorted. "What was your name again?" "Pa Panada, goddess, I see." Seti, who was still smiling, turned to Lucas before pointing at Panada. "Father, didn't this fool make a big mistake?" "Mistake, right. For example, he was very rude to Father. He said a lot of stupid things about you. Stupid or dumb, crack." As she said this, Seti intentionally cracked her knuckles and Panada's face became as white as a sheet when he saw this. He hurriedly turned to look at Lucas. All this while, he had been acting authoritatively and looking down on Lucas, but now he was looking at him with pitiful, begging eyes that were similar to a rabbit stuck in a trap. Lucas didn't feel sorry for him because of this act, but he still shook his head since there was no benefit to dealing with Panada. "No, it's fine. Stop scaring him. You heard that. Hey, you're a pretty lucky guy, aren't you?" Seti smiled brightly and patted Panada on the shoulder. She seemed to be in a very good mood. Maybe it was because she had finally been reunited with Lucas, or maybe it was because she felt comfortable in the demonic energy-saturated environment of Death Island. After laughing for a while, Seti finally looked at Lucas and said, "Anyways, let's go to a quiet place first. My house should be fine." "House?" After saying that, Seti held out a small hand to him. Lucas looked down at it for a moment. Did she want him to hold it? At the same moment, Lucas held her hand. Boom! Seti kicked off the ground and shot up into the sky. In an instant, they reached a height of several hundred meters in the air. While holding Lucas' hand, Seti looked around for a bit before pointing to a large mountain not so far away. "My house is at the top." Lucas couldn't respond. Seti tilted her head to the side once they had landed on the top of the mountain. "What's wrong? This place is pretty good for a desolate land like this one. Why do you look like that?" "It's because I'm human now. Next time, it would be nice of you to tell me before you jump." That jump had made him so dizzy it felt like he had gotten a concussion and was about to throw up. In addition, it had caused him to waste mana. This couldn't be helped. Since he had been unable to prepare, he had to use his mana to offset the force of the sudden leap and the landing. Otherwise, he would have suffered heavy damage to his internal organs, which would have caused him to vomit blood. Seti looked at Lucas for a while before bursting into a fit of giggles. "You're much weaker than I expected." Lucas ignored her, calmed his agitated body, and looked around at their surroundings. The top of the mountain looked no different from that of any mountain except for the fact that it was a bit flatter and had signs that someone lived there. The most noticeable part was a strange bowl which was filled with what appeared to be small pouches. "What is that? My bed. What is it made of?" "Ancient dragon hearts. They shrink down to that size after I absorb the demonic energy within them. Nevertheless, they are the softest material I could find on this island." After saying that, Seti set her butt down on her bed of ancient dragon hearts and wiggled around a bit. If an outsider were to see this scene, they would definitely think that she was as old as she looked. "It seems that you've stayed on top of this mountain for a long while. From here, I can see everything in the surrounding area with ease. Why didn't you move, huh?" "I figured that with your personality, you would constantly move from one place to another." When she heard that, Seti tilted her head to the side. "If I did that, it would be hard for Father to find me. I letter FF4E, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D4C7, letter 1D486, alpha, letter 1D485. Com." It was a unique statement that Lucas couldn't imagine Seti saying when they first met. He smiled at her. "So you were waiting for me." It was only at that moment that Seti realized what she'd said. She was just like a lost child who didn't wander around, but instead waited in one spot for their parents to find them. It wasn't that this analogy was wrong exactly, but her pride as an absolute didn't allow her to easily accept that. "Well, I was just thinking that it would be annoying for you if I just did whatever I wanted. There were no special thoughts behind it. You made the right decision. Good job." As he said that, Lucas wondered if he should stroke her hair, but he felt that he might be treating her too much like a child. On the surface, she had the appearance of a 15-year-old girl, but on the inside, she was an absolute who was on the same level as Lucas. Although she claimed to be his daughter now, that history didn't disappear. In addition, hair stroking and saying they did well were actions that he had been showing to his disciples recently. Could he do the same for his daughter? How should he differentiate between his daughter and his disciples? Lucas tried to use his eons of experience to come up with an answer, but he found that there was no right way to respond to this former absolute that had become his daughter. In the first place, most absolutes are prideful and stubborn, and even assistants who ranked at the very bottom didn't bow their heads to other absolutes, unless the other was a ruler, of course. "You look well. This place is saturated with demonic energy. Even an act as simple as breathing makes me stronger." As she said that, Seti looked at Lucas before clapping her hands. "As I said before, you really don't look too good, Father. That's because there are a lot of restrictions placed upon me. Even before coming to Death Island, I encountered all kinds of troublesome situations." "Death Island, that's the name of this island." Seti stuck her tongue out as though she'd just heard something ridiculous. "What did you just say? This is an island. How can a place this outrageously large be called something like that? The entire planet seems to be incredibly large. This place is an island in the sea of a floating continent called the Heavenly. Lucas began to give her a brief explanation of the world. He explained that there wasn't just the heavenly realm, but also the giant field, Black Earth, Lightning Gorge, and even the supercontinent Gaia. He then gave her a rough explanation of everything that had happened so far as well as an explanation of the current situation. The goal is to find the most special statues and his desire for her to participate in the championship. Cran is also here, HMPH, that person. Other than you, there is no one in our group who can defeat him, including me, so you need my help. After absorbing the demonic energy on Death Island, Seti had become much stronger than before. In her current state, it would be difficult for her to lose to Cran. Then Seti frowned, but I don't like it. What do you mean? Dragon God Island, or whatever you called it. What are they trying to do by restricting access to this amazing island? It's not like we're at war or anything, that's why. Seti gave her signature sadistic smile. Father, why don't we recklessly break into Dragon God Island and check if the statue there is the one we want? Seti nodded. Wouldn't that be better? That way you wouldn't have to waste time on the championship or whatever it is. It would certainly be more efficient, but Lucas still shook his head. It wouldn't be morally right for them to break into a place that was considered a sanctuary and had restricted access. Of course, Seti wouldn't understand it even if he put it like that, so he gave a different answer. We still don't know how strong the priestess is. Seti looked at Lucas with an incredulous expression. At best, that priestess or whatever would be a bit stronger than those weaklings. She can't possibly be stronger than I am now. You can't be so certain. Do you not have faith in me? Seti narrowed her eyes slightly as she said this. Lucas remained silent. It wasn't that he doubted Seti's strength, but instead that the priestess' power was still unknown. Nevertheless, from what he'd heard from Arid as well as the various tales he'd read, he didn't think that she was weaker than the current Seti. At present, the priestess' influence could be felt all across the heavenly realm, but Seti took Lucas' silence to mean something else and snorted heavily. HMPH. I understand that you're a bit more cautious due to being much weaker than you're accustomed to, but you don't have anything to worry about now that you've found me. There are times when it is necessary to rush in without thinking too much about it, and if anything happens, I'll protect you. She said the last sentence in what was supposed to be a mean voice. Maybe it was because he was also happy at their reunion, but Luca's reaction was different from what she expected. Instead of being agitated or annoyed, he simply smiled at her. Fine, then I'll rely on you to protect me from now on. It's not fun when you say things like that, she retorted in a voice that seemed to have been sapped of all interest and flopped onto her bed. Her silky black hair spread out gentle like a halo around her head. It was difficult to find fresh water in this place, which meant that she couldn't wash it regularly, but her hair still managed to remain glossy. This wasn't very surprising. After all, the stronger a being became, the less waste was excreted from their body. I talked to the dragonmen in the area. They all worshipped you and called you their goddess. Are you having fun, Cuckoo? Although I'm not sure it suits you. Seti was previously an absolute with dominion over death. It didn't go very well with a holy title like goddess. I hunted a couple ancient dragons. It was mostly to recover my demonic energy. As you can see, I don't really need anything other than the hearts. They asked me if they could take those rotten carcasses, and I said yes. For them, that was like the blessing of God. It was then that Lucas understood the situation. In other words, instead of Seti dominating the area and putting the dragonmen under her rule as he'd initially thought, they were the ones who chose to submit to her and worship her. Lucas looked at her for a moment before muttering, "Now that I've found you, the only one left is Leo." Seti lifted her head slightly at those words. Then you should have searched for him first before coming to look for me. It's not like I'm in a dangerous situation or anything. Why did you force yourself to come? You are in the most dangerous situation. She blinked as if she wasn't sure she'd heard him correctly. Arid said that there is an absolute on this island. Seti's eyes went wide in an instant. She immediately sat up and looked at Lucas with a very serious expression on her little face. I haven't figured that out yet, but weren't those guys restricted as well? Just like father is weaker than me, they should be weaker than me too. That would be the best possible scenario. But there are many items in this world capable of lifting the restrictions. With enough effort and luck, it's possible to recover their strength in a short period of time. He was right, Seti contemplated inwardly. She had certainly become much stronger after absorbing the energy in this place, but she was still within the bounds of mortality. She had also been an absolute before, so even if she didn't want to admit it, she knew that she was still far from that level. She couldn't guarantee that she would win even if she became an absolute. Ledip, Cassigen, and Notisup were all absolutes that Seti wasn't sure she could defeat even when she was at her peak. In fact, she had already been defeated by Cassigen. She forcefully pushed those unpleasant memories away. In any case, it seems that you haven't met them yet. Right, I haven't seen any of them, although there are still annoying people here. Annoying people, that Dragon King guy. Dragon King. This was a being he'd heard of from Panata earlier. It was the being he'd said was the ruler of this island. What kind of person is he? A crazy one. What do you mean, he's chasing me? What? Lucas stared blankly at the unexpected statement. Seti sighed in disgust. That son of a bitch is trying to court me. He wasn't sure why, but this was a bigger blow to Lucas than he expected. What did you tell him? Ha, as if I'd become the mate of a reptile bastard. I'd rather die. Seti said these words through gritted teeth. While Lucas was immersed in a feeling that he wasn't sure how to describe, Seti continued. But that guy, he's strong. Strong. Naturally, with Seti's personality, if someone were to tell her nonsense like that, it would be difficult to imagine them surviving the aftermath, the fact that he was able to mend. How strong is he? I'm not sure. Seti frowned. I think he was holding back quite a bit of power. The power he revealed was already enough to crush those little lizards. Plus. After a moment of hesitation, she added, his scales are annoyingly tough. Seti didn't seem to want to talk about the Dragon King anymore, so Lucas nodded and changed the subject. Is there anything else you have to do on the island? Why, do you want to leave right away? Right, we're already cutting it a bit close. It was fortunate that he had managed to find Seti today, but considering how long it would take to go back, he didn't think they could relax. Even if they were to move as fast as possible, they would arrive very close to the deadline. Lucas didn't want to stay on this island any longer than necessary. Encountering the absolute here would not be a good thing in the current situation, so he wanted to avoid that as much as possible. No, it had to be avoided. Cassigen. He couldn't help but think that Cassigen was the absolute who was probably staying on this island. After all, Cran, who he had kidnapped, had appeared around the same time that Arid mentioned that an absolute was on this island. It might have been a coincidence, but the timing was just a bit too coincidental. In addition, the demonic energy on this island would have a fairly positive effect on the being known as the Demon King. Well, I wanted to hunt a few more ancient dragons, but it doesn't matter if we leave right now. If we see any on the way back, we'll hunt them. I'll help. That's great then. With those words, Seti stood up and patted her butt. Then shall we leave now? Are you not going to say goodbye? When Lucas asked this, she tilted her head to the side. Goodbye to whom? To Panata and the other dragonmen. They seem to hold you in very high regard. HMPH. Why do I have to say goodbye to them just because of that? I'm sure they'll live well and eat well. Seti seemed to have no feelings towards them. But it was highly likely that the dragonmen in the area would fall into chaos if she were to suddenly disappear. Even when he'd been hit in the face by Seti, Panata still maintained his attitude of respect and admiration. Just before they descended the mountain, Lucas turned to look at the central part of Death Island. Have you ever been there? A few times. I heard that it is a very dangerous area. What's in there? That guy. She said these words like she didn't even want to think about it. With her attitude, it was easy for Lucas to guess who she was talking about. The Dragon King, right. The central region is his territory. Even if I step a single foot in it, he will immediately be able to sense my location. Father should know how disgusting that feels, so I stopped going there. It felt like she wasn't telling him something. It's strange. For Seti, the dense demonic and death energy in the central region should be irresistible. If she had stayed there, she would definitely have absorbed more demonic energy than she had now, but Lucas didn't pursue it. Anyways, let's go, before that guy notices us. Lucas nodded. Arid entered the heavenly realm 10 years ago. This was because he didn't kill any of the monsters that appeared in the tutorial. This wasn't because he was weak. The most probable reason was that he was reluctant to actually kill anything with his own hands. In any case, he said that the place he had appeared in was the very center of Dragon God Island. When I opened my eyes, the goddess was already in front of me. She later told me that she knew I was coming and had waited for me. What type of person is the goddess? After thinking for a while, Arid spoke slowly. I'm not exactly sure. It's been 10 years since I met her, but she seems to show me a new side every time I see her. Sometimes she seems to be a young girl in the prime of her life. Other times she's like an old hermit who has seen through the vicissitudes of life. And sometimes she even seems to be a cold empress who wouldn't shed a single tear even if blood was shed. In fact, sometimes. Arid smiled slightly as he thought of something. She slightly resembles you, master. Me? Yes. Maybe the reason why I found it so easy to follow the goddess at the beginning has something to do with that. Someone who resembled him. Lucas' expression became strange when he thought about that. That statement impacted him more than the fact that she sometimes appeared to be a young girl, an elderly hermit, and an empress. He found it hard to believe that there was a person that resembled him. She also knew about my power, and she taught me how to use it. This wasn't that surprising. Although it was rare, there were still many people in the multiverse who had the same power of communication that Arid had or similar powers. The great medium that Lucas had met in his homeworld was one such person. If the goddess from Dragon God Island had a power similar to that of Arid in the Great Medium, and if she had lived as long as it was reported, and had steadily learned how to use her power. Then it wasn't strange for her to have known Arid would arrive in advance, get a glimpse of Luca's true identity, or know that he was looking for the special statues. I don't know how potent her power is, but I doubt it would be stronger than Arid's. The strength of Arid's power of communication was unprecedented. After that, I stayed on Dragon God Island and worked hard to get stronger. For 10 years, yes. Arid had been the first to enter the heavenly realm, but he seemed to be less experienced than Min Ha Rin and Li Jonghak, who had spent time searching the various islands. Come to think of it, he hadn't taken a look at Arid's status window yet. Lucas looked at Arid. Arid. Level 49. Title: Saint of Salvation, Young Dragon. Occupation: Saint. Race: Human. Skills: Communication LV, Void Records LV, Healing LV, 8, Beginner Sorcery LV, Max, Intermediate Sorcery LV, Max, Advanced Sorcery LV, 7, Dance of the Young Dragon LV, 5. Arid's level wasn't very high. That wasn't very surprising. His abilities were special, and they were not things that could be bound by a concept like level. Naturally, the thing that Lucas paid most attention to was his skills. The levels of communication and Void Records were unknown. This was represented by the question mark, which sat in the place that the level number was supposed to. Lucas had seen several status windows by this point, but this was his first time seeing this. Other than that, you learned sorcery. Yes, how did you know that? I can see your skills. Wow, as expected of Master. Arid gently applauded in admiration. Then with a shrug he explained. The goddess said that I have a natural talent for sorcery. That's why she decided to try teaching me. This was obvious. After all, without talent, it would be impossible to master both beginner and intermediate sorcery, and even have a high level in advanced sorcery. Lucas was fairly interested in sorcery, so he was well aware of how demanding the study was on one's mind and talent. His eyes turned to the door. To be precise, he was focused on the 2 priests who were waiting outside with Bargain. Who are the 2 people that came with you? They are 2 of the 4 priests in charge of protecting Dragon God Island. Priests, yes. They are the ones who protect the north, south, east, and west respectively, and they check the qualifications of anyone who wants to enter the island. It seems they aren't the black and white sorcerers. In all honesty, both of the elderly priests were formidable sorcerers. Therefore, Lucas had suspected that they might be the powerful and renowned black and white sorcerers of Dragon God Island. Arid smiled at that. The black and white sorcerers always stay by the goddess side. As far as I know, it's been a few decades since they last left the island. It seemed that there were no restrictions on him when it came to things like this. So it was probably things about the dragon god statue, the goddess, true identity, and other similar topics that were blocked. They called you Young Dragon. Arid's expression became a bit strange again. The title, Young Dragon, had also been included in his status window. This meant that Arid wasn't just called Young Dragon by those priests, but that he was acknowledged as the Young Dragon by the entirety of Dragon God Island. It's like the goddess student. Student, sometimes people call me her successor, but that's technically wrong. The goddess has been holding her position for more than 1,000 years already. Now that he thought about it, Arid had said that he'd known the locations of Li Jonghak and Min Ha Rin. If that was the case, then maybe. Do you know Leo and Seti's locations? These were the 2 members of his team that Lucas hadn't met yet. Lucas didn't even know where they were, so he couldn't help but feel a hint of expectation when he saw Arid nod his head. Yes, it was at that moment Lucas became a bit cautious. If you can't tell me about their locations then. No, rather I came to Master to tell you their locations. Arid's expression became serious. I don't have to tell you senior brother Leo's location. You'll probably get to meet him soon. Senior brother has been in the heavenly realm for 5 years and has changed a lot, but if he meets Master, he'll definitely change back to his past self. Lucas wanted to ask for more details about Leo, but when he saw that Arid's expression had become more severe, he stopped himself. Was whatever he was going to say next that serious? The problem is the other side, the other side. Seti, yes, Miss Seti is in a very dangerous situation right now. Where is she? Death Island. Death Island. Letter 1D456, N letter 1D697, letter 1D633, E letter 1D5EED, NBSB-Com. Among the 7 islands that formed the heavenly realm, it was the one that was regarded as a forbidden land. It could be called the direct opposite of Dragon God Island, which was considered a sanctuary. Lucas had also learned some information about Death Island. There were almost no living beings on Death Island. Nevertheless, there were some with great tenacity who managed to survive in and even adapt to the harsh environment of Death Island. However, because of this, their appearances became somewhat distorted. It was almost to the point of saying that every being on Death Island was a mutant. Of course, it went without saying that they were several times stronger than those living on other islands. Luca's expression became serious. Is Death Island a dangerous place for Seti? he knew that even a few ancient dragons wouldn't be much trouble for Seti. Even if a being stronger than an ancient dragon was to appear, she would at least be able to hold her own. That was why, among all the companions he'd brought, the one Lucas was the least worried about was Seti. However, Lucas had never visited Death Island. It was possible that this land, which was shrouded in mystery, was much more dangerous than the rumors or books claimed it was. Death Island is a very dangerous place, but it is not enough to be a threat to Miss Seti. Then what is an absolute? When he heard Arid's following words, Lucas finally realized what kind of danger Seti was in. There is someone like Master on Death Island. Lucas was lost in thought for a while. He understood that Seti was in danger, but there was one thing that he didn't quite understand. There were a total of 4 absolutes currently in this world: Cassigen, Notisip, Letip, and of course Lucas. Naturally, all of them were beings that ordinary mortals could never hope to compare to. However, like Lucas, all of the absolutes would have been subjected to several powerful restrictions. The game pursued fairness, and fights were no exception. If it wasn't for the restrictions that enforced this fairness, then let alone the heavenly realm, this entire planet would have been completely destroyed by now. A single planet was entirely too small of a battlefield when the combatants were 4 absolutes. On the other hand, Seti was a fallen absolute. It was highly likely that she hadn't been subjected to any restrictions, and if she had, they would certainly be weaker than the ones placed on Lucas. Could an absolute with limited power really be a threat to Seti's life? The other absolutes should have cleared the tutorial as well. In other words, their entry time should have been similar to Lucas, with only a few months difference at best. Was it possible for them to regain even a tenth of their strength in such a short time? Lucas looked at Arid. Do you know which absolute is there? I'm sorry, I can't figure out who it is. Even Arid's power of communication couldn't reveal who it was. This confirmed that it really was an absolute. Joining Seti is the top priority. I think so too. He'd heard that Death Island was incredibly large, but if there were 2 beings with incredible power on it, they would inevitably clash one day. In addition, with Seti's personality, it was unlikely that she would sit in one spot and wait for Lucas to come to her. I came all the way here because I felt that I should tell you this. No, I'm sorry I couldn't be more helpful. Lucas thought for a moment and said, Harin is too far away. Otherwise, she would have been happy to see you. I would have liked to see her as well, but... Arid let out a bitter laugh. My goal was to meet Master. I wasn't allowed any more time. If Arid wanted, Lucas could give him his freedom by subduing the priests of East and West. But it seemed that Arid didn't regard Dragon God Island as an enemy. 10 years was not a short time. By now, Arid had probably overcome the mental hurdles that he'd had when he last saw him. The goddess acted as a guide for Arid. Although it felt like he'd been deprived of his role as master, more than that, he felt that it was fortunate. If Arid had been left to wander alone for 10 years without any guidance, then it was possible that he might have gone down the wrong path. Arid was pure and blemishless, but the purer something was, the easier it was for it to be dyed by the various colors it encountered. Nevertheless, please say hello to senior sister Min for me. She seems to get easily worried about others. Lucas nodded at Arid, who was talking to him with a bashful smile on his face. After that, he continued to have a somewhat frivolous conversation with Arid. Arid had become quite talkative. Perhaps it was because of the pleasure of meeting Lucas after so long. His mouth constantly moved as he talked about everything that happened to him over the past 10 years, including the trivial things that occurred on Dragon God Island. Sometimes there were some things he couldn't say, but from his words, Lucas was able to learn a lot about Dragon God Island, which had always been a mystery. Dragon God Island. Lucas had a feeling that if he met the goddess, he would be able to solve many of his remaining questions. Around the time when the conversation was reaching its end, Arid pulled something out of his pocket. You'll need this. It was a square plaque. It looked like it was made of wood, and on it was an elaborate carving of a dragon that almost seemed alive. What's this? This is the dragon plaque which is required to enter Death Island, and this is a map of the parts of Death Island that have been explored so far. This time he took out a piece of rolled parchment. When he opened it slightly, Lucas saw a fairly detailed map of Death Island. Not only did it display the general shape and topography of Death Island, but it also showed how to get there. What are these green markings on the map? Those are the places where dragonmen live. Dragonmen. Wasn't it said that no dragonmen live on Death Island? There are a few, but compared to the actual size of the island, it's basically nothing. The dragonmen who live there are ferocious and barbaric, and most importantly, they are incredibly powerful. Most dragonmen don't consider them to be civilized. To survive in the harsh environment they live in, they had to change both mentally and physically. It would be best to avoid meeting them unless there is absolutely no choice, like running out of food or water or because of a life-threatening injury. This meant that every meeting with them was half a gamble. Lucas nodded. There are several ways to enter Death Island, but the fastest and safest way is through a small island called Temple Island. Going through the sea instead of that island would be much more dangerous. I'll keep that in mind. Yeah. And finally, you will need special equipment to block the demonic energy on Death Island. As expected, there was a reason why it was called Death Island. There were a lot more things that he needed to prepare than he thought. Originally, I was going to introduce you to a blacksmith from Death Island, but there is no need for that now. When Lucas tilted his head to the side, Arid explained, I heard that Miss Nekdu is in Lurua right now. Ah. With her skills, it won't be difficult to make you a good set of equipment. Do you know Nekdu? Arid nodded. Yes, Miss Nekdu is from Dragon God Island. Seti ran to the ground while Lucas flew through the sky. In all honesty, the most efficient method for him would have been to be carried by Seti. After all, it would allow him to preserve his mana, and her running speed was faster than his flight spell unless he pushed his speed to the maximum. No, it's fine. When Lucas bluntly refused like this, Seti smiled slyly and stretched out her thin white arms. Or would you prefer I hug you, like this? She then offered to hold him in her arms. An idea that he hated even more. When Lucas shook his head firmly, Seti burst into laughter. She probably knew that Lucas would never accept such an offer in the first place. In any case, I won't need to use my mana much anyway. It didn't take very long for this expectation that Lucas had in his heart to be brutally crushed. They encountered ancient dragons, not one of them but three. Each of them was extremely large and ferocious. Ruar, they all roared at the same time. The volume was so loud that it felt like his eardrums were about to be ripped apart. If Lucas had to fight them on his own, he would have probably needed to use all of his remaining mana. This evaluation was enough to show how difficult these enemies were. Shut up, but now he had Seti. She immediately appeared above one of the ancient dragons and stomped its head into the ground. Bang! With a heavy sound, the ancient dragon's head was buried into the ground to the point that it was barely visible. The force of the stomp was so great that even the ground around the hole was heavily cracked. Seti's single attack had instantly crushed the ancient dragon's skull and liquefied the brain matter within. In short, it was an instacle. A haze of demonic energy flowed from Seti's body. In her current state, it wouldn't be wrong to say that Seti's entire body had become a weapon. No, not just a weapon of mass destruction. She didn't even need Lucas' help. In less than an hour, she cleanly dealt with the three ancient dragons. They actually came to us on their own. That saves us the trouble. While humming happily, Seti pulled their hearts from their chests and absorbed the dense demonic energy within them. Squelch. In a short amount of time, those incredibly large hearts shrunk. Seti looked content. She had a satisfied expression on her face as though she just had the best delicacy in the world. Each one's demonic energy has a distinct flavor. Those three ancient dragons that Seti has just slain, what would have happened if they were to appear somewhere, for example, a city on Combat Island? If it wasn't one of the major cities, then without a doubt, it would become ruins within a single day. In terms of size and strength, those ancient dragons were beings that couldn't even be classified as monsters, but natural disasters. And yet, these disasters had become nothing more than different flavored snacks for Seti. It's unfortunate. If it wasn't for the existence of the Absolute lurking somewhere on the island, Lucas would have preferred to leave Seti on the island so that she could continue to increase her strength. I hope we can meet a few more. Seti had said this half as a joke, but she knew that such an event was unlikely to happen. Although their population was by no means small, the probability of meeting an ancient dragon on Death Island was actually surprisingly low. But that evening, roar. Ancient dragons appeared before them once again. This time there were 5 of them more than before. Lucas concentrated his mana and said, "This time I'll help you. You don't have to. I just absorbed a lot of demonic energy, so I feel better than ever. You might be full of energy, but the strain on your body won't go away so easily." Seti snorted like a daughter whose weakness had been immediately seen through by her father. Then the battle began. In the end, she had no choice but to admit it. The 5 ancient dragons this time were larger and more powerful than the previous group, but the fight had actually been easier than when she fought the 3 ancient dragons on her own. Now that she thought about it, Seti realized that she'd rarely ever fought together with other people. In fact, the only case that she could remember was the brief collaboration with Cran back on Earth. Their collaboration at that time hadn't been bad, but it certainly couldn't compare to the balance of having someone at the front with the other supporting them from behind. However, this fight had taken longer than the one before. This was because Lucas believed in a complete and easy victory, even if it meant taking a bit longer to finish. Lucas didn't say anything to Seti, but she understood his intentions and slowed down to match his pace. We actually managed to get the hearts of a few more ancient dragons. While she happily sang these words, she noticed Lucas' serious expression. "Why do you look like that? Is something wrong?" "It feels a bit weird. What do you mean? We encountered 8 ancient dragons today. Have you ever encountered a situation like this before?" I think 5 is the most I have met in a single day." Now that she thought about it, she'd killed 5 ancient dragons the day she entered the heavenly realm. In a way, while this situation wasn't impossible, it was highly unusual. Lucas felt that something was going on, but he still shook his head and decided to wait and see instead of making a conclusion now. But the next day, "Something's going on." It was Seti, not Lucas, who muttered these words while panting heavily. She wiped some blood from her face while looking at the ancient dragon corpses that were scattered around them. There were 10 of them. They had actually encountered 10 ancient dragons at once. No, they didn't encounter them. "They came to us." Seti nodded at Lucca's words. "I have never met so many ancient dragons at the same time. In the first place, it's almost impossible to encounter so many at once since ancient dragons rarely share their territory. The 5 ancient dragons that she encountered when she first entered were a special case. They all knew that they were equal in strength, and they were intelligent enough to know that if they fought each other, they would all be mutually destroyed. But the group that they had just encountered was not like that at all. Whether it was size, appearance, or strength, they were all different. They were probably from different places as well. And yet, as if they shared thoughts, they had all come from wherever they stayed to attack Lucas and Seti, like they had received the orders from someone. And Seti knew the only being who could make ancient dragons do their bidding. "It's the Dragon King." Seti's voice shook slightly as she said these words. "It can only be that guy. All of the ancient dragons on Death Island are under his rule, so sending them to attack us is as easy as flicking a finger." Lucas was also certain that the movements of the ancient dragons were not natural. What was the Dragon King's plan? What was his goal? Did he want to kill them, or just hold them back? He couldn't tell which it was yet. Lucas frowned heavily. Their schedule was being delayed a lot because of the ancient dragons. It had already been 3 days. According to the plan, they should have already arrived at the coast and laid their eyes on Temple Island, but now they had only reached about halfway. However, it wouldn't be easy to avoid the ancient dragons. Since they were all capable of flight and were, in fact, quite fast, it was hard to outrun them. "I have a bad feeling, so I think we should hurry up a bit more." This was the conclusion that Lucas reached. Seti, who had finished absorbing all of the demonic energy, turned to look at him. "How? I have no choice but to fly at my maximum speed, even if it consumes my mana." After saying that, Lucas walked up to Seti and held her hand. Then their figures flickered before shooting into the sky. As they flew through the sky, Seti couldn't help but look back. With her enhanced vision, it was possible for her to clearly see dozens of kilometers away. "There's still more still chasing us." And what she saw was several more ancient dragons flying towards them. They were fast, but they still couldn't compare to Lucca's fly spell. With their current speed, they were able to gradually pull away from their pursuers. At that moment, Lucas was thinking about the safe zone guarded by the stone statues. The level of sorcery used in the area was quite high, so it might be possible for them to shake off the ancient dragons after they got close. Without stopping to rest, Lucas flew through the air at full speed for 2 days and 2 nights. Even though he hadn't slept, he didn't feel much of a burden. 1. Finally, Lucas and Seti reached the shore. The demonic energy in this place is really thin. Is it because of those statues? Seti tapped on one of the statues as she asked this. Instead of replying, Lucas checked his remaining mana. Current mana 36, 14, 10,000, about 3,500. He had less than half of his reserves left, but it didn't matter since they had already arrived at their destination. There should be no more threats, and as long as they returned to Temple Island, he would be able to quickly recover his mana. They were finally able to take a breather, or so he thought. Bang! An enormous beam of energy shot towards them from the direction they had come from. It wasn't too late for him to react. However, Lucas simply stared at the energy beam without making any move to block it. This is because he could tell the energy beam wasn't aimed at them. Lucas immediately realized what this enormous beam of energy was. It was a destructive beam or dragon breath attack that ancient dragons could shoot from their mouths. Whoosh! The dragon breath passed Lucas and shot across the ocean, splitting it apart as it flew. The force of the attack was so powerful that despite flying overhead, it was still able to split the polluted waters beneath it like a miracle. And it was only then that Lucas realized the target of the breath attack, Temple Island. Crackle. The dragon breath was incredibly bright, to the extent of almost burning the retinas of whoever saw it. For a moment, the black sky seemed to have become white. Lucas had a bad feeling. Then the sound of a huge explosion ripped through the area. Boom! The explosion was so loud that it sounded like the very world was roaring. The residual force of the explosion was enough to send storms of wind in every direction and create enormous waves that were taller than many mountains. Before the wind and waves settled, Lucas and Seti realized something at the same time. Temple Island had disappeared. "What?" Seti muttered under her breath in slight disbelief. Then she suddenly turned around and looked behind them. "I didn't think you'd try to run away without giving me an answer." Lucas also turned around when he heard a gentle voice from behind. Standing there was a handsome man with vibrant green hair. The young and gentle appearance of this man didn't quite match the cold and desolate background that was Death Island. He was so beautiful, in fact, that he reminded Lucas of the elves, a noble and beautiful race, but he wasn't fooled by his appearance. After all, it was none other than this gentleman in front of them who had destroyed Temple Island. I still have to give you an answer. Then it's fuck off. Seti grit her teeth and spoke to the man with a harsh voice, but he simply chuckled softly as if he didn't mind her words. That wasn't the answer I hoped to hear. So you won't let me go until you hear the answer you want, you disgusting son of a bitch. As I expected, you're really quick to understand. You are definitely the perfect fit to be my bride, by the way. The man then turned to Lucas, and unlike when he looked at Seti, his gaze was cold. Who is that man standing beside you? He doesn't seem to be someone from the island. None of your business. How could you say that? That man is standing beside my partner. Letter 1D4B, letter 1D5FB, letter 1D427, letter 1D4C7, letter 1D486, letter 1D4B6. C0M. It was at that moment that Lucas finally opened his mouth. Dragon King Kaz, you know who I am. I've heard your name a few times, the ruler of Death Island. Was he simply mimicking a human form? He certainly couldn't be classified as an ordinary dragonling or ancient dragon. Then could he be considered a dragonman? That wasn't it either. Despite his humanoid appearance, Lucas could still feel the ferocity that hid beneath the surface. Dragon men could only be considered human in a broad sense of the word. Like humans, they were social animals. But this man was a being that did not belong anywhere near society. There's something I'd like to ask you. Why did you destroy Temple Island? The answer to that question is a bit complex. Firstly, Kaz turned his gaze to look at the place where Temple Island once stood. I've always disliked them. The only reason I left them for so long was that it's annoying for me to leave this place. Well, I'll admit that the priestess also has some influence when it comes to that. There really isn't any special reason for it. I just decided to get rid of them since I was already here. Since I don't usually go out, I tend to finish everything I need to all at once. He spoke in a very casual manner as if it was an insignificant action. Lucas knew that Temple Island was by no means a small island, and since it was used as a monitoring point for Death Island, it was surrounded by a strong barrier, one that was probably made by the priestess herself. But in the end, it was useless. In the blink of an eye, the dragon breath released by Kez shot across the ocean, shattered the barrier, and disintegrated the entire island. Most of the people on Temple Island probably didn't even know how they died. Secondly, if I had left it alone, you guys would have fled to it, and then things would be much more annoying. As I said before, it's not easy for me to leave this island, but it's a simple task to get rid of an island that's within my line of sight. And finally, Kaz smiled brightly. I thought I could get you to submit by showing off this level of power. But this is completely outside of my expectations. You haven't lost even the slightest bit of courage. It's not that big of a deal to destroy a little island. Seti snapped coldly, but Kaz wasn't offended. Instead, he seemed to be amused by her reaction. That was only a fraction of my power. My partner. Who the hell is your partner? It doesn't matter if you're a bit rebellious. The island truly does lack means of entertainment. Does acting like this make you happy? After saying that, he spread out his hands. Seti clicked her tongue. Father, sorry, but I don't think we can just ignore him and leave. I don't think so either. Lucas sighed heavily as he said this. Kaz's true power was still unknown. He'd said that the power he'd used to destroy Temple Island was just a fraction. It might have been just an arrogant bluff, but Lucas didn't think that was the case. Father, so you have a father-daughter relationship. You don't look anything like him. Kaz chuckled as he said this. On the other hand, Seti didn't have any intention of talking to him any further. This bastard, his defense is insane. Even when I used my full strength to hit him, I was unable to leave a scratch. But he didn't look like this when I fought him. Seti lowered her voice and continued. It's possible that he let his guard down after fighting me once. If there's a chance, we might be able to use that to our advantage. Understood. Immediately after saying that, Seti disappeared. Bang! Lucas was relieved to find that his eyesight hadn't been suppressed as well. At the very least, his eyes could still keep up with Seti's movements. Currently, she was frozen in the same posture she had while launching a mid-air roundhouse kick, her instep pressed against Kaz's neck. Seti held nothing back. Although she had failed to leverage the force from her speed to its fullest, she still managed to unleash her full strength with that attack. Normally, such an attack would smash the neck bones of her target. Crack. Go. But this time she was only left with a sore foot. It was hard, like kicking steel. No, even steel, one of the strongest metals, wouldn't have been able to withstand such a blow. In any case, it was incredibly hard. Kaz's defense was clearly stronger than her offense. This is such a harsh tantrum. As he said this, Kaz smiled and reached up to grab Seti's ankle. But before he could, Seti had already pulled her foot back, retreating a few steps before immediately kicking off from the ground and closing the distance again. Her movements were as fast as a bullet. Nevertheless, Kaz made no effort to defend himself. His entire body was filled with openings, and it seemed that she would be able to deal lethal damage wherever she aimed. Face, throat, heart, abdomen, groin. Seti extended her index and middle fingers and poked each of these vulnerable spots. Saying it makes it seem like she did them in order, but these attacks were done so quickly that it was impossible to tell which one came first or last. The reason she used 2 fingers was so she could control her demonic energy more precisely. With this control, she created a needle-thin thread of energy sharp enough to pierce through any obstacle at the tips of her fingers. There was a tried and true method to break through an iron wall, concentrating the force on one point. Just like a highly compressed jet of water could cut through even diamonds, Seti condensed her demonic energy to create a similar tool. Naturally, the resulting force and cutting power were dozens of times more powerful than water. Crack. Seti frowned. Her attack didn't work at all. In fact, it felt like trying to stab a needle into a brick. In the end, the only things that broke were Seti's fingernails. Cuck, there was a look of disappointment on her face. It was a bit childish for her to display such an expression when her attack didn't work, but at that moment she couldn't help it. Why the hell was this guy's defense so high? Stand back. Then she heard Luca's voice in her ear. His voice was soft, but it was filled with confidence. It was strange. She was certain that Luca's was much weaker than her now, so it should be impossible for any of his attacks to work on Kaz. But if it was Luca's, if it was the man she recognized as her father, maybe he might really be able to do something. Rumble. The air around them began to vibrate slightly. Realizing that this phenomenon was not natural, Kaz lifted his face and sniffed the air. He looked up at the sky. Was something being created there? What is that? It doesn't look like sorcery. Suddenly, a white bolt of lightning shot down from the sky. Like a spear thrown down from heaven by God, the bolt of lightning penetrated Kaz's body. 7-star spell, gigantic thunder. Once again, he was forced to use a large chunk of his depleting mana reserves, but it couldn't be helped. After all, Lucas didn't think 6-star and lower spells would have any effect against the Dragon King. No, in truth, he didn't believe a 7-star would have much of an effect either. That sorcery is very interesting. As expected, Kaz's voice sounded from within the dust cloud that had been created by the lightning attack. When the dust cleared, his body was revealed. Sparks were flying off of his body, but other than that, he was completely fine. There wasn't a single visible wound. Seti was speechless. Even the spell that Lucas had faith in didn't work. This was the effect that Kaz was aiming for, but Lucas was not discouraged. Instead, he felt like he had solved the mystery of Kaz's defense to an extent. He's probably strengthening the area right before receiving an attack. A faint smile stretched across Kaz's face when he heard this. Why do you say that? I saw your entire body become green in the instant before you were hit by the gigantic thunder. It looked like a thin film appeared and covered your skin. You've got some good eyes, but I didn't intend to hide it in the first place, because it wouldn't change anything even if they did find out. Have you ever heard of absolute defense? In this world, my scales are probably the closest things to this concept. Personally, I call them dragon scales. Dragon, Lucas muttered softly. Defense like that is not something one can just be born with. Good guess. I have tempered my scales countless times over the past thousands of years. Just like a blacksmith hammering metal tens of thousands of times, I must admit, at first, I just used it as a way to escape my boredom. After all, as I said before, there aren't many means of entertainment on this island. At first, my scales couldn't handle it. They constantly cracked and broke, but as time passed, the cracks gradually decreased. Did you know, there is a huge volcano at the center of this island? The temperature at its core reaches tens of thousands of degrees, which is enough to cause most things to burn and melt the instant they enter. Kaz chuckled softly. That's where my house is. For me, it's warm and comfortable. I get the best sleep when I'm there. You talk big. Is it that big of a deal to withstand temperatures of around a few thousand degrees? Letter 1D5F6, letter 1D62F, letter 1D5FB, letter 1D667, letter 1D68T, alpha letter 1D625. Those words wiped the smile from Kaz's face. In an instant, the surroundings became a few degrees colder. Since you have so much confidence in your scales, we should test it out. What do you mean, my attack? Lucas looked down at his arm. I don't have much energy left now. I'm going to pour all of it into a single spell, and I think that no matter how tough your scales are, you won't be able to withstand it. Is this the so-called last resort? Nevertheless, it sounds like fun. If I endure this attack of yours, I'm sure my companion will willingly run into my arms. Of course, Seti had no intention of ever doing something like that. She scoffed at Kaz and raised her middle finger towards him. So what kind of attack are you going to use? I've already used it. You just need to stay still. What? At that moment, Kaz suddenly felt his back begin to burn. Since it had been a very long time since he'd experienced this sensation, he couldn't help but turn around to see the culprit. What he found was the sun floating behind him. No, it wasn't the sun. It was much too close for that to be the case. Nevertheless, it became hard to breathe as even the air around them began to burn. 8-star spell, another sun. You said that you can withstand tens of thousands of degrees. Another sun is not that hot, but it's definitely hotter than magma. It was already too late for him to dodge. The another sun wasn't just floating in position like the real sun. Instead, it was shooting towards Kaz like a meteor. Boom, the instant it collided with the ground, an enormous wave of heat soared in every direction. Without even trying to defend himself, Lucas took a deep breath before collapsing onto his butt. Father, Seti hurriedly rushed to his side and blocked the incoming red flames from another sun. Are you all right? I've used almost all of my mana. I see, your attack was very powerful. It wasn't enough. What, Seti? I was wrong. We shouldn't have fought Kaz. What are you talking about? This certainly was hot. Just as Seti was wondering if Lucas had become delirious because of mana loss, they heard footsteps approaching them from behind. Lucas could see the figure of someone walking out of the ball of flames that was another sun. However, I think this proves that your little magic tricks don't work on me. It was Kaz. He looked completely different now. He no longer looked like a human, but like a dragonman. No, his appearance was still a bit too exaggerated to be called a dragonman, even when compared to the ones who lived on Death Island. The scales that covered his body were a disturbing shade of green, and a pair of enormous wings were folded on his back. However, the thing that made Lucas' heart heavy was the fact that there wasn't a single injury on his body. There wasn't even a scorch mark. It had to be mentioned that this was the same spell that had at one point killed a demigod, although they were in a weakened state. A spell with that much destructive power had hit him directly, but it had no effect at all. What this meant was simple. Dragon King Kaz is no longer mortal. Lucas realized that he'd made a big mistake, the absolute on Death Island that Arid had told him about. He'd always assumed that it was one of the absolutes who had entered at the same time as he did. He hadn't thought of any other possibilities. It was a hasty judgment on his part. After all, even though it was only a world created for the great game, there was still a possibility. Dragon King Kaz was an absolute who had been born in this world. What most people didn't know was that Death Island hadn't always been in such a desolate state. In the past, it was just like the other islands, with lush forests, towering mountains, and beautiful lakes that combined to create a beautiful landscape. The natural environment on Death Island had been comparable to Untamed Island. Resources were abundant, food and drink overflowed everywhere, and one didn't have to specially adapt or wear protective clothing to survive. Of course, this didn't mean that Death Island was any less dangerous than it was now. The population density of living beings on fertile land was naturally much higher than in a desolate area, and no matter how abundant resources were, disputes over rights and territory were bound to happen. Beasts were no exception to this rule. In fact, territorial disputes between beasts were usually much more cruel and brutal than between sapient beings. However, none of the dragon men living in the current era could remember that beautiful sight, except for one person. Letter 1D4A, letter 1D4A, tef, letter 1D4A, tef, letter 1D667, letter 1D5F2, letter 1D4EA. In the current era, dragonlings have deep maternal affection for their offspring, but that wasn't the case in the old era. Perhaps because they were among the island's top predators, most dragonlings didn't have many children, and if they did, they often left them unattended. They didn't break the eggs they laid, but they also didn't keep them safe until they hatched. Therefore, most dragonlings died before they were even born. For those predators who sat around the middle of the food chain, dragonling eggs were an easy and nutritious meal. Among these creatures were some who looked similar to saber-toothed tigers. Their fangs were longer and much sharper than their counterpart, and they were many times larger, but their appearances were still vaguely similar. For these creatures, ancient dragon eggs were their favorite meal, and with their sharp fangs, the shells of the eggs were of no concern. One day, an unexpected change occurred that would affect the ecosystem of the island for tens of thousands of years. A saber-toothed tiger found a dragonling egg, but this dragonling egg was different from the others. It was green. Since ancient times, green has always been a color that was considered unappetizing. The same was true for the saber-toothed tiger, which ate meat. The color of the egg reminded it of grass, something that it couldn't even think of eating. Or at least that would have been the case if it wasn't a dragonling egg. The saber-toothed tiger didn't care that the color was different. Without any more hesitation, the saber-toothed tiger opened its mouth and bit down. Crack. There was a satisfying cracking sound, followed by the taste of savory liquid flowing down its throat, but the saber-toothed tiger realized that something was wrong. This egg tasted different from usual. It was salty and had a bit of a fishy flavor. This was something the saber-toothed tiger had tasted before, and could even be called something it liked, but it was not a flavor it expected to taste in an egg. It was at that moment, while it was wondering what was going on, that it felt a great deal of pain. Roar, it let out a loud roar. It was only then that it realized that one of its fangs had broken. What the saber-toothed tiger had been drinking weren't the contents of the egg, but the blood from its broken tooth. There wasn't even a scratch on the egg. Furious, the saber-toothed tiger rushed forwards and fiercely attacked the egg. However, neither its fangs nor its claws were able to damage the egg. It even used its head to push the egg off of a cliff, but the egg was still fine. Eventually, the saber-toothed tiger gave up on eating the egg, but it wasn't the only challenger. Many ferocious, large, and powerful beasts approached the egg. After all, dragonling eggs were a popular delicacy for all the predators on the island. However, without fail, they all had the same result as the first saber-toothed tiger. They were all forced to return to their dens with broken claws and fangs, without leaving a single scratch on the egg. The egg didn't hatch for a strangely long time. Usually, at the latest, dragonling eggs would show signs of hatching around 3 months, but even after 6 months, the egg didn't so much as budge. Then, 2 years after all the predators had lost interest in it and shoved it into a quiet corner, the egg hatched. It was the birth of Dragon King Kaz. When he was younger, Kaz was innately ferocious, almost to an extreme. He trampled upon any creature that entered his sight. Even when he wasn't hungry, he killed the animals around him for fun. Less than half a year after his birth, Kaz had already learned the joys of the hunt and slaughter. After a year, the area that he'd hatched in had already become Kaz's territory. By that time, Kaz was confident that he was a special being who was the only one of his kind in this world. For example, when compared to dragonlings, he was so small that he could be considered deformed, but even the lord of the area wasn't Kaz's opponent. Secondly, his scales were invincible. The teeth or claws of most beings couldn't hurt his scales. In his life, it was only possible for him to win. Kaz didn't know the meaning of defeat. Nevertheless, there had been many times when his life had been in danger. After all, Death Island is incredibly large, and the lords of each area were by no pushovers. However, even when he was on the brink of death and was forced to escape, Kaz always believed that he would win if he ever met his opponent again. This was because the more he fought, the more injuries he suffered, and after a few days, when his scales healed, they would be much stronger than before. In the end, Kaz survived. No, he thrived. As his experience increased, he gradually became a horrifying being that brought terror to the hearts of all that encountered him. The river of time slowly flowed. The seasons constantly changed, and over time, as the rivers and mountains constantly changed, the mutated dragonling with the naturally hard scales became known as the Dragon King. The first ones to follow him were the intelligent beings who lived on Death Island, the Dragon Men. Then came the beasts such as the saber-toothed tigers and the dragonlings who were driven by their instincts. Hundreds of years passed after that. It had also been many years since he'd completely conquered the island. At that time, Kaz felt nothing but boredom. He didn't have a rival. He'd already grown tired of killing dragon men or finding some new innovative way to kill dragonlings. So Kaz prepared to leave the island. He spread his wings, hoping that he'd find an opponent that could give him a challenge somewhere else. But before he could even head out to sea, Kaz encountered the worst person he could ever meet. For the first time, their fighting spirit began to flicker and dim. The ones in this situation were none other than Lucas and Seti, the two strongest participants in Lucas' team. But even their combined strength still wouldn't be enough. This was something that they were certain of. After all, the gap between mortals and absolutes wasn't something that could be filled with numbers. An absolute wasn't an opponent that one could defeat by relying on strategy, schemes, or luck. And to make matters worse, Lucas was in the worst possible condition at that moment. He had less than 500 mana remaining. With only that much, he couldn't use 7-star or higher spells. It seems that you reached the end of your ropes before I even needed to act. Kaz softly muttered those words, his eyes flashing with a strange light. Although it was only for a moment, feeling heat again was an extremely unpleasant experience. So disappear. The moment he opened his mouth, a dragon breath shot out with almost no warning. This dragon breath was at least twice as strong as the one Kaz had used to destroy Temple Island. Dozens of countermeasures flashed in Luca's mind, but none of them could guarantee his survival. Nevertheless, there was one thing that was abundantly clear. This was an attack that he couldn't block. The destructive power of Kaz's dragon breath was much higher than Lucas could handle in his current state. Then what should he do? Could he dodge it? The range of his blink spell was extremely limited. And with a dragon breath of this size, even if he were able to avoid being hit by the direct blast, the aftermath would still be enough to tear his entire body to shreds. But as Lucas was trying to figure out what to do, Seti appeared in front of him. With Lucas behind her as if she was protecting him, Seti stretched her arms in front of her and received the breath attack with her front. Grrrng. Her mind went blank. For a moment, she lost consciousness. The blood vessels in her eyes burst and tears of blood rolled down her cheeks. Seti, Lucas called out her name almost on reflex. Seti couldn't answer because she was fully focused on defending. It felt like her palms were on fire, but she knew that if she let her guard down for even an instant, she would be blown away. Damn it. She had grown much stronger after absorbing so much demonic energy, but it was still hard for her to face an absolute. Lucas didn't just quietly watch Seti defend from behind. Instead, he squeezed out the last of his mana and tried to attack. Papapa, dozens of spells appeared at the same time. It was a colorful display, but it wasn't very practical. After all, they were all 3-star spells. It would be hard for him to use more than that since he didn't have enough mana. This was the same technique he used not so long ago in his fight against the ancient dragon. He attacked simultaneously with various attributed spells to find out which one they were more susceptible to. Bang, bang, bang. The spells crashed fiercely against Kaz's body, but there was no way those attacks would work. Lucas didn't believe it was possible to hurt him with a 3-star spell, even if he was weak towards its attribute, so he analyzed. It didn't matter if the flaw was minuscule. If even a single weakness could be found, then there would be some possibility of turning this situation around. You should know by now, your little magic tricks won't work, but there wasn't a single flaw on Kaz's entire body. Did that mean that it didn't work at all? Lucas bit his lip. There is no such thing as a perfect defense. He knew that for a fact. Even if the durability of his scales is close to absolute defense, he could just aim for places that weren't protected by them. Eyeballs, ass, balls, mouth if he were to hit any of these places with the right spell, if he could damage his organs directly. However, it would take a high level of technique to accurately hit such a vital point. I can calculate it. Even at the moment, Luca's brain had come up with about 3 different alternative methods he could use. However, I don't have enough mana. In the end, no matter how he twisted and turned, the conclusion was always the same. Even so, he had no choice but to try. If there was anything that he could dig into in his current state, it would be Kaz's pride. He had absolute faith in his defense. Seti. Seti grunted as she wiped blood away from her eyes. Her condition was also not the best. She could tell that her body was reaching its limit, but there was nothing she could do about it. Attack his mouth. Mouth, right. Sure, Seti immediately understood what Lucas was saying. It was impossible to attack him from the outside, so he intended to attack his insides. I letter 1d62f, N letter 1d69b, letter 1d452, alpha letter 1d68d. But she still had her doubts. That guy, he's arrogant, but he's not stupid. He probably knows that he has only a few weaknesses. Besides, it would be impossible to attack it if he keeps his mouth shut. There are no scales around his lips, and even if there were, the defense of that area would be much lower than in other places. His teeth shouldn't be as hard as his scales. If you manage to put your hand in his mouth and then pump a large amount of demonic energy into him, his body will inflate like a balloon. Would things really work out so easily? Although she had this thought, Seti still sighed. Well, that's the only thing we can aim for right now. Her demonic energy was still at full capacity. However, her body was the problem. Her stamina was almost depleted. If she were to push herself much more, it's possible that her frail body would collapse in on itself. No matter how powerful an engine was, it was useless if the body that supported it was not strong enough. The amount of demonic energy she had digested was already reaching the limits of what a mortal body could contain. This body is really annoying. This fight would end here. Seti increased her concentration to the maximum. Now, Luca's mutter was the signal. Seti immediately got close to Kaz once again. Are you still not giving up? He seemed to be slowly losing interest. Kaz saw Seti lift her fist. Was she aiming for his mouth? It was a stupid and one-dimensional idea. It would be fine if she just wanted to hit him, but looking at her eyes, it seemed that she was betting her life and death on this single attack. In that case, it would be better to block it. One arm should be enough. Crack! At that moment, both of his arms became trapped by something. Kaz glanced down and found that the ground had risen up without him noticing and trapped his hands. It was easy to shake off, but that moment's delay was all that was needed. Pock! Seti's fist accurately struck Kaz's mouth, and he could tell immediately. Seti had used her full strength in that punch. Eat this, you disgusting motherfu, whoosh. Before she even finished speaking, an enormous amount of demonic energy flowed out from Seti's fist, down his esophagus, and into his intestines. Kaz staggered backward. UK Urkka. A strange sound came from his mouth. By this time, Lucas had already fallen to one knee, feeling dizzy. This was the first time in thousands of years that he'd experienced mana depletion. This had to work. Even if it didn't, it had to have some effect. If this attack didn't work, then they had no chance of winning. Suddenly, Kaz stopped moving. Then he began to chuckle. The moment he looked up at them with an innocent smile on his face, Lucas realized their situation had reached its worst. How I pumped demonic energy directly into your internal organs. That was your mistake. What are you talking about? Do you know why this place is called Death Island? They didn't know, nor were they curious. However, Kaz continued to talk without caring about his listeners' feelings. There was a big fight here in the past, against the only being in the heavenly realm who can be compared to me, the only time I've ever been truly defeated in my life. That woman is the first being that I've never seen a chance of defeating if we fought again. That doesn't sound like it has anything to do with the island. It does. You see, most of the creatures on the island died in the aftermath of that battle. What? No, wait a minute. Seti's face turned pale as a random thought popped into her head. She had been so focused on his scales that she hadn't even thought of this possibility. The central region of Death Island, the region where the demonic energy was the thickest, that place that was where the Dragon King lived. My partner, the demonic energy that you use. Kaz spoke in a calm voice. Then, an explosion of demonic energy flowed out of his body. It is a power that I am very familiar with. The fight lasted for an extremely long time. Kaz had suffered through long fights before. He had even grown used to fighting on an almost daily basis. With his experience, he knew that in a long fight, the most important things were concentration and composure. In all honesty, whenever Kaz fought, he still had room to plan and think. This was the case even in fights when both sides were being pushed to the extreme. But for him, those situations couldn't be called crises, not like this. For the first time in his life, Kaz fought with every ounce of his concentration without even the slightest leeway. F-whoosh, a dragon breath shot out of Kaz's mouth. This attack was so powerful that even small islands would be instantly obliterated, but his opponent simply swatted it away like it was nothing. One of his most powerful attacks was treated like an annoying fly. "What the hell are you crazy bitch? Something that surpasses your understanding," she replied in a flat tone. Beneath the hood of her robe, her hair, which seemed to be a different color whenever he managed to see it, flowed like a halo around her head. He wondered if the color of her hair changed depending on the direction in which the light was refracted. But that wasn't the only weird thing. Even during their fight, her intonation and manner of speech changed from time to time, and every time they did, her attack style also changed. It was like fighting a large number of beings at the same time instead of just one, and it was driving him insane. "You crazy bitch," Kaz let out a loud roar. It was so powerful that it forced all of the living beings on the island to tremble in fear, but the woman continued to rush to him without any signs of flinching. He hurried to defend himself, and the fight continued. Kaz never had any chance of winning, and as expected, he lost. It was a complete and utter defeat. By the time the fight had ended, the entire island had become a wasteland. He didn't even know how long they had been fighting. Kaz coughed out a mouthful of blood onto the ground of the now devastated lands, which had once been lush and beautiful. Cough. Why doubts had begun to appear around halfway through the fight. He was certain that it had been going on for far too long. Compared to Kaz, who was covered in dust and injuries, the woman didn't even have a single smudge on her clothing. The difference between them was obvious. "If you wanted to kill me, it wouldn't take this long. Why are you sparing me? Because you have potential." The woman's temperament seemed to change once again. "Crazy bitch." Kaz suppressed the swear words that appeared in his heart and struggled back to his feet. "What the hell are you talking about?" The veil over the woman's face fluttered in the wind. This time, the hair that was revealed appeared green. What the hell did she look like? Kaz couldn't help but feel curious about the face behind that veil. At the same time, he was skeptical. Even after fighting so desperately, he still hadn't been able to remove at least that thin piece of fabric in front of her face. "Your innate ferocity. It would be a waste to kill you when you have something like that. To become a superior being, you need dignity. Until that happens, I will not let you leave this island." After hearing those last few words, Kaz's consciousness faded, and when he opened his eyes again, he realized immediately. His very existence had been bound to the land beneath him, the island that would later be known as Death Island. He had become a being incapable of leaving the island on his own. As you accumulate combat experience, you gain the ability to sense certain things. For example, whether your opponent had the will and means to continue fighting. This was something that could easily be inferred from facial expressions, bodily movements, and attitude. Kaz grinned fiercely. That attack just now was definitely their trump card. Seeing that it had also failed, they should be feeling desperate now. No, that guy was different. Unlike Seti, who was frowning at the front, the man behind her showed no signs of giving up. This caused a glint to appear in Kaz's eyes. This guy was really interesting. He was much weaker than Seti, and he was completely exhausted with no more energy at his disposal. He had a lot of interesting tricks, but none of them worked on him. This was something that all of them were aware of, and yet this man still burned with fighting spirit without backing down in the slightest. Perhaps he was used to being in such desperate situations. Otherwise, do you still have other means left? For me, fighting has become rather boring. Except for one, everyone that I have faced lost without much suspense. I had high hopes for you guys, but I guess this was to be expected. Should I say the problem is me? I suppose my unreasonable strength is the one thing I always fail to factor in. Kaz could use demonic energy. Lucas felt that he had finally peeked slightly into the secret that was Kaz's absolute defense. No matter how strong his scales were, it was strange that he could so casually accept the punches of Seti, someone who was at the very peak of mortality. But now it was revealed that Kaz could also use demonic energy, so in truth it was just that he was a bad matchup for Seti. It was like throwing a fireball at a monster made of fire. Other means, he didn't have any. Well, in all honesty, he did have a few left. Luca's gaze drifted to the staff in his left hand. Staff of the distant night sky. The only staff in this world, created for him personally by Nektu. The possibility of a bumpy path lay with this staff, however. To do that, he would have to get closer to Kaz, close enough that he would be able to reach out and touch him. But how should he just walk up to him? Kaz was conceited and made no effort to defend himself. It was clear that he didn't think Lucas was much of an enemy, so he probably wouldn't consider Lucas a threat and allow him to approach him. But that was only a possibility. There was no guarantee, and the risk was high. Compared to the power Kez currently had, Lucas was no better than an insect. With just a slight swing of his hand, Lucas' entire body would become a mist of blood. It was a tragic thought for an absolute, but it was the truth. So rather than rage at the ridiculousness of the situation, it was better to accept it. It doesn't matter if he attacks me. However, the attack couldn't be so strong as to kill him in a single hit. Since that was the case, there was only one thing he could do. Dragon King Kaz, provocation. Lucca's lips twisted into a sneer. You are not a true absolute. Kaz tilted his head to the side. Absolute. I don't think I understand the exact meaning behind your use of that word, so you don't even know that. I guess I'll have to explain it to you. Absolutes are miraculous beings that are so rare it's hard for even a single one to appear in a universe. Sounds interesting. Hard to find even a single one in an entire universe. If that is the case, then Dragon King Kaz is the only one suitable for it. No, you're not even close to that level. Kaz's eyebrow twitched slightly when he heard this, then he spoke in a flat tone. Don't be ridiculous, you inferior being. You're not even as good as my toenail. Are you trying to say you are superior to me? Do you think I am inferior to you? Seti and I are true absolutes who have stepped into that level that you have yet to reach. We have only been weakened because of the circumstances now, but at our peak, it wouldn't take more than a thought to completely erase you. Kaz's sneer disappeared, his face becoming completely expressionless. This was proof that Lucca's provocation was working. This was a tense moment. It was a gamble. It was possible that Kaz would lose all reasoning and kill him with one blow, so Lucca's intended to keep him as rational as possible. This weak man in front of you and Seti, who you are trying to claim as your own, are real absolutes. That's why we find you so ridiculous. I can't believe that you would proclaim yourself to be strong when you haven't even fully escaped the bonds of the flesh. It's still too soon for you. Stop talking. His voice changed. Seti's eyes twitched slightly. She couldn't understand why Lucca's was provoking Kaz to such an extent. Of course, the fact that her last attack didn't work wasn't enough to make Seti give up. Instead, she simply felt that they had to find another avenue. However, provoking Kaz at this moment was like suicide. It was like asking for directions to the Nether Road. Father. Ignoring Seti's call, Lucca's continued. You are bound to this island. You were probably chained up after being brutally beaten by someone. Kaz's expression became solemn. Lucca's looked at Kaz's expression, realizing that this was his greatest anguish. Krrrr. Like a beast, Kaz lowered his head slightly, as a deep growl echoed from his throat. But this didn't scare Lucca's at all. Instead, it caused the corners of his lips to raise up slightly. The solitude of an absolute is something one can only experience after standing at the very top of at least one universe. Foolish creature. What happened next almost seemed to happen instantaneously. Kaz's figure disappeared from where he was standing. Cuck and appeared in front of Lucca's with his hand around his throat. You son of a bitch. Enraged, Seti tried to kick Kaz's hand away, but Kaz stretched his other hand towards her and fired a dragon breath. He could fire breath attacks with his hands as well as his mouth. Seti crossed her arms and tried to block the dragon breath, but in her weakened state, it was impossible to perfectly defend against it. Boom. Unable to withstand the force behind the attack, her small figure was sent flying into the distance. Lucca's looked closely at Kaz. He had completely lost his composure. Unlike before, he hadn't restrained himself in that attack. This meant that in his anger, he no longer cared even about the well-being of Seti, whom he called his partner. Kaz probably didn't think about Seti for more than an instant, as his burning gaze once again turned to Lucca's. You have gone too far. His voice was cold. Lucca's couldn't breathe. Kaz's grip was so tight that his fingernails dug into his flesh. If he were to squeeze even a little harder, then the bones in his neck would be crushed instantly and he would die. However, the fact that he hadn't done so immediately proved that his plan had worked. Although killing him was as easy as twisting a baby's arm, he was still keeping Lucca's alive. In addition, the pressure on his neck was just enough that he could only get the smallest amount of air needed to keep him conscious. This meant that he wanted to see his reaction before he killed him. Kaz was an extremely arrogant being, and Lucca's had looked down on him, so he wouldn't let him die easily. Even if he was going to kill him, he still wanted to hear his last words. Eat what? Lucca's spoke more clearly this time. Eat this. Lucca's pushed the jewel on the tip of his staff into Kaz's mouth. With the jewel in his mouth, Kaz stared at Lucca's mockingly. His eyes seemed to be asking, what are you going to do with this stick? It was hard, but that was it. It didn't even have spikes on it. No, even if it was a sword, he wouldn't be able to harm him. Lucca's also expected this reaction. Kaz had the constant desire to show off. After receiving his opponent's attack with just his body, he would show off his confident figure and enjoy the sight of his opponent drowning in despair. It's distasteful, but more than that, it's dangerous. It was this very desire to show off that was working in Lucca's favor. It had paved the path for a comeback. He felt bad for Nektu, who worked hard to make it, but it was time to say goodbye to the staff of the distant night sky. Crack, the staff broke, or to be precise, the jewel at the tip broke. A large amount of mana was concentrated in that jewel, which was refined from an ancient dragon's heart. The mana within the jewel could be considered the dregs of mana that were left whenever the staff was used to cast spells, and usually increased at a gradual pace. However, Lucas had been using his mana constantly ever since he'd come to Death Island, which had caused the accumulation to be much faster. There was enough mana in it to cast a single 7-star spell. Unfortunately, there was only one way to access that mana, by destroying the jewel. Crack, Kaz's eyes widened. Seeing this, Lucas smiled. This will be a little different from demonic energy. With those words, Lucas casted his final spell, Explosion. With his soft whisper, an explosion occurred in Kaz's mouth. He couldn't even scream. For a moment, it felt like he'd lost consciousness. What he was feeling far surpassed the level of intense pain. A large explosion had occurred in his mouth. Right, a very large explosion. Lucas' observation had been correct. Kaz also had a few weaknesses, and his mouth was one of them. There were no scales in his mouth. In other words, he couldn't train or increase his mouth's defense. There were very few creatures with armored tongues. The explosion had ripped through Kaz's mouth, crushing his tongue, breaking his teeth, and shattering the roof of his mouth. His skull shook and his internal organs quaked. Kaz's entire body spasmed like a frog that had touched an exposed wire. Coo, guck, irk. Blood poured from his mouth. Within this stream of blood that poured onto his chest were broken teeth and pieces of flesh from his tongue. Huff, huff. Lucas was gasping on the floor in front of him. He had used the last of his mana to stimulate the explosion. The mana needed to do so wasn't much, but even wasn't much was too much for Lucas in his current state. This had forced him to use up some of his vitality and life energy to replace the mana. They were incredibly inefficient, and the side effects were horrific, but he didn't have a choice. This was the reason why he could barely pick himself up, and his consciousness was blurred. He was exhausted to the point of not even knowing where he was at that moment. Nevertheless, he knew one thing. Kaz was still alive. He was in shock, but still not in a state that would allow Lucas to kill him. But it wasn't up to Lucas to finish him off. CD. Just before collapsing into unconsciousness, Lucas muttered her name one more time. Kaz's scales were hard. Nevertheless, he still had weaknesses. If he couldn't concentrate, he wouldn't be able to put up a solid defense. Just as one clenched their muscles when expecting a blow, he focused his mind on his scales. Since that was the case, Kaz's defensive ability would naturally plunge now that he was in a situation where he could barely think or move his body because of the intense pain he was experiencing. But even in this state, his natural defense would still be enough to block the attacks of most beings. However, Seti didn't fall under the same category as most beings. Pot. Seti, who had been sent flying by the dragon breath, shot towards Kaz. She was bleeding all over, but there was venom in her gaze. Kaz tried to defend himself, but the scales that he was so proud of shattered and fell like broken marble. Her attack had dealt damage. Seti immediately realized that her attacks were actually working, unlike before. Nevertheless, it was too early for her to be happy about it. She cleared her mind. This wasn't the time to let her guard down. If I missed this opportunity, they wouldn't win. Papapapak. She punched Kaz all over his body like he was a sandbag. In only a few seconds, she had already hit him dozens of times. Seti's fists glowed with a dark red hue. Perhaps all of her skin covered by her clothes was also the same color. The demonic energy she was using, which had already surpassed the level that a mortal could handle, was slowly corroding her body. But she didn't stop. She couldn't stop. She forced her screaming joints and muscles to move. One more punch, hit a little harder. Kuk. Kaz felt like his vision was spinning around. His brain felt like it was bouncing from one side of his skull to the other. His mouth hurt like hell. His internal organs were gradually becoming mush. All of this, along with Seti's consecutive attacks, made it hard for him to regain his senses. Nevertheless, Kaz reached an instinctive conclusion. His current situation was extremely dangerous. Have to stop her somehow. Just as he had this thought, Seti shoved even more demonic energy into her small fist. Tuduk. This time it took her a few seconds to concentrate the energy into her fist. This was proof that she was preparing a big attack. As the seconds passed, Seti's fist gradually became black and her veins stood out starkly. Danger. Although he couldn't see it very clearly, Kaz's senses screamed at him. A chill went up his spine. I can't let this happen. That was the only thought Kaz had at that moment. It was a thought that anyone in his situation would have, but unfortunately for him, his body couldn't move as he wanted it to. While he struggled to dodge or at least put up some form of defense, Seti finished charging her attack, and like her first attack, she aimed for his face once more. Boom, cuck. There was a sound similar to a cannon being fired, and Kaz's body was sent flying into the air like a cannonball. He'd been sent several hundreds of feet away. It would have been nice if she could have sent him so far that he was no longer visible, but unfortunately, that was the strongest attack Seti could muster up in her current state. Huff, huff, panting, Seti collapsed onto her butt. Lucas, she turned to look beside her. So he passed out, so it seemed. She couldn't help but feel like he deserved the rest. From beginning to end, he had used the resources at his disposal to turn this unfortunate situation in their favor. He'd intentionally provoked Kaz in order to make him get close before shoving his staff into his mouth. However, it was a very dangerous plan. If anything had gone wrong, he would have died. He gambled with his life. He chose to risk his life in order to give them a chance to win. But for some reason, she couldn't help but feel that Lucas was used to doing things like this. She knew that most absolutes who were once mortals were beings who had very dramatic pasts. Lucas had probably gone through countless life and death situations and experienced many things. Seti suddenly felt a strong curiosity about the life Lucas had lived, but now was not the time to think about that. Panting, Seti looked into the distance again. Her vision was blurry and she couldn't see the spot where Kaz landed, but she kept looking nonetheless. If he were to come back one more time, she was now certain they couldn't win. Of course, with the damage she dealt to him, it wouldn't be strange if Kaz remained unconscious for a long time. She had hit his defenseless body more than 100 times, and the bones in his face had definitely been smashed with that punch. He shouldn't be able to get up again. Or at least that's what would happen in a normal situation. Nevertheless, her anxiety didn't go away. Please. For the first time in her life, Seti prayed earnestly. She prayed for that disgusting bastard to never appear again. She sat for a while waiting. Perhaps her prayers had been answered, because there were no signs of Kaz even after a long time had passed. Even the dust storm that had risen in the area had begun to calm down. She knew that he wasn't dead, but if he was unconscious, then they might have a chance to escape. He said he was bound to the island, so they could just run to another island for now. With that in mind, Seti turned to look at the sea, and instantly became speechless. She was so shocked that she wouldn't be surprised if her hair had turned white. When did he move? She hadn't seen him. She didn't even feel him approach. Behind them, in the direction of the sea, a being was standing there. It hurts. Kaz smiled, showing off his bloodied mouth and broken teeth. Even though his tongue should have been torn apart, he could still speak with perfect pronunciation. What is it? Do you think I look ugly now? What the hell, was this guy some kind of zombie or something? Kaz rubbed a finger against his lip for a while before muttering. Almost all my teeth are broken. My tongue has been torn to pieces and my esophagus has been burned. Even the roof of my mouth has been smashed. I think I'll probably have trouble eating for a while. This is the second time I've ever been this injured. His cold gaze turned to Lucas. This is the first time in my life I've ever felt so dirty. It was different from when he fought that woman. Obviously, being completely destroyed by a stronger being hurt his pride greatly, but it was still understandable. But what about Lucas? He was so weak and fragile that he would burst into pieces if he just squeezed him too hard. He claimed to be some kind of absolute or whatever, but Kaz didn't believe a word of his bullshit. No. Even if what he was saying was true, at least for now, he was still weaker than him. Absolutely weak, that was the truth. And yet he had been pushed to such a state by this garbage. It was the greatest humiliation and an incurable scar on his pride. His pride and desire to show off had disappeared. Now all that was left was rage and hatred. Anyone could predict what Kaz was going to do now. Thud, with heavy steps he walked towards Lucas. He was already unconscious. He was certain of this fact, so now it would be easier than. He stopped. Kaz looked down at the black-haired girl that had moved to stand in front of him. Get out of the way. What are you going to do? I will kill that man. No further explanation was needed, but Kaz decided to add one anyway. Originally, I had planned to torture him. I was going to make him regret ever being born. After all, this is my first time feeling so humiliated in my life. Fortunately, I'm quite skilled in that area. No matter how proud or stubborn a person pretends to be, I can make them look worse than a pig in less than a week. He knew countless ways to break a proud spirit. When Death Island was more prosperous in the past, there had been many like that, beings that he couldn't suppress with his strength. Even if their bodies were destroyed, they refused to give in. Destroying such beings and forcing them into desperation used to be one of his favorite pastimes, but I'm tired of it now. No. Kaz thought for a moment before nodding his head. I was afraid. Right, I'll admit it. I just received such a blow and I still can't wrap my head around the fact that this guy could be a threat to me. This was probably the greatest tribute and expression of respect that Kaz could give to an enemy. This man who was weak and unconscious. He was still seen as a threat by Kaz. That's why I have to kill this man somehow, no matter what. Seti felt a chill. It was a frightening feeling, like a blade was being pressed to her spine. Kaz's attitude was clear. He had no intention of backing down. So if this situation was allowed to progress, Lucas would die. Lucas would die. Her throat felt dry as though she had swallowed sand. She prepared to say something that she never wanted to say. Since when she first called Lucas father, that had just been an act of desperation. She'd just been defeated by the Demon King. She'd lost everything. The favor she got from the black-horned demon god, her devilish energy, and her external force as an absolute. All that she had left were her mortal body and her name, Seti. Crunch. She hated those words so much her teeth ached, because there was no more accurate description of her miserable condition. And that's when Lucas came to her and made a suggestion, to become his incarnation and once again step onto the path of an absolute. In truth, at that time, she wasn't that interested in that proposal. Seti was exhausted and wounded. She had been betrayed by the master she had devoted her everything to. The despair she felt was indescribable. The feelings of belonging and fullness that had empowered her entire body had disappeared. She felt like she was all alone in the world. She hated that feeling so much that she would rather die, so she recklessly stuck to Lucas instead. She demanded that he take the role of her father. She knew it was a ridiculous request. Knowing the type of people absolutes were, it could be called a half-crazy idea. In fact, if she were placed in such a situation again, she couldn't say whether she would act like that again. Nevertheless, Lucas had accepted her. He mentioned that Seti would be his first child. She was shy. To hide it, she changed her words and teased him. In fact, it was the same for Seti. Lucas was her first parent, because those who gave birth to her couldn't be considered her parents. She felt like she'd been saved from death. After that, it was pretty fun. She began to understand Lucas. It was very different from her time with the black-horned demon god. It wasn't a one-sided interaction. Instead, it was more like a two-way connection. Lucas was clumsy, but he clearly tried his best to treat her like a real daughter. Then one day, Lucas said to her, "The way a father should treat his daughter, what I can do for you." And what the ideal relationship between a father and daughter should be. Think carefully about what you'd want a father to do. After that, she thought long and hard before eventually realizing Lucas had given her a new life. He was no different than her savior. No, it didn't need to be packaged in such a grandiose manner. They were parent and child. It was filial piety between a parent and his child. She liked that more. "Kaz, what is it? I'm the one you want. If I listen to you." At that moment, Seti did something she'd never done before in her entire life. "Can you let my father go?" Sacrifice. She never would have thought there would be a day when she did something like this. After thinking this, Seti smiled forcefully. In order to save Lucas, she was willing to be with this guy who was so disgusting that just looking at him made her want to throw up. Those were her honest feelings. Kaz was silent for a while. He looked down at Seti without any expression on his face before finally opening his mouth. It can't be helped. Just as Seti was about to let out a sigh of relief at his words, Kaz continued. "If you had said this when I first arrived, I probably would have agreed to that request, but that is impossible now. It's too late. What? Move aside, my partner." Kaz's voice remained indifferent, "or I'll kill you too." Although Lucas had fainted, his consciousness hadn't faded. His mind was still aware. This might sound contradictory for most, but for Lucas, this was something he was familiar with, temporary faint. He would probably be able to open his eyes soon. He naturally began to imagine the scene he would see when he finally came to his senses. The last thing he'd seen was Kaz's mouth becoming bloody because of his attack, and Seti rushing towards him with a vicious momentum. It would be best if Seti's last attack was enough to finish Kaz off, but Lucas always had the habit of assuming the worst. Of course, this habit couldn't really be called a good thing. 9 out of 10 times, it was just useless worrying. But in other words, it meant that there was at least one time when it was the right choice to make. It was the same for this situation. If Seti was unable to finish Kaz off, then Lucas would probably lose his life at his hands as soon as he recovered. How can I respond to him? There was very little he could do. He couldn't use magic. He didn't have any mana left. He would also have to deal with the consequences of completely exhausting his mana pool. No matter how much mental power he might have, it was impossible to use magic without mana. This was especially so considering that he had to also deal with the backlash, hand-to-hand combat. Even if his mana was depleted, he could still move his body, but Luca's fragile body wouldn't even be able to scratch Kaz's scales. Instead, he would be the one whose bones were broken from his attack. It was a question that he couldn't find an answer to. All of his options were blocked. In the first place, the level difference between them was too high. The most appropriate response to such enemies was to avoid them until one was strong enough to deal with them. Dragon King Kaz. Half step out of mortality. In a way, he was similar to Lord, who had been Luca's greatest enemy in the past. Of course, Lord was much stronger than Kaz in every way. In fact, if he had to pick someone that Dragon King Kaz reminded him of. At that moment, a maybe appeared in Luca's mind like a bolt of lightning. It was an absurdly dangerous idea, but it would be enough to help them overcome this seemingly hopeless situation. Personally, he didn't want to use a method like this. However, his instincts or intuition, which had helped him all his life, were screaming at him. Maybe immediately after regaining consciousness, he would use this extremely dangerous idea. Seti shivered, not because she was afraid of Kaz's threat, but because she couldn't think of a way to prevent Luca's death. Her trembling was a result of her overwhelming frustration. She couldn't see any emotion in Kaz's eyes. If she tried to stop him, he really would take her life. What should I do? She clenched her fists and bit her lip. In all honesty, she really wanted to shout that if this dirty bastard wanted to kill her father, he would just have to kill her first. However, in this situation, such an emotional response would probably cause the worst possible outcome. Lucas and Seti, both of them would die. Since she couldn't crush him by force, she had to think of a way to persuade him with her words. This was a conclusion that any intelligent being could reach, but it was very unfamiliar to Seti, who had relied on violence all her life. What exactly could she say to persuade this crazy bastard in front of her? Why do you want me to be your partner? She tried to buy some time. Kaz didn't answer. Instead, he continued to stare at her. The pressure on her body increased. Seti grit her teeth. She wouldn't let herself be intimidated by his attitude. What would being your partner mean? There is no meaning. She gained a bit of leverage. For the first time, Kaz chose to respond to her. Seti inwardly sighed in relief, but in the end, she was only buying time. Nothing had been solved. On this floating continent, there is only one being who can claim to be stronger than me. You mean the woman who imprisoned you on this island? In all honesty, I have no confidence to defeat her even with my current strength. So, did you want me to be your partner so that I'd help you fight her? That thought is too simple. She's not an opponent that can be defeated with numbers. Even if you were as strong as I am, I'm not sure if it would be possible. Everything he said made Seti regret her decision to make him talk. It felt so disgusting to be discussing the strengths of half-absolutes. If only she could exert her original power, then this smug bastard. This was what she thought, but it was nothing but a wishful thought. Even before entering this world, Seti had already been defeated, lost everything, and been forced back to the realms of mortality. This meant that she was the reason she was so weak at that moment. You should give birth to my offspring. What the hell was this madman talking about now? I need an excellent offspring. A child who has received my seed will definitely be strong. They might even have the potential to surpass me. In truth, I've been attempting to birth one for the past few hundreds of years. Wait a minute. But most of the carriers died before giving birth. Ignoring Seti's reaction, Kaz continued. They couldn't withstand my power. I even tried mating with ancient dragons that had adapted to the island's harsh environment, but the results were the same. But you will be able to endure it. No, even if you can't withstand it, you should still be able to give birth to at least one offspring. A side effect of this might be that your body gets destroyed, but what happens to you after you give birth is none of my business. This guy was really a crazy, disgusting piece of garbage. Seti finally came to accept this fact. Of course, she didn't have any childish thoughts that he'd fallen in love with her at first sight or anything of the sort, but she never thought that he would have such an obscene reasoning behind his actions. So have you stopped buying time? I don't think anything changed. Moreover, he had completely seen through her intentions. You disgusting bastard, you can say whatever you like because it wouldn't change anything. Kaz was about to continue speaking, but he suddenly stopped with his mouth open. There was a deep ripple in his eyes and his gaze shifted to behind her. Realizing this, Seti also turned to look at whatever it was he was looking at. Father, Lucas, was standing there. His body still swayed slightly, but his gaze was calm. I hoped you'd remain unconscious. Kaz was surprised for a moment, but that was it. There was no need for him to be too shocked. He knew the reason this man had passed out before. This is because he pushed his body beyond the limit that it could withstand. He didn't fully understand the power Lucas was using, but he noticed that he was so exhausted that he definitely wouldn't be able to use it again. There was definitely no way for him to fight back now. He knew that, but... Gurk. At that moment, the pain in his mouth seemed to intensify for a moment. It was like a wake-up call. He had already experienced it once before. At that moment, when he thought that he had completely overpowered Lucas and could easily kill him, he was hit harder than at any other time during their fight. If that explosion had been a little bigger, or if Seti had been a little stronger, Kaz would have died. Suddenly, Kaz shot backward, increasing the distance between them. It was an action that Seti didn't quite understand. Then she heard Lucas whisper, "He's probably wary of me. He came close without thinking once and got burned. Are you okay? Right. Do you have a plan?" Lucas remained silent for a while before putting his hand on Seti's shoulder. Letter 1d4b and letter 1d4a tef letter 1d69b letter 1d5 f2 alphid. Com. F. Father, Seti's face became red at his sudden action, but Lucas' expression was solemn. How much demonic energy do you have left? Demonic energy. I still have a bit left, but I don't think I'll be able to use it in my current condition. As she said this, Seti looked down at her reddened skin. That demonic energy, give it to me. What? There is no time to explain. Quickly inject your demonic energy into my body. Are you crazy if you do that? Seti, I already said there is no time to explain. Soon, Kaz's wariness will disappear. Then everything will be over. Seti flinched when she heard Lucas' cold tone. This was the first time Lucas had ever talked to her like that. She'd only spoken up because she was worried, but now she felt like she'd done something wrong. To Lucas, demonic energy was like a potent poison. There was no way that he didn't know this, and yet he was now saying that he would swallow this poison. No matter what Lucas said, she didn't want to watch him commit suicide. However, Seti bit her lip. I don't know what will happen, but if that's what you want. Seti grabbed Lucas' hand, which was on her shoulder, and directly pushed her demonic energy into it. Krrr cuck. The influx of demonic energy caused Lucas to grunt and stumble back a few steps. His face became dark in an instant. When she saw that, Seti thought she'd made a mistake by listening to him, but she didn't say anything in the end, because even at that moment, Lucas' eyes were calm and firm. Rumble. Lucas' blood vessels became swollen and red. His eyes became black as if ink had been injected into them, and a mist of demonic energy slowly began to flow from his mouth. Even his saliva had become discolored. Don't even think about it. A moment later, Kaz lifted both of his hands. He'd widened the distance between them because he was wary, but he finally realized that it might have been the wrong choice. He didn't know exactly what they were doing, but he knew that if he let them do as they pleased, things would become troublesome. Boom, huge beams of light shot out from both of his hands. Maybe it was because of the mood and setting, but it felt like the dragon breath attacks were flying towards them in slow motion. Seti, Luca's voice drifted into her ears. She turned to look at him with a blank expression on her face. His lips were spread into a smile, but for some reason, it gave her a strange feeling. Since we're on a continent floating in the sky, some of my calculations might be incorrect, so I'm not entirely sure where you'll go. However, I'm pretty sure that anywhere is safer than here. Wait, what are you talking? It's one of my bad habits. I've always been like this. I'd rather carry the burden on my own than watch someone else carry it. Seti's eyes widened as she looked up at his face. It was only at that moment that she got a vague idea of what Lucas intended to do. She hurriedly opened her mouth. Fath. Forgive me, pet. Seti disappeared. Kaz saw this scene clearly. She didn't move at a high speed or hide away with some kind of stealth technique. Instead, almost as if she'd evaporated, Seti's very being disappeared from this fraction of space. Boom, boom, boom. And in the next instant, the dragon breaths hit Lucas. The safe area immediately disappeared, the force of the explosion so strong that it sent the nearby ocean water into the air like a geyser. And in the artificial rain he created, Kaz muttered, "What did you do?" He didn't receive an answer. He gritted his teeth and roared in a loud voice, "Where did you send my parton?" Crunch. Lucas slowly stepped out of the crater that had been created by the explosion. Kaz's lips twitched slightly. He's still alive. No, he was probably just overreacting. Letter 1 D5 F6, N letter 1 D427, letter 1 D633, E a letter 1 D659. That guy had been beside Seti this entire time, knowing that Kaz had intentionally weakened his attack. That was probably the thing that saved his life. In fact, the state of Lucas' body was enough to say that he'd barely survived. After wiping blood from the corner of his lips, Lucas finally gave him an answer, a place far beyond your reach. You sent her out of Death Island. Kaz spoke in a voice that contained barely suppressed rage. I will give you one chance, bring Seti back, then I'll give you a painless death. A mere half-absolute dares to give me orders. Kaz's gaze became cold. It seems you still have the energy to wag your tongue around, however your struggles are pointless. You should have realized this countless times by now. Your little tricks won't work on me. They're not tricks. I'd prefer it if you called them magic. I don't care what they're called. You still don't seem to understand the being that is standing before you. Dragon King, that's me. After a brief pause, Lucas continued to speak slowly. If that name means the Lord of Dragons, then I could call you Dragon Lord. It was a very forced interpretation, but more than that, it was completely out of the blue. Kaz remained silent because he was still unsure about Lucas' intentions. Did you know, Kaz, in a universe that you never even heard of, there is also a race called dragons, but they are much higher and more powerful than the dragonmen, dragonlings, and ancient dragons here. What are you trying to say? Lucas lifted his hands with his palms facing the sky. Rumble. Kaz's expression changed when he felt the clouds above begin to stir with lightning once again. How? Although he didn't know what sorcery or magic Lucas was using, he knew that it required the consumption of some form of energy to be used. He also knew that in order to perform attacks as powerful as the ones Lucas had used so far, it would require a lot of said energy. And as far as Kaz could tell, Lucas no longer had enough of that energy to use. No, that wasn't right. If he didn't have the energy, then he couldn't have made Seti disappear. Is he using his life energy as fuel? Such an act would be as foolish as strangling yourself to death. It wasn't worth it. Lucas' magic couldn't do anything to him unless it hit a vital point. Besides, he'd already seen the type of magic that Lucas could use. They were all like the lightning bolt that had struck him at the very start. At best, they were artificially created elements. And that kind of thing could never scratch his scale. Kaz's expression suddenly changed. This lightning was different from the lightning that he'd used earlier. He wasn't sure what it was, but he knew that something had changed. This. Boom! Suddenly the lightning bolt struck, piercing through Kaz's body in an instant. His eyes went wide. Kuaak, then he let out a scream that he wouldn't have been able to hold in even if he tried. An extreme pain, greater than anything he'd ever felt, seemed to fill his entire body in an instant. It felt like every inch of his skin was burning. His scales, which he was so proud of, hadn't stopped it. What just happened? What did you? Puffs of smoke came out of Kaz's mouth as he stuttered. On the other hand, Lucas simply looked at him with a calm expression and continued his explanation. There was a race that drove those dragons to extinction. Kaz would never know. The existence of beings who carried the name demigod, Indra's lightning, crackle. Lightning crackled all across Lucas' body. His gamble had been a success, demonic energy. This tainted power could not be used in place of his mana, which could be called the energy of nature itself, but it was possible to convert it to another type of power, a power that greedily devoured and converted any energy that was mixed with it, making it its own. Fortunately, this power seems to work on you. Since magic doesn't work on you, I'll have to change my methods. Not magic power, but the power of the demigods, divine power. There were times when absolutes collided, but it wasn't a common occurrence. In the first place, usually, only one absolute would be assigned to a world, so there were rarely any chances for them to meet each other. And even if multiple absolutes were assigned to the same world, their top priority was usually to carry out their mission to return balance to that universe. Letter 1D692N, letter 1D697R, letter 1D5F2, letter 1D482, letter 1D5F1. They saw confrontations with each other as a waste of both time and mental strength. Therefore, even if there were cases where they might have differing opinions or modus operandi, they would usually try to solve those differences through conversation. Nevertheless, considering the prideful and stubborn natures of absolutes, confrontations were inevitable, and when they did happen, absolutes chose to settle them in the simplest way possible: fighting. The victory or defeat of absolutes wasn't determined by their years of life. Instead, there were other factors that had to be considered. First was their grade. Absolutes were divided into 4 grades, and the difference between each grade was quite pronounced. Lords, who were second only to rulers, were generally stronger than assistants who ranked at the bottom. Generally. In other words, there were times when that wasn't necessarily the case. Lucas was one of those special cases. He had defeated a lord when he was just an assistant. The second factor was whether one side had a more advantageous position in the matchup. Attribute compatibility was also a thing among absolutes. In fact, it could be said that it influenced them more than other beings. Naturally, all absolutes had their own pasts and histories. Some of them were terrifying beings who had been born transcendent or semi-transcendent, and the rest were like Lucas. Beings who had been born from a mediocre race, but after a long and difficult journey, were able to become absolutes. The lives they lived before becoming absolutes allowed them to create their own attributes. In other words, everything they'd accumulated up to that point became the foundation that made them an absolute. For example, let's say there was an absolute who had killed millions of insects in their life, and an absolute who had the appearance and abilities of an insect since birth. In that case, even if the former was a few ranks lower than the latter, it was still possible for them to have an advantage in an actual fight. This power was called their root power. For example, Lucas was born immortal. Nevertheless, he constantly fought against beings that were almost on the same level as absolutes. He never gave up. Even when he was defeated time and time again, he still got back to his feet. And eventually, he was able to defeat all of the beings known as demigods, who were semi-transcendent from birth. He won the battle for the fate of his race, and this life gave attributes to Lucas' magic. Lucas' spells would become stronger whenever the following conditions were met: whenever he encountered beings stronger than himself, or whenever he encountered beings with the attributes of absolute, transcendent, or immortal. Conversely, his power would be slightly limited when facing absolutes with mortal origins. Some might say that the existence of attribute compatibility between beings who belonged to different universes was contradictory. However, there is a place in the multiverse where everything that happens in every universe is stored, including the lives of absolutes. It was called the Akashic Records, the largest library in existence, a place that most absolutes referred to as the Diary of God. The amount of information stored in that library was so vast that God was the only being capable of digesting and understanding all of it. It was this fact that highlighted the majesty of God, the creator of the multiverse. Even if his power was weaker than that of the rulers, it could be said that the results of a confrontation between absolutes were determined by his whims. Of course, God never recorded false facts in the Akashic Records. Lucas recalled the origin of one of his powers, divine power. In the past, the demigods fought a war of fate against the dragon race. It was a desperate war between two races that were equivalent to absolutes, and naturally, it would have been recorded in the Diary of God in bold letters. The demigods won in the end, an event that had a great influence on the concept of divine power. As a result, the effects of divine power became much stronger when used against members of the dragon race. This can't be. Kaz narrowed his eyes. That bolt of lightning, an artificially created technique and something that he should have been all but invincible against, had managed to easily pierce through Kaz's defenses. This was the case for the magic that Lucas had used before. Kaz had never experienced that power before, but he had still managed to block it easily. Boom, the lightning struck once again. Kaz hesitated. What if that time was just a coincidence? Should he take the risk and let it hit him again? My scales haven't gotten weaker. Despite his thoughts, Kaz's body moved almost on its own. For the first time in thousands of years, he dodged an attack. Boom, the ground where the lightning bolt hit immediately became black. Kaz looked at the ground in confusion. Since it had the power to pierce through his scales, he wouldn't be surprised if it were to crack the ground open, but it stopped after barely making a small crater. Nevertheless, he didn't have the time to contemplate this phenomenon. Before he was given the chance, another attack came from Lucas. Attack. When he saw what it was, Kaz was speechless for a moment. That guy had gotten a boulder from somewhere and thrown it at him. Nevertheless, Kaz evaded this attack as well. A boulder of that size wouldn't hurt him even if it were to fall from the sky and land directly at his head. He was certain that lightning. When this thought appeared in his head, he remembered the pain of the lightning bolt piercing through his body, and his body reacted before he could even think about it. He felt that he couldn't ignore even something that seemed to be just a minor attack from Lucas. If this was all a trick, then Kaz had already been tightly wrapped up in its web. You don't have a lot of experience dodging. You're full of openings. Following this whisper, he felt a powerful shock from the back of his head. Crack, Kuok. Once again, he let out a scream. Kaz hurriedly swung his arm behind him. It was an impulsive action, neither offensive nor defensive. In all honesty, it was an immature action. No matter how fast or powerful the movement might be, if there was no clear goal while doing it, it was nothing more than a flounder. Lucas tilted his head to the side to avoid Kaz's attack. Then he grabbed the outstretched arm and hit it with his fist. Crack, his scales broke. Not only that, but even the bones in his wrist were broken. This time, Kaz didn't scream, not because he was suppressing the pain, but because he was so shocked he couldn't even make a sound. Lucas wanted to continue his attack, but he suddenly stopped. Gulp, dark blood flowed up his esophagus. His body was telling him to expel it. He wanted to vomit it out, but instead he forced himself to swallow it back down. He couldn't let Kaz know about his physical condition. Lucas looked calm at that moment, but if anyone were to look at him carefully, they would find that his entire body was covered in cold sweat. If anyone else were to feel the pain he was currently experiencing, instead of crying out, they might just faint directly. Just wiggling a finger made him feel like his entire body was being torn to pieces. This result was natural. After all, he had forcefully absorbed demonic energy in order to convert it to divine power, and now he was forcing himself to use this power of the demigods. There was only one way to describe such an act when he had only reached 8 stars: suicide. To make matters worse, his already damaged clothes had been completely destroyed by the previous dragon breath. This meant that Lucas was now being directly exposed to the demonic energy on Death Island. This was proven by the fact that his skin was slowly becoming discolored. He had to end this fight as quickly as possible. A decisive blow. He needed a decisive blow in order to kill Kaz. Lucas recalled all of the demigods' powers: death, wind, fire. In his current state, there was only one power he could use from the group who had once been called Apocalypses: cut, the power to cut through anything in the world. Since he didn't have a sword, he held onto the smashed remains of his staff with both hands. Then he took a stance. Kaz felt a strange omen. He wasn't sure what was going on, but he knew he was in danger. So the first thing he had to do was widen the distance, but he was too slow. Shocked, Kaz looked down, his eyes wide. Although he had done his best to dodge, he'd failed to do so. His arm had been cut off cleanly from shoulder to armpit. Not only his scales, but even his bones had been sliced with ease. A moment after, blood spurted from the cut. An intense pain struck him like a bolt of lightning, but he didn't even have the chance to scream. This was because Lucas started attacking once again. He didn't have any room to attack. All he could do was dodge. The previous cut had made him realize something, and he couldn't help but wonder why he hadn't noticed it sooner. Kaz observed Lucas closely. Only then did he notice the pain hidden within his eyes, the cold sweat that covered his body, his skin that was gradually becoming dark red, and the blood that dripped from the corner of his mouth. His condition is not good. He didn't know the reason, but Lucas' body was dying. Why had it taken him so long to notice? There was only one reason for this. Lucas' expression was too calm. He did not look like someone on the brink of death. Nevertheless, even if it was a bit late, he still noticed. And from then on, there was only one decision that Kaz had to make: buy time. It was obvious that if he just left him alone, he would die on his own accord. Therefore, he decided to avoid direct confrontations. Lucas was already pushing himself to the extent of abandoning his body. It would be foolish for him to continue fighting him. If he continued running and dodging, Lucas would self-destruct without him having to do anything. Unlike Kaz, whose expression eased after realizing he had a chance of winning, Lucas' expression wasn't good. He immediately noticed when Kaz's movements changed. Kaz was no longer moving in fear. Although he had lost an arm, he had noticed Lucas' condition, and he realized that he could win as long as he bought enough time. He should have ended it with that first attack, but he hadn't been able to do so. Kaz had managed to barely dodge the attack, and he only cut off one arm as a result. Now it was Kaz, not Lucas, who was in an advantageous position. It's too early to give up. But his chances of victory hadn't completely disappeared. Lucas openly spat out the mouthful of blood that flowed up his throat. Since his opponent already knew his condition was a mess, there was no need for him to hide it anymore. The fight had reached its final stages, and now it became a contest of endurance. Would Lucas' body be destroyed first, or would Kaz suffer a lethal blow before that? The end of the battle would probably be decided by a narrow margin. Dodge and attack, dodge, dodge, and dodge some more. How long had it been? Why? Kaz looked at the being in front of him. In his eyes, his agitation and fear could not be hidden. Quite a while had passed. He never faced him directly. He was going to faint soon. He was going to die soon. He'd had these thoughts countless times already. But how long has it been since the first one? Pot. He dodged Lucas' attack once again. Was he slower than before? He couldn't tell. His mind was a mess. He had used too much energy. Kaz clenched his teeth. Lucas' condition could no longer be called bad. It was horrendous. His discolored skin dripped off of his body like wax, and his gait was unsteady. He was probably even more messed up on the inside. His internal organs had probably become completely liquefied long ago. He shouldn't be able to move in his condition. No, he shouldn't even be alive. And yet he was still moving. Kaz had had enough. He was tired of looking at Lucas' calm eyes and expressionless face. He realized that this zombie-like bastard would not fall unless he finished him himself. Kaz looked at Lucas. By now, his fear was not as pronounced. Avoiding his attacks had allowed him to regain his composure. He used his calm mind to analyze the current situation. Although he had lost an arm, he was definitely the one with the upper hand. Just one attack would be enough. Then he would be able to sever the thin, tough life thread of this terrifying bastard. He could no longer use his dragon breath. If he wanted to finish it, he would have to do it with his own hands. He should have lowered his guard by now. Kaz hadn't attacked for a really long time, so his opponent probably wouldn't expect him to counterattack now. That was a gap he could aim for. Lucas came towards him once again, fist outstretched. Maybe it was just him, but he felt that his movements were even slower than before. Naturally, this meant that the opening was even bigger. He dodged again. But this time, instead of immediately widening the distance between them, he got closer. His chest was completely open. Kaz raised his claws. He didn't have much strength left, but it was enough to pierce his fragile skin and rip his heart and lungs to shreds. It's time to die. As he had this thought, Kaz looked up at Lucas' face and instantly became terrified. He saw Lucas looking down at him calmly. He didn't appear even slightly shocked. Almost as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time, he was waiting for me to attack. Kaz realized that something was wrong, but it was already too late to retreat. Now that he had come this far, attack was his best defense. Gritting his teeth, Kaz thrust his claws into Lucas' chest. Squelch, his skin split, but that was it. Kaz's claws didn't go any further. This was because Lucas leaned back at the last moment before his attack arrived. And at the same time, he stuck 2 fingers into the wound on his shoulder. Puck, cuck. Kaz immediately let out a grunt of pain. A place that has already been wounded is like a vital point for you. Just like your mouth, this means that if energy is forced into it, you have no way to stop it. What? You were a very persistent and troublesome opponent. You son of a bitch. Kaz was terrified by the tone that made it seem like the fight had already come to an end. What was he going to do? Kaz tried to struggle, but it was already too late. Whoosh. Like the outlet of a dam, divine power rushed out of Lucas' fingers and into Kaz's body. Kaz's struggles stopped immediately. Starting from his severed arm, the fierce power was able to reach Kaz's heart in an instant. Puck. And then his heart exploded in his chest. Kaz, who was standing there like a statue, coughed up a mouthful of blood. Gurgle, gurgle. Then blood began to flow from every one of his orifices. Kaz stared at Lucas in disbelief, one last time before falling backward. The wind blew gently, but this wind was enough to almost push Lucas over, but he forcefully straightened his staggering figure. He defeated Kaz. By using every single means available to him, he managed to kill a being who was close to an absolute. However, Lucas' body had also been torn apart in the process. In fact, his outward appearance was worse than that of Kaz, who had already become a corpse. He had absolutely no energy left, but he couldn't let himself faint. He knew that if he were to lose consciousness like this, he would die. He couldn't help but wonder what would happen if he were to die in the great world. He didn't know, but he was certain that the concept of death wouldn't be taken lightly just because this world had been created specifically for the great game. In fact, it was possible that it would have been even more severe, because it might give the rulers control of his very existence. he knew that. He knew that, but his consciousness was still fading, and he had trouble remaining on his feet. His knees buckled, and his body tilted forward. However, Lucas couldn't help but feel that the texture of the ground was much softer than he expected. No, did he even fall down? It was warm and soft. You really can't help yourself. He seemed to hear a voice laugh bitterly. It sounded familiar. Curious about what was happening, Lucas tried to open his eyes, but he couldn't. Instead, his consciousness slowly descended into darkness. A young man was standing on the deck of a transport vessel headed towards Combat Island. Standing with the sea as his backdrop, the young man seemed to become the focal point of a painting that had been created by the hand of God himself. The women on the vessel kept looking at him from the corners of their eyes and giggling amongst themselves. His eyes were bluer than the clear sky above them, and his blonde hair gleamed in the sun like a halo around his head. His face was thin, its lines gentle, but his body was well balanced. Anyone who looked at him would know that this man's body was precisely trained. Hey, go say something. Me, you're the most social and outgoing one in our group. If that face is right in front of me, I don't think my mouth would even open. The women in the corner whispered to each other in quiet voices. They were all aspiring artists from Peace Island. These were people who went out of their way to find and make beautiful things, and now they were on their way to see the lives of the artisans living on Combat Island. The blacksmiths living on Combat Island were so talented that the rumors had spread to the other islands. It was said that not only were their armors practical, but they also had artistic appearances that anyone who saw them would admire. However, before they could even appreciate the works of those masters, they encountered a young man whose appearance was even more of a work of art. As they hesitated on whether to approach him or not, the young man retired to the cabin. The women, who realized that they had missed such a good opportunity, could only exclaim in regret, "Takhu." The young man, who had returned to the cabin, let out a long sigh. He felt that he couldn't get used to this peaceful atmosphere. It was awkward and uncomfortable, like wearing clothes that didn't fit. He recalled the island he had stayed on before, Desire Island, a trash den full of people who were more disgusting than demons, a land infested with betrayal, conspiracies, and hatred. He'd spent as many as 5 years living in such a place. Had he changed a lot? Leo Freeman wondered as he looked at himself in the mirror. It was clear from his appearance. First of all, he'd grown a lot. His androgynous face, which he'd never liked before, now looked a bit more masculine. But what about on the inside? He didn't know. A lot of time had passed. Leo couldn't remember what he was like 5 years ago, even if he wanted to. Naturally, this meant that he really had changed, whether it was big or small. His eyes turned to the mask that sat on the table beside him. This mask, which covered half of his face when he wore it, was the mask he used when cleaning up the trash on Desire Island. The rulers of the island had great influence and wealth, so it wouldn't be difficult for them to put a bounty on his head for the crimes he had committed. That's why Leo needed methods to hide his identity, and this mask was one of them. However, he hadn't worn the mask since boarding the transport vessel. This was because he was only wanted on Desire Island, and there weren't any portraits of him in circulation. All that was known about him was that he was a young outsider who didn't use any weapons. Moreover, wearing a mask on the ship would cause him to appear even more suspicious, and as he expected, throughout his journey, no one had suspected him. If he left for a while, he was certain that the dust would settle by the time he returned. Leo looked away from the mask to the newspaper article beside it. Championship, a major event that was held every 10 years on Combat Island. This article contained a list with the personal information of all the champions participating in the event. When he saw it, the first thing Leo noticed was a contestant named Cran, who had appeared like a comet and was now considered a strong contender for the title of Grand Champion. This name might be unfamiliar to the Dragon Men, but it wasn't to Leo. Cran, one of the top 3, the strongest hunter. This was someone that he could never forget. After finding someone he knew, Leo immediately examined the rest of the list and was able to find the ones he had been looking for all along. Rin Summers of Harui and Li Hao of Babylon. He was certain that they were Min Ha Rin and Li Zhonghak. He could recognize them by their aliases with a single glance. 1. Senior sister. Leo's heart shook when he thought of Min Ha Rin's face. He wondered how much she had changed, what she was doing, and what she would say when she saw him. Then Luca's face appeared in his mind. Did she know where their master was? All of his questions would soon be answered. After all, the transport vessel would soon arrive at Combat Island. It was about 2 weeks after the championship had commenced. Adventure Island, the place where heavy rain had fallen unceasingly for several decades. It wasn't uncommon to find sunken cities in this place. In fact, such a sight was familiar and sought after by the countless wanderers and explorers on this island. A sunken city was like a giant treasure trove. This was the reason that the exploration team Crystal Skull was currently exploring such a city. A huge ship had been anchored above the sunken city, and they were in the midst of looking for treasures through diving. Most exploration teams owned ships. Some even said that a group could only be considered an exploration team if they had a ship. As such, in order to explore Adventure Island, a ship was a necessity. In addition to travel, ships also served as accommodations and places where they could cook and eat, not to mention the fact that they could be used to transport any treasure that they obtained. Standing on the deck of the ship, the leader of the Crystal Skull exploration team looked down at the sunken city beneath them. Suddenly, one of his subordinates poked his head out of the water. "Puha, damn it, it's freaking deep. Did you find anything?" "No, I don't think there's anything here either, boss." The subordinate shook his head as he replied. They had already been searching for 4 days without any harvest, but the leader of the exploration team just nodded calmly. In the first place, treasure hunting was a task that required patience and perseverance. If he got impatient after searching for just 3 or 4 days, then he wouldn't have set up an exploration team in the first place. But there is something weird. What is it? Letter 1D692, Letter 1D697, Letter 1D4ATF, Letter 1D42B, Letter 1D4B6, Letter 1D659. There aren't any sea dragons in the area. This strange phenomenon was something that the team leader had also noticed a few days ago. Sea dragons were one of the biggest threats during an expedition. For the exploration teams, who retrieved treasures by diving into the depths, ferocious sea dragons, who moved freely in the water and ate everything in sight, could be considered their worst enemies. The place they were in was also a Class A danger area, which was especially known to have many sea dragons. This was the reason he had paid special attention to the number of people and equipment that he had brought for this expedition. But now they hadn't encountered a single sea dragon. Of course, if one looked at it simply, this could be considered a good thing, but the team leader only felt a strange sense of unease. Suddenly, the expression of the team leader, who had been looking around while thinking, hardened. "Hey, yes, do you see that?" The place the captain pointed to was above the surface of the water. His subordinates all turned to look, and the expressions on all of their faces changed as well. After a moment of silence, someone muttered in disbelief. The figure of a person was standing on the surface of the water not too far from them. It was an unbelievable and bizarre sight. How is he standing on the water? Maybe he's standing on a building and we just can't see it from here. Where did he come from? There aren't any ships nearby. Is it a sea illusion? There isn't any fog, so it can't be an illusion. The explorers repeated their reasonings and counterarguments quietly. "Captain, what should we do?" But in the end, the most important thing was their leader's decision. Just as the exploration team leader hesitated to make a judgment, something terrifying happened. The man began to slowly walk towards them. What the hell? It was like he was walking on flat ground. There was no way that a building would be sitting so perfectly beneath the surface of the water, so that could only mean that the man was truly walking on the water's surface. Such a bizarre act was something that not even a sorcerer could do. Moreover, the man seemed to be taking small steps, but the distance he covered with each step was hard to comprehend. The explorers were horrified. To the horror and dismay of the sailors, the man appeared in front of their boat in an instant. Tot. Whoosh, then with a soft tap of his foot, he soared tens of meters into the air before settling on the boat as gently as a cloud. SSSNG. The members of the Crystal Skull exploration team drew their weapons as they warily observed this man. "Who are you?" The man had golden hair and striking blue eyes. There was also a soft, almost mocking, smile on his thin lips. "This is a beautiful city. I really like it. It really was worth forcing myself to come here." I said, "Who are you?" The man's smile became brighter. Suddenly, the members of Crystal Skull felt something rushing up their throats. "You, RK, cuck, weck." Then, almost at the same time, they began vomiting. It was bright red blood. Somehow, seemingly for no reason and without warning, their blood had begun to flow up to their throats. Kirk, cuck, gurk, uwek, weck, uwek. The blood continued to flow. It flowed without any signs of stopping. They didn't want to spit it out, but they didn't have a choice. None of them were able to swallow the blood that was flowing up. To make matters worse, they were having trouble breathing because they were constantly vomiting blood. They struggled and grabbed their necks, but it was all in vain. Moments later, only one person was standing on the deck that had been repainted with blood. Dozens of explorers had died without being able to do anything but swing their arms or choke themselves in vain. In the end, they all had the same horrifying appearance of dried corpses that seemed to have lost all of their moisture. Letter 1D62A, Letter 1D45B, Letter 1D48 TFR, Letter 1D626, Letter 1D68A, Letter 1D41D. My name is Notissup. It was only then that the man, Notissup, introduced himself. He looked down at the sunken city once again. It really was a beautiful city. Those weren't empty words. Notissup could confidently say that he had never seen such a dazzling sight in any of the universes he'd traveled to before. In a way, it could be called an inspiration for him. A very nice plan emerged in his mind. If a huge continent like this one was to fall into the ocean, it would definitely create an unprecedented tsunami. Did you know? The ocean is a favored tool of destruction for most absolutes. It's a perfect way to wipe out all of the living beings on a planet without actually harming the planet itself. No one responded. Notisip, of course, knew that this would be the case, but he still continued in a voice that could barely hide the joy within. I want to make this entire world like this city, but there is something I'll have to do first. He lifted his head, his gaze cutting across the horizon. There was someone that had to be killed no matter what. Notisip let out a shrill laugh. Lurua was selected to be the venue for the championship finals. This was because Lurua's arena was incredibly large. The Lurua arena could be ranked within the top 3 of all 8 major cities when it came to the size of their arenas. That wasn't all. Compared to the others, the Lurua arena was fairly new, and it was considered a humongous artwork because it had been built by some of the best architects in the entirety of the heavenly realm. There were no shortages of expressions of shock and admiration from those fighters and visitors from other cities. In fact, watching a fight from the floating stands in the air was highly praised by many, which caused even those expensive seats to be completely sold out. This championship was an event that shook the heavenly realm for a month. Now, the long journey is approaching its end. An amplified voice rang out in the arena. This was the voice of the host, who was currently standing in the center of the arena. Leo looked around, so this is Combat Island. Lurua was one of the largest cities in the heavenly realm. It was shockingly large. He knew that it was a festival period, which meant that the population would be much more than it usually was, but even then, the city didn't feel cramped or clustered. After thinking for a while, Leo looked down at the newspaper in his hands. On it was a brief explanation of everything that had happened in the championship so far, including the death of Li Hao, no Li Zhonghak. According to the article, he had lost and died at the hands of none other than Cran. It was hard to believe, but if it was true, then their situation might be a bit dangerous. Let me introduce you to our first contender. The title Dark Horse doesn't seem to suit him anymore. He is a fighter. He reached this stage with a perfect performance and strength that seemed to have no gaps. The champion of Kisara, Kraan Wa. The roar from the stands was so loud that it shook the arena. At the same time, the eastern door of the arena opened and Cran strode out. However, Leo was much more concerned about the person he was about to face. No one expected this fighter to be the one to face him. From beginning to end, this fighter never had an easy battle. Every single match was an amazing battle. Shintz of Babylon, Shambar of Akkad. They defeated some of the strongest contenders in the championship and finally managed to reach this honored position. The momentum in the crowd was even hotter than when Cran was introduced. The fighter who had the biggest growth spurt in the championship, using the worst matchups as the best nutrients. Will they be able to give us a surprise once again? Introducing the champion of Harui, Rian Summers. The west door opened following the host's introduction, but the space behind it was empty. This was visible even to those watching from the stands. What's going on? Where's Rin? The audience began to murmur. The host looked at the west door in shock. My apologies, please wait a moment. One of the moderators ran out towards the host. Everyone could see him report something with a serious expression. With every word he said, the host's face became more and more pale. After staring blankly for a while, he fixed his expression and spoke in the most professional way he could. The champion of Harui, Rin Summers, has chosen to withdraw. What did he say? Withdraw from the championship finals. What the hell is he talking about? The commotion in the crowd steadily grew louder. Perhaps the host also realized this fact because he suddenly shouted out, Rin Summers' withdrawal gives Cran a bye. Another grand champion has been born. Everyone, let us put our hands together for the birth of a new hero, Cran of the Kisara Arena. With a scream, Minha Rin shot up in her bed. There wasn't a single drop of blood on her pale face. When she looked out the window, she saw that it was still dark outside. This meant that she hadn't slept well today either. Huff huff. Her body shook, her heart pounded in her chest as if she'd just been running at full speed, and her skin was covered in sweat. Her hair was plastered to her face, but she couldn't even pull it away. This was because the tips of her trembling fingers were numb and cold, as though no blood was being circulated to them. Even her eyes behind her closed eyelids shook uncontrollably. She had lost something again. She couldn't keep hold of it. She just found another person that she had begun to grow closer to, but then she had been forced to helplessly watch him die right in front of her eyes. For Minha Rin, helplessness was one of the worst feelings imaginable. Ever since she'd become a hunter, she had never encountered a situation where she had no choice but to let someone she knew or cared about die. It reminded her of when her parents died. That was why she always did her best to take care of everyone she knew, no matter who they were. If she saw that someone was going to die, she would do everything she could to save them, even if it meant giving up her own life in the process. Lucas, her master, saw this as an act of sacred sacrifice. He said that he saw hope in Minha Rin and had great expectations because of that hope. She'd been proud when she received that compliment. She'd even thought that she was on the right path, but she wasn't. In truth, there was a slightly more twisted reason for Min Ha-rin's lack of hesitation when it came to throwing away her life. It was self-satisfaction. Letter 1D692, letter 1D4F7, letter 1D697, letter 1D69B, letter 1D680, letter 1D656. C0M. Was it because she wanted to save people, or because it was the right thing to do? No, Min Ha-rin didn't act that way for such a good reason. Instead, it was because she felt it would be better for her to die than anyone else. She'd been aware of the fact that she'd been thinking this way all along, but she didn't think she was wrong, even if it was a slightly twisted thought. But the death of Lee Jong-hak had led her to a realization. In truth, Min Ha-rin's actions were a result of her own selfishness. It wasn't something that could be gift wrapped in a pretty title like sacrifice. She felt like vomiting. Because of the stress of the championship, she decided to drink a lot of alcohol, something she wasn't used to. She vomited on the bed. Alcohol. She'd vomited because of alcohol. Min Ha-rin had never felt so disgusted in herself. She felt like she was going to lose her mind. Gasping for breath, she couldn't help but think about someone. It was a face that she thought about dozens or even hundreds of times every day. Master. As she thought of this face, her mind gradually cooled down and her body slowly relaxed. It was almost as if she had ingested a sedative. Knock, knock. Suddenly, she heard a knock on the door. Min Ha-rin turned to look at the door with her dead eyes. There was no response. Was it because he hadn't knocked hard enough? No, that couldn't be it. Taking a deep breath, Leo decided to knock on the door once again. Knock, knock. Nevertheless, there was still no response from within the room. He hadn't come to the wrong place. He was certain that Min Ha-rin, his senior sister, was in this room. It seemed that she had hidden her identity when she came here, but Leo's tracking skills had already reached the level of a master. With just their personal information, it was possible for him to find someone within a few days unless they meticulously tried to hide themselves. Did she leave the room? That wasn't it either. He could definitely feel the faint presence within the room. Knock, knock. Thinking that it was not enough after knocking again and receiving no response, Leo finally opened his mouth. Senior sister. When he muttered these words in a soft voice, there was finally a response within the room. He heard a muffled shuffling from inside, then a few small footsteps. Afterward, the room fell silent again. He couldn't be sure, but he believed that she was standing at the door now. Did she think that she had misheard his voice? No, now that he thought about it, his voice must have changed a lot after 5 years. After all, he'd already reached puberty and his voice now carried a clear bass undertone. It's me, Leo Freeman, junior brother, a weak, trembling voice asked back in confirmation. Although she couldn't see him, Leo nodded, happy to hear the voice of his senior sister. Yeah, click. The door opened and a foul odor immediately flowed from the room. Leo almost frowned, but before he could, he became speechless instead. Min Ha-rin, unlike himself, her appearance hadn't changed much. However, her aura was completely different. It was almost as though she was half broken. Her eyes, shrouded in darkness, drifted for a while before finally rising to look at Leo's face. It's really you, junior brother. There was a hint of joy in her weak voice. Leo should have felt the same. However, after seeing Min Ha-rin's appearance, he felt more worried than glad. Yeah, it's me. You're safe. I'm glad. Senior sister too. And you got so big. Is everything okay? I found some clues about you. I heard that you were on Desire Island. I intended to go find you later, but I'm not the issue right now. Leo interrupted her with a slightly firm tone. What happened? Min Ha-rin gave a faint and slightly helpless smile. Would you like to come inside? And no. Actually, it's a bit messy right now. Give me a minute. Let me get dressed and I'll come out. Leo nodded, and while she was changing, he went down to the first floor and bought 2 bottles of water. Min Ha-rin got dressed and left the room. Leo looked down at her for a moment before raising her hood over her head. This would be better for now. You've become more manly. Originally, those words would have made him smile, but now he didn't say anything because he was worried about Min Ha-rin's condition. It was quite chilly outside. This was natural since the sun had long since set. Nevertheless, the lights in the city hadn't gone out and there was still a crowd of people on the streets. This was because the afterglow of the championship hadn't dispersed yet. Damn it, it took me more than a month to get to Lurua. When I got here, I was completely exhausted. Did you hear? This is the first time in 150 years that someone withdrew from the championship. It's also the first time that anyone has ever withdrawn from the championship finals. At least we were able to witness such a historic moment. Ha! I heard that the fighters on Combat Island valued honor more than their own lives, but that must have just been a bunch of rumors. Leo turned to look at Min Ha-rin, but her blank expression made it hard for him to figure out what she was thinking. In any case, he felt that it wouldn't be good to stay in the downtown area for long. After all, it wasn't a suitable place to have a conversation. With that thought in mind, he quickened his pace. Min Ha-rin matched his pace. After walking for a while, they arrived at one of the rest areas in Lurua. This area looked like a park, but there were more statues than trees. Would you like to have some water? Wouldn't it be lukewarm by now? No, I just bought it. Ah, when while senior sister was changing. You're really thoughtful. Minha-rin smiled as she accepted the water he handed over and took a sip of it, but she only took a few sips before she burst into a fit of coughs. Are you all right? Yeah, I'm all right. She didn't look all right at all. In fact, Leo felt like she looked even worse than before. Maybe I should have told her I'd come back in the morning. He had this thought for a moment, but he eventually shook his head. He didn't think her condition would improve even if he did that. Minha-rin wasn't like this because of lack of sleep or poor physical condition. There had to be a more fundamental reason. What happened? He repeated the question he'd asked before. Minha-rin didn't answer immediately. Instead, she took a few more sips of water before finally opening her mouth. Jonghak Oppa is dead. Jonghak Oppa. Leo had his doubts about the unfamiliar title, but he decided to not bring it up for now since it might interrupt the flow of the conversation. I saw it in a newspaper. It said that he died at the hands of Cran. It was my fault. How is it senior sister's fault? It was something I could have prevented, but I didn't. The weakness in her voice made him really uncomfortable. Leo was able to infer a few things on his own, but over the past 5 years, he'd learned to be more patient. Without rushing, he decided to ask questions one by one. Why did Cran kill Lee Jonghak? He's being controlled. No, I think it would be more accurate to say he's been brainwashed. The Demon King, yeah, it seems that he has a bit of control, but I don't know the details. Leo thought for a moment before saying, then let me investigate Cranfur. No, it was a sudden shout in a cold voice. Leo unknowingly flinched and turned to look at Minha-rin. Senior sister? Absolutely not. Don't even go near him. I can't take it a second time. Her trembling voice poured out like bullets from a machine gun. It was dark, so he couldn't really see her complexion, but she seemed to have grown a few shades paler. Did he touch her reverse scale? Leo hurriedly did his best to calm her down. All right, I'll do as senior sister says, so please calm down. Minha-rin took a deep breath and slowly let it out in order to calm her rapidly beating heart. As he looked at her, Leo couldn't help but wonder if Minha-rin's condition was even worse than he thought. She didn't appear agitated, but she just completely lost her cool in an instant. He'd seen people like this countless times on Desire Island. People who suffered from severe emotional anxiety. No, he didn't even need to consider those that he'd met before. After all, the current Minha-rin was just like Leo had been in the past. She'd experienced a major trauma, and now she was constantly suffering from it. It wouldn't be possible to fill the hole in her chest simply because he wanted to, and counseling her in a public setting like this one wouldn't have much of an effect either. Instead, what she needed was reliable advice and encouragement from someone she trusted, like a mentor or teacher. In Leo's case, he was able to overcome the trauma of his past with Luca's help. What about Master? Have you met? All right, now that I think about it, I haven't mentioned that yet. Master went to Death Island to look for Seti. To Death Island. It wasn't strange for Leo to be so shocked. This was because, in general, Death Island had a specific meaning for those living in the heavenly realm. With a hint of urgency in his voice, Leo asked, when did he go there? Around 2 months or so ago. 2 months in that place. Unlike Leo, who was filled with worry, Minha-rin's expression was calm. It was an attitude that he couldn't understand. Does senior sister not know about Death Island? Of course I do. It's one of the most dangerous, restricted areas in the heavenly realm. She knew about Death Island, and she still wasn't worried. Did Master tell you in advance that he would spend a long time there? No. Originally, he was supposed to return before the championship started. The championship had ended 2 days ago. So he didn't return at the time that he mentioned to you. Minha-rin nodded calmly. Unable to hold back any further, Leo decided to ask directly. Isn't senior sister worried at all? Have you forgotten who Master is? No matter the situation, Master will have the power to overcome it. 1. Something must have happened. He'll probably contact us soon. This wasn't the kind of trust or belief that a disciple had in their master. Instead, this felt more like blind faith. Leo almost asked a question without realizing it. Then what if something happened to Lucas and he couldn't come back? I can't. He barely managed to hold himself back. That was because he felt that if he did ask that question, Minha-rin's condition might become even worse than it was now. 2 things were abundantly clear to him at that moment. One was that Minha-rin was in an extremely dangerous situation, and 2 was that he himself had no way to solve the problem. Suddenly, so this is where you were, a familiar voice came from behind them. Minha-rin and Leo turned their heads at the same time. Arid, yeah, Arid was standing there. A look of joy flashed across Minha-rin's face. She'd heard about him from Lucas, but this was her first time seeing him for herself. And Leo was here as well. For her, this was a very commemorative day, as it was her first time meeting 2 people from her home at the same time. Senior brother Leo is here as well. You worked hard. Yeah, compared to you guys, I could be considered to have had a smooth life. Leo couldn't help but feel that Arid's expression became a bit heavy after saying those words. What's wrong? Both of you must return to Dragon God Island with me right now. Dragon God Island, even if you say that there's no way for us to obtain. I've already received permission from the priestess. No, she is the one that requested you in the first place. Arid spoke in a firm voice. The situation has changed drastically. Swish, he felt a hand brush his hair to the side. The fingers seemed to be long and thin. The reason why he wasn't sure was because his eyes were closed. But even if he wanted to, he couldn't open his eyes. His eyelids were heavy and his head was dizzy. It felt like he was trapped within his own body, and the state of his flesh and blood had a great impact on his mind. For an absolute, such a situation was incredibly unpleasant. Lucas tried to clear the fog in his mind. He was trying to forcefully awaken. Of course, that wasn't the best thing to do. Forcefully awakening his body, which hadn't fully recovered, would cause numerous side effects, both large and small. I'd advise you to rest a bit longer. A calm voice came from beside him. It was a dignified female voice. Lucas moved his lips. He wanted to respond, but he was unable to make a sound. Open your mouth. Strangely, Lucas didn't think about refusing. When Lucas obediently opened his mouth, lukewarm liquid flowed into it. It was water. It was only then that he felt his burning thirst. His Adam's apple bobbed up and down as he drank the water without hesitation. Throb. He felt pain in his throat and stomach. It felt like he'd swallowed a bunch of thorns instead of water. He didn't show it, but the voice seemed to respond to his pain. Your internal organs have been restored to some extent. You'll have to thank Arid for that. If it wasn't for that child's ability, you probably would have died by now. In fact, it can still be considered a miracle that you're still alive. This was something that he knew. Lucas checked the mana in his body. Some of his mana had been restored, which hinted to how long he'd been unconscious. Nevertheless, that didn't mean that he could use magic. His body was too messed up for that. It was a shame. For example, if he could have used the ghost spell, he could have let his mind out while leaving his body to rest. I have so many questions. How long had he been unconscious? What happened to Seti? Where was he currently? And above all, who was the owner of the voice? I'll tell you all you want to know when you wake up. As if she had read his thoughts, the voice whispered softly, for now, just get some rest. Lucas sighed inwardly. Then he let go of the consciousness that he had been forcibly maintaining. Who was we nighed to first? When he woke up again, he found that his surroundings had become noisy. He wondered what was going on, but decided to check his physical condition first. Wiggle. He moved his fingers. His eyelids also didn't feel as heavy as before. This proved that at the very least, his condition was better than it was last time. Excuse, we need to wait for him to regain consciousness. The voices also became louder and clearer. Lucas slowly opened his eyes. The first thing he saw were tearful eyes. Afterward, he noticed the familiar features. It was Arid. Master, are you all right? Father. A series of voices called out to him. His ears rang and his stomach twisted as a result. When he frowned slightly, his surroundings instantly became quiet. Lucas took a moment to calm himself before nodding. When he struggled to lift himself to a seated position, Arid came to help him. He stacked several pillows behind him so that he could lean back in a more comfortable position. I'd like to drink some water, a hoarse voice sounded. Then a tall young man who was standing beside him brought a glass forward. Lucas took a sip of it before saying. The young man blinked in surprise. You recognize me? Of course I do. You're all grown up now. I'm proud to see it. Leo couldn't help but smile when he heard those words. Lucas slowly let out a breath before turning to look at the rest of the room. Arid and Leo were not the only ones there. Seti and Min Ha-rin were also in the room, but unlike Min Ha-rin, who looked at him with a tearful yet happy expression, Seti was looking at him with her arms folded, her dissatisfaction evident. She was even pouting slightly. He could guess the reason for that, but there was something he wanted to say before bringing that up. It's been a while since I've seen you all. I'm glad that everyone is okay. Lucas paused. Maybe it was because his head wasn't completely clear yet. He had made a mistake. The people in the room were the participants from Earth who had entered into this world with Lucas and were a part of his team, but not all of them were there. One of them was missing. Where's Lee Jong-hak? The atmosphere became solemn. It seemed that none of them wanted to open their mouths, but Lucas' gaze was locked onto someone. It was none other than Min Ha-rin. She spoke in a calm voice. He died. He's dead, yeah, while fighting Kran. Lucas was speechless for a moment. Dead, Lee Jong-hak. Well, I'd like to explain the situation to Master, but since you're not in the best condition now, I think we'll have to put our conversation off until later. That's right. It's not good to have a lot of people in a patient's room. Min Ha-rin nodded at Arid's words. Then, Arid, you take care of Master. You can explain it well. Min Ha-rin and Leo got up from their seats and after bowing slightly left the room. Said he didn't leave right away. Instead, she kept looking at Lucas with a pout as she walked up to him. Then she looked Lucas directly in the eye and spat out word for word. If you do that again, I really won't forgive you. I'm sorry. Lucas had no choice but to apologize because he knew that he was in the wrong. After hearing his apology, Seti snorted heavily before also leaving the room. Click. The door closed, leaving Lucas and Arid as the only occupants of the room. Arid was about to let out a sigh, but then he looked at Lucas and smiled instead. How are you feeling? I don't think I'll ever faint again. Ahaha, that's good. Where are we? Lucas looked around. It was a simple room with only a few essential items and furniture. Such a room would usually feel empty or dreary, but this room felt warm instead. Perhaps it was because of the reddish-brown wallpaper. This is my mansion here on Dragon God Island. Mansion. Yes, it's called Young Dragon Nest. This is one of the guest rooms. I see. Lucas recalled his last memory. He also thought of the familiar voice he'd heard when he was rescued. Was it Arid? He wasn't sure. At that time, his consciousness was so blurred that it could have been a hallucination. Arid, were you the one who saved me? No. Arid shook his head. It was the priestess that saved Master. The priestess? Yeah, but it's really weird. As far as I know, she never leaves Dragon God Island. The priestess is here as well. She told me to send you to her as soon as you regain consciousness. A situation where he would finally be able to talk to the priestess. This was something he had been waiting for. Ever since he'd learned of her existence, Lucas had wanted to meet her. Lucas got up from the bed. When he saw this, Arid stuttered. Master, it's fine even if you don't go right now. I'm fine, so tell me, where is the priestess? The garden behind the young dragon nest. This was where the priestess spent most of her time. Thump. It was hard for him to walk on his own, but he couldn't stay in bed. Although it would put great strain on his tired body, it was better to move directly to get his questions answered. The clear air was refreshing. Perhaps it was because his last few memories were all from Death Island, but it felt even more special. The beautiful natural scenery on Dragon God Island had been preserved almost perfectly. Even the young dragon nest appeared to have been built in a way that didn't harm the trees and grass nearby. The garden was so beautiful that it caused even an unartful person like Lucas to admire it, but it was also incredibly large. This caused Lucas to wonder if he would even be able to find the priestess. Suddenly, you bastard. Lucas couldn't help but be surprised. This was because he heard the voice, but he couldn't feel any signs of a presence. Turning around, he saw a fairly large lake filled with crystal clear water. In the middle of the lake was a pavilion, and sitting in that pavilion was a woman. This scene was so eye-catching that one couldn't help but wonder how he hadn't seen it before. The woman wore a soft gown that showed off the curves of her body. Nevertheless, it was the piece of cloth covering her face that stood out the most. Her face was completely covered by a pure white cloth. Don't go away like that, don't go, even if you must, you look so good, come on. The woman hummed to herself, her words audible but incomprehensible. What was she saying? Lucas narrowed his eyes slightly. The woman who was sitting in the pavilion and swinging her feet smiled. Don't stare at me, or I'll pluck your eyes out. Who are you? The person who saved your life, priestess. Good answer. Although her words were strange, Lucas recognized her voice. Lucas looked at her. Considering her age, she appeared to be very young. In fact, she reminded him of Seti. Why are you still looking at me like that? Didn't Arid tell you? If you met the person who saved your life, the least you can do is say something. Although it was a bit obtuse, she wasn't wrong, so Lucas bowed his head slightly. That bow won't be enough. You have to take responsibility. Responsibility. Something is going to happen because of you. Child, do you think this is a joke? As he listened to her talk, Lucas wondered if he simply couldn't understand the language anymore. He asked back. What happened? That guy, Kaz, he wasn't someone you were supposed to meet. The priestess frowned. With a sigh, she got up from the pavilion and started walking around the lake. Lucas followed her to continue the conversation, but he didn't get too close, maintaining a distance of a few steps. Even though that guy was weak, he still had some uses. But what about now? Kaz is gone to the afterlife, and all the work I've done has been flipped upside down. You really made a mess of things. If someone warns you not to do something, you should at least pretend to listen to them. You're too stubborn. From the priestess' words, it seemed that she had tried to stop Lucas from going to Death Island. I only heard that you didn't want me to go. No, I kept telling you. Child, you've been listening to my voice ever since you came to this world. Ha-ah, ahum, cough, cough, ahum. The priestess cleared her throat for a moment. Death Island is extremely dangerous. Entry is not recommended. A voice that he'd heard numerous times before. It was only then that Lucas realized why the priestess' voice was so familiar. It was the voice that gave him directions and sometimes warnings. The priestess smiled. In any case, it's nice to finally meet you in person, Lucas Troman. Who are you? Look, you can't even go for 5 minutes without talking informally. When Lucas simply stared at her without responding, the priestess burst into laughter. Did you know there's only one place in this world where you can get privacy? Wherever you go, those other kids will try to eavesdrop on you. Other kids, the rulers. Lucas looked at the priestess in surprise yet again. This is the first time we've met face to face, isn't it? Madman, it seems like you've met all the others at least once. It was only then that Lucas realized who the priestess was, the last ruler that he'd never met before. Seven-fanged dragon god. This is making me emotional, you don't know. With a grumbling tone, he shook her head. The wind shook the fabric around her head slightly, revealing purple hair for a moment. How hard I worked to meet you.